Hello everyone, welcome to part 2. Let's start with a brief recap of the previous episode. In the city of Jiangxing, within the Dragon Kingdom, a young man named Su Luo, who was considered a mediocre beast master, unexpectedly awakened a god-level talent known as Master of All Beasts. This extraordinary gift shattered the limitations of his profession and set him on a path of unprecedented success. Orphaned at a young age, Su Luo pursued his studies alone, yearning to reunite with his sister at Yindu University. During the career transition ceremony, he was designated as a beast master by fate, but his god-level talent allowed him to tame pets and unlock their ancestral bloodlines. At school, Su Luo was known for his academic excellence and self-reliance, but his identity as a beast master subjected him to ridicule. The disdain of the school beauty, Zhou Wenwen, the unwavering support of his deskmate, Zhou Taisheng, and the encouragement of his homeroom teacher, Zhou Zhe, all served as stepping stones in his journey of growth. During the dungeon trials, Su Luo's mastery in alchemy and his god-level talent quickly elevated his strength, astonishing the entire school. Su Luo made a name for himself on the leaderboard at Jiangxing's Central Plaza, though his rapid progress drew skepticism. Facing challenges hidden, he proved his worth by defeating all doubters. His goals extended beyond Yindu University. He also had the mission of finding his missing sister. During the college entrance examination trials, Su Luo, aided by his pets, the mysterious water turtle and the ghost tiger, and his mastery in alchemy, quickly rose to prominence, becoming the center of attention. His performance sparked a fierce competition among the 4 major academies, and he ultimately chose Yindu University to search for his sister, Su Bingxue. At Yindu University, Su Luo encountered the persistent advances of Miss Yi Lingyue from the Yi family but remained composed. His talent and capabilities allowed him to quickly rise within the academy, becoming a focal point of attention. In the Qinglong Academy's tests, he stood out with his astounding combat power and secured a place for himself. In the Qinglong Tower battles, Su Luo, leveraging his army of pets and the summoning abilities of a necromancer, fought his way through the challenges, ultimately achieving an impressive 8th place. His performance garnered widespread admiration and secured his position at Yindu University. During the blood trials in Black Crow City, Su Luo showcased his incredible combat prowess against endless waves of exotic beasts. He not only defeated powerful adversaries but also continuously enhanced his own strength, earning the title of Rookie King. In the Dragon Capital's cavern explorations, Su Luo faced the challenge of the Fire Phoenix. With his wisdom and courage, he successfully tamed the divine beast, leaving everyone present in awe of his abilities. However, the jealousy and provocations of Miss Long Feishue from the Long family posed new challenges for Su Luo. At the Long family banquet, the threats and taunts from the Long family patriarch put Su Luo in a precarious position. Unfazed, he boldly challenged the Long family's limits with a life-and-death contract. That wraps up the recap of part 1. I hope you enjoy today's part 2. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you're interested in this story and it's your first time here, you can start from part 1 in the comment section or the playlist below. Now, let's dive into part 2. To slay the mythical beasts and collect the divine shards while avoiding treacherous ambushes, Su Luo felt a surge of adrenaline, his entire body tensed. Every detail on the battlefield could mean life or death, and his focus had never been sharper. Narrowing his eyes, Su Luo scanned the battlefield with the precision of a hawk. Suddenly, a figure in a black robe appeared on a distant hill. The figure stood motionless, blending seamlessly with the surrounding darkness, yet exuded an aura that sent chills down the spine. Master, that's a level 120 entity, Xuanwu promptly warned. Su Luo nodded slightly, his brow furrowed. The identity of this mysterious figure was an enigma. He couldn't be an official from the Dragon Kingdom. Such stealthy tactics were unbecoming. After a brief contemplation, Su Luo concluded there were 2 possibilities. Either a member of a hidden clan or a spy from the rival nation of Sakura Island. Whoever you are, today this divine shard will not fall into your hands, Su Luo declared coldly, while directing the black tortoise to slowly retreat, creating a chaotic zone of beasts and pets between himself and the robed figure. Meanwhile, in the watchtower on the city wall, Shun Gang and other defenders also noticed the unusual activity on the battlefield. The reappearance of those chilling skeleton monsters caused widespread concern. Some suggested recalling Su Luo, but Shun Gang ignored them, his focus entirely on Su Luo's strategy. In the center of the battlefield, the ground suddenly shook, and a 2-meter-wide pit appeared. Countless skeleton warriors surged out like a tide, followed by a 2-meter-tall bone giant rising from the earth. It wielded no weapons, merely standing there casting spells, creating an eerie and terrifying scene. At that moment, the robed figure on the hill vanished. Su Luo reacted instantly, commanding the 3-legged golden crow to use Sea of Fire Imprisonment, the Fire Phoenix to unleash Fire Phoenix Scorches the Sky, and the black tortoise to deploy Absolute Domain. In an instant, the battlefield was engulfed in flames and frost. Amidst the chaos, Su Luo keenly spotted an anomaly. Under the foot of a giant gorilla, there was a slow-moving, transparent silhouette with ice shards clinging to it, revealing its presence. Let's see where you run now. Su Luo's eyes flashed with cold determination as he ordered the three-legged golden crow to cast Sea of Fire imprisonment again for widespread control. Xuanwu also sensed the robed figure's location, emitting an intense chill, preparing for a lethal strike. A blue ice pillar shot out from Xuanwu at a visible speed, directly striking the man in the black robe with pinpoint accuracy. The coldness of the ice spread instantly, freezing the man's robe. Kid, I didn't expect you to have some tricks up your sleeve. The black-robed man's voice was cold, hoarse, and deep, as if it came from a weathered old man. His tone carried a hint of surprise, but was still condescending. Before Su Luo could respond, the black-robed man swiftly pulled out a talisman emitting a yellow glow from his sleeve. The talisman was inscribed with complex runes, exuding a mysterious aura. Let's see where you can run. Su Luo sneered, waving his right hand forcefully. In an instant, the ghostly moonflower fell, its roots quickly burrowing into the ground. Thick vines, as if alive, snaked rapidly towards the black-robed man. At the same time, a sea of fire had formed, creating a scorching barrier around the black-robed man. Numerous pets also joined in, unleashing interference and slowing skills to firmly lock the man in place. Faced with this sudden onslaught, the black-robed man remained calm. Even if you're strong, you can't hold me. His tone was full of disdain, as if the scene before him was of no consequence. At that moment, the talisman in his hand began to emit a dazzling golden light, illuminating his aged face hidden beneath the hood. Confronted by the approaching moonflower, he showed no intention of dodging. Mere vines. Kid, next time we meet, you won't be so lucky. The black-robed man let out a sinister laugh as the talisman's light grew brighter. However, just as he was about to activate the talisman, the moonflower was already upon him. The tip of the vine struck like a serpent, instantly entwining him tightly. More vines followed, layer upon layer, binding him immovably. Goodbye. The black-robed man tried to cast a spell to escape, but suddenly realized something was wrong. What's happening? Why isn't my void talisman working? His voice finally revealed a hint of panic, and he was soon engulfed by a barrage of skills, disappearing in a flash of light. Although this old man, at level 120, was not easy to kill, Su Luo clearly intended to teach him a lesson first. A full minute later, Su Luo leisurely approached on his Xuanwu. Underneath the black robe was an elderly man with a haggard face and a hunched body. Despite his frail appearance, his eyes burned with intense killing intent, like a cornered beast. Su Luo carefully examined the old man's face, his brows furrowing. This face, there's no way he's from Longhua, he muttered to himself, his gaze shifting between the distant watchtower and the skeleton standing motionless like a robot, continuously summoning minions. After a brief moment of thought, Su Luo made his decision. He narrowed his eyes, a slight smirk forming on his lips. This mysterious black-robed man, he would deal with personally. Su Luo turned his head towards the watchtower, estimating it to be at least 200 meters away. Night had already fallen, and combined with the thick miasma emanating from the many beasts, the watchtower couldn't possibly see what was happening here. He controlled the nether moonflower to firmly bind the old man, then slowly approached on his Xuanwu mount. Kid, let me go, or you'll be in big trouble. The old man in the black robe shot a cold, menacing look. Su Luo ignored the threat. From his vantage point on the Xuanwu, he was at eye level with the old man. Without hesitation, he delivered 2 loud slaps, leaving bright red handprints on the old man's face. Who are you? Su Luo asked coldly. When the old man didn't respond, he smirked and pulled out a pair of boxing gloves from his backpack, which he hadn't used in a long time. Bam, bam, bam. Straight punches, hooks, and uppercuts rained down on the old man. When he got tired, Su Luo even took off his shoes and continued the beating. At this point, the necromancer sidled up, curious. Master, let me have a go, it said, picking up a handful of beast dung from the ground. The old man, his face swollen like a pig's, saw this and started to laugh. Even if you feed me dung, I won't tell you anything. He looked defiant, as if ready to die for his cause. The necromancer scoffed. You're so full of yourself. Who said I was going to feed you? It flew beneath the old man and summoned a skeletal servant to pull down his pants. What are you going to do? The old man asked in terror. Ignoring him, the necromancer summoned 2 more skeletal servants. The 3 skeletons crowded together, clearly intending to add some extra cargo to the old man's stomach. You're despicable. Even as a ghost, I won't let you get away with this. The old man trembled in fear. What do you want to know? I'll tell you everything. Just make them stop. Su Luo shrugged indifferently. What I want to ask? I haven't really thought about it. The necromancer let out a sinister laugh and picked up a thin stick. All right. I'm from Sakura Island. The old man broke down. Can you make it quick now? Su Luo watched him silently, realizing that sometimes it's better to torture someone until they break rather than ask questions one by one. Seeing that Su Luo wasn't stopping, the old man, his face ashen, croaked, "Since you're here, you must be after the divine fragment too, right? I'll be honest with you. We're here to steal the divine fragments from the Dragon Kingdom and take them back to Sakura Island. We've nearly stolen all of your kingdom's divine beast fragments. In less than 3 years, our samurai will wipe you all out." Having spilled the beans, Su Luo summoned the golden armored gorilla. Seeing the level 150 beast, the old man was initially confused, then realized it was there to send him to his death. Boom! The golden armored gorilla's punch instantly turned the old man into a bloody pulp with its nearly 300,000 attack power. After his death, a pile of items dropped, including a white fragment. A system notification sounded. "Congratulations, you have obtained a death attribute divine fragment." Su Luo was ecstatic. He hadn't expected this old man to be such a treasure trove, coming all the way from Sakura Island to help him collect divine fragments. As he was reveling in his luck, the necromancer sourly reminded him, "Master, there's another divine fragment over there. Don't celebrate just yet." Snapping back to reality, Su Luo immediately focused on the skeletal leader. It could summon skeletal warriors, and killing it would undoubtedly yield another divine fragment. Judging by the fragmentation, obtaining the next fragment would almost complete the death attribute divine. He would then have 2 pets with divine attributes. With this in mind, Su Luo quickly directed the nether moonflower to sweep towards the skeleton. The white skeleton leader, who had been summoning skeletons from its spot, suddenly seemed to go mad and turned to flee. Its target was clear, the massive pit. Su Luo squinted his eyes, thinking to himself, trying to escape through the hole? He immediately commanded the fastest of his pets, the golden scaled flame dragon, to intercept. Whoosh! A streak of golden light flashed through the void, and the golden scaled flame dragon instantly appeared before the white skeleton, knocking it back with its massive body. At the same time, the 3-legged golden crow and the black tortoise also moved to restrain the skeleton. At this critical moment, the black tortoise, who was about to charge, suddenly halted. Its voice echoed in Su Luo's mind, "Master, someone else is coming." This time it's a level 130 swordsman. Su Luo's face darkened as he decisively ordered, "Retreat." He instructed all his pets to withdraw immediately. It was obvious that the newcomers were likely allied with the old man from before. If he killed the skeleton now, Su Luo wasn't confident he could secure the divine shard. Rather than take the risk, it was better to let the shard return underground. In the void, a black cloud was rapidly approaching Black Raven City, almost undetectable under the cover of night. Su Luo sprinted towards Passage 15, with a few pets staying behind to cover his retreat. At that moment, a white light flashed around Su Luo. The system notification sounded. "Congratulations on reaching level 65. Keep up the good work." Su Luo felt no joy from this level up. Instead, his eyes frequently darted towards the watchtower. Seeing Su Luo finally enter the bronze gate, the guard, Shingang, smiled slightly. After the pets also made it inside, he quickly pulled the lever to close the gate. A few swift beasts managed to rush in, but were instantly killed by the ghost tiger. Su Luo turned to Elder Shun and said, "Elder Shun, there might be trouble outside the city tonight." He didn't mention the black-clad intruders explicitly, only vaguely hinting at potential issues. Elder Shin responded, "Black Raven City has been on 24-hour patrols recently, so rest assured, young Master Su." Su Luo had already made up his mind. If the enemy made a move, he would interfere immediately. He was determined to ensure the safety of the divine shard. The author apologized to the readers at the end of the chapter, explaining that he could only update 2 chapters today because he had to attend a birthday party. He thanked the readers for their birthday wishes, saying that although the revenue might be lower, he was very happy to have their company. After the party, Soluo returned early to the building that had almost become his personal residence. As he pushed open the door, a refreshing scent greeted him, indicating that someone had thoughtfully cleaned the place. This act of kindness warmed his heart, and he couldn't help but smile. However, the moment he stepped inside, his smile froze. A strange sense of danger made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up, and he instinctively summoned Xuanwu. Sure enough, a tall woman emerged slowly from the shadows in the corner. "Quite alert, aren't you?" As expected of Tsiu's brother, she remarked, eyeing Soluo with amusement. A milky white stone appeared in her hand, which she casually placed on the table. Soluo's brow furrowed, his fingers ready to summon the golden Vajra ape at any moment. "Who are you?" he asked coldly. "Your sister sent me to deliver this transmitting stone. She has something important to tell you herself." The woman's gaze lingered on Xuanwu beside Soluo for a moment, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Before she finished speaking, her form dissolved into a wisp of gray mist and drifted out the window. This ghostly departure left Suluo deeply unsettled. It wasn't until Xuanwu assured him that the woman was gone that he snapped back to reality. Did something happen if my sister sent someone with a transmitting stone? Suluo wondered, his expression serious. He quickly picked up the stone and activated it using his skills as a transmitter. As a white light glowed, Su Bingshua's voice emerged from the stone. Suluo, where are you now? Sis, I'm in Black Crow City, Suluo replied, feeling a wave of warmth. We found a lot of people from Sakura Island recently. They seem to be collecting something secretly, which might conflict with your interests. Be careful, and contact me immediately if anything happens. Su Bingshua's concerned words made Suluo's nose tingle with emotion. After composing himself, Suluo responded, Sis, how are things on your end? I'm doing fine here. Although there's a lot of fighting on Yellow Dragon Island, it's mostly minor skirmishes. By the way, I killed an assassin last night, probably from Sakura Island. They're collecting fragments of divine essence. The information on divine essence fragments has been completely sealed off domestically, and several groups are secretly fighting for them. Be cautious. I understand, sis. And make sure to increase your strength quickly. The situation is changing, she added before the light from the transmitting stone dimmed, signaling the end of the conversation. Suluo pondered for a moment before carefully placing the stone into his backpack. His sister's words confirmed his suspicions. Multiple organizations were vying for the divine essence fragments. Despite this, Suluo had confidence in his abilities. With a level 150 golden Vajra ape and a complete divine Xuanwu in his arsenal, he knew that focusing on nurturing his pets would make him unstoppable in the future. Entering the sacred herb realm, Suluo retrieved a black box from his backpack. Inside was a small block of soil with a tiny green plant, about the size of a soybean, growing in the center. It had 3 leaves, resembling a yucca but more slender. Sword Chi Grass, level 0 mythical plant life, 100 defense, 0 attack. Description: an extremely rare plant. When mature, the leaves of Sword Chi Grass can transform into Sword Chi to kill enemies. A single plant can fend off thousands of soldiers, boasting immense destructive power. Looks like I've struck gold again. Not only getting a divine essence fragment, but also this mythical plant. Suluo excitedly planted the Sword Chi Grass into the sacred soil. As soon as the Sword Chi Grass touched the sacred soil, it began growing visibly. Its roots extended, and its leaves multiplied. 5, 8, 13. The base also grew taller, resembling a trunk covered in leaves. Before the Sword Chi Grass could develop consciousness, Suluo quickly used his skill Spirit Taming. Congratulations, you have successfully tamed the Sword Chi Grass. To test the Sword Chi Grass's power, Suluo had the Necromancer create a few monsters. Congratulations, you have killed a reedied rabbit, gaining 1,200 experience points. Congratulations, you have killed a flame demon wolf, gaining 1,800 experience points. All the experience points were allocated to the Sword Chi Grass, a total of 30,000 points, instantly raising its level to 10. Sword Chi Grass, level 10 mythical plant life, 1,500 defense, 600 attack, 1,200 awakening time, 360-second recovery time, 24-hour current sword leaves, 48 leaves. Description: when the Sword Chi Grass attacks, it deals 100 critical damage, causing 200 damage. The awakening time increases with the level. With this new boost in power, Suluo felt more confident than ever, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. 48 sword energies, each inflicting 2,400 damage? Suluo furrowed his brows, quickly calculating the power of the Sword Chi Grass in his mind. If a level 10 Sword Chi Grass focused its attack on a single target, the total damage would reach an astounding 115,200 points. This staggering number made him question, is this really just level 10? To verify the actual power of the Sword Chi Grass, Suluo decisively directed it to attack a nearby hill. In an instant, countless leaves detached from the main stem, transforming into sword lights glowing with a blue hue. Attack! With Suluo's command, 48 blue sword lights shot out like arrows, all striking the same spot on the hill in the blink of an eye. Bang 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 bang, the sound of metal clashing reverberated continuously, and white smoke quickly enveloped the area. When the smoke cleared, Suluo stared in astonishment. The hill, with a diameter of at least 20 meters, had been pierced through with a single strike. Master, the power of this plant is truly incredible. The Necromancer, standing at the edge of the sacred ground, marveled at the Sword Chi Grass. Suluo nodded in agreement but also pointed out its limitation. Unfortunately, it has a 24-hour cooldown. Otherwise, with this Sword Chi Grass alone, even a Vajra demon ape wouldn't stand a chance. He thought to himself, as expected of a mythical plant, it's worth cultivating. Then, Suluo shifted his attention to the herb field. The herbs he planted after the flood caused by Xuanwu's transformation had only grown halfway and would need about 10 more days to mature. Without the spirit spring pills, the pet's leveling speed had noticeably slowed, which disappointed Su Luo. He mused that if he had the spirit spring pills, he could quickly elevate the sword chi grass to a higher level. Just then, there was a rapid knock on the door. Su Luo returned from the realm of divine herbs to reality and opened the door to find a guard standing outside, his face filled with urgency. Young Master Su, your foresight is remarkable. There are indeed people outside the city hunting exotic beasts. Sure enough, there was movement. Su Luo's heart leaped with joy as he immediately followed the guards toward passage 15. His pace quickened unconsciously, fueled by the excitement of the impending opportunity. Meanwhile, in the realm of divine medicine, the necromancer was focused on merging newly acquired divine shard fragments. Each fusion bolstered its power. Tonight, perhaps, it would complete the entire death attribute divine shard. Upon reaching passage 15, Su Luo cautiously climbed the watchtower to survey the situation. Shingang was leading several guards, watching the battle outside the city. From the high vantage point, Su Luo could only see a mass of beasts converging in one direction, with occasional flashes of skills lighting up the night. On the battlefield outside the city, an elderly man in a black robe cast his gaze toward the watchtower. He sneered at the small fry, who were no higher than level 78, and quickly lost interest. His attention returned to the bound, snow-white skeleton, as his sword continuously struck it. Suddenly, the tightly shut bronze city gate creaked open. A level 65 spirit master riding a ghostly tiger charged out. It was Su Luo. He swiftly maneuvered through the beast horde, thinking he had arrived just in time. Today, this divine shard fragment is mine. Su Luo narrowed his eyes and flung the ghostly moon vine wrapped around his wrist. The vine rooted itself in the ground and rapidly grew, shooting toward the white skeleton. The man in the black robe whipped his head around, eyes blazing with murderous intent. Kid, you're courting death. It's you who's courting death. Su Luo sneered, unleashing all his pets. His main battle pet and the diamond ape launched an assault on the black-robed man, while his other pets targeted the white skeleton and fought off the beasts. The tactical deployment was seamless. On the watchtower, the guards watched Su Luo with bated breath. When asked why Su Luo was fighting so desperately, Shin Gang stammered. Maybe he enjoys the thrill of killing and looting. Though the group laughed, none truly believed that explanation. On the battlefield, Su Luo had already engaged the black-robed man. When the diamond ape appeared, the black-robed man's expression finally changed. You're a damn lunatic, contracting a level 150 monster. He cursed as he retreated, but he couldn't escape the coordinated attacks of Su Luo's high-level pets. Seeing the battle turn in his favor, Su Luo rode his mystical water turtle closer to the white skeleton. Just then, he felt a chilling sensation on his back. A dark, sharp blade pierced through his chest. 36,800. The massive damage number popped up above Su Luo's head, hitting him like a sledgehammer to the chest. Master, watch out! Xuanwu's warning came just as Absolute Domain and Absolute Frost activated simultaneously. Ice blue energy waves rapidly spread out from Su Luo, forcing the ambushing assassin to retreat like a startled rabbit, but Xuanwu's power still managed to hold him in place. Xuanwu turned, unleashing a sharp ice pillar from its mouth, forcing the assassin to back off further. Watch out, my foot! Su Luo cursed, his face dark with anger. He quickly grabbed a high-grade stamina potion from his backpack, feeling a twinge of shock. Even with Xuanwu's boost, his defense was as high as 250,000. Yet the assassin had managed to inflict such massive damage. This meant the assassin's attack power must be over 280,000. Anyone else would have been killed in one strike. Kid, how is your defense so high? The voice came from a hooded figure in a gray robe, his graying hair betraying his age. He stared at Su Luo with wide eyes, full of disbelief. Master, be careful. This is a level 140 assassin. Xuanwu warned again, conjuring countless ice spikes around them, which shot toward the assassin like a storm. Both opponents were forced to keep their distance from Su Luo. Su Luo quickly calculated his options. He wanted to eliminate this threat immediately, but the divine shard was about to appear, and he had to stay near the skeletal remains. Damn it, almost got killed. I need to boost my defense even more, he muttered, gulping down several stamina potions to restore himself to peak condition. Just then, a crisp crack echoed from the struggling skeleton, followed by a web of cracks spreading across its body. We're done for. Seeing this, the black-clad man being chased by the Vajra ape and the assassin being brutalized by the Xuanwu turtle both saw red. They launched a frenzied counterattack, recklessly closing in on Su Luo. Hold them off. Su Luo commanded his pets, while he kept his eyes fixed on the crumbling skeleton. With a dull bang, the skeleton shattered into pieces. The system prompt immediately sounded. Congratulations! You've slain the skeletal warrior, gaining 3,850 experience points. A shard emitting a gray glow fell from the skeletal remains. No one is taking this from me. Su Luo lunged like a starving wolf, grabbing the divine shard and stuffing it into his backpack. Seeing this, the two adversaries lost their minds, launching all-out attacks as they closed in on Su Luo. Have fun, I'm out. Su Luo smirked, ordering his pets to block the two men. He then mounted his ghost tiger, and like a streak of black lightning, dashed through the bronze gate. Back in his room, Su Luo felt like he was in a dream. Obtaining 2 fragments of a death attribute godhead in one day filled him with a joy that surpassed even the moment he acquired the complete Xuanwu godhead fragment. His cheeks flushed, and his head felt dizzy, as if he were drunk. After a brief rest, Su Luo immediately summoned Xuanwu. Having narrowly escaped death multiple times, he had heightened his defense mechanisms to the highest level. Even in the relatively safe Black Raven City, some powerful individuals could easily infiltrate, especially that assassin who had dealt a staggering 280,000 damage in a single strike. The encounter had left a deep psychological scar on Su Luo. Master, what do you need? Xuanwu asked, looking around the small room with a frustrated expression, shrinking its size to that of a regular turtle. From now on, you're on guard duty, Su Luo instructed briefly before entering the Divine Herb Realm. In the Divine Herb Realm, the necromancer was so excited that his entire body turned red, and his black robe vanished, making him look like a miniature skeleton doll flying around in the void. Ha ha, I've grown stronger again. Master, you're amazing. Overjoyed, he crashed into a tree trunk but remained undeterred. Ha ha, I've grown stronger. Soon, I'll crush all those who looked down on me. He continued to fly erratically until he collided with a soft belly. Master, get lost. Su Luo's face turned red as he slapped the necromancer away. The impact felt like a gunshot wound. The half-meter-tall skeleton raised its arms, showing off non-existent muscles. Master, I've become stronger. Then get even stronger, Su Luo said, tossing the newly acquired godhead fragment. The necromancer caught it and, upon seeing it was another death attribute fragment, his eyes turned crimson. Godfather, I bow to you. Just call me master. Why? Doesn't Godfather signify a close bond? The necromancer had recently become obsessed with the human novel, 3 Kingdoms Conquest. Do you know who Lu Bu is? I just read about Diao Chan seducing Lu Bu. Get lost. Su Luo's face darkened as he kicked the necromancer away and walked towards the sword chi grass. The nether moonflower and sword chi grass occupied 2 divine plots, leaving 7 still empty. Su Luo had a great fondness for these high-grade plants, especially since the nether moonflower had solved many problems. He envisioned a scene where all 9 divine plots were filled with plants and several pets had reached their peak growth, making his combat power unparalleled. After obtaining the last death attribute godhead fragment, the necromancer happily returned to the palace to begin the fusion process. By the time Su Luo left the Divine Herb Realm, it was already morning. The surrounding guards were heading towards the passage entrance, greeting Su Luo warmly along the way. These rough men in their 40s and 50s were particularly friendly to the young and delicate Su Luo. Su Luo, heard you were up all night. Not resting today, someone joked. Su Luo just shook his head with a smile. They chatted about how hot the women were last night. Here, the flesh trade was common. For those in the battle zone, fighting during the day and seeking pleasure at night, with their lives hanging by a thread, was routine. Su Luo couldn't understand why wars had to be fought. Even without monsters, human transferers would still kill each other. He found it pointless. At the entrance to the various passages, Shun Gang sat under a cool canopy, with a group of guards gathered outside. Seeing Su Luo again, the early arriving guards were surprised. Su Luo, aren't you resting? No, I want to level up quickly. At this rate, you'll take my position as city lord soon. Then I can retire and enjoy my old age. Shin Gang joked, glancing at the wristband on Su Luo's arm that recorded his beast-killing points. Points could be exchanged for positions in any battle zone city. To become a city lord required 1,000,000 points. Battle zone positions ranged from guards, captains, city lords, inspectors, warlords, to palace masters. Su Bingxue was currently a warlord. I have no plans to exchange for a position just yet, Su Luo said with a smile, rubbing his nose as he picked up the number plate for passage 15. By the way, Su Luo, how many points do you have? An older guard curiously asked, with others showing gossiping expressions. Points could be exchanged for various resources, and guards often compared their totals in private. Su Luo glanced at his wristband, where the number had grown astonishingly long. I have about 3.5 million points. Everyone was instantly stunned. 3.5 million points. Some guards wouldn't accumulate that in a lifetime. How long had Su Luo been in the battle zone? His total combat time hadn't even reached 20 days, yet he had over 3.5 million points. Coming back to his senses, Shin Gang looked envious and suggested, save up a bit more, and you can exchange for the inspector position. After some brief conversation, Soluo headed towards passage 15. Today, he had one goal: to grind monsters like crazy. The sword chi grass needed experience to level up and enhance its combat power, and Soluo himself needed to level up as quickly as possible. The guard at the lookout tower, responsible for opening the gate, smiled as he opened the bronze door for Soluo. A foul stench hit him, and the beasts roared as they rushed in. Flame Red Pig, level 45. Void Mantis, level 48. Flame Bird. Soluo wondered as he looked at the incoming beasts. Why are these beasts weaker during the day? While weaker beasts were good news for other guards, Soluo didn't think so. Lower strength meant less experience points. Whatever, let's get the sword chi grass to level 50 first. Soluo decided, readying himself for the battle ahead. The three-legged golden crow, fire phoenix, Xuanwu, ghost tiger, and golden scaled flame dragon were instantly summoned by Su Luo. This time, Su Luo decided to go all out, holding nothing back. His trump cards were nearly all exposed, and there was no point in hiding anymore. It was better to seize this opportunity to slay as many monsters as possible. Xuanwu silently looked at Su Luo, awaiting instructions. In previous battles, Su Luo would always ride on its back, but today, Su Luo chose to stand on the ground. Today, you go kill some monsters too. Level up well. Su Luo said curtly, then began casting skills on the horde of beasts. Xuanwu's eyes gleamed with excitement as it dashed into the throng of monsters. Ever since awakening its glory-sharing ability, it had become Su Luo's exclusive mount, rarely getting the chance to fight freely. The beasts in the passage were quickly cleared out. Su Luo openly took out the underworld moonflower from the divine medicine realm. In the blink of an eye, a massive vine over 300 meters tall appeared outside the city walls. Su Luo controlled the vine to lash down forcefully, then swept it across. Wherever the vine passed, all beasts within a 300-meter radius were severely injured. The massive vine then swept back, resembling a high-speed spinning blade. The vast battlefield was instantly cleared. In 36 passages, 2/3 were suddenly devoid of beasts. Su Luo's mind was flooded with system notifications. Congratulations! You've slain a skeleton hound, gaining 1,500 experience points. Congratulations! You've slain a demon pig, gaining 800 experience points. Experience points surged in like a tide, but Su Luo did not keep them for himself. Instead, he transferred them directly to the sword chi grass. After the battlefield was cleared of beasts, more monsters frantically surged forward from the rear. However, they were slow and would take at least 5 minutes to regroup. The divine beasts, including the fire phoenix and Xuanwu, stared in astonishment, thinking, if you can handle this alone, what are we even here for? The system notifications continued. Congratulations! Sword chi grass has reached level 12. Congratulations! Sword chi grass has reached level 18. Congratulations! Sword chi grass has reached level 25. The experience bar of the sword chi grass skyrocketed. Su Luo estimated it could reach at least level 40. Congratulations! Sword chi grass has reached level 58. With the final notification, the sword chi grass's experience gain finally stopped. Su Luo couldn't help but feel amazed. Although low-level upgrades required less experience, it was still shocking that a simple maneuver had brought the sword chi grass to level 58. At this moment, the defenders of other passages noticed the sudden disappearance of beasts and curiously stepped out to investigate. Holy crap! The battlefield is completely cleared. That vine of Su Luo's is incredible. We heard countless beasts howling, and now they're all dead? I knew Su Luo was strong, but I didn't realize he was this powerful. The crowd buzzed with astonishment and admiration. On the watchtower of the 15th passage, the guard and Shen Gang were equally stunned. This is insane. That giant vine just swept twice, and all the beasts were wiped out. No wonder he managed to tame 100. The guard's words were cut off by Shen Gang's warning look. Su Bingxue once slit the throat of the Cold Clan's ancestor with a single stroke. If you get him in trouble with your loose tongue, think about your family, Shen Gang warned, turning to leave the watchtower. Enough watching. Shen Gang thought to himself, the more I see, the more inadequate I feel. Knowing too much only brings more trouble. Seeing Shen Gang leave, the guard broke into a cold sweat and sat down, no longer watching. He realized that knowing too much could lead to slip-ups. It was better not to know. About 5 minutes later, another dense horde of beasts gathered around. The defenders standing at the gates silently observed the scene. The underworld moonflower's massive vine struck again. Boom! The giant vine, like a deadly pendulum, swung from one end to the other and back again. With a diameter of 4 to 5 meters, it was like a massive truck rolling over the beasts. This time, Su Luo controlled the vine to sweep 3 times, completely clearing the battlefield. Congratulations! Sword chi grass has reached level 75. The system notification sounded again. Su Luo, satisfied, adjusted the experience distribution back to himself and continued to wait for the next wave of beasts. It wasn't that he didn't want to let the sword chi grass continue leveling up, but the underworld moonflower's vitality could only last for 25 minutes. He needed to accumulate some experience for himself as well. Meanwhile, in the divine medicine realm, a massive gray eggshell shattered with a thunderous crash, and out stepped a skeleton standing about a meter tall, completely white. Though it lacked flesh and blood, it wore a bright red cloak, creating a stark contrast that made it look both eerie and comical. In its transparent skull, two ghostly blue flames flickered in its eye sockets, sending chills down anyone's spine. I've grown stronger again. This time, I've become the lord of the underworld, the necromancer muttered to itself, examining its snow-white boned fingers with a hint of obsession in its gaze. It then began to test its new powers, lightly waving its boned fingers and causing the surrounding air to tremble. By evening, Su Luo returned, laden with spoils. His level had now reached 70. While the increase wasn't as dramatic as the sword chi grass, it was still considered rocket speed advancement for an average job changer. As Su Luo emerged from the passage, a familiar figure came into view. Long time no see. Su Luo greeted with a smile. It hasn't been that long, Long Xiaohui replied. Su Luo stepped forward, patting his shoulder and curiously asked, "What brings the eldest son of the Long family to such a small place?" Long Xiaohui gave a mysterious smile. "Don't tease me. I'm here to discuss something with you." He then fell silent, looking at Su Luo meaningfully. Su Luo didn't rush to ask, simply meeting his gaze quietly. After a moment, Long Xiaohui couldn't hold back any longer. "Aren't you curious?" "Of course I am," Su Luo admitted. "Then why don't you ask me?" "Because I know you'll tell me eventually," Su Luo shrugged. "I can't stand you," Long Xiaohui exclaimed, his face darkening. He then pulled out a crystal-clear golden diamond-shaped stone from his pocket. "You know Huanglong Island, right?" Seeing Su Luo nod, he continued, "A special secret realm has appeared on Huanglong Island. It connects 48 surrounding countries, allowing people from those nations to enter through different portals. However, the entry rules are strict, only allowing those under 25. Su Luo pondered for a moment. "So, you're here to inform me about participating in the Huanglong secret realm?" "No." Long Xiaohui shook his head. "The Huanglong secret realm opens in a month." "Then why are you here now?" Su Luo was even more puzzled. Long Xiaohui hesitated before finally revealing his true purpose. I want to ask you to help us level up." Upon hearing Long Xiaohui's words, Su Luo was completely stunned. The capital city of Long was known for its abundance of talent, and now he was supposed to train them? It sounded like a joke. However, Long Xiaohui's face was filled with frustration as he looked at Su Luo, his expression deadly serious, showing no signs of jest. He explained the situation in detail. The Huanglong secret realm opens once every 10 years and connects multiple locations. During this time, countries send people to explore and search for treasures. The rivalries between nations, combined with the potential for backstabbing and treasure snatching, highlight the importance of strength. Therefore, almost every country sends their most elite forces. Long Xiaohui revealed that the upper echelons of Long country had already decided on the candidates for the Huanglong secret realm, and Su Luo was among them. This revelation left Su Luo speechless. Before he could fully process it, Xuanwu and Fire Phoenix excitedly expressed through their contract that they could join him. They also mentioned the possible existence of a White Tiger Divine Core in the Huanglong secret realm, which immediately piqued Su Luo's interest. With the lure of a Divine Core, Su Luo had no reason to refuse. He agreed on the spot and arranged with Long Xiaohui to set off for Pejuan City early the next morning. Pejuan City was only one city away from Haya City, and they could reach it in 3 minutes via the teleportation array. After Long Xiaohui left, Su Luo returned to his room to inventory the spoils of his recent battles. He entered the divine medicine realm and saw the cute little necromancer happily roaming around the various herb fields. This creature, which looked both monstrous and somewhat silly, left Su Luo astonished. Sensing Su Luo's disdainful gaze, the necromancer immediately shouted, "I am the god of the underworld, and you dare look down on me?" As soon as the words left its mouth, its body was enveloped in a black mist, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a three-meter-tall, red-robed giant monster wielding a massive, gleaming scythe-like weapon. Su Luo quickly opened the necromancer's attribute panel. Lord of the Underworld, level 87, Divine Core. Attack, 128,000 defense, 64,000 spirit, 65,000 constitution, 185,000. Skills. Passive, Lord of the Undead. Lord of the Undead. The subjects under its rule have 30 higher strength, speed, constitution, gathering, and alchemy abilities compared to humans. Seeing these stats, Su Luo was slightly surprised. After merging with the Divine Core, even the skills were kept secret, but the passive skill seemed significantly enhanced. To further understand the necromancer's abilities, Su Luo asked what it could do. The necromancer proudly replied, I can do a lot. I know everything Xuanwu knows and even more. With a casual wave, it summoned a skeleton mage without any incantations or gestures. Su Luo checked the skeleton mage's attributes in astonishment. Level 67. Attack, 58,000 defense, 26,000 spirit, 12,000 constitution, 46,000. Skills, Death Curse, Nether Flame, Soul Reaping. Description: a dark mage from hell. Its skills have death attributes, increasing damage to living beings by 20. Witnessing this, all the pets looked on with envy. While the skeleton mage might not rank among the top 3 in solo combat, its group battle capabilities were undeniably exceptional. Su Luo casually praised it, and then moved to the divine soil. The sword chi grass had grown to a height of 3 meters, with leaves resembling a giant agave. A rough estimate suggested there were at least 300 leaves, and its attack power was now capable of threatening a Vajra demon ape. Looking at this potential powerhouse, Su Luo was relieved that it had fallen into his hands, rather than being taken back to Sakura Island by that old man, as it could have caused significant trouble for Long Country. As the realm spirit of the divine medicine realm, the necromancer's increased strength also enhanced its control over the realm. Herbs that originally took 10 days to mature now only needed 3 days. Su Luo was very satisfied with the necromancer's abilities. After making a round in the divine medicine realm, Su Luo returned to his room to check his own attributes. After 2 days of intense monster grinding, Su Luo's level had skyrocketed to 70. He sat quietly in his room, carefully inspecting his attribute panel. Name, Su Luo. Class, Spirit Tamer. Level, 70. Attack, 48,000. Spirit, 22,000. Defense, 26,500. Constitution, 120,000, 20,000, 230,000. His equipment section gleamed with brilliance. Yellow dragon helmet, yellow dragon chestplate, yellow dragon gauntlets, each piece exuding immense power. In the pet section, powerful creatures like the Fire Phoenix, Lord of the Underworld, and Xuanwu were prominently listed. His skill list was neatly arranged with abilities like Spirit Taming, Phoenix Rebirth, Endless Ice Seal, and Samadhi True Fire. Frowning, Su Luo swiftly scrolled through his attribute panel. With my constitution and defense totaling around 380,000, it would take an attack power above that to one-shot me. It's still not safe enough, he muttered to himself, quickly considering 2 options to enhance his defense: learning defensive skills or finding better equipment. Either method could boost his defense by at least 100,000. After a brief tidy-up, Su Luo lay down to rest. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a pale glow on his bed, but he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The past 2 days of success made him uneasy, as if he'd exhausted a lifetime's worth of luck in such a short time. Not only had he collected the death attribute divinity, but he'd also acquired the mythical plant swordgrass. Even without these treasures, reaching level 70 was already a massive achievement. Now, it felt like an incredible windfall. Early the next morning, Su Luo got up and quickly freshened up. He strode towards the teleportation array in Black Raven City, ready to leave. His efforts over the past 2 days had significantly reduced the pressure from the beasts threatening Black Raven City, and he felt there was no need to stay any longer. Heading to Pajuan City meant forming a team to level up, which would significantly boost his level a win-win situation. More importantly, the allure of the Yellow Dragon's secret realm was irresistible. With the Necromancer and Xuanwu having obtained divinity shards, their combat power had skyrocketed several times over. Su Luo mused that if he could acquire a White Tiger divinity, his trump card would be even more formidable. As Su Luo stepped out of the teleportation array in Pajuan City, he was momentarily stunned. Standing before him were a group of familiar faces: Zhou Taisheng, Zhou Lan, Yi Lingyue, and Long Shewil present. Their appearance caught Su Luo off guard, leaving him uncertain of how to react. Su Luo's figure appeared in everyone's sight, and Zhou Tiesheng's face immediately lit up with a bright smile. You finally made it. I thought you weren't coming, he grinned, while Zhou Lan and Yi Lingyue also gave Su Luo friendly looks. However, when Zhou Taisheng noticed Su Luo's level, his eyes widened in disbelief. You're level 70? He exclaimed, as if he'd seen a ghost. A flash of surprise crossed Yi Lingyue's eyes, followed by admiration. To her, Su Luo was not only exceptionally talented and of great character, but also relentless in his pursuit of strength. Long Xiaohui waved his hand, interrupting everyone's astonishment. All right, let's talk while we walk. We've got a few old friends waiting for us over there. He motioned for Su Luo to follow. After about half an hour of walking, the group arrived at the entrance to Pojun City. Like Heya City, Pojun City had 36 passageways, all currently closed. Several young people were waiting at the entrance, alongside a burly middle-aged man in a black robe. As soon as Long Sihai saw Su Luo, he warmly extended his hand. Su Xiaoxiong, long time no see, he greeted, though his handshake made Su Luo slightly uncomfortable. There's no need to be so formal, Long Si. Su Luo awkwardly withdrew his hand, discreetly wiping it on his clothes. He thought, this old guy, why does he have to be so touchy? Long Si looked at Su Luo with a cunning glint in his eyes. Xiaohui must have told you about the mission, right? You're carrying the hopes of our Long country. Su Luo asked. So, what exactly is our task in the Huanglong secret realm? To seek treasures on behalf of Long country, Long Si responded. Su Luo felt a surge of displeasure. Seek treasures for Long country? Does that mean I get nothing for myself? Risking my life for someone else's gain? Sensing Su Luo's discontent, Long Xiaohui quickly explained, it's not exactly like that. The main task is to collect Huanglong crystals, but any other treasures we find can be divided among ourselves. Su Luo immediately put on a magnanimous expression and smiled. No problem. It's our duty to contribute to Long country. Even without any benefits, I would still give my all. Though everyone saw through his act, nobody pointed it out. Long Si nodded with satisfaction and reclined on a chair, with a pot of hot tea and a bag of sunflower seeds on a small table beside him. Since everything's settled, you all go ahead and prepare. The Huanglong secret realm opens in a month. Use this time to strengthen yourselves. Go well and come back safely. Long Xiaohui introduced several new team members to Su Luo. The team was meticulously chosen, including Su Luo, Zhou Lan, Zhou Taisheng, Yi Lingyue, and Long Xiaohui, along with 3 new members, covering roles such as swordsman, archer, knight, berserker, support, mage, assassin, and beastmaster. Everyone's level was at least 60, with Su Luo's 70 being the highest. Previously, Long Xiaohui had the most authority, but now, except for Zhou Taisheng and the others, the new members looked at Su Luo with respect and admiration. They had heard of Su Luo's feats, and now his level and combat prowess far surpassed theirs. Su Daxiao, it's all up to you now. After forming the team, Su Luo led them out. Long Si had already opened a small path out of the city, bypassing the passageways. Outside the city walls, countless beasts roamed aimlessly. Sensing the group approaching, they started howling, with some even attacking directly. These little beasts are no match for us. Zhou Taisheng charged forward, raising his shield. A dark, transparent barrier appeared, blocking all the beasts' attacks. Su Luo was slightly surprised, thinking that the barrier's range was nearly 3 meters in diameter indeed. No profession should be underestimated in the later stages. Everyone move out. Su Luo commanded calmly, summoning his Xian Shui turtle. Zhou Taisheng followed suit with his ironhide rhino. The group, all elite fighters, quickly fought their way out of the encirclement. However, the situation quickly worsened. A tide of beasts surged towards them, overwhelming the team and throwing them into chaos. Long Xiaohui, despite being a skilled swordsman, found himself overwhelmed by the swarming beasts. His sword flashed as he barely held off the creatures in front of him, but he couldn't fend off the threats from behind. The archers and mages were even more disadvantaged in the chaotic battlefield, forced to huddle together, unable to find suitable positions for ranged attacks. Although Zhou Taisheng could withstand some of the monster's assaults with his strong physique, he was merely a human shield, constantly at risk of being breached. The battle had reached a stalemate, with everyone scrambling and struggling. Su Luo, riding on the back of his Xian Shui turtle, frowned as he observed the scene. He was used to a carefree, solo style but now found himself frustrated by the inefficiency of team coordination. In such a chaotic situation, the main combat roles might barely hold their ground, but support roles like Zhou Lan, a holy light healer, and fragile mages like Yi Lingyue, along with archers ineffective in close combat, were exceptionally vulnerable. Yi Lingyue looked up at Su Luo with a wry smile. She lightly patted his knee, her voice tinged with plea. Su Luo, please step in. We're barely holding on here. Zhou Lan and Zhou Taisheng also glanced at him with imploring eyes. They all knew that only Su Luo had the power to turn the tide against so many beasts. Long Xiaohui and the others, hearing Yi Lingyue's words, curiously turned their gaze to Su Luo, their eyes filled with anticipation, as if waiting for a spectacular performance. Seeing this, Zhou Taisheng exaggeratedly praised. No worries. Brother Luo will take care of it. As soon as he finished, Long Xiaohui stopped fighting and, mimicking Zhou Lan's pleading look, half-jokingly said, Young Master Su, if you don't act, we're done for. Under everyone's gaze, Su Luo felt a headache coming on. He inwardly complained. Why bother with the Huanglong secret realm now? But outwardly, he remained calm and said, No worries, I'll handle it. With that, Su Luo immediately summoned several pets. The Netherworld Tiger charged out first, incredibly fast, not the most robust but resilient with self-healing abilities. Next, the Fire Phoenix and the 3-legged Golden Crow took flight, their attacks both powerful and wide-ranging. Finally, the Golden Scale Flame Dragon and the Undead Sorcerer joined the fray, instantly forming a formidable combat lineup. The pets attacked in unison, swiftly clearing the surrounding monsters. Long Xiaohui and the others watched in stunned silence, deeply impressed. They couldn't help but marvel. So this is the power of a beast master? As each mythical beast fell, the group's experience bars slowly climbed. The system notifications kept popping up, announcing Su Luo's achievements. Congratulations on killing 3 leopards, experience 800. Congratulations on killing the black-skinned demon pig, experience 980. Su Luo remained calm, riding his Xian Shui turtle forward. Wherever he went, the beasts fell like wheat before a scythe, clearing an area in just 10 seconds. His effortless demeanor made it look less like a battle and more like an experience farming session. This confident display left the others in awe. After all, the beasts here were at least level 60, yet to Su Luo, they seemed as easy to defeat as slicing vegetables. Apart from Long Xiaohui and Zhou Taisheng, the other 3 gazed at Su Luo with shock in their eyes. The system notifications kept coming. Congratulations on killing the iron-hoofed demon bull. Experience 1200. Congratulations on killing the wolf eagle. Experience 1100. Congratulations on killing the blood-red skeleton. Experience 1350. Zhou Taisheng looked at Su Luo, his face full of resignation and a hint of despair in his eyes. How were they supposed to level up like this? Following Su Luo around was basically a free ride to higher levels. Not just him, but the others also felt a sense of frustration. Back home, they were considered rare geniuses, top tier in both level and strength. But compared to Su Luo, their brilliance seemed to fade. Outside Pajun City, the dense concentration of beasts, almost all above level 60, made it a treacherous place even for a team of the same level. However, with Su Luo around, the others felt utterly useless. Zhou Lan, the holy light healer, hadn't even used a single healing spell. The archer, hoping to show off his skills, found his arrows dealing only 12,000 damage, while Su Luo's pet casually landed critical hits of 54,000. Zhou Taisheng, the team's frontline defender, leisurely followed Su Luo while munching on sunflower seeds. He even suggested, "Luo, you're incredible. There are more beasts over there. Let's head that way." The group, initially near the city wall, was soon led by Su Luo to a slope with a massive boulder. Long Xiaohui proposed, "Brother Su, how about we farm beasts here? You can arrange it as you see fit." Su Luo nodded, "Sure, I'll check on your situation first. Once I'm sure you're okay, I'll go solo." With Su Luo's approval, Long Xiaohui quickly organized the team for battle. He shouted, "Everyone, form up," and gripped his crimson longsword tightly. The mage, archer, and holy light healer swiftly moved behind the boulder. Zhou Taisheng, Long Xiaohui, the berserker, and the assassin took positions at the front, using the boulder as a shield to begin the fight. To let them level up effectively, Su Luo deliberately rode his Xian Shui turtle to a distance. This way, the beasts surrounded the team, allowing them to fully demonstrate their combat prowess. As the beast roars echoed, Zhou Taisheng let out a mighty shout, and his shield formed a dark golden glow. This seemingly small shield expanded into an impenetrable barrier, blocking all attacks and skills from the beasts. Long Xiaohui held the left flank alone, his crimson longsword drawing dark red lines in the air. Any beast touching these lines suffered massive damage. The right flank was guarded by the assassin and the berserker. The assassin moved nimbly, even capable of stealthily infiltrating the beast horde to deliver lethal strikes. One beast fell with a thud, and Su Luo saw the assassin's staggering damage, 123,800. Was this a critical hit, or just his base damage? If it's the latter, they would indeed need more survival items in the future. The assassin roamed around the team, while Zhou Taisheng single-handedly blocked all the beasts at the front. The berserker and Long Xiaohui handled the flanks. Zhou Lan, Yi Lingyue, and another archer were protected in the middle, launching fierce attacks on the surrounding beasts. Thud, thud, thud. Skills rained down on the beast horde, causing equally impressive damage. 16,500, 12,000, 8,999. A series of rapid damage numbers burst like fireworks in the air, and the beasts fell one after another. In less than 10 seconds, the first wave of monsters had been cleared by the team. The system notifications followed in quick succession. Congratulations! You've gained 1,200 team experience points. Congratulations! You've gained 800 team experience points. Su Luo observed the battle results quietly, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth, clearly satisfied with the harvest. He mused to himself, for ordinary class changers, team combat efficiency indeed far surpasses solo play, especially when facing such dense groups of beasts. The coordination among different classes is like the left and right fists of a boxer, capable of both defense and offense, complementing each other perfectly. However, amidst his satisfaction, a new question emerged in Su Luo's mind. How far should he let these people level up with him? His gaze swept over the level 5,060 wild monsters outside, confidently estimating that he could clear them all in half a minute with his strength. But when it comes to levels, the higher, the better. Since they're all friends, letting them reap some easy rewards for a while wouldn't hurt. Having made up his mind, Su Luo mounted his Xian Shui turtle, leading his numerous pets forward, heading to the other side of Pajun City. Considering the team's distance limit of 500 meters, he purposely chose the opposite direction from before. This way, even if the beasts on this side were cleared, it wouldn't affect the other team. Master, are we farming experience again today? Xianwu asked in a childish voice, with a hint of dissatisfaction. Normally, the experience gained from pet kills belonged entirely to them, but now with Su Luo's team, they had to share it with others. The pets were clearly not too happy about this. Just for a little while, consider it a favor to them, Su Luo explained briefly, then took out a Yuming Lanyu flower from the divine medicine realm to prepare for the upcoming battle. He glanced at Long Sihai, who was secretly watching from the city wall, and thought to himself, if it weren't for that old fox keeping an eye on things, he would have liked to try out the power of the Jian Qi grass as well. Iron-plated rhinos, blood wolves, and tusked boar siege, a level 65 to 70 beast were closing in on Su Luo. He sent several of his pets to grind monsters in the distance, leaving only the Xian Shui turtle by his side as a precaution. Su Luo's pets had no range restrictions. Even if he flew abroad, he could still enjoy the experience points gained from his pets' monster hunting. Suddenly, the colossal body of the Yuming Lanyu flower shot skyward, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Players grinding monsters nearby were instantly excited, anticipating the rush of soaring experience points. Zhou Tiexing's eyes gleamed with fervor, recalling the exhilarating surge of experience when he had teamed up with Su Luo before. Long Xiaohui scanned the surroundings, ensuring everyone had enough supplies. The young archer's cheeks flushed slightly as he nodded, signaling his readiness. He immediately unleashed a wide-area skill, Rain of Arrows, blanketing a 20-meter radius with a barrage of arrows. Following that, he cast a group slow skill, Ice Arrow, reducing the speed of all beasts within the area by 50. Yi Lingyue confidently took over the rhythm of the battle, holding a staff in one hand and a medium-sized mental recovery potion in the other. She continuously cast fire-based skills, Flame Flower, Blazing Inferno, and Fire Burst. Her skills bloomed like art among the monsters, with damage numbers of 18,500, 16,000, and 15,800 popping up incessantly. The archer was no slouch either, alternating between skills and basic attacks, firing 3 arrows per second with impressive damage output. At this moment, a series of experience notifications echoed in the team members' minds. Experience shared from team, 699. Experience shared from team, 1,000. Experience shared from team, 800. In just 1 minute, nearly everyone had leveled up. Zhou Taixing shouted excitedly and quickly consumed stamina and mental recovery potions. Determination flashed in Yi Lingyue's eyes as she began a new round of skill casting. Not to be outdone, Zhou Lan, the Holy Light support, occasionally used her sole offensive skill, Holy Light Baptism, among the beasts. The radiant light not only slowed the beasts, but also dealt considerable damage, with numbers ranging from 600 to 1,250. Meanwhile, Su Luo controlled the Yuming Lanyu flower, executing his straightforward yet highly efficient grinding operation. Massive vines slashed side to side like guillotine blades, covering a 300-meter radius with each sweep. The damage numbers were astonishing. 16,600, 15,000, 12,000. In just 5 sweeps, the 300-meter area in front of Su Luo was completely cleared of beasts. Congratulations, you've reached level 71. The system's notification sounded, but Su Luo frowned. He realized his teammates were on the verge of leveling up a second time, while he had only gained 1 level. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that his teammates needed about 500,000 experience points to level up, whereas he required 2 million. Su Luo sighed inwardly, thinking that the Lingquan pill should be ready in a couple of days. Since he had decided to help them level up, he might as well see it through. He moved further afield, continuing his monster grinding journey. Meanwhile, on the city wall, Long Sihai held a memory stone, recording the entire scene. He took an item from his backpack and placed it into the memory stone, which then vanished into thin air. This kid is absolutely extraordinary. If he had been born 30 years earlier, the old man would have had nothing to do. Long Sihai sighed inwardly as he finally wrapped up his work and turned his gaze back to Su Luo. His eyes were full of admiration, as if he saw the hope for the future of Long Nation. He firmly believed that with a genius like Su Luo, Long Nation was destined to reach new heights under his leadership. Meanwhile, a secret meeting was taking place far away in Longdu, at the Long family residence. Although the meeting room was small, it gathered the core members of the Long family. Besides the esteemed Elder Long, there were 2 other significant figures, a young man in a black robe with a golden dragon emblem on his chest, and an elderly man in casual attire with a kindly smile. All three of them focused their attention on a large display device in front of them. Elder Long carefully took out a memory stone from a special container and inserted it into the slot next to the display. This is footage just sent back from Pujun City. Please take a look, he said as he pressed the switch. The screen flickered, revealing a tall, handsome young man. He was effortlessly controlling a massive vine, sweeping across the entire battlefield. In just 20 seconds, every beast within a 300-meter radius was cleared out. Although the recorded footage was brief, it was enough to leave everyone in the room stunned. After the video ended, there was a momentary silence in the room. The first to break it was the young man, Zhao Zhan, whose eyes were filled with shock. He turned to the elderly man beside him and asked, "How is this possible? That vine is clearly a plant. Isn't he a beast tamer?" The elderly man, who was the current highest authority in Long Nation, also showed a hint of surprise, but was more delighted than anything else. "I've heard that people from Sakura Island are skilled at controlling plants, but none of them have surpassed level 20, he mused. If Su Luo is utilized properly, he could solve our immediate crisis. Seeing this, Elder Long smiled and looked at the elderly man with anticipation. "Brother Zhao, the person I recommended is quite impressive, isn't he?" "Indeed." The elderly man nodded in agreement. "If he truly completes the task, we should reward him generously." Upon hearing this, Elder Long immediately put away his smile and turned serious. "He happens to have the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Vermilion Bird. What do you think we should give him?" The elderly man pondered for a moment before solemnly replying, "There are only 3 pieces of the Azure Dragon's divine shard, and the last one hasn't been found yet. As long as he completes the task, he can choose anything he wants from the secret vault." Outside of Pajun City, Su Luo sat atop his Xuanwu, standing on a small hill. The vitality of the Yuming Lanyue flower was exhausted, forcing him to rely on his pets for combat. On the distant city wall, Long Sihai stood motionless like a rooted tree, making Su Luo almost want to draw out his sword chi grass. In less than an hour, Long Xiaohui and his team had leveled up 4 times, and Su Luo had gained a level as well. Although the Yuming Lanyue flower was unusable, the combined efforts of the Fire Phoenix, Ghost Tiger, Golden Scale Flame Dragon, and 3-legged Golden Crow made for an impressive monster-killing speed. Even with Su Luo's experience bar being 4 times longer than that of an average job changer, it was steadily filling up. With nothing else to do, Su Luo decided to sit on Xuanwu's back and enjoy the surrounding scenery. From the top of the small hill, he could see the world stretching out before him. The land seemed teeming with various exotic beasts. In the far distance, where his vision almost blurred, Su Luo noticed a dark object glowing with a purple light, which appeared to be the source of the beasts. Su Luo immediately summoned the necromancer from the divine medicine realm and pointed to the distant strange object. The necromancer, with a puzzled expression and a smear of red lipstick on its bony face, looked in the direction Su Luo indicated. Seeing only a gigantic, bubbling, decayed giant, it casually explained that it was a level 75 hell giant. Annoyed, Su Luo slapped the necromancer, emphasizing that he was referring to the farther purple glowing object. The necromancer, baring its teeth, observed carefully and then shook its head in confusion, explaining that it had been born in a dungeon and was unfamiliar with the wild. Suddenly, it remembered something and excitedly asked if the Lingquan Dan's ingredients had matured, boasting that it now had a master-level blacksmith capable of forging legendary equipment. Su Luo, surprised, asked for details. The necromancer explained that although it could only summon mid-level blacksmiths, it had continuously crafted farming tools to level them up. It even produced a bone hoe, which astonishingly had its own attribute panel, leaving Su Luo amazed. Praising the necromancer's creativity, Su Luo encouraged it to continue training blacksmiths, as legendary equipment wasn't needed immediately, but future equipment supply for the Yaoshan gang would benefit. Thrilled by the recognition, the necromancer eagerly rushed back to the divine medicine realm. As dusk fell, Su Luo rode Xuanwu to join Long Xiaohui and his team. On the way, he carefully selected equipment, picking only exceptional grade items or higher. Most of the equipment dropped by monsters was ordinary and held no appeal for high-level job changers. Long Xiaohui and the others were preparing to retreat. Seeing Su Luo approaching, Long Xiaohui smiled and thanked him for his help today. Zhou Taisheng and the others also expressed their gratitude, as they had all gained several levels thanks to Su Luo's assistance. Su Luo modestly suggested they return quickly to avoid encountering strengthened beasts. With the pets providing cover, the group retreated slowly. Once back in the city, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Long Sihai had been waiting for a while. Pointing to a large bus behind him, he suggested they go into the city to celebrate with a meal. He also revealed that the battle zone had been cleared to facilitate their leveling. With that, Long Sihai hopped into the driver's seat. The others remained silent, and Su Luo quietly got into the car. Despite his calm exterior, his mind was racing. An entire city in the war zone had been evacuated just to level up this team? This clearly highlighted the fierce competition for the Huanglong's secret realm. After dinner, the group settled down in a hotel in the city. As everyone was about to head to their rooms, Long Sihai, looking serious, called out to Su Luo. Is there something else? Su Luo asked, puzzled. Long Sihai lowered his voice and said mysteriously, you saved the old man's life. Allowing you to participate in the Huanglong's secret realm is actually a great opportunity he's giving you. What kind of opportunity? Su Luo still looked confused. Have you heard of divine fragments? Long Sihai's face lit up with a smug expression. Su Luo pretended to be clueless. No, I haven't. Divine fragments are items that can make your pets incredibly powerful, Long Sihai explained. And then, Su Luo pressed further. Long Sihai sighed, a little frustrated. Why aren't you more curious? The old man has already arranged everything. Within 3 days, if you can level them up to 80, you'll get to choose a divine fragment from the national treasury. You haven't used a divine fragment or its shards before, right? Once you get one, you'll understand how amazing they are. He continued, we've received word that the Huanglong secret realm will open earlier than expected. 1 day has already passed, so we have 2 days left to prepare for the journey. Not seeing the expected excitement on Su Luo's face, Long Sihai muttered to himself as he walked away. Watching Long Sihai's figure disappear, a smile finally appeared on Su Luo's face. Divine fragment shards? He was more than familiar with those. The thought of picking divine fragment shards from the national treasury filled him with determination. He quickly calculated in his mind. Yi Lingyue was currently at level 68, Zhou Taixing at level 64, Long Xiaohui at level 70, Zhou Lan at level 67, and the other 3 were close to level 70 as well. Getting everyone to level 80 in 2 days would be challenging but not impossible. Su Luo made up his mind to complete this task perfectly. In the dead of night, Su Luo tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The temptation of the divine essence hung over him like a sword, making it impossible to find peace. Long Sihai's words echoed in his mind. If true, he must bring everyone to level 80 at all costs. However, doing so might expose some of his cards. After much contemplation, a brilliant idea struck Su Luo. Since it's all about leveling up, as long as he ensures everyone's safety, moving a bit away from Pajun City wouldn't hurt. He calculated that after the vitality of the Yuming Lanyue flower ran out, he could still use the Jinchi grass. With the abundant exotic beasts here, even a few pets could go all out. Getting them to level 80 within 2 days shouldn't be a problem. However, to get himself to level 80, he would need the feedback from the pet's Lingquan pills. With that thought, Su Luo immediately entered the divine herb realm. The sight before him was breathtaking. The herbs in the various fields were already half a person's height, lush and thriving. Some mature herbs were being harvested by skeletal servants. Seeing this, Su Luo felt a strong sense of accomplishment. After all, everything in this divine herb realm was his kingdom. Su Luo secretly planned to find a few more space stones. No matter how he thought about it, the space in the divine herb realm still felt cramped. It needed to be large enough to plant herbs that could last for half a year. Before leaving the realm, he summoned the necromancer, his foreman, for refining pills. Whenever the pills ran out, he could always count on him. The next morning, Long Xiaohui and the others woke up early, eagerly waiting at the hotel lobby. When Su Luo finally arrived, he realized he was the last one up. Su Deshao, we only have 3 days, so we need to hurry, Long Xiaohui said cautiously, handing Su Luo a few steaming buns. Let's eat and chat on the way. Let's go. Su Luo took a bite of the bun and followed the group out to the car. This time, Long Sihai didn't come, but that was expected. He had already explained the leveling up process clearly and didn't need to oversee it further. The vehicle dropped them off at the border of Pajun City and quietly left. The driver remained silent, not inquiring about anything. Su Luo absent-mindedly chewed on his bun while Long Xiaohui and the others were already buzzing with excitement. Su Deshao, did my uncle tell you? If you get us to level 80, you'll get something good, Long Xiaohui said, stretching his arms. Su Luo nodded in response, checking the vitality of the Jinchi grass and the Yuming Lanyue flower. Whether he could get them to level 80 in 2 days depended on these 2 plants. Today, each of us has prepared 400 mental recovery potions. We're going on a killing spree. Yes, even I, old Zhou, will switch from defense to offense. Don't worry, Luo, we won't hold you back, Zhou Taixing said with a grin, pulling a miniature shield from his backpack, full of confidence. It seemed this knight planned to turn into a warrior today. Since everyone's so enthusiastic, let's get going. Finishing the last bite of his bun, Su Luo led the group on their journey. They slowly crossed the breach in the city wall and began hunting exotic beasts, unaware that 2 elders were watching them from the clouds. Old Zhao, this kid's got potential, right? Watching Su Luo manipulate the vine plant to slaughter beasts, Old Long beamed, showing off to the elder beside him. I discovered him. Surviving a great disaster brings future blessings. Old Zhao, dressed in a black robe adorned with golden dragons, stared sternly at the vine below, frowning but saying nothing. Don't worry, the disciple is clean. His sister is Su Bingxue. His sister is Su Bingxue? A flash of surprise crossed old Zhao's eyes, followed by a smile. Two geniuses in the Su family. Maybe it's time for a change in the great families of Dragon Country? This seemingly casual remark would make anyone else shiver. Changing great families often meant rivers of blood. However, Old Long was unfazed, simply muttering, those siblings are different from the old fossils. Even if you offered them your position, they probably wouldn't be interested. Ah, youth. Old Zhao sighed, agreeing with Old Long. After all, the two had known each other for nearly a century and had no secrets between them. Moments later, the two elders vanished into thin air. On the ground, Xuanwu was spewing ice pillars to kill exotic beasts, occasionally glancing at the sky. They're gone. It suddenly said to Su Luo. What on earth are these two old guys up to? Su Luo looked frustrated as he controlled the nether moonflower to lash out fiercely. Unfortunately, it didn't have much effect, and his expression grew even darker. Su Luo did indeed like the idea of a divine rank and craved power, but being constantly watched made him feel suffocated. In just 2 days, he had been monitored countless times. He couldn't help but imagine that if he took on a role like his sister, it would be even more stifling. This thought instantly made him lose interest in the kill points. Don't worry, master, Xuanwu comforted him. Once I level up a few more times, those two won't stand a chance against us. Are they both level 150 job changers? Su Luo asked with a frown. Yes, the unfamiliar old man seems even more powerful, Xuanwu explained. I felt Elder Long's aura before. As for that unfamiliar old man, he's probably the one who promised you the divine rank. He's a bit stronger than Elder Long. It seems Long Country isn't as simple as it appears on the surface. Su Luo sighed. Just then, the vitality of the nether moonflower was exhausted. He quickly put it back into the divine soil and took out the sword chi grass. After Xuanwu confirmed that no one was spying on them, Su Luo began to control the sword chi grass to launch an attack. At this moment, the sword chi grass stood over 10 meters tall, resembling a giant tree densely covered with sharp, slender leaves. As Su Luo's will merged with it, the leaves spread out instantly, bristling like porcupine quills. Waves of exotic beasts surged forward once more. To indulge in the slaughter, Su Luo commanded all his pets to stay behind him. Attack, he muttered, and the massive trunk of the sword chi grass began to spin, forming a gigantic storm. Countless sharp leaves detached from the trunk, transforming into azure sword chi that coalesced into a dragon. With a slight movement of Su Luo's finger, the sword chi dragon shot forward. 18,000, 17,500, 16,000. A series of critical damage numbers appeared. Wherever the sword chi dragon passed, the exotic beasts were annihilated instantly. Watching this scene, Su Luo's eyes showed a look of astonishment. No wonder this is a mythical plant. It's in a completely different league compared to the nether moonflower. One more move. Myriad swords returned to origin. Su Luo shouted excitedly, eyes sparkling with thrill. With a wave of his hands, countless sword energies, condensed from sword chi grass, dispersed instantly like a dense shower of silver meteors, whistling towards the horde of monsters ahead. Su Luo pointed sharply, and tens of thousands of sword energies shot out, surging towards the beast horde with unstoppable force. The air filled with the piercing sound of sword energies slicing through the void. 16,000, 18,500, 13,000. High damage numbers popped up continuously, accompanied by the wails of monsters. System notifications rang out one after another. Congratulations, you have slain Blood Soul Spider. EXP 1200. Congratulations, you have slain Werewolf. EXP 1500. Congratulations, you have slain Nether Skeleton. XP 1000. Experience points were harvested rapidly, and Su Luo's experience bar grew visibly. He was intoxicated by this feeling, thinking to himself, this is awesome. The power of sword chi grass far exceeded Su Luo's expectations. Out of the tens of thousands of sword energies, about 3,000 remained. Su Luo gathered them into a dragon of sword energy, which spiraled in the air before slowly descending to rotate around him. 16,000, 14,000, 12,800. Each moment, the dragon of sword energy dealt significant damage. Witnessing this, Su Luo was completely enthralled, pondering, sword chi grass is truly amazing. If all these sword energies were used against a single target, even an old master could be taken down twice in one night. As the last sword energy was consumed, the main stem of the sword chi grass began to wither, shrinking into a small grass form. Su Luo knew that the sword chi grass needed about a day to fully recover, similar to the nether moonflower. In just a few minutes of battle, Su Luo felt unsatisfied. He couldn't help but imagine, If I could plant more of these in the divine soil, I could dominate any fight. Unfortunately, it's a mythical plant rare and hard to come by. Just then, the necromancer rushed forward, shouting, "Master, it's our turn now." He held a gigantic scythe, his form transforming from a tiny skeleton into a three-metered fierce figure. His skeletal body was now robust, clad in a layer of dark armor that gleamed with a metallic luster. Before the surrounding beasts could approach, the necromancer let out an excited howl, dragging his scythe as he charged. Following him, the ghost tiger, golden scale dragon, fire phoenix, and three-legged golden crow each took their positions and engaged in battle. Su Luo took out a legendary dark sword from his backpack, then leaped off the back of the Xuanwu, eager to join the fray. Xuanwu asked curiously, "Master, are you going to fight personally?" "Just trying out the swordsman feel," Su Luo replied briefly, then swung the greatsword at a nearby Hell Bull demon. Bang! The greatsword struck the Hell Bull demon, instantly displaying a high damage number, 28,000. Seeing this damage, Su Luo was stunned. He quickly opened his attribute panel. Name, Su Luo. Class, Spirit Master. Level, 75. Attack, 48,800. Spirit, 23,000. Defense, 345,000. Constitution, 150,000. Equipment, Blacklight Sword, Yellow Dragon Helmet, Yellow Dragon Chestplate, Yellow Dragon Gauntlets. Pets, Fire Phoenix, Lord of the Underworld, Xuanwu. Skills, Spirit Taming, Phoenix Rebirth, Endless Ice Seal, Samadhi Fire. I see. Su Luo realized, at level 75, even if I'm not a swordsman, my basic attack can reach over 40,000. After breaking through defenses, a single strike can deal over 20,000 damage. Not bad at all. While Su Luo was immersed in his attribute panel, the Hell Bull demon charged at him. This giant beast stood over 2 meters tall, much stronger than an average bull. Its horns glowed with a dark metallic sheen, rushing at Su Luo. Just as Su Luo closed his attribute panel, he saw the Hell Bull demon charging towards him, and his expression turned grim. Bang! One. Su Luo staggered slightly from the impact, but, seeing the damage value, his expression shifted from annoyance to excitement. This damage is a whole 1 point. Su Luo thought with delight. Seems like my defense is too high for these beasts to break through. Su Luo dusted off the mark left by the collision, then charged at the beasts with his blacklight sword. "Watch my invincible combo slash," he shouted, boasting his incredible defense, slicing through the beast horde like a child swinging a stick at a field of flowers. 12,000. 16,800. 24,000. High damage numbers continuously popped up, and Su Luo, caught up in the momentum, unleashed another skill Endless Ice Seal. As the skill activated, the air temperature plummeted, and the void seemed to be shrouded in a blue hue. The surrounding beasts began to slow down, affected by the freezing effect. 16,500. 14,000. 16,000. Damage numbers flashed rapidly in the air, like a downpour of digits. Suluo's Endless Freeze skill was incredibly powerful, slowing down the beasts within a 20-meter radius as if they were trapped in a temporal mire. Seizing this fleeting 3-second opportunity, Suluo swung his long sword, slashing continuously. Just as the freeze effect was about to dissipate, he seamlessly transitioned into another skill Samadhi True Fire. Instantly, more high damage numbers burst forth like fireworks. Meanwhile, worried that Suluo was venturing too far, Long Xiaohui and the group moved forward like an indomitable tank, slowly advancing through the horde of beasts towards Suluo. As they crested a small hill, Zhou Lan's eyes locked onto Suluo amid the beasts. She widened her eyes, her finger trembling as she pointed at him, exclaiming, "Look at Suluo." Zhou Taisheng turned casually, but his expression froze the next moment. "What the heck? How is this guy still fighting these beasts hand-to-hand?" he exclaimed in disbelief. "His swordsmanship is terrible, but the damage is real high. And he's even weaving in skills." Long Xiaohui stared intently at Suluo's moves, feeling his understanding of combat being completely upended. "So this is how a sword can be used?" he murmured. "He's using skills from both fire and ice mages. How is this even possible?" Yi Lingyue, a seasoned mage, immediately recognized the skills Suluo was using. "He can even cast mage skills," she said, astonished. Zhou Lan and the other three stopped in their tracks, their eyes glued to Suluo's performance. A beast tamer who not only had overpowered pets but could also control formidable plants, and now was interweaving mage skills into melee combat. The team's assassin, a young man in his 20s with dyed yellow hair, spoke slowly. "If he can turn invisible, I'll start calling him Dad." The others didn't give it much thought. After all, invisibility was an exclusive skill for assassins. With the abilities Suluo had already shown, being able to turn invisible seemed impossible, right? With the protection of numerous pets, The leveling squad fearlessly farmed monsters among the exotic beasts. After swinging his weapon for a while, Su Luo leisurely lay down on the broad shell of his black water turtle to rest. This scene made the other team members both envious and jealous. Leveling up while lying down. With such powerful pets fighting for you? Being a beast master is too awesome. Someone couldn't help but mutter under their breath. Seeing this, Zhou Taixing immediately summoned his ironhide rhino. You guys keep fighting, I'm going to rest for a bit, he said, flipping onto the rhino's back. As the team member responsible for defense and interception, he could afford to take a break with such a strong helper. Hey, let's all summon our pets, suggested Long Xiaohui. It'll increase our combat power and speed up the leveling process. With that, he summoned his Phantom Fox King. Following suit, Zhou Lan and Yi Lingyue also called out their respective pets. However, the assassin, berserker, and archer in the team exchanged awkward glances. Us? Summon our pets? When did we ever say we had pets? They looked embarrassed. Huang Mao looked at Long Xiaohui with a sheepish grin. Long Xiao, how did you guys get your pets? Teach me. Yeah, the chubby berserker chimed in. We want pets too. You don't want us to be a burden in the Huanglong secret realm, do you? This made Zhou Taixing frown. It sounded familiar, but he couldn't place where he'd heard it before. Long Xiaohui was in a dilemma. His pets were all captured with Su Luo's help. Although these three were teammates, they weren't familiar with Su Luo. Introducing them seemed inappropriate, but not introducing them felt like shirking responsibility. Seeing their hopeful eyes, he could only respond vaguely. If you want pets, you should ask our leader, Zhou Da. He might be able to help. Zhou Taixing is the leader? What kind of leader? The three looked puzzled, turning their gaze to the burly Zhou Taixing. Enjoying the sunlight with narrowed eyes, Zhou Taixing lazily introduced himself. I'm the vice leader of the Yaoxing Guild. Our leader got us these pets. He nodded towards Su Luo. Huang Mao's dagger clattered to the ground as he exclaimed. I've heard of the Yaoxing Guild and Su Luo, but isn't he supposed to be with the Alchemist Association? How is he connected to the Yaoxing Guild? The chubby berserker added loudly. I know he's the leader of the Yaoxing Guild, but can he really give out such high-level pets to members? The three looked at the level 80 ironhide rhino, lost in thought. For an average beast master, such high-level pets would be something even a favored son would have to wait until inheriting a fortune to obtain. The chubby berserker's eyes gleamed as he turned to Zhou Taixing with a flattering grin. Leader Zhou, do you think we could get pets if we join the Yaoxing Guild? We'd even sign a contract. The other two also looked at Zhou Taixing with anticipation. Zhou Taixing put away his smug expression and said with a wry smile, I need to discuss this with Brother Luo. I can't make that decision myself. No problem, the chubby berserker quickly replied. Just mention it to Brother Luo. Even if it's inconvenient for him, it's okay. We're all friends here. His words were sincere yet left room for Zhou Taixing and Su Luo to retreat gracefully. Yi Lingyue and Long Xiaohui looked at the chubby berserker with admiration. This guy knew how to advance and retreat, leaving room for others, which spoke well of his character. Seeing the enthusiasm of the group, Zhou Taixing decided not to refuse. He left the ironhide rhino behind and made his way towards Su Luo, holding up his shield to push through the crowd. At that moment, Su Luo was lying leisurely on the turtle's back. Seeing Zhou Taixing approach with a sycophantic smile, he rolled his eyes. Brother Luo, want to hear some good news? Zhou Taixing asked with a grin. What good news? There are a few Suntobe level 80 warriors who want to join our Yaoxing Guild. Could you spare a few pets? Su Luo glanced at the group looking over from a distance and immediately understood. You're talking about them, right? Brother Luo, you're sharp. You guessed it right away. Zhou Taixing beamed, waiting for Su Luo's response. Su Luo sighed. We're all friends here. Whether they join the guild is secondary. I'll come over in a bit. As soon as Su Luo finished speaking, he began to recall his pets. Upon receiving the news, Zhou Taixing immediately retraced his steps, his pace light and his eyes filled with anticipation. At that moment, the sky was darkening, dusk was setting in, making it the perfect time to retreat. In the evening, on their way back to the city, Su Luo occasionally glanced at the three companions, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. His thoughts raced. If I give them pets and make friends, they might be willing to help me later when I search for the divine fragments in the Huanglong secret realm. Making friends is always beneficial. Requiring them to join the medicine god sect just to receive pets would be too narrow-minded. Besides, simple transactions can't win hearts, but making friends can. The atmosphere was much livelier than the previous day, filled with laughter and chatter. As they passed through the city walls, the bus driver was already waiting at the original spot. However, Su Luo didn't board the bus immediately. Instead, he summoned over 20 level 80 pets. When he tamed the King Kong ape last time, he had also tamed hundreds of other pets, and many were still left. Letting them each choose 3 was more than enough. The bus driver was left dumbfounded, not understanding why Su Luo was summoning pets when they were about to return to the city. With a gentle smile, Su Luo waved to the three companions and said, "It's fate that brought us together. I'll give each of you a pet. Just pick whichever one you like and apply for a pet contract with me." Seeing Su Luo's generosity, the three were almost moved to tears. The berserker Wang Lei clasped his fists, his voice trembling with excitement. "Brother Su, your generosity is deeply appreciated. I, Wang Lei, will remember this favor." He then eagerly plunged into the pile of pets. The young archer's son Hai blushed and said shyly, "From now on, Brother Su's business is my business." The assassin Zhang Tianyi solemnly clasped his fists and bowed to Su Luo. Though he didn't speak, his eyes were filled with gratitude. In the end, the three of them each selected a pet they were satisfied with and boarded the bus back to the city with joy. Su Luo sat by the window, his gaze sweeping over their nearly level 80 experience points, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He calculated silently. As long as I get them to level 80 tomorrow, I can obtain the divine fragments, and I can freely choose from the national treasury. This thought made his heart surge with excitement, eagerly looking forward to the next day. The next day, the edge of the teleportation array in Pojun City was crowded with people. The Long family gathered to bid farewell. Old Master Long, dressed in a black robe, was saying his emotional goodbyes to his family. He had an important mission to escort the Dragon Nation's representative team to the mysterious Huanglong Island. Just as Old Master Long was about to step into the teleportation array, a familiar voice called out, "Old friend, wait a moment." Zhao Jiuxiao's aged figure pushed through the crowd. The Long family members, recognizing him, respectfully stepped aside to give the two elders some space. "Old Zhao, what's the matter?" Old Master Long asked with a smile, though a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. They had rehearsed the journey to the Huanglong secret realm countless times. Zhao's sudden appearance now could only mean something unexpected had happened. Zhao Jiuxiao looked worried inside. "Old Long, I need to go to Pajun City with you. I'm not at ease. I need to see for myself that their strength is up to par. The Huanglong crystal is crucial for the Dragon Nation's future in the coming years. If we fail, I will be a sinner for all ages." Although he didn't say much, Zhao Jiuxiao's concern was evident. Teams from various nations were composed of elite members, and while the Dragon Nation's team was strong, achieving a level up from 60 to 80 in just 3 days was akin to ascending to the heavens. Even with the divine level rewards given to Su Luo, Zhao was still anxious. Old Master Long didn't stop Zhao Jiuxiao from joining him. This old friend held a special status in the Dragon Nation and could walk as he pleased. Although he came alone, there were undoubtedly powerful protectors in the shadows. The two stepped into the teleportation array together, and immediately, a dozen lights flashed around them. Those knowledgeable would recognize them as portable teleportation arrays, highlighting the importance of this mission. The scene shifted to outside Pajun City, where beast corpses were strewn everywhere. Su Luo leisurely rode on the back of the Xuanwu, following the team. He appeared to be sunbathing, but his mind had actually delved into the divine medicine realm. The necromancer was directing skeletal alchemists to speed up the production of spirit spring pills, while nearby, skeletal blacksmiths were busy forging equipment. At this moment, the spirit spring pills had produced 300,000 pieces, each providing 10,000 experience points, totaling 3 billion experience points. Su Luo checked his attribute panel. Name, Su Luo. Class, Spirit Master. Level, 77. Attack, 49,000. Spirit, 28,000. Defense, 348,068, 1,280,000. Constitution, 170,000. Equipment, Blacklight War Sword, Huanglong Helmet, Huanglong Chest Armor, Huanglong Gauntlets. Pets, Fire Phoenix, Lord of the Underworld, Xuanwu. Skills, Spirit Taming, Phoenix Rebirth, Endless Ice Seal, Samadhi Fire. He needed about 100,000 more experience points to level up. Meanwhile, Long Xiaohui, Zhou Taisheng, Yilingyue, and others had all broken through to level 80, with Long Xiaohui reaching level 82. They moved through the monster hordes with ease, effortlessly soloing beasts over level 60. On the way back to the city in the evening, Yilingyue suddenly noticed Su Luo lagging behind in levels and asked with concern, "Su Luo, why are you only at level 77? Her question made everyone realize that Su Luo had not yet reached level 80, and they exchanged puzzled glances. "This is really strange," Zhou Taisheng exclaimed, swearing under his breath. Long Xiaohui speculated. "Maybe it's because his class is different, so the leveling difficulty is higher." Su Luo explained with a wry smile, "The experience I need to level up is 4 times what you guys need." "No way." Yilingyue looked confused. "Then how did you level up so fast before?" Su Luo casually made up an excuse. "Maybe I was lucky before, and the monsters I fought gave high experience points. I also occasionally grind in the dungeon space." Hearing this, everyone accepted his explanation. After all, they were familiar with dungeon spaces, and it made sense. When they returned to the hotel, The lobby manager personally greeted them at the door and led them to a secluded courtyard at the back of the hotel. Two elderly men with white hair were intently playing a game of chess, seated at a stone table in the courtyard. Long Sihai stood beside them like a well-behaved child, holding a tray of tea with a slightly nervous expression. When he saw Su Luo and the others enter the courtyard, his face instantly showed a look of relief, as if he had found his saviors. Hurry and pay your respects to Master Zhao, one of the most powerful figures in our Dragon Kingdom. Long Sihai called out loudly, his tone tinged with urgency. Long Xiaohui, who clearly recognized Zhao Jiuxiao, immediately stepped forward and respectfully greeted, Grandpa Zhao. The others stood awkwardly in place, unsure of how to proceed. Zhao Jiuxiao looked up, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone, carefully assessing their levels. When he noticed that they had all reached level 80, a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Are you Su Luo? Zhao Jiuxiao asked with a smile. Old Long was right about you. However, his smile quickly faded, and he frowned slightly. Why are you only at level 77? To conceal his true strength, Su Luo repeated the same explanation he had given before, his expression serious. After listening, Zhao Jiuxiao seemed even more pleased, a smile reappearing on his face. When you return from the Yellow Dragon's secret realm, I'll reward you with a divine pet core. Su Luo had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time and immediately asked, why wait until we return to reward me? Good question. Zhao Jiuxiao's face showed a trace of embarrassment as he explained. The journey to the Yellow Dragon's secret realm is fraught with danger, and the divine core is a treasure of national importance. So, we'll reward you after you safely return. Are you worried I might die in the Yellow Dragon's secret realm? Su Luo asked bluntly. The courtyard fell silent. Zhao Jiuxiao raised an eyebrow, his expression becoming quite complex. Master Long also twitched an eyelid, clearly not expecting Su Luo to be so straightforward. Master Long glanced at Su Luo, then at Zhao Jiuxiao, before smiling warmly. That's about the gist of it. But if you can prove your strength in advance, we might reward you sooner. How can I prove it in advance? Su Luo asked, puzzled. The others, including Yi Lingyue, also looked bewildered. How does one prove they won't die? This question lingered in everyone's minds, and no one had an answer. When the conversation suddenly derailed and an awkward silence ensued, Zhao Jiuxiao finally broke the stillness after a long pause. We can discuss this matter, he said. If you use your strongest attack and manage to impress me, I'll reward you in advance. This will greatly enhance your strength when you venture into the secret realm. With a smile, Zhao Jiuxiao stepped towards an empty space nearby. Although Old Master Long's face showed a slight change, he ultimately did not intervene. Su Luo found himself in a dilemma. The strongest attack? This was clearly a test of his combat prowess. However, accidentally injuring this venerated protector of the Dragon Kingdom, whom even Old Master Long respected, could have dire consequences. Noticing Su Luo's hesitation, Zhao Jiuxiao lightly flicked his sleeve, and an invisible pressure filled the courtyard. Su Luo, go ahead. Though I'm old, I'm not as frail as you might think. Su Luo glanced towards Old Master Long for guidance, and upon seeing him nod, he retrieved a sword chi grass from his realm of divine herbs. This plant, which he had cultivated that morning, was now ready to be put to use. Zhao Jiuxiao's eyes lit up at the sight. Just give it your all. I'm eager to see what this thing is capable of. Su Luo pondered. Is he asking for a beating? But to obtain the divine essence he needed, he remained expressionless and cupped his fists in a respectful gesture. Excuse me then. With Su Luo's mental command, the sword chi grass, initially half a person's height, rapidly expanded to over 10 meters tall and began to spin wildly. In an instant, thousands of razor-sharp leaves detached from the main stem, transforming into piercing sword chi. This sight left Long Xiaohui and the others stunned. They knew of Su Luo's underworld moonflower, which could restrain over 100 advanced warriors, but this was their first time witnessing the power of the sword chi grass. To think that someone their age could contend with a 100-level elder was truly enviable. On the other side, Zhao Jiuxiao's face was filled with intense battle spirit. Come at me with everything you've got. Despite his words, he cautiously pulled out a dark yellow shield, ready to face the attack heathen. Su Luo raised his hand, his face devoid of emotion, and clenched his fist slightly. In an instant, the myriad sword chi converged into a massive sword dragon. I'm about to attack. Be careful, senior. Without waiting for a response, Su Luo pointed directly at Zhao Jiuxiao. The sword chi dragon roared through the air, its deafening whoosh shaking the heavens. The sky darkened, fierce winds roared, and the courtyard's plants swayed violently. Zhao Jiuxiao's expression grew serious as he enveloped himself in a dark red energy field and raised his shield defensively. Boom! The sword chi dragon collided with the shield, the impact causing the ground to tremble and the courtyard walls to crack. Zhao Jiuxiao was pushed back several meters, his feet leaving deep furrows in the earth. To prevent any harm, Su Luo quickly retracted the sword Chi dragon. Senior, are you satisfied with my strongest strike? He asked, his face calm as he put away the sword Chi grass and cupped his fists. While onlookers only saw the sword dragon's single strike, both Old Master Long and Zhao Jiuxiao understood that the sword Chi was far from exhausted. Continuing the attack would have unpredictable consequences. Su Luo had stopped at the right moment, preserving everyone's dignity. Zhao Jiuxiao smiled approvingly and gave a thumbs up. Excellent. Old Master Long finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew Su Luo was powerful and had been worried the young man might not know his own strength, potentially causing harm. It was clear now that Su Luo was indeed very measured. So, can I get my reward now? Su Luo grinned, his face full of anticipation. We're heading to Huanglong Island tomorrow morning. I'll take you to get it now, Zhao Jiuxiao replied, slightly exasperated, as he produced a stone from his hand. Infusing it with energy, the stone glowed, forming a temporary teleportation array on the ground. Let's go. Under the envious gazes of the others, Su Luo stepped into the teleportation array alongside Zhao Jiuxiao, vanishing in an instant. As the teleportation array's light faded, Su Luo found himself standing in a vast grassland. Zhao Jiuxiao, still showing a hint of resignation, waved his hand, and a hole appeared in the ground. At the entrance, a staircase descended step by step, as if leading to a mysterious underground world. With a cryptic smile on his face, Zhao Jiuxiao was the first to step down, guiding Su Luo into this hidden space. This is the secret vault of our Dragon Kingdom. Zhao Jiuxiao's voice echoed through the narrow passage. The tunnel was dimly lit, with only a few scattered oil lamps hanging on the stone walls providing a faint glow. The air was slightly damp, and their footsteps echoed clearly in the silence. After walking for about 20 meters, a massive bronze door suddenly came into view, ancient and imposing. As they approached, the door began to open slowly by itself, emitting a deep rumbling sound. Behind the door was a small chamber, seemingly ordinary, but in the center floated a large screen covered with mysterious symbols that Su Luo couldn't understand. Zhao Jiuxiao deftly operated the screen, as if using some high-tech touch device. With his movements, the entire room was suddenly filled with soft white light. In this glow, ancient boxes appeared out of nowhere, each intricately carved with different animal motifs, lifelike in their detail. These are the divine cores and fragments. Zhao Jiuxiao turned to Su Luo. Pick one for yourself, but only one box. He made a gesture, inviting Su Luo to start choosing. Su Luo grinned, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Then I won't hold back. He immediately stepped forward to examine them carefully. There were 28 boxes in total, each adorned with unique animal carvings, representing different divine cores. Some depicted fierce beasts like dogs, while others showed majestic creatures like bulls. Su Luo's gaze scanned each box, finally settling on one with the Qinglong azure dragon motif. Noticing Su Luo's interest, Zhao Jiuxiao explained. The Qinglong divine core fragments are 3 in total, but one is missing and has never been found. A spark of excitement flashed in Su Luo's eyes, though he quickly concealed it. He knew that the missing fragment had already been given to him by Su Bingxue. To avoid suspicion, he deliberately feigned indecision, pretending to weigh the other boxes. After a long period of hesitation, Su Luo finally looked up, his voice resolute. Senior, I'll take the Qinglong divine core fragment. Zhao Jiuxiao looked at Su Luo's determined eyes, insisting on obtaining the azure dragon god fragment, and sighed helplessly. He turned to face the seemingly casually placed items in the secret chamber. Each box was shrouded in a powerful barrier, invisible to the naked eye. With a serious expression, Zhao Jiuxiao warned, be extremely careful. Any slight touch of the barrier will have unimaginable consequences. Zhao Jiuxiao took out a bronze-colored token from his waist and held it up to one of the boxes. Instantly, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, forming a giant transparent eggshell. As the eggshell gradually dissolved, Zhao Jiuxiao cautiously picked up the box and handed it to Su Luo. Thank you, Senior, Su Luo said respectfully as he eagerly opened the box. Inside were 3 neatly arranged azure dragon god fragments, completing the set with the one his sister had given him earlier. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Zhao Jiuxiao watched as Su Luo casually placed the fragments into his backpack, a look of distress crossing his face. These 3 fragments were precious treasures for the Dragon Kingdom. He solemnly reminded, the journey to the Yellow Dragon's secret realm is fraught with danger. You must be extremely careful. Su Luo nodded earnestly. Don't worry, Senior. I will do my utmost to collect the Yellow Dragon crystals. Just do your best, Zhao Jiuxiao said as he began setting up a teleportation array in the secret chamber to send Su Luo back to Pajun City. In the blink of an eye, Su Luo found himself in a hotel room in Pajun City. Long Sihai and the others were having a lively meal, with one night left before their departure. They had no worries about Su Luo being late. Long Sihai, while serving food to the young ones, earnestly said, In the Yellow Dragon's secret realm, you will encounter people from various nations. Among them, only Sakura Island is our mortal enemy. Years ago, Sakura Island invaded our country but was ultimately repelled. However, they were not completely eradicated, which remains our greatest regret. So, in the secret realm, you should know how to act. At that moment, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared in the void. Su Luo's figure materialized in the courtyard. The area was already sealed off, with no one in sight. It seemed they had anticipated his return to this spot. Long Xiaohui and the others had left a note on the courtyard table, instructing him to meet them at the hotel. A sly smile appeared on Su Luo's face. With such a perfect opportunity for solitude, I might as well fuse the Azure Dragon God fragments now. He realized that once he reached Yellow Dragon Island, he might not get another chance. With this thought, Su Luo entered the divine medicine realm without hesitation. To save time, Su Luo immediately summoned the Golden Scale Flame Dragon upon entering the divine medicine realm. This level 86 SS grade pet had astonishing attributes: 150,000 attack, 60,000 defense, 32,000 spirit, and 145,000 constitution, along with powerful skills like Flame Descent, Golden Scale Shuttle, and Soul Burn. Seeing the god fragments in Su Luo's hand, the Golden Scale Flame Dragon's eyes lit up with excitement, letting out a thrilled roar. As the 4 Azure Dragon god fragments touched, they instantly merged into a complete god fragment. The Golden Scale Flame Dragon grew even more excited, rubbing against Su Luo. Su Luo gently stroked the dragon's scales, half joking, half serious. I went through a lot of trouble to gather these. You better make me proud. With that, he handed the Azure Dragon God fragment to the eager Golden Scale Flame Dragon. At that moment, a necromancer suddenly emerged from the void, asking sarcastically, "Master, did you get another God fragment?" Su Luo rolled his eyes. "What, are you unhappy that I got a God fragment?" The necromancer quickly rattled his bones, making a cracking sound. Hee hee, of course not. I just missed you since I haven't seen you in a while. He forced a smile on his skeletal face, looking like it might shatter. Ignoring the necromancer, Su Luo summoned the black tortoise, the netherworld tiger, the 3-legged golden crow, and the phoenix. He issued a serious command. There might be a fierce battle soon. You need to consume the beast spirit pills quickly to level up. He then instructed the skeleton servants to transport the spirit spring pills. 400,000 spirit spring pills meant 4 billion experience points, a staggering number. Although the pet's strength was not yet top tier, it was crucial to accelerate their leveling. The only downside was that the spirit spring pills took longer to absorb than the beast spirit pills, with each requiring a substantial amount of time. Meanwhile, the Golden Scale Flame Dragon had already swallowed the Azure Dragon God fragment. Its body was instantly enveloped in a blue light, forming a massive cocoon. Upon seeing the Golden Scale Flame Dragon also merging with the divine essence, the White Tiger and Fire Phoenix exchanged peculiar glances with Su Luo. A hint of dissatisfaction flashed in their eyes, as if accusing Su Luo of favoritism. Noticing their emotions, Su Luo quickly reassured them. "Don't worry, I'll find your divine essences soon enough." With that, he left the divine medicine realm to join Long Sihai and the others. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight touched the streets of Pajun City, 8 young individuals were already geared up and gathered in front of the teleportation array. They exuded an indescribable aura of determination. Su Luo stood by, perplexed by his companions' expressions. Rather than looking like they were off on a treasure hunt, they seemed ready for battle. Despite his curiosity, Su Luo chose to remain silent, and the group spoke little during their journey. The teleportation array staff in Pajun City had been notified in advance, and the array was currently sealed off, reserved exclusively for the 9 of them. Once everyone stepped into the array, Long Sihai calmly said, "Let's go," and the staff immediately activated the teleportation array. As they entered the array, a surge of excitement welled up in Su Luo's heart. He secretly hoped to reunite with his sister on Huanglong Island. As they grew older, their time together had dwindled, and their brief encounter in Imo Bay City had left him with a sense of longing. Su Luo reminisced about the carefree days of following his sister around, a time that seemed forever lost. A tinge of sadness crossed his mind, but he quickly composed himself. He resolved that once he became strong enough, he would be able to stay by his sister's side as much as he wished. At that moment, the light within the teleportation array suddenly dimmed. Su Luo knew this meant they had arrived at Huanglong Island. A new adventure was about to begin, filling his heart with both anticipation and a hint of nervousness. The light faded, revealing a dense crowd of people outside. The guards, dressed in black combat uniforms and wielding uniform black long swords, stood imposing and vigilant. Their strength was clearly formidable as they scanned the newly arrived group with wary eyes. "Show your identification." The lead guard, expressionless, fixed his gaze on Long Sihai, his voice cold and authoritative. The other guards immediately went on high alert, ready to act at a moment's notice. Long Sihai bristled at the demand, his eyes widening in anger. Long Sihai, are you blind? His voice was filled with indignation and fury. The head guard remained impassive, slowly raising his sword-bearing hand. Huanglong Island is under special circumstances. Without proper identification, no one is allowed entry. This scene left Su Luo and the other young people stunned. They all knew that Huanglong Island was the most dangerous front line of the Huanglong War Zone, and the only one among the 4 war zones of Longhua that frequently clashed with enemy nations. Strict control was necessary, as any lapse could allow spies to infiltrate. Long Sihai took several deep breaths to quell his anger. He pulled out a specially crafted white crystal from his backpack. Although his status in the Mabe War Zone allowed him to move freely on Huanglong Island, he chose to follow the rules. After carefully inspecting the crystal, the guard's face finally showed an embarrassed smile. Apologies for the earlier offense, General Long. Forget it. Huanglong Island can't afford any mistakes. You're just doing your job. Long Sihai waved it off and led the group away from the teleportation array, boarding a waiting bus. The unique humid air of Huanglong Island hit them as they looked out the bus windows. The local customs and scenery were vastly different from the mainland, exuding an exotic charm. The group's mood grew tense, knowing they were about to face an unknown secret realm. Long Sihai, do we have to enter the secret realm today? Su Luo couldn't help but ask, his voice tinged with nervousness. Yes, Long Sihai nodded. So you need to make the most of your time. The Huanglong secret realm is open for half a month. When the time is up, you'll be automatically transported out. Assuming you're still alive. His tone turned serious. Your primary task inside is to find the severely injured treasure-seeking mice. They will desperately search for Huanglong crystals to heal themselves. On the way, Long Sihai provided detailed explanations of the potential situations in the secret realm, making final preparations for the group. The bus eventually stopped by the sea. In front of them was an endless expanse of blue ocean, with waves stirred by a gentle breeze. Under a giant rock was a cave just large enough for one person to pass through, emitting a faint blue glow. At the cave entrance, a dozen guards in black combat uniforms stood ready. This was clearly the entrance to the secret realm. Long Sihai gave everyone half an hour to prepare. Su Luo quietly moved to the side and took out the communication stone his sister had given him. Infusing it with power, the stone emitted a weak glow. Su Luo, are you entering the Huanglong secret realm? Su Bingshue's surprised voice came from the stone. Yes, sis. I'm at the beach now, and we're going in half an hour. Hearing his sister's voice eased Su Luo's nervousness a bit. The communication stone was silent for a moment before Su Bingshue's serious voice came through. You all have missions, don't you?
Yes.
The mission is secondary. The most important thing is to keep yourself safe. You're my only family now. Sis, you take care of yourself too. The brief conversation ended, and the time was almost up. Long Sihai, holding the pass, led the group smoothly to the entrance of the secret realm. Su Luo was appointed as the leader for this mission. Just as they were about to enter the secret realm, Su Luo suddenly emitted a burst of white light, indicating another level up. Su Luo, what's up with you? You've been lighting up like a beacon this whole trip. Long Xiaohui complained enviously. Su Luo smiled sheepishly. Well, my pet's been eating elixirs, so I've been gaining a bit of experience. The others also showed envious smiles. While it was no secret that beast tamers could gain a portion of their pet's experience, Su Luo's continuous leveling up was something they hadn't seen before. See you in half a month, Long Sihai. Su Luo waved goodbye to Long Sihai and stepped into the cave first. As the leader, he had to take the lead. The cave walls were embedded with blue crystals, emitting a faint glow. A narrow passage stretched ahead, ending in a blue barrier. Stepping through the barrier meant officially entering the secret realm. Su Luo took a deep breath and resolutely stepped into the unknown world. In an instant, excitement sparkled in everyone's eyes as they eagerly anticipated the journey to the Huanglong secret realm. They had been preparing for this mission for a long time, and now the moment had finally arrived. Su Luo glanced around, his eyes sweeping over the other 8 people. Is everyone ready? He asked. Ready. They responded in unison, their voices filled with anticipation and determination. Then let's go. Su Luo commanded decisively, stepping into the shimmering portal without hesitation. Suddenly, a strong sense of weightlessness engulfed him. Before Su Luo could react, he landed heavily on a soft patch of grass. One after another, the others followed, landing with a series of thuds. The biliest among them, Zhou Taisheng, hit the ground so hard that he left a small crater. Rubbing his sore backside, he couldn't help but complain, damn, what a bizarre entrance. His remark elicited laughter from the group, easing the tension considerably. Su Luo quickly got to his feet, curiously surveying their surroundings. Under the blue sky and white clouds, lush mountains and rivers intertwined. In the distance, deserts, grasslands, and swamps could be seen, all coexisting harmoniously. Strangely, some deserts even had towering trees, and some swamps were ablaze with raging fires. Just as Su Luo was marveling at the surreal landscape, Yi Lingyue tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Look over there." Following her gaze, Su Luo saw a peculiar creature perched on a large tree not far away. It was golden and resembled a pine tree. The system immediately displayed the creature's information. Treasure-seeking mouse. Level 48 attack, 18,000 defense, 26,000 spirit, 8,500 constitution, 45,000. Passive skill, treasure-seeking. Active skills, counterattack, earth burrow. Description: a very gentle creature, cute and harmless. Treasure-seeking, a passive skill that allows it to find desired items. Counterattack: when attacked, it will fight back, inflicting 450 damage. Earth burrow, a skill that allows it to move quickly underground, with a range of up to 500 meters. Seeing the treasure-seeking mouse's information, the group grew excited. The archer, Zhang Tianyi, immediately suggested, "How about I take it down with my arrow? Then we can follow it to find the Huanglong crystal." However, Su Luo quickly shook his head, rejecting the idea. A thought flashed through his mind. If the injured treasure-seeking mouse needed the Huanglong crystal to heal, perhaps they could tame it, and it might help them find it. He turned to the group and said, "Let me try to tame it." For Su Luo, taming a level 40 treasure-hunting mouse was a piece of cake. Without hesitation, he summoned his trump card Ghost Tiger. This level 85 SS-ranked pet exuded a fierce aura, with stats that were nothing short of astonishing. Attack 198,000, defense 118,000, spirit 24,000, and constitution 125,000. Its skill set was even more intimidating. Blood Claw, Phantom, Extreme Kill, and the passive skill Bloodthirst, which allowed it to drain 30 of its enemy's life with each attack. The moment Ghost Tiger appeared, it darted toward the treasure-hunting mouse like a bolt of lightning. Before anyone could react, the sharp squeaks of the treasure-hunting mouse pierced the air. However, Ghost Tiger did not harm it, but instead gently carried it in its mouth as if it were a kitten. This scene left Long Xiaohui and the others dumbfounded, their faces filled with helplessness. They had initially planned to use the injured treasure-hunting mouse to find the yellow dragon crystal, but in front of Su Luo, their plan seemed laughable. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder beast masters are said to be cursed. This is just too overpowering." We didn't even get a chance to participate. The crowd buzzed with discussions. Someone said, "Looks like we'll finally complete the mission this time. Everyone else who came to the Yellow Dragon's secret realm before failed, so let's be careful." Meanwhile, Su Luo had already begun the taming process. His level far exceeded that of the treasure-hunting mouse, allowing him to easily use his taming skill on it. The system immediately prompted, "Congratulations! You have successfully tamed the treasure-hunting mouse." The tamed treasure-hunting mouse instantly became docile, no longer squeaking or struggling, but instead looking at Su Luo with pitiful eyes. Ignoring its gaze, Su Luo opened its attribute panel. Treasure-hunting mouse, level 48. Attack, 18,000. Defense, 26,000. Spirit, 8,500. Constitution, 45,000. Passive skill, treasure hunting. Skills, counterattack, earth escape. Treasure hunting was a powerful passive skill that could help find desired items. Su Luo looked at his newly tamed pet and asked, "Are you looking for the yellow dragon crystal?" The treasure-hunting mouse shook its head. Su Luo was undeterred and took out a few spirit spring pills from his backpack, which emitted an enticing aroma that even made Long Xiaohui and the others gulp. Curious, the crowd watched the scene unfold. Someone whispered, "Is he planning to use a sugar-coated bullet strategy?" Sure enough, the previously wary treasure-hunting mouse immediately turned into an affectionate pet, rubbing against Su Luo's leg. Su Luo casually tossed a spirit spring pill, which the mouse caught and swallowed instantly. The system prompt rang out, "Pet consumed spirit spring pill. Experience 10,000. With its eyes now gleaming, the treasure-hunting mouse looked expectantly at Su Luo. He asked, "Do you want more?" The mouse nodded eagerly. Su Luo continued to entice, "Then lead us to the yellow dragon crystal, okay?" The mouse nodded again, pointing a paw in a certain direction. Seeing this, Long Xiaohui and the others were thoroughly impressed. Someone sighed, "A beast master is invincible in the yellow dragon's secret realm. Even if others can injure the treasure-hunting mouse, finding enough of them to fight is nearly impossible. Sometimes, just locating a treasure-hunting mouse can take days." After witnessing Su Luo's methods, everyone was filled with hope for the future. The treasure-hunting mouse led the way, running in the designated direction. Su Luo immediately mounted his ghost tiger and followed closely, with Zhou Taisheng, Yi Lingyue, and the others each riding their pets to keep up. On the vast grassland, another team dressed in purple robes was chasing an injured treasure-hunting mouse. Suddenly, they noticed another treasure-hunting mouse running towards them, followed by a well-equipped team. The thunderous sound of Su Luo's team's pets running was deafening. Su Luo glanced at the badge on the opposing team's chest and recognized them as from the Luosi kingdom. Since they were allies, he chose to ignore them and let his team past them. The Luosi kingdom team was stunned. They were all riding pets but couldn't catch up with a single treasure-hunting mouse, while this luxurious team seemed to do it effortlessly. Someone exclaimed, "Look, is that treasure-hunting mouse walking a dog? It's even waiting for them. This makes no sense. Why isn't it running away?" The team leader snapped out of it and shouted, "Stop staring. Our treasure-hunting mouse is getting away. Chase it." The two teams chasing the treasure-hunting mouse brushed past each other. If they had been from enemy nations, the outcome might have been that only one team would leave alive, with both treasure-hunting mice in their possession. Half an hour later, Su Luo's team arrived at a swamp. The area was covered in seemingly soft grass, but beneath it was all swamp. The stronger the martial artist, the harder they would sink if they exerted force. Everyone looked at the dangerous swamp, deep in thought. Suddenly, the treasure-hunting mouse squeaked and pointed to an area in the middle of the swamp. There were no plants, only some giant spiny spheres, each the size of a small car. Seeing this, Su Luo decided to stop hiding his strength and summon the fire phoenix. This mystical pet seemed to be very familiar with the yellow dragon's secret realm and knew how to obtain the yellow dragon crystal. Su Luo secretly complained. Long Sihai only focused on instructing him to kill the Sakura Island people but didn't mention a word about how to get the yellow dragon crystal. The fire phoenix appeared and let out a loud cry, circling in the sky. It looked at the swamp below in surprise and communicated to Su Luo through telepathy. "Master, there seems to be a yellow dragon crystal in this swamp." Su Luo quickly asked, "How do we get the yellow dragon crystal?" The fire phoenix explained, "Just dig up the surface. The treasure-hunting mouse can do it. But there are monsters in the swamp, so it doesn't dare go." "Monsters?" Su Luo looked puzzled. The swamp itself is dangerous enough, and there are monsters too? He immediately ordered the fire phoenix to eliminate the threat. The fire phoenix cried again, spitting out a massive fireball. The giant spiny spheres on the swamp suddenly shot up, trying to resist the fireball but were instantly incinerated. Suddenly, the entire swamp began to bubble like boiling water. Su Luo immediately ordered everyone to retreat. It seemed the swamp monster was no ordinary threat. Just a few steps back, a spiny, mud-covered creature emerged from the swamp. Surprisingly, it wasn't an animal but a peculiar plant. Spiky Cannon, a level 35 legendary plant life form, stands in the swamp like a miniature fortress. Its formidable stats include 138,000 defense and 86,000 attack power, with an awakening time of 115,000, highlighting its extraordinary strength. With an 8-minute recovery time and 24-hour endurance, it becomes a durable weapon on the battlefield. Spiky Cannon Blast. With a command, the Spiky Cannon unleashed its incredible power. The spiked balls it fired were like massive iron balls covered in spikes. Upon hitting a target, they would instantly expand and ensnare the enemy. Astonishingly, during the awakening time, each fired spiked ball could rapidly grow to match the strength of the original, with no limit on the number. Su Luo's face lit up with barely concealed excitement as he read these details. However, Long Xiaohui and the others standing nearby looked puzzled, not understanding why Su Luo was grinning at thin air. "Su Luo, why are you grinning like an idiot at this thing?" Long Xiaohui couldn't help but ask. As non-spirit masters, they could only see the spiky cannon's appearance, unaware of its impressive attributes. "I found something amazing." Su Luo beamed, then summoned the three-legged golden crow. Despite the challenges of ground combat, this new discovery meant they could now execute high-altitude strikes. Boom, boom, boom. The spiky cannon began firing continuously, each spiked ball whizzing through the air, rapidly expanding in an attempt to imprison the golden crow and the phoenix. However, before they could get close, the spiked balls were reduced to ashes by the Samadhi True Fire. The two pets then launched an attack on the spiky cannon, but under Su Luo's command, they held back some of their firepower. 36,500, 12,800. As a series of damage numbers appeared on the spiky cannon, Su Luo continuously used his spirit-taming techniques. In less than a minute, the system notification sounded. "Congratulations! You have successfully tamed the legendary plant spiky cannon." Once tamed, the spiky cannon rapidly shrank in size, eventually becoming as small as a regular bucket. It looked like a hollowed-out tree trunk, covered in numerous cannon-like openings. Without hesitation, Su Luo placed the spiky cannon into the divine herb realm, planting it in the sacred soil. Alongside the nethermoon blossom and swordgrass, he now possessed 3 rare plants. "Little guy, dig up the yellow dragon crystal for me, and I'll give you plenty of spirit spring pills," Su Luo said expectantly to the treasure-seeking mouse. Squeak, squeak. Hearing about the spirit spring pills, the treasure-seeking mouse's eyes gleamed, and it quickly darted to where the spiky cannon had been. Dirt flew everywhere, soon covering its golden fur in mud. Just then, another treasure-seeking mouse rushed from the other side of the swamp, followed by two men. They wore badges with the stars and stripes, clearly indicating they were from the beautiful country. Hello, friends from the Dragon Kingdom. We found this yellow dragon crystal first. Please leave immediately. The two men said in broken Dragon Kingdom language. What the heck? We obviously found it first, and you want us to leave? Zhou Taixing couldn't help but curse, flipping them off. The others' faces also darkened instantly. Su Luo looked at the two men expressionlessly, saying nothing. Friends, listen, the yellow dragon crystal may help your country, but your lives are your own. Think about whether it's worth the risk. The other beautiful country adventurer spoke even more arrogantly. Su Luo silently assessed their strength. Bloodsword Warrior, level 79. Frost Mage, level 74. How dare they? Zhou Taixing fumed, turning his gaze to Su Luo. Kill them, Su Luo said flatly, then shifted his attention back to the swamp. Hearing this, the two from the beautiful country widened their eyes in disbelief. In their view, people from the Dragon Kingdom were usually timid, even receiving preferential treatment outside the secret realms. Did these people really dare to make a move? Weren't they afraid of retaliation? But Zhou Taixing and the others didn't give them much time to think. As a knight, Zhou Taixing charged first. Long Xiaohui's face turned serious as he unleashed his strongest attack. Yi Lingyue, Archer Sun Hai, Assassin Zhang Tianyi, and Berserker Wang Lei also used their most powerful skills. You dare attack us? You're courting death. The two adventurers from the beautiful country tried to invoke their supposed privileges. In the blink of an eye, the two were reduced to cold corpses, dropping some valuable items. No one immediately picked up the loot. Instead, they looked to Su Luo, waiting for his instructions. Long Xiaohui, hold on to these for now. You can divide them later. Su Luo said calmly. Oh? Sun Hai, Wang Lei, and Zhang Tianyi were momentarily stunned. Split equally? Don't you want any? Seeing the confused expressions on the three faces, Long Xiaohui smiled and explained. Brother Su is a beast tamer. He rarely takes part in dividing the spoils. Of course, he won't share the pets he tames with us either. Wang Lei immediately laughed heartily. We hardly helped at all. Brother Su has already been very generous to us. Who would have the nerve to take his pets? Exactly. Those pets are entirely his doing. The other two quickly agreed. Seeing this, Su Luo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The pets he had given them had clearly served their purpose. At that moment, a small pit had been dug in the swamp, emitting a golden glow. Two treasure-hunting mice brought by the adventurers from the beautiful country were frantically digging, blood spurting from their bodies. Their eyes were blood-red as they fiercely competed with Su Luo's treasure-hunting mouse. Brother Su, should I shoot them? Asked the archer Sun Hai, looking conflicted as he drew his bow. Shoot, Su Luo ordered decisively. Whoosh! An arrow flew through the air, instantly killing one of the rival treasure-hunting mice. With no more interference, Su Luo's treasure-hunting mouse sped up its digging. Its body began to swell, as if inflated, eventually turning into a giant, tumter-high ball. Surprisingly, it moved across the swamp as if it were solid ground. The treasure-hunting mouse reached into the swamp and pulled out a golden crystal the size of a soccer ball. The crystal sparkled with lightning-like flashes inside. It tossed the Huanglong crystal to Su Luo, then shrank back to its normal size and affectionately nuzzled Su Luo's pant leg. Is this called a piece of Huanglong crystal? Su Luo asked Long Xiaohui, puzzled. It's bigger than my head. How can this be a piece? Long Xiaohui smiled wryly. It is indeed a piece. His gaze suddenly shifted behind Su Luo. It looks like there's another piece over there. Su Luo turned to see another group approaching. They were also wearing star-spangled badges, clearly from the same team as the previous two. They were examining another piece of Huanglong crystal as they walked. Are these guys our lucky charm, or what? Seeing the beautiful country's team appear again, Su Luo's mood instantly brightened. Su Luo and his team all wore badges symbolizing their Dragon Nation identity. Suddenly, a group of people from the beautiful nation arrived at the scene. Seeing the unprocessed corpses on the ground, they were instantly enraged. How dare you attack our people from the beautiful nation? A man with a hooked nose glared viciously at Yi Jun and the others, his eyes flashing with danger. Just as tensions were about to erupt, a blond man quickly restrained the hooked-nosed man, preventing any impulsive actions. He turned to the Dragon Nation group, his voice calm and controlled. Friends from the Dragon Nation, I am Klein from the beautiful nation. Please tell me what happened here. This unexpected display of reason left Zhou Taixing and the others stunned. They had anticipated a fierce conflict, but didn't expect anyone from the other side to be willing to talk things out. Yi Lingyue glanced at the unresponsive Su Luo before explaining, we arrived here first. Your companions tried to steal our belongings and attacked us first. After hearing this, Klein's face briefly showed a hint of anger, but quickly regained his composure. He bowed to everyone as a gesture of apology. This was our mistake. Please don't be angry. With that, he led his companions away slowly, turning their backs and leaving. This scene left everyone present in disbelief. Even Su Luo showed a puzzled expression. Su Luo, what do you think their plan is? Just letting it go after their comrades died seems unlikely. Someone couldn't help but ask. Su Luo frowned as he watched them leave, shaking his head. They won't just let it go. They probably think we're too many right now, so they've chosen to retreat temporarily. People from the beautiful nation may be arrogant, but they're not fools. Engaging in a fight now would be suicidal. As everyone was discussing, the swamp suddenly began to bubble continuously, as if something was about to break through the surface. Long Xiaohui immediately explained. Huanglong crystals are treasures to many exotic beasts. Once taken, it will trigger a frenzied attack from these creatures. No sooner had he finished speaking, something emerged from the muddy swamp. Dozens of large, black poison frogs the size of millstones leapt out of the water, emitting a nauseating stench. A system prompt appeared. Swamp poison frog. Level 76. Attack 128,000. Defense 86,000. Spirit 26,000. Constitution 168,000. Skills: Poison Spray, Infinite Counter, Anesthesia. Poison Spray sprays a quick, fine line of poison, dealing 150 damage to the enemy and inflicting the same damage over 50 seconds. Anesthesia: the frog's croak spreads in a fan shape, causing anesthesia effects on enemies within the area. The number of swamp poison frogs was overwhelming, at least 100. Their croaking created a hair-raising sound. Suddenly, the largest poison frog leader glared angrily, croaking twice, and all the poison frogs swarmed out. The ones in the lead leapt high and sprayed 6 nearly invisible lines of poison in midair. Let me handle this, Zhou Taisheng shouted, charging to the front with his shield. He raised his shield high, activating a night skill. Instantly, the shield emitted a dazzling light, enveloping an area of several meters in a protective barrier. Seeing this, Su Luo immediately ordered, everyone, start killing. Finish them off and move to the next location. As he spoke, he casually cast a Samadhi True Fire. Finally, it's our turn to fight. Berserker Wang Lei grinned excitedly, hefting his giant axe and charging forward. Yi Lingyue, Long Xiaohui, Zhou Lan, Sun Hai, and Zhang Tianyi also joined in, initiating a fierce battle. Although no one knew why Su Luo didn't use his pets to instantly kill these poison frogs, they all trusted he had his reasons. With over 100 swamp poison frogs attacking, Yi Lingyue and Sun Hai, as the main damage dealers, were under immense pressure. Long Xiaohui, Wang Lei, and Zhang Tianyi were also forced to retreat into formation. The poison frog skills were too troublesome, their bodies toxic, and any carelessness could result in injury and loss of health. Despite the team carrying ample supplies, most were intended for defense against other people. Using too much on these beasts would make the journey ahead difficult. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Su Luo decisively summoned the Fire Phoenix. As for his other pets, he held them back for now. Su Luo calculated that the reason the beautiful nation people were so accommodating earlier was likely due to seeing his strength. While it reduced trouble, it also meant fewer opportunities for loot. If they didn't make a move, he couldn't just kill them. But if someone provoked them, their Huanglong crystals would be his. With this in mind, Su Luo decided to show temporary weakness, making others think the team was an easy target. This would make it easier to lure opponents into attacking. A few poison frogs got close to Zhou Tiesheng's protective barrier and started using their skills. By this time, the Fire Phoenix was ready. Phoenix Flame. A massive fire phoenix formed from endless flames, diving straight into the poison frog swarm. Upon contact, the Fire Phoenix exploded. Boom! Countless flames engulfed the poison frogs. Seeing this, Yi Lingyue and Sun Hai immediately followed up with their skills. 128,000, 35,000, 12,800. High damage numbers floated up continuously. The swarm of poison frogs was wiped out in an instant, with only a few left struggling. A series of experience notifications popped up. Congratulations, you received 1280 experience points from the team. Congratulations, you received. Su Luo quickly handed the Huanglong crystal to Long Xiaohui for safekeeping while feeding a Lingquan pill to the treasure-seeking mouse. Hurry up and lead us to the next Huanglong crystal. The treasure-seeking mouse squeaked excitedly, nodding its head. Having a beast master is really convenient. We should be able to complete the mission this time. Long Xiaohui beamed with joy, and the others also showed relieved smiles. Before they set out, Long Sihai had already told them not to stress too much, as collecting 10 Huanglong crystals was a rarely achievable task. But with Su Luo's addition, the mission now seemed within reach. In the heart of a secret realm, deep within a dense forest, Klein from the beautiful country was having a clandestine meeting with a group of short, mustached individuals from Sakura Island. Squinting slightly with a cunning smile, Klein addressed Ichiro Kosei, saying, Mr. Kosei, you wouldn't want the people from Dragon Country to succeed in taking the yellow dragon crystal out, would you? Ichiro Kosei's face showed a confident expression. His eyes casually scanned Klein's team, noticing 2 members were missing. He understood the situation but refrained from showing any reaction due to the power of the beautiful country and the special relationship between their nations. Rest assured, Mr. Klein, if necessary, I will take action. Klein nodded in satisfaction. Then it's settled. We'll eliminate the Dragon Country team first, and then seize the yellow dragon crystals from the others. Here's to a successful collaboration. For individuals like Klein and Ichiro Kosei, the number of yellow dragon crystals they acquired depended not on their own collection abilities, but on the number of people they could rob. The environment within the secret realm was ever-changing. Suluo and his team had barely left the swamp when they encountered a snow-capped mountain just 20 miles ahead. Heavy snow fell like goose feathers, covering everything in white. Even more astonishing was the scorching desert stretching out before the snow mountain to extreme environments existing side by side without interfering with each other. At that moment, Suluo sensed a message from the Fire Phoenix. To be cautious, he summoned the Fire Phoenix, which transformed into the size of a regular bird and perched on his shoulder. The Fire Phoenix gazed towards the peak of the snow mountain and whispered, Master, the White Tiger's divine essence is nearby. However, once it's taken, this secret realm might collapse. Suluo thoughtfully looked at the majestic snow mountain, which seemed to dominate the center of the secret realm. Considering the risks of retrieving the divine essence, he decided to first gather enough yellow dragon crystals. Suddenly, the treasure-seeking mouse in front sped up, clearly having caught the scent of a yellow dragon crystal. Suluo and his team followed closely, only to find 3 other treasure-seeking mice appearing from different directions. Everyone immediately understood a single yellow dragon crystal had attracted 4 teams, explaining why the secret realm was so perilous. The 4 teams converged on a snow-covered cave from the east, south, west, and north. At the entrance, a delicate 7-colored snow lotus bloomed. The 4 treasure-seeking mice had already dashed into the cave. Except for Suluo's mouse, the other 3 were heavily injured and urgently needed the healing aura of the yellow dragon crystal. The human teams approached cautiously. Besides one unfamiliar team, the other 2 were from the Snail Country and the Beautiful Country. Long Xiaohui recognized the people from Sakura Island, his face instantly showing a murderous intent. Suluo, those are the people from Sakura Island. When we make our move, we can't let any of them escape. Suluo nodded slightly. Don't worry, I won't give them a chance to run. He understood this was the hatred instilled by Long Sihai. As the 4 teams edged closer to the cave entrance, the sounds of the treasure-seeking mice fighting over the yellow dragon crystal could be heard inside. A tall, bearded man from the Snail Country was the first to speak. Friends, if it comes to it, our Snail Country is willing to step back. After speaking, he surveyed the positions of the other teams and slowly led his team to retreat. With the Snail Country's exit, only 3 teams remained. Ichiro Kosei, in Broken Dragon Country language, asked Suluo, Are you a Beastmaster? A peculiar bird perched on Suluo's shoulder caught Xiao Cie Lang's attention. With a stoic expression, he scrutinized Suluo and his group, internally marveling at the Beastmaster's high level of expertise. You must be the renowned Mr. Su from the Dragon Kingdom, I presume? Xiao Cie Lang spoke calmly, though his eyes continued to assess Suluo's strength. Suluo did not respond immediately. Instead, he focused on the potted plant in Xiao Cie Lang's hand. The pot contained a spiky plant that was slightly different from a regular cactus, confirming the rumors that people from Sakura Island excelled in using plants for combat. Klein suddenly broke the tense atmosphere. Mr. Xiao Ci, why don't we get started? We'll split the Huanglong crystals equally. He dropped his pretense and issued a direct challenge. The situation was clear. Su Luo's group had 8 people, while the combined forces of the Beautiful Country and Sakura Island had 14. Both sides were equally strong, around level 80, making the outcome dependent on numerical advantage. Xiao Cie Lang cast a greedy glance at the Fire Phoenix on Su Luo's shoulder and bowed slightly. Mr. Su, apologies in advance. As he spoke, he quickly placed the potted plant on the ground. The cactus sprang to life, rapidly growing and clearly not an ordinary plant. Apologies, my foot. Zhou Taishan cursed, raising his shield to the front. Su Luo felt a headache coming on. The sheer audacity of these people was astounding. They were ready to fight without any provocation. If he had such thick skin, he might have been wealthy long ago. Nonetheless, playing the fool to catch the tiger was also a path to riches, and now was the time to reel in the net. Long Xiaohui and the others assumed battle stances but were stopped by Su Luo's wave. You all go guard over there. What's going on? Long Xiaohui and Yi Lingyue looked at Su Luo in confusion. These ants are mine to deal with. You have another task, Su Luo said calmly. What task? To avoid exposing our strength, you need to stand guard and ensure no other teams approach. If anyone gets close, eliminate them without mercy. With his instructions given, Su Luo wasted no more words and began summoning his pets. Keeping watch? Seeing this scene, Xiao Xiailang and Klein were stunned. They stared in disbelief at Su Luo standing alone, wondering, is he really planning to take on two teams by himself? Don't worry, brother Luo, we won't let anyone get close. Zhou Tiexing's voice broke the brief silence. Noticing Su Luo about to unleash his ultimate move, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Without hesitation, he grabbed his shield and sprinted into the distance. Long Xiaohui, Yi Lingyue, and the others hesitated for a moment but quickly followed Zhou Taisheng, spreading out around the area. They knew that Su Luo's strongest attack could now rival Zhao Jiuxiao, making dealing with these 10 or so people a breeze. With this in mind, they ran even faster, afraid someone might glimpse Su Luo's true strength. If no one causes trouble, how will we kill, loot, and steal the yellow dragon crystals later? This thought flashed through their minds. As job changers, they were long accustomed to the law of the jungle, where compassion was a luxury they could no longer afford. In no time, the 7 of them had each taken a position. Where Zhou Taisheng stood, the people from Luosi country remained rooted, seemingly intending to watch the spectacle. Standing tall, Zhou Taisheng, speaking in a foreign accent, issued an ultimatum to the Luosi country crowd. Friends, the Long Country team is handling business here. Please leave immediately. If you see our secrets, it might not be something you can afford. The people from Luosi country exchanged glances. One of their female leaders, an 85-level woman, smiled gently and said, handsome man, our Luosi country and Long Country have a good relationship. We won't interfere with you. Seeing that the woman was still reluctant to leave, Zhou Tiexing's face darkened instantly, and he said coldly, we have a rule in Long Country. Anyone who sees us in action must die. Now, will you leave or not? If you don't, you're standing against us. Although the woman was unwilling, she didn't dare to confront the Long Country team directly. Gritting her teeth, she eventually led her team away. Surrounding countries had long heard of a genius beast master in Long Country whose powerful strength could crush countless peers. They had stayed to witness his prowess, but since they weren't allowed, they left reluctantly. With the area mostly cleared, Yi Jun's eyes burned as he looked at Xiao Xiailang. He thought to himself that these two teams must have dragon crystals, and it was rumored that people from Sakura Island were skilled in controlling plants. Perhaps the cactus Xiao Xiailang had just planted was a treasure. If he killed them, the cactus and yellow dragon crystals would be his. These people were doomed to accelerate his path to obtaining the White Tiger divine status. Mr. Su, you seem very confident, Xiao Xiailang said, his sharp eyes fixed on Su Luo, but he couldn't detect any flaws. At this moment, Su Luo had only summoned his fire phoenix, ghost tiger, and 3-legged golden crow. Although these 3 pets were over level 90, Xiao Xiailang and Klein thought they were formidable but not enough to rival them. They concluded that Su Luo must have a hidden trump card. Otherwise, his teammates wouldn't have left so easily. Klein shot a threatening glance at the people from Sakura Island and signaled to his teammates. Their plan was simple. As soon as the Sakura Island people made a move, they would immediately attack and eliminate the Long Country man as quickly as possible. Attack! Xiao Xiailang shouted, forming hand seals quickly. A giant cactus burst from the ground. At the same time, the other Sakura Island members launched their attacks. Flames, ice, swords, and skulls. Various powerful skills shot towards Su Luo. Facing such a fierce onslaught, Su Luo remained unflustered, a contemptuous smile appearing on his face. Mr. Su, you won't be smiling for long, Xiao Xiailang said, surprised that Su Luo was still smiling. Though his tone was polite, his attacks were ruthless. The cactus began spinning rapidly, hurling countless spikes. These spikes transformed into deadly spears midair, each capable of taking a life. Su Luo took a deep breath and summoned the diamond ape. Roar! With an earth-shattering roar, a massive figure instantly appeared in front of Su Luo. The powerful skills crashed against the diamond ape like fireworks against a mountain, causing no harm. Diamond ape, level 150 SSS. Attack, 280,000. Defense, 160,000. Spirit, 150,000. Constitution, 790,000. Skills, Rising Strike, Rampage, Aerial Iron Fist. With nearly 800,000 health points and 160,000 defense, the diamond ape easily blocked all attacks. Seeing this, Xiao Xiailang and Klein's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, impossible. A level 150 pet. When the diamond ape's stats appeared in the air, the people from Melee Country and Sakura Island were stunned, followed by deep fear. Xiao Xiailang forced a smile, his voice trembling slightly. Mr. Su, this must be a misunderstanding. We won't compete for the yellow dragon crystals in the cave. How about we let you have them? Klein's arrogance vanished in an instant, replaced by a fawning expression. He said in a low voice, the yellow dragon crystal belongs to your dragon nation. Not only now, but even if we discover it together in the future, I can guarantee we won't compete with you for it." In the distance, Long Xiaohui and his group suddenly stopped in their tracks, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. Yi Lingyue, Zhou Taisheng, and Zhou Lan were also frozen in place, their faces filled with shock. "A level 150 Vajra ape," someone exclaimed in a hushed voice. "This is just unbelievable." Everyone finally understood why Su Luo never showed a hint of fear. With such a powerful divine beast at his disposal, what was there to be afraid of? Even more terrifying was the thought of how many other high-level divine beasts he might have. Seeing Su Luo still silent, Klein hurriedly added, "Mr. Su, this is really a misunderstanding. If you're not satisfied with our proposal, you can make other demands." A glint flashed in Su Luo's eyes as he pretended to ponder. "I want space stones," he said slowly. 3 space stones in exchange for a life." Klein was momentarily stunned. Then a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. "Our team has a total of 6 people, and we have exactly 18 medium-sized space stones. Will that be enough?" As he spoke, he quickly pulled 24 space stones from his backpack and tossed them in Su Luo's direction. Meanwhile, Xiaozi Ichiro also began checking his own backpack immediately. In the end, the 8 members of Sakura Island could only gather 16 space stones, making their offering seem rather meager compared to Klein's. Su Luo accepted the total of 40 space stones, finally showing a satisfied smile. "All right, since you all are so cooperative, I'll give you a quick end." At Su Luo's command, the Vajra demon ape launched a ferocious assault. Its fists, larger than millstones, rained down on the enemies like a storm, each blow carrying the force to obliterate everything in its path. Despite their quick reflexes, Xiao Cai Lang and Klein couldn't match the sheer speed and power of this colossal beast. The ghost tiger, fire phoenix, and 3-legged golden crow joined the fray, attacking from all directions and throwing the enemies into disarray. Klein's face darkened as he glared at Su Luo, snarling, "Su Luo, don't think for a second you'll get away with this. If we get out of here, you'll pay 100-fold." Su Luo's lips curled into a faint smile, unfazed by Klein's threats. Instead of taking them seriously, he summoned the Necromancer and Xuanwu. These newly ascended deities had yet to show their true strength, making this the perfect opportunity for a test. Seeing this, Xiao Cai Lang's face turned ashen. He roared Klein, "Shut your damn mouth." Nearly fainting from rage, Su Luo calmly ordered, "Master, kill them as quickly as possible." With that, he stepped aside to watch, showing no intention of joining the fight himself. The Necromancer gave a sinister smile, ghostly flames flickering in his eye sockets, transforming instantly into a grim reaper as he charged at the enemies. Not to be outdone, Xuanwu's body swelled to several times its size, even larger than the Vajra demon ape. With a thunderous roar from Xuanwu, the entire space seemed to freeze. Klein and Xiao Cai Lang's movement slowed drastically. At that moment, the Vajra demon ape's fist smashed into one of the Sakura Island members. With a resounding bang and a sickening splatter, it was as if countless fluids were forcibly expelled. Su Luo, feeling a bit queasy at the sight, turned his back. Xiao Cai Lang let out a final roar. "Su Luo, even as a ghost, I won't let you go." Before he could finish, a rush of liquid filled his throat, and he fell silent. The battle quickly reached a fever pitch. The Vajra demon ape went berserk, and Xuanwu and the other pets showed no mercy. In no time, the pristine snow was stained with patches of crimson. Once the battlefield quieted, Su Luo waved to Long Xiaohui and the others, signaling them to collect the spoils. Xiao Cai Lang and his group had dropped a lot of equipment, including a yellow dragon crystal. Klein's group also had a yellow dragon crystal. Along with the one in the cave, they had gathered 4 yellow dragon crystals in just one day. Undoubtedly, this was all thanks to Su Luo. At this moment, all the team members were in awe of him. Long Xiaohui grinned. "Su Luo, our progress is amazing." Su Luo also smiled, pointing to the cave. "Let's gather everything quickly. I have other matters to attend to. We'll spend the night here." "All right, we'll follow your lead." Everyone agreed. The extreme temperature differences between day and night in the secret realm, along with potential unknown dangers at night, made finding a safe shelter the best choice. The cave was pitch black, but everyone had brought flashlights. 8 beams of light illuminated the cave like daylight. The cave was filled with stalactites and some inconspicuous snakes, insects, and rodents. For safety, Su Luo used his Samadhi True Fire to thoroughly scorch all the walls and crevices. Everyone set up their tents quickly. Once settled, Su Luo immediately entered the Divine Medicine Realm to check on the progress of the golden-scaled flame dragon's fusion with the Divine Core. A gentle rain was falling in the Divine Medicine Realm, nourishing countless herbs. A massive azure dragon soared through the sky, clearly the source of the timely rain. "Master, I've broken through and become a divine beast," the azure dragon exclaimed excitedly, shrinking to the size of a regular snake and darting to Su Luo's side. Su Luo patted the Azure Dragon's horns with satisfaction and opened its attribute panel. Azure Dragon, level 89 Divine Beast. Attack, 285,000. Defense, 160,000. Spirit, 86,000. Constitution, 215,000. Skills. Description. A divine beast known for its speed. Also a sacred beast and auspicious creature in the Dragon Kingdom. It possesses godlike abilities, and every move can cause massive destruction. Seeing the Azure Dragon's attributes, Su Luo was very pleased. He now had the Azure Dragon and Xuanwu, two divine beasts, and along with the Necromancer, he had 3 god-level pets. As long as we train it properly, it will definitely dominate one day. The Necromancer exclaimed excitedly, scampering towards Suluo with a strange piece of equipment in hand. Suluo eyed the device curiously. What is this? Equipment. The Necromancer replied smugly, gesturing towards the Azure Dragon's body. This is an attack gear. If the Azure Dragon wants to scratch someone, just equip this, and its power will triple. Suluo examined the item closely and realized it was something akin to a claw, hollowed out in the middle, evidently designed to fit over the dragon's talons. He was puzzled. Pet gear? I've never heard of such a thing. A spark of interest flickered in the Azure Dragon's eyes. Master, I think we should give it a try. With that, it moved slightly, slipping one of its claws into the gear. Immediately, Suluo saw the equipment's attributes displayed. Super Invincible Dragon Claw. Legendary Attack, 38,000. Defense, 18,000. Required level, 60. Skill. Deals 150 normal attack damage to enemies and inflicts continuous poison for 3 minutes, causing 80 damage per second. The attributes are decent, Suluo remarked. Under his expectant gaze, the Azure Dragon swiftly charged at a large tree, slashing at the trunk with its claw. Boom! A thunderous crack echoed as the tree trunk exploded into countless splinters. The Necromancer was overjoyed, jumping and dancing. Haha! I did it! Master, this thing really works. The Azure Dragon hovered excitedly in front of Suluo, its tail wagging vigorously, eager to equip all its claws with the gear. Suluo pondered. But what if a pet without a divine core uses this equipment? The Azure Dragon and the Necromancer both froze. The Necromancer explained dejectedly. A divine beast with a fused divine core can not only use equipment, but might even transform into a human. However, pets without a divine core probably can't use it. Seeing the Necromancer's downcast expression, Suluo quickly devised a new plan. Since the Azure Dragon can wear equipment, and I can share defense with the Black Tortoise, why not create a set of defensive gear for the Black Tortoise? That way, I would be invincible. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Suluo immediately shared his idea with the Necromancer. This quirky fellow, upon hearing Suluo's suggestion, excitedly pounded his chest and promised, "Don't worry, Master. I'll definitely create an unbeatable defense gear for Xuanwu." Spit flying, the Necromancer began to daydream, while Suluo took the opportunity to sneak away, thinking to himself that this guy not only had plenty of ideas, but was also quite adept at making grand promises. If he stayed any longer, he feared he might end up brainwashed by his own subordinate. Just as he ducked into the tent, Suluo bumped into the rough, dark face of Zhou Taisheng. Their eyes met, and they stared at each other in silence. Suluo cautiously stepped back 2 paces and demanded, "What do you want?" Zhou Taisheng's face flushed red as he quickly exited the tent, explaining that they were grilling meat and had sent him to fetch Suluo. When he didn't find him, he decided to wait there. Suluo silently scoffed at the flawless excuse, sighed, and followed Zhou Taisheng out of the tent. The cave was filled with the mouth-watering aroma of roasting meat. 2 small grills sizzled with skewers, releasing an enticing fragrance. When everyone saw Suluo, they eagerly invited him to join the feast. Zhou Taisheng couldn't wait and immediately grabbed a few skewers, stuffing them into his mouth. Yi Lingyue, blushing, handed Suluo a few skewers and joked if he was hiding someone in the dungeon space. Suluo casually explained that he had just planted some herbs, and as he spoke, he took out 7,000 Lingquan pills from the space, dividing them into 7 piles to share with everyone. As the group was enjoying their meal, a group of dark-skinned people wearing white scarves suddenly appeared at the cave entrance. They hesitated for a moment upon seeing the grilled meat before stepping inside and asking if they could have some food. Seeing their luxurious attire, Suluo inquired what price they were willing to pay. The newcomers boldly stated that they would pay any price as long as they could buy the food. Suluo asked them to name their price, and to everyone's shock, they offered an astronomical 50,000 long coins per skewer. Everyone present was stunned. Even Long Xiaohui, who came from the wealthiest family, found it hard to believe. Zhou Taisheng, the money grubber, immediately transformed into a chef, and everyone else pitched in to help. An hour later, the group had eaten about 500 skewers, totaling a whopping 25 million long coins. After paying, the group quickly departed. The cave returned to its usual calm, and everyone exchanged bewildered glances. After a long moment, Zhou Taixing couldn't contain his laughter, still reveling in the joy of their unexpected windfall. These people are ridiculously rich. If we had known, we should have charged more. Zhou Taixing exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with greed. He quickly divided the money into 8 parts and suggested, let's split it evenly. However, Zhao Lei and the other two exchanged a knowing glance and immediately declined the offer. Seeing this, Zhou Taixing reluctantly put the money away, a hint of disappointment on his face. The next day, a blizzard struck, blocking the entrance to the cave with heavy snow. Inside, the dim light made it hard to tell the time, and everyone slept until noon. Su Luo wasn't in a hurry since they had already collected 4 pieces of Huanglong crystal. Even if they slept another day, he was confident they could complete the mission. Nevertheless, to speed things up, Su Luo summoned the treasure-seeking mouse. He took a Lingquan pill from his pocket and said to the little creature, let's go. Find 2 more today, and I'll give you 100 of these. With that, he tossed the pill into the mouse's mouth. Squeak! The treasure-seeking mouse trembled with excitement, broke through the snow wall, and started sprinting across the snowy mountain. Everyone followed closely behind and soon left the snowy area, entering a scorching desert. Suddenly, the sound of fighting came from ahead. Su Luo frowned and saw 2 groups engaged in a fierce battle. One of the groups was unmistakably the generous headscarf-wearing men from the previous night. Friends, help us, and we'll give you 1,000,000,000 long coins, the leader of the headscarf-wearing group shouted, spotting Su Luo and his team like they were saviors. Hearing this, Zhou Taixing and Long Xiaohui's eyes flashed with greed, and they kept looking at Su Luo. Even Yi Lingyue, who wasn't short on money, couldn't help but ask, Luo, should we help? 1,000,000,000, that's at least 100 million each. Su Luo calmly replied, no, we won't help. Seeing the confusion on their faces, he explained, they probably all have Huanglong crystals. We should wait and take advantage. With that, he casually found a rock to sit on. Understanding dawned on Long Xiaohui and the others, and excitement gleamed in their eyes. This is going to be a triple cross. Exciting, they thought to themselves as they also found places to sit, ready to watch the show unfold. The sky was filled with yellow sand, and the temperature was soaring. At noon, the air shimmered with heat. The Longwa team stood silently about 200 meters from the battleground, watching the gradually subsiding conflict in the distance. Suddenly, Su Luo leaped up, stirring a cloud of fine sand. Brother Luo, should we act now? He asked, shifting his feet uncomfortably. These rocks are scorching hot. Indeed, Zhou Taixing agreed, quickly getting up from the hot stones, dusting off his pants with a grimace. I thought you guys didn't feel the heat? The other boys followed suit, standing up quickly. Yi Lingyue and Zhou Lan, who were already standing, covered their mouths and chuckled softly at the scene. In the distance, the 2 groups had ceased fighting and were glancing back frequently at Su Luo and his team, seemingly engaged in a whispered discussion. Moments later, both groups began to retreat. Brother Luo, they're leaving, Zhou Taixing said anxiously. Did they take the yellow dragon crystal? The treasure-hunting mouse lay still on the ground, showing no reaction. Su Luo remained calm. It should still be there. He then gave a command, and the mouse perked up, sprinting towards the recent battleground. The team breathed a sigh of relief, hopeful that they could still secure the yellow dragon crystal. About 2 minutes later, the mouse stopped and began digging frantically, kicking up clouds of dust. Su Luo received the feedback. It's buried about 3 meters underground. There's a yellow dragon crystal. Suddenly, the mouse let out a sharp squeak, having sensed the crystal's presence, and dug even faster. At that moment, 3 more teams emerged from the desert, including the 2 that had fought earlier and a new, unfamiliar group. The team members looked up warily, sizing up the approaching enemies. The leader of the team with white headscarves flashed a fake smile, gripping a golden sword tightly. Friends from Longwa, just leave the yellow dragon crystal, and we'll let you go. The other 2 teams smirked, confident in their advantage. The 3 teams closed in, forming a tight encirclement. Just then, the treasure-hunting mouse let out a shrill cry, clutching a yellow dragon crystal in its paws. As the crystal appeared, everyone quickened their pace. The headscarfed man spoke again, his tone menacing. Friends, this is your last chance. Hand over the yellow dragon crystal and your pet, or face certain death. The 3 teams quickly adopted a battle formation. Knights in the front, swordsmen, berserkers, and assassins ready to strike, with mages, archers, and support in the rear. The distance between the 2 sides had shrunk to less than 20 meters, and a clash seemed imminent. However, Zhou Taixing and the others remained unflustered, confident that Su Luo would take action. Attack! A command was given, and several arrows whistled through the air towards Su Luo. Zhou Taixing raised his shield to block them, urging, Brother Luo, hurry up and take them down. This desert is way too hot. Su Luo smiled slightly. All right, let's take them out. Before he finished speaking, Qinglong, Xuanwu, and the necromancer had already appeared. The presence of the three pets instantly cooled the surrounding air, especially Xuanwu, which emanated a chill like a walking air conditioner. Each of you pick a group and see who finishes first, Su Luo ordered. The three pets understood the task, eager to start. Master, I'll definitely finish first. The necromancer communicated to Su Luo, then charged towards the smallest group of 7. Xuanwu and Qinglong, somewhat resigned, each chose a group of 8. The battle erupted. Xuanwu, with its thick skin and heavy armor, rampaged through the enemy lines, quickly taking down one opponent with its massive claws. Qinglong transformed into a streak of blue light, darting through the crowd and dealing massive damage with each flash. The necromancer cackled eerily, swinging its scythe to harvest lives. Seeing this, Zhou Taixing put down his shield, becoming a spectator to the one-sided battle. No one knew what kind of sorcery it used, but the group of warriors wrapped in white turbans moved like mindless zombies before it. The necromancer's eyes glowed with an eerie green light, and with a slight wave of its bony claw, black mist enveloped the entire battlefield. In less than a minute, the turban warriors fell one by one, leaving behind only their gear and a single, gleaming yellow dragon crystal. The necromancer glanced triumphantly at Su Luo, its skeletal face seemingly wearing a victorious grin. It eagerly retreated to the realm of divine medicine, clearly frustrated that it couldn't brag about its success. After completing its task, it vanished in a puff of smoke. Long Xiaohui and his companions were left in shock, their faces betraying their disbelief as they looked at Su Luo. Long Xiaohui couldn't help but exclaim, Su Luo, your pet is incredible. Those were level 80 class changers, and it took them all down in under a minute. The others wore expressions of mixed envy and astonishment. Su Luo merely grinned and said nonchalantly, it's just a bit higher in quality and level. His gaze had already shifted to the location of the other two teams, where only piles of equipment and 2 yellow dragon crystals remained. Su Luo quickly recalled his pet into its space, while Long Xiaojun and the others gathered the spoils of battle. Long Xiaohui opened his palm to reveal 6 medium-sized spatial stones and 1 large spatial stone. These are for you. We have no use for them, he said. Wang Lei and the other 3 nodded in agreement, fearing Su Luo might refuse. Su Luo accepted them with a smile, saying, since you don't need them, I won't stand on ceremony. He knew this was a gesture of goodwill from Long Xiaohui, and the others exchanged knowing smiles. At this point, the Dragon Kingdom team had collected 8 yellow dragon crystals, just 2 short of their goal, and it had only taken them 2 days. Suddenly, the treasure-seeking mouse let out a series of urgent squeaks, as if sensing something terrifying. It quickly climbed onto Su Luo's shoulder, trembling all over. Su Luo immediately frowned, and the others started to look around warily. From the far end of the desert behind them, yellow sand filled the sky and a thick fog rolled in. A distant rumbling sound could be heard, like the approach of a 1,000-strong army charging towards them. Amidst the yellow sands, the figures of a pack of ice wolves appeared faintly. Their snow-white fur starkly contrasted with the desert floor, and their eyes were filled with terror as they frantically ran through the desert like they had gone mad. This bizarre scene left everyone momentarily stunned. How could creatures from icy regions appear in the scorching desert? The answer soon became clear. Chasing behind the wolf pack was a horde of repulsive beasts. These creatures were rotting all over, with some reduced to mere bones and decayed flesh. Thick, viscous liquid dripped from their mouths, and their blood-red eyes gleamed with terrifying ferocity. But what was even more horrifying was the appearance of a colossal beast over 10 meters tall, slowly emerging behind the horde. It was a gigantic wild boar, or more precisely, a zombie boar king. The system immediately provided detailed information about this monster. Zombie boar king, level 160, S-class creature. Attack, 468,000. Defense, 260,000. Spirit, 85,000. Constitution, 1,280,000. Skills, Venom Spray, Infection, Savage Charge. Passive, Corpse Poison Spread. Venom Spray. Sprays a liquid containing corpse poison, dealing 200 damage. Infection. Releases terrifying toxic gas, infecting nearby creatures and dealing 150 damage. Savage Charge. Charges forward in a straight line, dealing 300 damage. The system also issued a special warning. Don't get hit by its corpse poison, or you'll become its puppet. Seeing the level of the zombie boar king, Su Luo's face darkened instantly. Long Xiaohui and the others turned pale with fright, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Su Luo, we should retreat, Long Xiaohui suggested gravely, while the others showed expressions of fear. A monster of this level couldn't be defeated even with 10 teams like theirs. We'll retreat for now, Su Luo decisively ordered. The group immediately began to withdraw, carefully avoiding drawing the zombie boar king's attention. If they were targeted, collecting the yellow dragon crystals would be the least of their worries. They might not even survive until the end of the secret realm. As the thunderous footsteps echoed, the ice wolves darted across the desert, with the horde of zombie beasts and the zombie boar king in hot pursuit. Even after the zombie boar king disappeared into the distance, everyone was still on edge. Watching the massive figure fade away, a bold idea suddenly sparked in Su Luo's mind. Although the combat power of the Titan ape was already strong, it paled in comparison to the zombie boar king. The divine beasts hadn't fully matured yet, but if he could bring the zombie boar king under his control, it would undoubtedly become a powerful asset. Releasing the zombie boar king in future battles would surely dominate the battlefield. Su Luo, you're not thinking of following it, are you? Yi Lingyue quickly sensed Su Luo's intention, her face filled with concern. The others also watched him nervously, fearing he might make a reckless decision. I want to take a look, Su Luo stated frankly. You all have pets to protect you. As long as you don't cause trouble, you'll be safe. Wait here for me. With that, he made some quick arrangements, summoned the fastest dragon, and took off. The dragon flew at an incredible speed, catching up to the zombie boar king in under a minute. It hovered in the air, keeping a safe distance from the ground-bound beast. Su Luo followed, calculating the zombie boar king's combat power in his mind. Its normal attacks alone are over 400,000. Even the black tortoise couldn't withstand 2 hits. Su Luo pondered. The only way to subdue it is like how I captured the Titan ape last time. But this zombie boar king is faster, so I'll need to use the nether moonflower to control it. However, the nether moonflower is only level 90 now. It needs to be at least level 110 to trap it. Master, this boar's level is too high. We might not be able to beat it, the dragon cautioned. Although it had fused with the divine core, it wasn't invincible and knew when to back down. I have a plan. Don't lose sight of it. It'll be back from the divine herb realm soon. Before the dragon could respond, Su Luo had already disappeared from its back. In the divine herb realm, Su Luo immediately summoned the ghost tiger, the black tortoise, the 3-legged golden crow, the phoenix, and the necromancer, along with 100 other pets. Master, what's going on? The necromancer asked, puzzled. Eat the pills. Su Luo commanded decisively, instructing all the pets to consume spirit spring pills. He then redirected all the experience points to the nether moonflower. Though the necromancer didn't understand, it had never seen Su Luo so serious and complied without question. With over 100 pets consuming beast spirit pills, they quickly amassed over 1,000,000 experience points. The nether moonflower's level began to soar. Level 91, 92 in just about 10 minutes, it reached level 130. Su Luo then turned his attention to the swordgrass. Since that boar has thick skin and strong defenses, the swordgrass needs to level up too. He adjusted the experience distribution again, focusing on rapidly upgrading the swordgrass. In just 8 minutes, the sword she-grass had leveled up to 135. Su Luo wasn't far behind, advancing to level 98. Everything was set, just waiting for the right moment. Ready to go, Su Luo left the divine medicine realm and reappeared on the back of the azure dragon. Looking down, he saw that only a dozen or so ice wolves were left desperately fleeing. Most of the ice wolves had succumbed to the corpse poison, turning into puppets of the zombie boar king and frantically attacking their uninfected kin. The apocalyptic scene made Su Luo's scalp tingle. He was secretly relieved that this monster was trapped in the Huanglong's secret realm. If it were to escape, it would take someone above level 150 to contain the chaos it would unleash on the world. On the ground, the last ice wolf fell, leading to a total wipeout. The zombie boar king was panting heavily, sitting down to rest. Su Luo's eyes lit up, realizing this was his chance. Attack it from a distance. Su Luo decisively summoned the 3-legged golden crow and the fire phoenix, while he himself unleashed the Samadhi true fire on the zombie boar king. Boom, boom, boom. Scorching flames poured down from the sky, but the damage inflicted on the zombie boar king was minimal. Roar. The zombie boar king lifted its massive head and instantly used its venom spray skill. A stream of black, foul-smelling liquid shot out like an arrow, but the azure dragon dodged effortlessly. The 3-legged golden crow and the fire phoenix immediately launched their counterattacks, but due to the significant level difference, their damage was like a tickle to the zombie boar king. Master, its defense is too high. We can't hurt it, the fire phoenix said helplessly. If we can't hurt it quickly, we'll take it down slowly. This zombie boar king is crucial to me. Su Luo insisted. To speed things up, he summoned the necromancer. Master, why are we in the sky this time? The necromancer, aiming for a dramatic entrance, almost fell due to the lack of solid ground. Su Luo didn't waste any time and asked directly, what's the level of the skeleton warriors you can summon now? Level 60, why? Summon them for me and have them attack those zombie beasts and the zombie boar king. Su Luo pointed to the creatures on the ground, his voice full of excitement. Although the zombie pig king's minions were numerous, they were ultimately limited in number. In contrast, Su Luo's skeleton warriors could be summoned continuously as long as there was an ample supply of mental recovery potions. Following orders, the necromancer swiftly descended to the ground. Su Luo, mounted on the back of a Qinglong, surveyed the battlefield from above. His various pets were steadily wearing down the zombie pig king. Despite its formidable health, the constant attacks would eventually deplete it. Su Luo was secretly relieved that he hadn't brought Long Xiaohui and the others along, as he would have had to protect them as well. The necromancer began frantically summoning skeleton warriors, quickly amassing around 1,000, matching the number of zombie beasts. However, he did not stop there, instead accelerating his summoning. Su Luo's strategy was clear. Use a large number of expendable units to drain the zombie pig king's mental energy. Once exhausted, his pets could engage in close combat. The battlefield was engulfed in swirling yellow sand and filled with constant roars. The zombie pig king's tusks easily demolished swathes of skeleton warriors, and with a single skill, countless skeletons disintegrated into white light. Nonetheless, the fire phoenix and the three-legged golden crow remained the main damage dealers. Due to the risk of infection, Su Luo was hesitant to deploy the Xuanwu and the ghost tiger. Minutes later, the zombie pig king's health had dropped by 100,000, leaving it with 1,170,000. It began to rage, and with a furious roar, an endless stream of zombie beasts emerged around it. Su Luo and his pets were taken aback. Was this creature capable of summoning minions like a beast tamer? The zombie pig king unleashed nearly 3,000 zombie beasts, with levels ranging from 20 to 80, and even a few at level 100. These zombie minions attacked the skeleton warriors like puppets, dealing massive damage continuously. After 20 minutes of relentless summoning, the necromancer had exhausted all his mental energy. He complained to Su Luo, "Master, can you think of something? This isn't sustainable." Su Luo kept his eyes on the ground while tossing several large mental recovery potions to the necromancer. The necromancer gulped them down and resumed summoning skeleton warriors. Meanwhile, the three-legged golden crow and fire phoenix continued their attacks, with Qinglong occasionally providing support skills. An hour later, Su Luo checked the zombie pig king's stats again. Zombie pig king, level 160, S-class creature. Attack, 468,000. Defense, 260,000. Mental, 25,600. Health, 846,400. Skills, venom spray, infection, savage charge. Passive, corpse poison spread. The zombie pig king's health had dropped to half, around 840,000. Su Luo's confidence grew. At this rate, he could attempt to use a taming skill in another hour. However, an unexpected situation arose. Su Luo noticed several small black dots approaching. It was Long Xiaohui and his group. Zhou Taisheng, riding an ironhide rhino, shouted from a distance, "Su Luo, need any help?" As they neared the edge of the battlefield, the disoriented zombie pig king found new targets to vent its rage on and charged at them. Its massive body, shrouded in black mist, rushed forward. Su Luo's heart leaped into his throat, and he shouted, "Get out of the way!" If they were hit, they would likely die or be infected with corpse poison. Su Luo had only 2 light gods purification potions left, insufficient to save them all. Seeing the charging zombie pig king, their faces turned pale. Zhou Taisheng instinctively raised his shield, activating his strongest defense, enveloped in a golden glow that formed a faint iron fortress. Long Xiaohui sighed, "It's no use, we can't block it." He reluctantly pulled out a blue stone from his bag. Seeing the stone, Su Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Just before the zombie pig king hit them, Long Xiaohui crushed the stone. A white light enveloped them, and they instantly reappeared in the opposite direction from the zombie pig king. With a thunderous crash, the zombie pig king collided with a sand dune, exploding it into a cloud of yellow sand that filled half the sky. Su Luo, with a stern expression, shouted, "You guys need to leave now. This place isn't for you." Taking advantage of the moment, he released the ghost tiger and Xuanwu turtle to battle the zombie beasts, easing the pressure on his other pets. Zhou Taisheng awkwardly remarked, "I told you we shouldn't come, but you insisted." Long Xiaohui, looking heartbroken, said, "My teleportation stone." After confirming Su Luo was safe, they quickly retreated on their mounts. The transition from eager support to a hasty retreat took less than a minute. They stopped a few hundred meters away, watching the battlefield from afar. Zhou Taisheng patted his chest, saying, "That zombie pig king is terrifying. If it had hit us, we'd all be dead." Someone pointed out, "The zombie pig king is tough, but didn't you notice Su Luo is incredible too? He hasn't even lost health." Su Luo is beyond the norm. He's a monster. He must be trying to tame the zombie pig king. If he succeeds, he'll be the top in Long Country. We're all supposed to be geniuses here, but compared to him, we're nothing. The group fell silent. If Su Luo managed to tame the zombie pig king, he would undoubtedly become unstoppable, able to dominate any battlefield with ease. Not only did they think this way, but Su Luo himself was also of the same mind. This time, he decided to go all out. Even with onlookers present, he did not care. As long as he could tame the zombie boar king and obtain the white tiger's divine essence, he would undergo a complete transformation once the Huanglong secret realm expedition concluded. At this moment, the zombie boar king's health bar was down to its last 600,000 points. Su Luo decisively took out the netherworld moonflower and sword chi grass from his mystical herb realm and threw them onto the ground without hesitation. Despite the sandy terrain, these two magical plants were unaffected, needing only the ground to serve as a support platform. Sensing an increasing threat, the zombie boar king became agitated and restless. It frantically attacked the skeletal warriors, but could never fully destroy them. Meanwhile, the massive netherworld moonflower rapidly grew, its 300-meter-long vines swaying in the air. The sword chi grass also reached its combat form, with sharp leaves slowly rotating, ready to transform into lethal sword energy at Su Luo's command. From a distance, Long Xiaohui and the others watched in stunned silence. They had never seen Su Luo use both of these magical plant pets simultaneously. Long Xiaohui even took out a recording stone, feeling a bit presumptuous without Su Luo's permission but unwilling to miss this historic moment. On the battlefield, the zombie boar king seemed to sense the impending danger. It hesitated, glancing at the netherworld moonflower and sword chi grass as if weighing whether to flee. The fire phoenix noticed this and quipped to Su Luo, "Master, this pig seems pretty smart. It's thinking about running away." Immediately, the fire phoenix and the three-legged golden crow unleashed their fire phoenix scorch and sea of flames imprisonment skills. With damage numbers popping up densely, Su Luo knew the time had come. He quickly commanded the netherworld moonflower to sweep towards the zombie boar king. Plants were immune to corpse poison, so as long as he could restrain the zombie boar king and prevent its escape, victory was within reach. The zombie boar king fiercely bit into the vine of the netherworld moonflower, instantly shattering it. Countless flower fragments dispersed, emitting black smoke. Perhaps due to its high level, the zombie boar king directly resisted the negative effects of the netherworld moonflower. However, the vines continued to proliferate, successfully binding it tightly. Su Luo multitasked, starting to control the sword chi grass. With a light raise of his arm, the trunk of the sword chi grass spun rapidly, with countless leaves detaching and transforming into dense sword energy. Su Luo knew there were exactly 138,650 sword energies. These sword energies converged into a massive dragon in the air, coiling continuously. "Attack!" Su Luo commanded, and the sword energy dragon lunged forward. The zombie boar king sensed the intense killing intent, but, bound by the netherworld moonflower, could only watch as the sword energy dragon approached. A series of damage numbers emerged densely: 12,600, 15,000, 16,800. Su Luo kept a close eye on the zombie boar king's health bar, fearing he might accidentally kill it. When the zombie boar king was down to its last 30,000 health points, Su Luo quickly retracted the remaining sword energy. By now, the battlefield was in ruins. The ground was pitted and scarred, with countless skeletal warriors and zombie beasts torn to pieces by the sword energy. The necromancer looked on in shock, not at the power of the sword chi grass, but in sorrow for the more than 1,000 skeletal warriors he had painstakingly summoned, now destroyed indiscriminately. "Master, you owe me my skeletal warriors," the necromancer complained, his face full of grievance. If he had flesh and blood, he would surely be pouting and whining now. Su Luo ignored him and directly used the spirit-taming skill on the zombie boar king. A series of taming failed messages appeared, but as a seasoned beast master, Su Luo was undeterred. He ordered the necromancer to cast a death curse on the zombie boar king, ready to continue his attempts to tame this powerful boar king. After layering 3 death curses, the health of the zombie pig king finally began to slowly decline. Seeing this, Su Luo immediately started casting his spirit-taming technique, his hands rapidly forming seals in the air as streams of light flew from his fingertips towards the gigantic pig king. In the distance, Long Xiaohui reluctantly put away his shadow stone into his backpack, then fixed his gaze on the scene before him, afraid to miss any detail. The atmosphere was tense yet filled with anticipation. The zombie pig king was tightly bound by vines, unable to move. Everyone could guess that Su Luo was in the process of taming it, but they wisely kept their distance, not daring to disturb such a critical moment. As the final beam of light merged into the pig king, the vines slowly loosened, gently laying its massive body on the ground. Su Luo descended as well, lightly tapping his toes to land steadily. At that moment, the others rushed over like contestants in a race, their faces brimming with excitement and curiosity. Zhou Taixing was the first to speak, his voice full of envy. "Congrats, brother Luo. You've tamed another powerful pet." His eyes sparkled with longing, as if imagining that if he could choose again, he would undoubtedly become a beast tamer. A rare smile appeared on Su Luo's face as he softly said, "This trip to the Yellow Dragon's secret realm was worth it." He glanced at the towering zombie pig king, feeling a wave of security. The tamed pig king had retracted its poisonous aura, making it harmless even up close. Su Luo silently calculated that with this behemoth and the Vajra demon ape, the combination of these two powerful pets would be enough to dominate the world. However, he quickly thought of the heaven-defying binding ability of the nether moonflower, which made him more cautious. Everyone admired the zombie pig king with envy, while Long Xiaohui awkwardly rubbed his hands and said, while you were fighting, I recorded some footage with the Shadow Stone. You see." Su Luo waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. Do what you want with it." He understood Long Xiaohui's concern. If he objected, the latter would undoubtedly hand over the Shadow Stone without hesitation. But at this moment, Su Luo had the confidence to be high-profile. He realized that once his reputation spread, not only would no one dare to cause trouble, but they would also worry about him coming after them. Such is the deterrent power of strength. After everyone had their fill of looking, Su Luo finally stored the zombie pig king in his pet space. Zhou Taixing looked at Su Luo in confusion and asked, "What do we do now?" Su Luo glanced around at the surroundings, a slight smile on his lips as he responded, "Why did we come to the Yellow Dragon's secret realm? Of course, to collect Yellow Dragon crystals." The Yellow Dragon crystal, a unique product of this secret realm, is extremely limited in quantity even though the realm opens once every few years. Over time, it will only become rarer, as people from dozens of surrounding countries send their representatives to compete for it. Although 15 days might seem like a lot of time, not a moment can be wasted. The group quickly geared up, and Su Luo released the treasure-hunting mouse once again. After several rounds of training, the little creature had developed a strong craving for the spirit spring pills. Upon receiving the command to find the Yellow Dragon crystal, it immediately dashed off, its keen nose and special sensing abilities fully engaged. Fortunately, everyone had their own mounts, allowing them to barely keep up with its speed. Half a day later, the treasure-hunting mouse finally stopped in a dense forest of towering trees. The thick canopy blocked out most of the light, and the massive trunks obscured their view, making it hard to see far ahead. "Be careful, everyone," Su Luo whispered, continuing to direct the treasure-hunting mouse forward. This kind of terrain was perfect for ambushes, and a moment of carelessness could lead to danger. Long Xiaohui and the others followed closely, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. After about 10 more minutes, the treasure-hunting mouse's pace began to slow, eventually coming to a complete stop. "What's going on?" Long Xiaohui and Zhou Taixing asked, puzzled. The treasure-hunting mouse jumped around anxiously, gesturing at Su Luo with its tiny paws, its eyes full of urgency. "It seems the Yellow Dragon crystal has been taken. The scent has disappeared," Su Luo speculated with some disappointment. At that moment, the sound of fierce fighting erupted from ahead, indicating another battle over the Yellow Dragon crystal. The group cautiously approached, carefully observing the situation. The scene before them was shocking. Near an underground cave, 5 teams were engaged in a fierce skirmish, with around 30 people in total. Although the battle had just begun, there were already casualties on all sides. Seeing this, Su Luo had a bold idea. "What are you thinking, Su Luo?" Long Xiaohui asked eagerly, turning to Su Luo. "I think we're on the same page. This time, let's take advantage of the chaos," Zhou Taixing said excitedly, lying on the ground. In terms of strength, each of them had a pet, all in peak condition. Even if Long Xiaohui and the others didn't intervene, Su Luo alone could easily overpower everyone present. "Let's wait a little longer," Su Luo said, lying in the grass and carefully observing the battle ahead, particularly noting the badges on those people's chests. But he quickly discarded the idea if he fell into a disadvantage. The opponents wouldn't show mercy either. "In that case, let's strike hard. Let's go," Su Luo decided after weighing the situation in his mind. "Let's do it." Zhou Taixing stood up excitedly, pulling out his shield. Zhou Lan and Yi Lingyue, the 2 girls, silently followed, showing their agreement through their actions. As Su Luo's group appeared, the chaotic battlefield suddenly fell silent. "People from Long Country? This is none of your business, get lost." The 5 teams clearly didn't welcome Su Luo and his group. "If you want to live, hand over all your Yellow Dragon crystals, spatial stones, and equipment," Su Luo demanded, though his tone was still somewhat inexperienced. "Screw you." An archer cursed, raising his bow and firing an arrow at Su Luo. The arrow whistled through the air but was easily blocked by Zhou Taixing's shield. "What a joke, using the same gear as me." Sun Hai scoffed, then raised his hand to unleash a skill arrow barrage. A dense rain of arrows descended, throwing the opposing knights into disarray. At this point, the other team seemed to reach an unspoken agreement, collectively launching an attack on the Long Country team. They clearly intended to eliminate the Long Country team first before settling their own disputes. "So they want to unite against us?" Su Luo smirked, summoning a necromancer. Although he had many ways to defeat them instantly, Su Luo was curious to see the skeleton warriors in action. The necromancer, experienced as he was, quickly assessed the battlefield and telepathically asked Su Luo, "Master, how should we proceed?" "Summon the skeleton warriors and overwhelm them," Su Luo ordered. "Got it." The necromancer's eyes glowed with eerie fire as he began summoning the skeleton warriors. The necromancer can now summon 100 skeleton warriors at once. To improve efficiency, it began to flicker between 8 different positions, each time bringing 100 new skeleton warriors. In the blink of an eye, 2 to 3,000 skeleton warriors flooded the battlefield, densely packed and intimidating. This sight clearly unnerved the present teams. Although these level 60 skeleton warriors were not strong individually, their overwhelming numbers were suffocating. To make matters worse, a fully prepared squad stood by, ready to join the fray at any moment. A sense of crisis instantly enveloped the scene. "Friends from the Dragon Nation, I'm willing to hand over the Huanglong crystals. Just let us leave safely." The leader of one team raised a white flag first, his voice trembling. Although the Huanglong crystals were significant, he knew that if they lost their lives, the crystals would be lost as well. "Agreed." Su Luo responded readily, waiting for the other side to hand over the crystals. The man carefully took out 2 Huanglong crystals from his backpack and tossed them towards Su Luo. Su Luo did not catch them himself, but signaled his treasure-hunting mouse to retrieve them. After confirming the crystals were genuine, the skeleton army immediately parted to create a passage, allowing the team to leave safely. "Cowards," someone muttered under their breath. For teams remained, stubbornly resisting. They fought fiercely against the endless stream of skeleton warriors while trying to move closer to the Dragon Nation squad. These 4 teams had nearly 30 people combined, which under normal circumstances would easily crush an 8-person team. This realization gave them immense confidence. Zhou Taixing couldn't hide the smile on his face as he watched. "Brother Luo, how about we finish them off quickly?" he suggested. "Take it slow," Su Luo replied calmly, though he secretly urged the necromancer to increase the summoning rate. In an instant, the necromancer's summoning ability improved again, now able to summon 200 skeleton warriors with each flicker. The number of skeletons on the battlefield surged, quickly surrounding the 4 teams and forming an impenetrable wall of bones. Friends from the Dragon Kingdom were willing to hand over the yellow dragon crystals. Someone desperately pleaded as the situation grew dire. However, Su Luo paid no heed this time, deciding to kill and seize the crystals directly. He thought coldly, they had already been given a chance, but these people were useless. As the number of skeleton warriors increased, the 4 teams began to fall into a disadvantage. Many started cursing at Su Luo, attempting to use morality to restrain someone who had long discarded it. "Let me end this quickly for you," Su Luo said expressionlessly, stepping back a few paces. Yi Lingyue and Sun Hai then stepped forward, a mage and an archer, both skilled in long-range attacks. To accelerate the battle, Su Luo summoned his pets, the Fire Phoenix, the 3-legged Golden Crow, and the Azure Dragon for aerial support. The 4 teams watched in shock. The relentless skeleton army was already terrifying, and now there was aerial support too. It seemed like Su Luo was afraid the skeletons might win too slowly. In just 2 minutes, the battlefield fell silent, leaving only corpses and skeletal remains. In front of Long Xiaohui lay 6 yellow dragon crystals and a pile of equipment. "Su Luo, as usual, these are yours." Long Xiaohui handed the spatial stone on the ground to Su Luo, while the other items were packed into his bag for later distribution. After this battle, the Dragon Kingdom squad had collected a total of 16 yellow dragon crystals along with numerous pieces of equipment and supplies. "All right, go back to the cave where we stayed before and wait for me. I have some things to take care of." Su Luo put away the spatial stone, gave a few brief instructions, and then rode the Azure Dragon, flying swiftly towards the icy region with the Fire Phoenix. Everyone felt elated, having successfully completed their mission in just 3 days, and headed towards the cave where they had spent the previous night. On the snowy peak, Su Luo stood quietly as the Fire Phoenix continuously spewed flames, melting the thick snow. As the snow melted, the Fire Phoenix sensed something unusual. "Master, there seems to be something beneath the ground." Su Luo looked curiously at the ground, seeing countless crystal-clear stones covering the surface. Through them, he could see a dark environment below, as if the entire mountain was sealing something. Could there be a portal here like in the underground secret realm? Su Luo wondered. Suddenly, the entire mountain began to shake violently, almost causing Su Luo to slip. For safety, he quickly summoned the black tortoise and jumped onto it. "Master, something is coming out from below." The Fire Phoenix urgently alerted, then flew into the sky. The shaking intensified, with cracks spreading everywhere. Su Luo immediately rode the black tortoise down the mountain. Just as he left the peak, the mountain top shattered with a loud crash, and 4 white figures shot into the sky. 4 white tigers, each nearly 4 meters tall, appeared, baring their fangs at Su Luo with fierce eyes. The system prompt showed, Snowfield Spirit Tigers, level 130, S-Class, attack 458000, defense 180000, spirit 165000, constitution 650000. Skills, Shadow Kill, Roar Intimidation, Tiger Shadow Extreme Kill. Passive skills, Keen Shadow Kill, allowing 7 flashes within 20 meters in 1 minute. Roar Intimidation, emitting a tiger's roar to intimidate enemies, rendering them immobile. Tiger Shadow Extreme Kill, dealing 200 damage on the next normal attack after each flash. Su Luo was shocked, level 130 monsters. Fortunately, he had the Vajra Ape and Zombie Pig King. Otherwise, he wouldn't be confident in facing these 4 Tiger Kings. Master, each of them has fused with a fragment of the White Tiger God's essence. Killing them will drop the essence fragments, the Fire Phoenix explained. Excitement flashed in Su Luo's eyes as he summoned the Vajra Ape and Zombie Pig King, taking out the Nethermoon Orchid and Sword Chi Grass from the Divine Medicine Realm. This time, he was going all out. The battle erupted instantly. The Fire Phoenix first unleashed its Fire Phoenix Sky Burn, enraging the 4 tigers. Su Luo followed with a sea of fire confinement, though it had little effect on the powerful white tigers. Despite their slow speed, the Zombie Pig King and Vajra Ape, supported by the Nethermoon Orchid and Sword Chi Grass, had the tigers scrambling. Suddenly, the 4 white tigers roared in unison, their figures beginning to flicker. Each flash inflicted damage on the Vajra Ape and Zombie Pig King not high, but the frequent attacks were troublesome. Master, these tigers are intelligent. We need to find a way to prevent them from escaping, the Fire Phoenix warned. Su Luo quickly reacted, using the Nethermoon Orchid to trap one of the tigers. Attack. At Su Luo's command, the Sword Chi Grass blades transformed into countless sword energies, striking the trapped white tiger. Back then, even the half-health Zombie Pig King couldn't withstand a single strike from the Sword Chi Dragon, let alone the half-health Snowfield Spirit Tiger. The Sword Chi Dragon, like a silver lightning bolt, pierced through the Snowfield Spirit Tiger instantly. The massive tiger fell with a thud, its life force quickly dissipating. Seeing this, the remaining 3 Snowfield Spirit Tigers showed fear in their eyes, scanning the surroundings for an escape route. They tried to fend off the pet's attacks while attempting to break through the encirclement. Su Luo sneered, pointing his finger lightly. The Netherworld Moonflower, like a black whirlwind, swept towards another Snowfield Spirit Tiger. At the same time, he shouted, 3-legged Golden Crow, fire sea confinement. Everyone else, attack with full force. With the command given, the battlefield turned into a sea of flames. The Azure Dragon, Undead Sorcerer, and Ghost Tiger charged towards their targets like arrows released from a bow. The Zombie Pig King and the Vajra Ape tightly entangled the last Snowfield Spirit Tiger, giving it no chance to breathe. At this point, the remaining 3 Snowfield Spirit Tigers were already in a half-health state, and Su Luo's Sword Chi could easily take down at least 2 more. The battlefield was ablaze with light, and countless towering trees shattered into pieces under the fierce attacks, creating a spectacular yet terrifying scene. Soon, the Netherworld Moonflower firmly controlled the second Snowfield Spirit Tiger. Su Luo's eyes flashed coldly as he pointed towards the target again. The Sword Chi Dragon, like a silver lightning bolt, roared out once more. The controlled Snowfield Spirit Tiger, eyes filled with terror, desperately exhaled a breath of extreme cold in an attempt to fend off the impending fatal strike. However, this feeble resistance was like a paper barrier before the Sword Chi Dragon, instantly torn apart. The Sword Chi Dragon pierced through the Snowfield Spirit Tiger's body with unstoppable force. 16,800, 18,500, 16,000. Damage numbers popped up incessantly like raindrops, and in the blink of an eye, the second Snowfield Spirit Tiger fell into a pool of blood. A timely system prompt sounded, "Congratulations on killing the Snowfield Spirit Tiger. You have gained 165,000 experience points." With the death of the Snowfield Spirit Tiger, a white, metallic-looking divine shard appeared on the ground. Su Luo quickly picked it up, feeling a surge of joy. This was already the second shard. Now, the 2 remaining Snowfield Spirit Tigers had completely given up resistance, focusing solely on escaping. However, their situation wasn't much better. One was confined by the Sea of Flames, and the other was besieged by the Zombie Pig King and the Vajra Ape, leaving no room for escape. At this moment, the anxious voice of the Undead Sorcerer came through. "Master, hurry up and deal with this one. If you don't, the little Golden Crow will be killed." Su Luo finally noticed that the 3-legged Golden Crow, engulfed in flames, was losing health rapidly. Even with numerous skeleton warriors absorbing damage, it couldn't hold on much longer. After all, it was facing a level 130 beast, and no matter how strong the 3-legged Golden Crow was, it couldn't confine it for long. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Su Luo took a deep breath and decided to multitask. He directed the Netherworld Moonflower towards the Snowfield Spirit Tiger besieged by the Zombie Pig King and the Vajra Ape, while also commanding the Sword Chi Dragon to attack the target confined by the three-legged Golden Crow. The last two, Su Luo murmured to himself, pushing the potential of both plants to their limits. Kill. With a roar, the Sword Chi Dragon, now significantly smaller, struck one of the Snowfield Spirit Tigers. Simultaneously, the Undead Sorcerer, Ghost Tiger, and other pets unleashed their most powerful skills. Before long, the system prompt sounded again. Congratulations on killing the Snowfield Spirit Tiger. You have gained 165,000 experience points. The third Snowfield Spirit Tiger fell, and on the other side, the fourth was firmly controlled by the Netherworld Moonflower. The pets swarmed, with the Vajra Ape and Zombie Pig King delivering particularly devastating attacks. A few ordinary strikes later, the last Snowfield Spirit Tiger was reduced to a pile of mush. Finally done. Su Luo exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his forehead again. This battle against 4 level 130 beasts was undoubtedly the most thrilling since his job change. If not for taming the Zombie Pig King, he might have let one escape today, failing to gather the Divine Shards. The white Divine Shard lay quietly on the ground. The Ghost Tiger immediately picked it up and ran to Su Luo, presenting it to its master. Though it knew the shard was meant for it, it still acted obediently before Su Luo gave the order. When the 4 Divine Shards were placed together, they emitted a soft white light, merging into a complete Divine Shard in the blink of an eye. Congratulations on obtaining the White Tiger Divine Shard. The system prompt sounded again. Sitting on a rock, Su Luo felt a surge of excitement. This was a genuine Divine Shard, not something you could buy with money. He hadn't expected to obtain it so easily. After a brief rest, Su Luo recalled all his pets into the pet space and entered the Divine Herb realm himself. Roar! Roar! The Ghost Tiger roared excitedly at Su Luo as soon as it was summoned. Although it hadn't experienced it firsthand, it could sense what was about to happen. It was about to merge with the White Tiger Divine Shard. You weren't too thrilled to follow me back then, but now your fortune has arrived. Su Luo smiled, tossing the Divine Shard towards the Ghost Tiger, which caught it in one bite. The White Tiger Divine Shard began to emit a dazzling light in the Ghost Tiger's mouth, soon enveloping its entire body in a massive white cocoon. Master, congratulations. Our enterprise has grown stronger once again. The Undead Sorcerer, as the spirit of the Divine Herb realm, could traverse freely between the pet space and the Divine Herb realm. Seeing the Ghost Tiger about to ascend to a divine beast, it too was excited. After all, the stronger Su Luo became, the more resources he could gather, just like now. Su Luo took out dozens of spatial stones, ranging from large to small, and piled them up in front of him. Although most of these spatial stones were obtained through killing or extortion in the Huanglong secret realm, seeing so many at once made Su Luo sigh. Killing and robbing really pays off quickly. Master, with so many spatial stones, we can expand the Divine Herb realm by at least 20 times. The Undead Sorcerer was ecstatic at the sight of so many spatial stones. As the spirit of this realm, the larger the Divine Herb realm, the more benefits it would enjoy, allowing it to better manage its spectral empire. We'll be able to achieve herb independence. Su Luo said with anticipation, using all the spatial stones in one go. Bow. The ground began to shake violently, and even the air trembled. As the spatial stones slowly disappeared, a white mist enveloped the area. Su Luo knew this was a sign that the space was about to expand. The Divine Herb realm, already sizable, was now 20 times larger, equivalent to 2 provinces in the Dragon Kingdom. This would provide abundant resources for both planting and mining. At this point, Su Luo's pets included 4 that had merged with Divine Shards. His next major goal was to find the Vermilion Bird Divine Shard to evolve his Fire Phoenix into a true Vermilion Bird. When that happens, with the 4 divine beasts gathered, who could stand against him? After leaving the realm of divine medicine, Su Luo sped towards Long Xiaohui and his group on his Azure Dragon. With the divine essence in hand and a sufficient number of yellow dragon crystals, all that was left was to wait for the secret realm to conclude. At that moment, Long Xiaohui and his team were battling fiercely against the snow monsters on the snow-capped mountain. Although they had completed their mission and could have waited in peace, Su Luo's outstanding performance inspired them to stay vigilant. Long Xiao, kill them quickly. I've lured another wave. Zhou Taixing shouted as he sprinted across the mountain, followed by at least 150 level 70 snow monsters. Long Xiaohui and the others swiftly formed a defensive line to handle the massive horde. Seeing Zhou Taixing lead such a large number of snow monsters, everyone was speechless. Long Xiaohui, looking exasperated, complained, "How are we supposed to handle so many at once? Brother, help us hold them off." Zhou Lan called out, having been casting healing spells for an hour straight, with knights intermittently losing health. Hee, I'm on it. Zhou Taixing chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had overdone it. He immediately picked up his shield and joined the defense. Suddenly, a giant dragon appeared in the sky. Su Luo is here. Everyone's faces lit up with relief. Even if the number of snow monsters multiplied tenfold, they were absolutely safe with Su Luo around. Brother Luo, you finished so quickly? Zhou Taixing shouted to Su Luo, who was riding the azure dragon. Su Luo nodded and smiled in response. Keep farming monsters. I'll keep watch. Su Luo declined the team invitation. For him, the experience points were negligible. His pets were currently consuming spirit elixirs in the realm of divine medicine, gaining over 999 experience points per second. For the next while, Su Luo played the role of a bodyguard. While the team farmed monsters, he stood guard nearby. During downtime, he would find a large rock to bask in the sun leisurely. Time passed quietly, and the time limit for the Yellow Dragon secret realm had arrived. A large crowd gathered on the beach at the entrance of Yellow Dragon Island. Notable figures like Zhao Jiuxiao, Long Sihai, and Su Bingxue watched the exit anxiously, curious about the number of yellow dragon crystals the team had brought back and concerned for their safety. After all, these 8 were the most talented individuals carefully selected by Dragon Country, and none of them could be lost. As footsteps echoed from the cave, the crowd on the beach immediately perked up. Zhao Jiuxiao's extraordinary abilities allowed him to discern the number of people just by the sound of their steps. Ha ha ha, they all made it back safely, he announced joyfully. Su Bingxue also recognized the footsteps of the 8, and her heart finally settled. As the 8 emerged from the cave, Zhao Jiuxiao approached with a smile. How did it go? Reporting to Senior Zhao, everything went smoothly. Long Xiaohui responded promptly, giving Su Luo a thumbs up behind his back. Su Luo had anticipated this moment and had deliberately let Long Xiaohui walk in front, while he kept a low profile at the rear. Excellent. Zhao Jiuxiao's smile widened. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Long Xiaohui began to take out the yellow dragon crystals, totaling 16 pieces, forming a small golden mound. Seeing such a large number of yellow dragon crystals, Zhao Jiuxiao was astonished. This many? Reporting to Senior Zhao, it's all thanks to Su Luo. Long Xiaohui explained. Well done. You all have made great contributions, and you will be richly rewarded. Zhao Jiuxiao, in high spirits, quickly collected the yellow dragon crystals. These crystals could change the fate of the nation. Previously, Dragon Country only had 8, and now with 16 more, they had a chance to become the strongest nation globally. After a brief exchange, Zhao Jiuxiao left. Knowing the relationship between Su Luo and Su Bingxue, Long Sihai also took Long Xiaohui and the others away, leaving the siblings some private time. You're level 95 now? Su Bingxue asked, frowning slightly after everyone had left. Dressed in a black tracksuit and white sneakers, her figure was well proportioned, and her face was stunningly beautiful. Her gaze towards Su Luo was filled with affection and encouragement, much like a doting mother. Sis, I just got lucky. You're at level 130, aren't you? Su Luo replied, noticing his sister's level. What do you want to eat? Sister will take you out. Su Bingxue smiled, pinching Su Luo's cheek. She wanted to hug him like she did when they were kids but realized he was now much taller than her, so she settled for linking arms. Sis, I want to eat Zhajiangmian. Alright, let's go. This time, stay on Yellow Dragon Island for a while so we can spend more time together. Hearing the words Zhajiangmian, Su Bingxue's eyes welled up slightly, but she maintained a bright smile. Su Luo's nose also tingled. He remembered their impoverished childhood when a bowl of Zhajiangmian was a rare treat they had to share. Despite the poverty, those were the purest and happiest times. Now, even with abundant feasts, it seemed impossible to recapture that warmth. At the noodle shop, Su Bingxue ordered 2 bowls of Zhajiangmian. As they ate, her eyes gradually became moist, and Su Luo felt a similar sensation. Soon, they both shared a smile. Sis, do you think we've made something of ourselves now? Su Bingxue smiled warmly and nodded. We can have Zhajiangmian every day if we want. After the meal, the siblings strolled through the streets. Su Luo asked curiously, Sis, what do you mainly do here? Kill people. What else? Su Bingxue pouted, pointing to a distant, endless sea where a small island was faintly visible. That island belongs to Sakura Island. They often harass us, so we frequently send people over to kill them. She then pointed to the sea near Yellow Dragon Island, where several massive ships resembled moving fortresses. Those are ships from the beautiful country. They're just like Sakura Island, our main source of trouble. She suddenly stopped and whispered, You're not strong enough yet, but I don't want you here anyway. Just stay in Mabe and hunt the beasts. Don't worry, sis. I'll take good care of myself. Su Luo nodded with a smile, his gaze falling on the beautiful country's ships. He wondered if releasing the King Kong Demon Ape and the Zombie Pig King on those ships could completely dismantle their enemies. The Huanglong Island Grand Hotel is the most luxurious hotel on the entire island. As one of the top 10 outstanding young talents in Longhua, Su Luo naturally stayed here without having to pay out of his own pocket. When he opened the door, he was greeted by a clean, elegant, yet cozy suite. Eager to dive into the realm of divine medicine, Su Luo knew he needed to prepare thoroughly to take down those massive ships from Liguo. This was a contest between nations, and those ships would undoubtedly be guarded by formidable warriors. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Within the realm of divine medicine, the ghost tiger had fully integrated its divine essence, transforming into a small, cat-sized creature with snow-white fur and no trace of black stripes. Sensing Su Luo's presence, it eagerly dashed over and affectionately rubbed its head against his pant leg. "Can you talk now?" Su Luo asked curiously, recalling that the golden flame dragon had been able to speak after integrating its divine essence. The white tiger nodded obediently. "What abilities do you have now?" Su Luo continued. Instead of answering, the white tiger let out a deep roar, its voice like thunder. Its body began to expand rapidly, its fur standing on end like steel needles. In no time, it grew to over 10 meters tall, dwarfing even the King Kong gorilla and the zombie pig king. Speechless at this sight, Su Luo muttered, "You said you could talk, yet now you're silent. Are you waiting for a bribe?" Not wanting to waste any more time, Su Luo directly checked the white tiger's attribute panel. White tiger, level 98 divine beast. Attack, 480,000. Defense, 24,000. Spirit, 120,000. Constitution, 580,000. Skills. Description. The white tiger, the only one of its kind in the world, possesses immense attack power and is the fiercest among the 4 divine beasts. Su Luo was surprised to find that the white tiger had lost all its skills after becoming a divine beast. This didn't mean it had no skills, but rather that its potential had been fully unlocked. Like a deity, any random movement could become a lethal skill. Seeing the white tiger's astonishing attack power, Su Luo felt a surge of excitement. With such a powerful pet, his chances of taking down the ships from Liguo increased significantly. He immediately summoned the Azure Dragon, the only flying pet that had integrated its divine essence. "Master, what can I do for you?" the Azure Dragon asked respectfully. "Do you have any skills like invisibility?" Su Luo inquired directly. "Invisibility, I know divine stealth, which is similar," the Azure Dragon replied confidently. "Can you avoid detection by a level 150 expert?" "Probably not, as I'm currently only level 105. How many more levels would you need to avoid detection by a level 150 expert?" "At least 5 more levels." Satisfied with the answer, Su Luo breathed a sigh of relief. For him, any problem that could be solved with experience points wasn't a problem at all. He immediately instructed the necromancer to arrange the leveling up process. The abundant harvest of spiritual spring herbs in the realm of divine medicine far exceeded the consumption rate, fully supporting the pets leveling up. Su Luo quickly summoned the 6 pets he was primarily nurturing: the white tiger, black tortoise, azure dragon, fire phoenix, 3-legged golden crow, and the necromancer. As for the golden gorilla and zombie pig king, they were temporarily sidelined due to their inferior qualifications. The next morning, Su Luo was called to the hotel restaurant to have breakfast with the others. Long Sihai asked about Su Luo's plans at the table. "Su Luo, we're planning to return to Lengdu today. Are you staying here to spend more time with your sister, or are you coming back with us?" "Why don't you guys go ahead? I'll stay here for a couple more days and then head back," Su Luo replied. "All right, stay safe," Long Sihai agreed with a nod. After breakfast, everyone bid farewell to Su Luo and took a bus to the teleportation array. Su Luo returned to his room and re-entered the realm of divine medicine to continue his preparations. Currently, the experience points required for pets to level up have increased significantly, but by tonight, Qinglong will definitely reach level 110. Su Luo had already devised a meticulous plan in her mind. Her eyes sparkled with determination as she resolved to herself, "Tonight, I will sink those big ships from America one by one. If conditions permit, tomorrow I'll head straight to Sakura Island's base and destroy it completely." Clenching her fist, Su Luo thought to herself, "I'll help my sister get rid of these troubles first, then quietly leave." Her lips curved into a slight smile as she whispered, "When the job is done, I shall leave quietly, hiding my achievements and fame." Meanwhile, in a heavily guarded office building, Su Bingxue sat at a large desk, holding a document with a red header. She furrowed her brows, carefully reading the contents. It was an urgent directive from her superiors, requiring her to lead a team to destroy several American ships stationed nearby by tomorrow. Su Bingxue knew well that this mission was exceedingly difficult. The American fleet was filled with experts, including at least 2 level 150 job changers. On Huanglong Island, there was currently only 1 level 150 strongman. She fell into brief contemplation, weighing various possibilities. After a moment, Su Bingxue made up her mind to start preparing for action. She understood that in the game of nations, any detail could affect the overall situation. If this matter led to Long Country's defeat, the invaders would mercilessly cross the line of defense, trampling countless citizens' homes. The responsibility was immense, leaving no room for any slackness. By evening, Su Luo, dressed in black sportswear, silently walked out of the hotel. This outfit would help her blend into the night. By then, Qinglong and the other pets were close to level 110. A confident smile played on Su Luo's lips as she thought, "Tonight, I'll use America's base as a whetstone." She quickly moved to a secluded corner and swiftly summoned Qinglong. Once Su Luo was securely seated, Qinglong asked in a low voice, "Master, shall we start stealth now?" "Of course," Su Luo replied softly. To better conceal their presence, Qinglong did not immediately take to the sky. Instead, it first used a speed technique to make both itself and Su Luo completely invisible, even hiding their aura. After a thorough check to ensure there were no flaws, Su Luo signaled Qinglong to fly towards America's base. Even though it was nighttime, Huanglong Island remained heavily guarded. Every few meters, uniformed guards stood vigilant, their eyes sharp as they monitored every movement on the ground and in the sky. Most of these guards were around level 70 or 80, but there were also experts at level 120 or higher stationed at critical points. Su Luo observed the scene from above, feeling a surge of emotions. He knew that a peaceful life came at the cost of someone else's silent sacrifices. Just as he was about to command the Azure Dragon to leave Huanglong Island, several jeeps appeared on the ground. As the doors opened, over 20 people dressed in black stealth suits emerged one after another. Su Luo's gaze was instantly drawn to the leading figure. That familiar silhouette left no doubt in his mind. It was his sister, Su Bingxue. "Move out," Su Bingxue ordered, and more people emerged silently from the nearby woods. Each of them exuded a powerful aura, with the weakest being at least level 100. These were undoubtedly the elite forces of Huanglong Island. Su Luo realized their target tonight was likely the base of the beautiful nation. However, seeing that there was only one level 150 expert among them, he frowned. Concerned for his sister's safety, Su Luo made a quick decision and ordered the Azure Dragon to advance at full speed. If he initiated the attack first, they might not act rashly. The Azure Dragon swiftly skimmed over the sea, soon reaching the skies above the beautiful nation's base. On several large ships below, revelry continued as if they were oblivious to the impending danger. Without hesitation, Su Luo released the Zombie Pig King and the Giant Ape. The Zombie Pig King landed with an excited roar, eager to pounce on the living beings below. The Giant Ape wasted no time, smashing a large hole in the deck with a single punch. An ambush. With the appearance of these two massive creatures, chaos erupted on deck. Numerous guards grabbed their weapons and attacked the Zombie Pig King and the Giant Ape. However, their attacks, despite being from level 80 or 90 professionals, were little more than tickles to the two behemoths. Su Luo sat calmly on the Azure Dragon, observing the situation while occasionally glancing back toward Huanglong Island. As expected, bright lights flashed from that direction, seemingly assessing the battle. Relieved, Su Luo summoned the Black Tortoise next. Although the Black Tortoise could fly after merging with the Divine Essence, its speed was still a weakness. Now, the massive Black Tortoise, over 5 meters in diameter, carried a large flower pot filled with soil on its back. Without hesitation, Su Luo planted the sword chi grass in the flower pot on the Black Tortoise's back. This was a tactic he had rehearsed countless times in his mind. The goal was clear: destroy all the ships and then retreat. Just then, a loud voice echoed through the night sky. "How shameless can the people of Long Nation be?" Immediately, two figures shot up from one of the large ships. Both were elderly men with blonde hair and blue eyes, hovering in the air as they launched fierce attacks on the Zombie Pig King and the Giant Ape. Su Luo frowned and gasped when he saw their levels. 2 level 150 professionals. It was fortunate that he had come. Otherwise, tonight could have ended disastrously for someone else. However, these two could only barely hold off the Giant Ape and the Zombie Pig King. Without hesitation, Su Luo unleashed his backup plan. The 3-legged Golden Crow, Fire Phoenix, and Necromancer, among other pets, appeared one after another. Their mission was simple: destroy. With the addition of these powerful pets, the sky above the beautiful nation's base was instantly filled with colorful skill flashes, resembling a grand fireworks display. Meanwhile, on the coastline of Huanglong Island, Su Bingxue stared intently in the direction of the beautiful nation's base, a thoughtful look in her eyes. Those pets gave her an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Lady Tsiyue, could the person attacking the beautiful nation's base be young Master Su?" Lung Qianing, Su Bingxue's longtime confidant, who had also met Su Luo, speculated as she saw the pets. "My brother should be asleep in the hotel right now. It's likely that higher-ups sent strong reinforcements to support us," Su Bingxue responded calmly, then turned to her soldiers and ordered, "Everyone, board the ships. We're heading to the Sakura Nation's base." "Yes." The soldiers responded in unison, their spirits high. With the battle raging at the beautiful nation's base, the plan to split forces and strike the Sakura Island base filled everyone with renewed vigor. As they boarded the ships, Su Bingxue glanced once more at the sky above the large ships. Although she couldn't see clearly, she felt certain that Su Luo was hidden somewhere in that area, watching her. Xiao Luo, you must stay safe. Su Bingxue silently prayed in her heart, then decisively boarded the speedboat, leading the others towards another island. Meanwhile, Su Luo launched a stunning offensive in the void. Controlling a dragon-like sword aura, he pointed directly at the center of one of the large ships. The sword aura spiraled downwards, causing a massive explosion that split the ship in half. With a thunderous crash, debris flew, and thick smoke billowed. Two powerful American transferees witnessed the scene and were instantly enraged. They were already struggling against two formidable beasts, and now someone was destroying their expensive ships. Each loss represented a significant financial blow. The Vajra ape and the zombie boar king were not idle either. Following Su Luo's instructions, they launched cunning attacks. Both beasts struck from above, forcing the two transferees into a difficult position. If they didn't respond, their ships would be ruined. If they did, they'd have to withstand the beast's terrifying power. Hidden. Despicable dragon country scum. The two American transferees gnashed their teeth in fury, nearly spitting blood. They had to divert their attention to protect the ships and the others' safety, making it difficult to fight at full strength. Seeing the situation deteriorate, the two transferees quickly devised a strategy. Capture the leader first. They knew about a young, powerful beastmaster from Dragon Country and concluded that capturing Su Luo would cause the other beasts to fall apart. Kid, your life is mine. A level 150 transferee, with immense strength, appeared beside Su Luo almost instantly. I've been waiting for you. Su Luo sneered, flicking his wrist. The mysterious ghostly moon embrace flower wrapped around it instantly unfurled. The flower bloomed in midair, emitting a chilling light that targeted the approaching transferee. The Netherman flower can survive for a long time even without soil. Its primary function is to entangle enemies, and it doesn't need a support point to be effective. Suddenly, a beautiful swordsman from America charged forward, his sword gleaming with a cold light. He swiftly swung his sword at the Netherman flower, but despite several strikes, he couldn't cut it down. Seeing this, Su Luo's expression darkened, and he immediately sped up his control over the Netherman flower. The American swordsman was horrified to find that he was striking an incredibly resilient plant. When he noticed the two pets by Su Luo's side, both over level 150, he quickly categorized the Netherman flower as a creature of similar rank. In the moment of the swordsman's hesitation, Su Luo seized the opportunity. The Netherman flower quickly wrapped around the opponent. The American swordsman sneered and began chanting a mysterious incantation, causing golden light to flicker in the air. However, Su Luo paid no attention to his tactics and commanded all his pets to focus their attacks on the unfortunate swordsman while directing a dragon of sword energy towards him. The sky erupted in a burst of multicolored lights as countless skills rained down on the swordsman. The dragon of sword energy pierced his body, leaving numerous bloody holes. Despite being a level 150 powerhouse, the human transferee had only around 300,000 health points. The American swordsman was almost instantly killed, as if his health bar had just vanished. Su Luo was somewhat incredulous at the sight, not expecting humans to be so fragile. With the swordsman's death, another level 150 berserker became frightened. He used some secret technique, his body glowing blue, and leapt into the sea. Without hesitation, Su Luo ordered his water-savvy pets, Xuanwu and Qinglong, to give chase. He himself jumped onto the back of the three-legged golden crow, directing his remaining pets to destroy the enemy ships. Without the protection of strong warriors, the enemy ships were vulnerable. The dragon of sword energy tore through the ships, leaving massive holes. With the added destructive power of the Vajra ape and the zombie pig king, it took less than a minute to sink all 6 American ships. Qinglong and Xuanwu returned, slightly injured but having successfully driven off the berserker. Su Luo recalled his other pets and quietly rode Qinglong back to the hotel. Although the battle yielded no substantial gains, sinking the enemy ships, decimating their forces, and killing a level 150 powerhouse was undoubtedly a glorious victory. Back in his room, Su Luo washed off the stench of battle and was about to rest when there was a knock at the door. It was his sister, Su Bingxue, dressed in black combat gear stained with enemy blood. Su Luo pretended not to notice and asked about her well-being. Su Bingxue saw through her brother's act immediately and got straight to the point. She took out a chart, explaining that killing enemies between levels 104 and 150 could earn one the rank of Battle Zone General, or Warlord. She herself was already a warlord, second only to Senior Zhao. If one could kill 10 high-level transferees, they could be promoted to Palace Master, equal in rank to Senior Zhao. Catching on to his sister's hint, Su Luo curiously asked if she wanted him to become a general. Su Bingxue nodded and explained the benefits of becoming a warlord: access to national treasury resources and the ability to form one's own organization. She continued, persuading him that no matter how strong an individual is, They cannot withstand the power of a collective. Seeing his sister's earnest intentions, Su Luo understood, but he didn't like dealing with such complications. Will becoming a battle general mean I'll be forced to take on missions? Su Luo's question brought a knowing smile to Su Bingshue's face. She slowly explained, for those with great strength, many rules that seem rigid are actually quite flexible. Su Luo was instantly enlightened by her words. He realized that while an ordinary person might face severe consequences for breaking the rules, a strong person could bend those rules to their advantage. After discussing a few other matters, Su Bingxue stood up to leave. Su Luo thought for a moment and decided to accept the role of a battle general, partly to put his sister at ease, but also because the vermilion bird's divine essence was in Sakura Island. Long Country needed strong warriors, and he needed the divine essence. This was undoubtedly a win-win situation. At this point, Su Luo had already obtained the white tiger's divine essence. He planned to focus on nurturing a few pets first, and as for the vermilion bird's essence, he would wait until the time was right to acquire it. Although the zombie pig king and the golden ape were formidable, they might struggle against a pack of wolves in certain situations. The next morning, a large group of people in military uniforms suddenly appeared at the hotel entrance. Each was an elite, level 80 professional, exuding a powerful aura and forming an impressive lineup. The scene was so grand that even the experienced hotel receptionist was stunned. After all, not even Zhao Jiuxiao from Long Country received such a grand reception. At that moment, a tall, elderly man walked slowly through the door. As soon as he entered, his powerful presence instantly dominated the room. The receptionist quickly ran up to him and respectfully asked, "Sir, are you here to stay at the hotel or to dine?" The old man calmly replied, "I'm here to see Su Luo." His voice was as resonant as a bell. "Please wait a moment." The receptionist immediately looked up Su Luo's room number and called him. A moment later, Su Luo walked out from the elevator, looking bewildered. When he saw the impressive lineup outside the hotel, he was stunned. Did my sister arrange this so quickly? He thought to himself. The old man laughed heartily. "You've done well, young man. You've been promoted to battle general so quickly." Su Luo was surprised to recognize the visitor. "Master Long?" "That's right. It's this old man." Ha ha ha. Long Zhantian's laughter echoed through the entire lobby. From today, Suluo officially becomes the 18th War General of the Dragon Nation. Although it's more of a ceremonial title, it means he can openly cultivate the Yaoshan gang. In the luxurious lobby of the hotel, Long Zhantian patted Suluo's shoulder with a smile and handed him a delicate wooden box. As old friends, they skipped the formalities and sat down to enjoy some tea. When Suluo opened the box, he found a shining red metal insignia symbol of the highest rank, with only 18 in existence throughout the Dragon Nation, recognizable by nearly everyone. Holding the medal, Suluo couldn't help but reminisce about the images he'd seen in textbooks. Long Zhantian leaned in with a mysterious grin and whispered, "You did great in the Huanglong Secret Realm mission. Make sure to get a good reward. The treasury has all sorts of treasures, and you can have anything you want." Suluo coughed lightly, avoiding the topic. He thought to himself, if Zhao Jiuxiao heard Long Zhantian openly encouraging him to raid the national treasury, he would probably be fuming with rage. After a few more pleasantries, Long Zhantian hurriedly left. It's said that he had rushed overnight from Lengdu to bestow the title upon Suluo. Now that the task was complete, the Dragon Nation had gained another great general. As soon as Long Zhantian left, Su Bingxue entered the room, looking like she had been waiting outside. She pinched Suluo's cheek playfully and teased, "Congratulations, our little boy from the Su family has finally grown up." Suluo flexed his arm muscles, full of spirit. "Sis, you used to protect me, but now I can protect you. Just let me know if there's anything you can't handle." Su Bingxue only laughed continuously. After leaving the hotel, the siblings enjoyed a lavish meal together. During the meal, Su Bingxue handed Suluo a book with a cover adorned with plants, saying it was a rare tome from Sakura Island. As they were about to part ways, Su Bingxue earnestly reminded him outside the teleportation array, "Xiaoluo, your strength isn't at the top yet. Keep working hard." Suluo waved with a smile. "Don't worry, sis." With that, a flash of white light, and he disappeared into the teleportation array. The scene quickly shifted to Yindu University. Wang Meng was sitting in a campus cafe, staring wearily at the report in his hands, his eyes bloodshot. The Yaoshan gang had recently risen to become one of the two strongest gangs in Yindu, but it had also attracted a lot of unwanted attention. The city's oldest gang, the Black Soul sect, was extremely displeased with the Yaoshan gang's rise and had been making covert attacks. The Yaoshan gang had suffered heavy losses, and the identities of the Black Soul sect members were well hidden, making retaliation difficult. As Wang Meng was deep in his worries, a subordinate rushed in to report, "Brother Meng, the herb gathering team in the mountains was attacked again. Director Wu has been investigating for 3 days, but still has no leads." Wang Meng slammed his hand on the table in anger, his face turning red. For every member lost, the Yaoshan gang had to pay 2 million in compensation. At this rate, their financial resources would soon be exhausted. Worse still, fear was spreading through Yindu, causing many members to quit, and some even suggested disbanding the gang. Just as Wang Mang was at his wit's end, Suluo suddenly appeared before him. Wang Mang was overjoyed. "Brother Luo, you're back." After a brief explanation, Suluo decisively ordered, "Tell the brothers to stay inside the city. I'll handle this." With that, he headed straight to his master Wu Yong's office. 10 minutes earlier, Suluo had just stepped out of the teleportation array when he learned about the situation from the guards. He was puzzled by the Black Soul sect, a name he had never heard before. Along the way, he asked several seasoned veterans, but none knew anything about the Black Soul sect. As Suluo crossed the campus, numerous Yindu students stopped to watch. His impressive war record in the Mabe war zone had spread throughout the Dragon Nation, and his leading rank made him an idol among Yindu university students. Students whispered among themselves, "Why is Luoshan so low-key and hiding his rank? That's not low-key. He's just trying not to scare us. I heard the Yaoshan gang is in trouble. Is he going to sort things out? Don't you feel like the temperature has dropped?" With him around, the Black Soul sect won't last long. Ignoring the murmurs, Suluo continued to stride forward with determination. At that moment, Suluo suddenly slowed his pace, his alert eyes scanning the crowd like a radar. He frowned slightly, as if searching for something. The people around him looked puzzled, not understanding what was happening. Suluo quickly glanced around before hastening his steps towards Wu Yong's office. A chilling thought flashed through his mind, the mysterious organization from before. He recalled how someone had once invited him to join, even forcing his sister to abandon her student status and head to the war zone. Suluo shuddered. Could it be that the current Black Soul sect is the continuation of that organization? It seems the Dragon Kingdom is not as simple as it appears, Suluo muttered to himself, a serious look in his eyes. He quickly arrived at Wu Yong's office and knocked on the door. Inside the office, Wu Yong was standing by the balcony, leisurely feeding a few birds with some golden grains. Hearing the knock, he turned and saw Suluo, a hint of surprise in his eyes. But what surprised him even more was that he could no longer gauge Suluo's level. "What's your level now?" Wu Yong couldn't help but ask, a trace of curiosity in his voice. Suluo pondered for a moment before deciding to be honest. "Level 106. Wu Yong took a deep breath upon hearing this and turned to make tea, trying to conceal his shock. Suluo quietly stood by the window, taking out a Lingquan pill from his backpack. The pill's fragrance quickly filled the room, and the birds on the windowsill chirped eagerly, their eyes fixed on the pill in Suluo's hand. "If you have more of those, save some for me," Wu Yong said casually. "Leveling up is too slow." "Sure. I'll give you 500 pills later," Suluo readily agreed. 500 Lingquan pills? Wu Yong's eyelid twitched slightly at the number. Though not an alchemist himself, he knew how precious Lingquan pills were. He maintained his composure and changed the subject. "You want to ask about the Black Soul sect, right?" "Yes," Suluo nodded, sitting across from Wu Yong, a sharp killing intent flashing in his eyes. "If I had come back any later, the Yaoshan Guild would be done for," Wu Yong said with a worried expression. "The Black Soul sect is hard to track down, and I suspect they're very strong." Suluo, however, remained unfazed, his voice brimming with confidence. "As long as I find them, I'll kill as many as come my way." Wu Yong is getting on in years and has only reached level 85. Investigating the Black Soul Gate is beyond his capabilities, and he can't offer much help. Luo had no objections to this. After all, Wu Yong had already given so much to the Medicine God Gang. Leaving some Lingquan pills behind, Luo then departed immediately. The next evening, winter had fully set in, and the cold in the mountains was biting. Luo ordered Wang Mang to issue another directive, instructing the members of the Medicine God Gang to go into the mountains to gather herbs. To lure out members of the Black Soul Gate, these gang members were unaware that Luo had returned and didn't know that he was currently riding a green dragon, hidden in the void, following them secretly. Due to the cold, there were few job changers in the mountains. The members of the Medicine God Gang divided into 10 small teams and slowly advanced into the mountains. Luo observed quietly, neither hurried nor impatient. Suddenly, a necromancer appeared silently. After fusing with the godhead of the death attribute, it had also mastered some barely detectable stealth techniques. "Master, how's the situation?" the necromancer asked through telepathy. "No movement yet," Luo replied curtly. The necromancer said no more and focused on watching the gang members below, muttering softly, "This sneaking around is really thrilling." Luo had no words to respond. For hours passed, and the surroundings remained calm. Until 1 in the morning, just as many members were preparing to leave, there was a sudden movement in the darkness. Luo's eyes snapped open, locking onto a seemingly empty stone slab in the forest. He keenly sensed a transparent figure on the slab, pulling a dagger from a backpack. Su Luo instantly recognized it as a level 90 assassin. If not for his own significantly higher level, he might not have detected it. Just as Su Luo was about to act, a similar presence appeared from another direction, clearly intending to target the Medicine God gang members. These individuals came and went like shadows, mysterious and elusive. Su Luo thought to himself, I must capture one alive to get some answers. You go after the other one. I'll handle this one. Remember, we need them alive. Su Luo instructed the necromancer, then charged into the forest on his green dragon. At this moment, the assassin, gripping his twin daggers, was stealthily approaching a gang member who was gathering herbs. He was confident that with his superior equipment and high attack power, he could kill with a single strike. However, he was destined to fail. A black vine suddenly shot out from the void, wrapping around his arm with lightning speed. Who's there? The assassin growled quietly, but the vine didn't stop. Instead, it wrapped his arms even tighter, binding him like a mummy. Damn it! Not again! The herb-gathering gang member exclaimed in horror at the sight. We're doomed. The Black Soul Gate is here again. This exclamation triggered a chain reaction, and over 100 people scattered in the dense forest, creating chaos. Su Luo sighed at the scene, thinking, everyone's mental fortitude still needs improvement. I've already subdued the assassin. What are they panicking for? Who? Who dares to ambush me? The bound assassin frantically searched the surroundings, unable to see anyone, which made him even more panicked, breaking out in a cold sweat. Enjoying your killing spree? Su Luo leaped down from the green dragon, suddenly appearing before the assassin. Though the assassin didn't recognize Su Luo, seeing such advanced stealth techniques, his face turned dark as he coldly questioned, Who are you? I'm Su Luo, leader of the Medicine God gang. Hearing this, the assassin's eyes flashed with mockery as he sneered. Just the Medicine God gang? I'm with the Black Soul Gate. You'd better release me, or next time, it'll be a level 100 plus expert coming for you. Just the Medicine God gang? Su Luo replied with a loud slap. I'll show you, just the Medicine God gang. He followed with another hard slap, instantly turning the assassin's face into a swollen mess. At this moment, a dark figure approached rapidly. When the assassin saw it was a skeleton, his face turned ashen. Master, this one can't take a beating. He's passed out, the necromancer said, tossing the human-shaped pulp onto the ground, looking somewhat regretful. Do you have any means to extract their memories? Su Luo inquired. Master, I'm the lord of the underworld. Don't underestimate me. The necromancer lamented, then confidently added, I just need to crack open their skulls and extract their souls to refine all their memories. This conversation left the still conscious assassin trembling, but he still showed no signs of yielding. Su Luo understood that this person was likely a death soldier, possibly because his loved ones or something equally important were being held by the Black Soul Gate, making him afraid to betray them. Even using the most severe torture methods would be futile. Do it, Su Luo instructed the necromancer, then turned his back. One must be ruthless to stand firm. This guy had taken so many lives from his gang, it was time for him to pay the price. The necromancer, receiving the order, let out an evil laugh and took out its 3-meter-long scythe. Moments later, it spoke slowly. Master, this Black Soul Gate seems quite formidable. How so? There's currently only one outpost in Yindu, but it has a level 150 expert stationed there. The Black Soul Gate's outpost alone has such strength? It seems the situation in Long Kingdom is more complex than it appears on the surface. Where is their headquarters? I don't know. This guy doesn't even have any impression of the outpost location. It seems he's just a low-level grunt. Su Luo was slightly surprised. A level 90 assassin not knowing the outpost location? The Black Soul Gate certainly has high standards. What should we do with this one? The necromancer pointed to the other person on the ground. Should I proceed? Go ahead. Su Luo nodded expressionlessly, then walked down the mountain. He planned to contact Long Xiaohui, and through him, reach out to Old Master Long. If even Old Master Long was unaware of the Black Soul Gate's existence, then this organization was indeed intriguing. Back at the Green Dragon courtyard, Su Luo took a quick shower and immediately took out the communication stone to contact Long Xiaohui. Su Luo didn't mention anything about the Black Soul sect to Long Xiaohui. He only asked him to relay a message to Old Master Long. That evening, Long Zhantian called Su Luo directly. Hey kid, what's up? Make it quick. This old man has a couple of rounds of mahjong to play. Long Zhantian's hearty voice came through the phone, accompanied by the faint sound of mahjong tiles clinking in the background. Su Luo got straight to the point. Old master, have you ever heard of the Black Soul sect? The other end of the line fell into a sudden silence, broken only by the sound of faint breathing. After a long pause, Long Zhantian spoke slowly, his voice tinged with gravity. Those people are nothing but trouble. Have you come across them? Yes, I have. I wanted to ask you about their background. Su Luo gripped his phone tightly, waiting for the old man's response. Long Zhantian took a deep breath, as if organizing his thoughts. Their background is quite extensive and complex. It said they're part of an organization that doesn't belong to any country, and the Black Soul sect is just one branch of this larger entity. He paused, his tone softening a bit, but don't worry. They usually don't target individuals. After hanging up, Su Luo lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Long Zhantian's words echoed in his mind, and the sheer power of the Black Soul sect and its parent organization seemed overwhelming. Usually don't target individuals, but why were they targeting the medicine god gang? Su Luo cursed under his breath. A bunch of cowards who only know how to attack in the shadows. Unable to calm his thoughts, Su Luo decided to enter the divine medicine realm. With several expansions, the realm had grown into a vast land, with more medicinal herbs cultivated there than in all of Yendu. Under these circumstances, the medicine god gang no longer needed to venture out to gather herbs. Standing in the divine medicine realm, a bold idea flashed through Su Luo's mind, to elevate the entire gang's strength and capabilities. If the medicine god gang encountered trouble, they could unite as one rather than scatter like loose sand. Su Luo analyzed the differences among the transferees, which boiled down to levels and equipment. With great strength and excellent gear, they could surpass many others. And since necromancers could summon numerous blacksmiths, they could serve as arms dealers. The medicine god gang had grown to about 80,000 members. Despite its large size, arming the core members and elite fighters wasn't difficult. With perseverance, one day the entire gang would be armed to the teeth. The divine medicine realm had become as bustling as a small city. Blacksmith shops, alchemy rooms, mines, roads, and skeletal carriages, all the elements of a city were taking shape here. Su Luo stood outside a blacksmith shop, watching a skeletal blacksmith forge equipment. This blacksmith was highly skilled, at a master level, able to forge legendary gear suitable for transferees between levels 80 and 120. As Su Luo pondered how to speed up production, a necromancer arrived in a carriage pulled by 6 skeletal horses. It flew out of the carriage, ingratiatingly asking, "Master, why didn't you inform us of your visit?" Seeing Su Luo remain silent, merely observing the surrounding blacksmith shops, the necromancer realized something was amiss and respectfully asked, "Master, what are your orders?" Su Luo finally spoke. "If we want to mass-produce legendary equipment, do we have enough mineral resources in the divine medicine realm?" The necromancer replied, "We have enough minerals, but we need some rare materials that are hard to find here. How can we solve this?" Su Luo pressed. The necromancer excitedly explained, "We need at least 50 large space stones to expand the realm space. Then we can refresh monsters above level 60. It continued, explaining that the larger the space, the closer the divine medicine realm would be to the outside world. Materials could be refreshed naturally, dropped by exotic beasts, or produced from secret realms. However, it was too early for the realm to generate secret realms. 50 large space stones, huh? Su Luo's eyes showed a hint of hesitation. Old Master Long had mentioned that he could ask for any reward, and Zhao Jiuxiao would send it. However, a single large space stone was worth as much as a set of legendary gear. 50 stones. Would Zhao Jiuxiao be willing to part with them? After leaving the divine medicine realm, Su Luo immediately reported his desired reward, 50 large space stones. After sending the message, he finally fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Su Luo woke up to find 2 old men standing outside his window, grinning at him through the glass. Holy crap! Su Luo jolted awake, quickly pulling the blanket over himself to cover up. His heart raced as he wondered who these old men could be. Standing outside were none other than Old Wu and Zhao Jiuxiao. As soon as Su Luo opened his eyes, he heard Wu Yong's voice coming from the window. "Hey kid, if you're awake, come out quickly. If it weren't for Senior Zhao thinking you deserved a good sleep after all your hard work, I'd have dragged you out of bed already." Su Luo peeked through the curtain and saw Wu Yong glaring in his direction before turning to warmly invite Zhao Jiuxiao to sit at the stone table nearby. Quickly closing the curtain, Su Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had just reported his achievements last night, and Zhao Jiuxiao was here already. Judging by his demeanor, he wasn't here to decline but perhaps to deliver a reward. Su Luo swiftly dressed and rushed out the door. Upon seeing him, Zhao Jiuxiao burst into hearty laughter. "Did we interrupt your rest?" He then pulled a disposable storage bag from his backpack and placed it on the stone table. "Inside are 60 large spatial stones. If that's not enough, just let me know." "Large spatial stones? 60 of them?" Wu Yong's eyes widened in shock at Zhao Jiuxiao's words, but given Zhao Jiuxiao's special status, he didn't dare to ask directly. Noticing Wu Yong's reaction, Zhao Jiuxiao explained, "Old Wu, your apprentice killed a general from the beautiful country on Huanglong Island and severely injured another. He's now been promoted to a general of the Dragon Country." Hearing this, Wu Yong could no longer hide his astonishment. He looked at Su Luo with a face gradually turning red with excitement. struggling to hold back his emotions before finally exclaiming, "Good, good, good. It's great to see you doing so well." Zhao Jiuxiao smiled at Wu Yong and gestured for Su Luo to sit down. "Old Wu, don't you have some matters to attend to?" Wu Yong instantly understood Zhao Jiuxiao's intention to have a private conversation. Knowing he couldn't match Zhao Jiuxiao in status or strength, he nodded tactfully, "Yes, yes. I have some unfinished business. You two go ahead and chat." With that, he hurriedly left. The courtyard gradually quieted down, and Zhao Jiuxiao's expression turned grave. He looked seriously at Su Luo and said solemnly, "Su Luo, the world is on the brink of a major upheaval." Su Luo looked puzzled, staring at Zhao Jiuxiao with curiosity, waiting for him to continue. Zhao Jiuxiao began to explain slowly. The Black Soul sect has always been the most mysterious and powerful organization in the world, known by few. But recently, news about them has spread like wildfire across the globe. What's happened? Su Luo couldn't help but ask. Zhao Jiuxiao explained with a serious expression, all major gangs, guardian organizations, and large powers have faced obstacles from the Black Soul sect, as if they're setting traps everywhere. But just recently, all the leaders of various countries, including myself, received a message from the Black Soul sect 3 days from now. They will fully open up and no longer hinder any faction's development. At this point, Zhao Jiuxiao's expression darkened even more. As a leader of a nation, any potential threat to the Dragon Nation was not to be taken lightly. What was more concerning was that the Black Soul sect seemed to be manipulating the direction of various countries from the shadows. Zhao Jiuxiao and Su Luo talked for a while longer. As he was leaving, Zhao Jiuxiao said heavily, "A great turmoil is inevitable." He also handed Su Luo a red envelopia challenge letter from the largest gang in America, the Black Hand Gang. The challenge letter clearly stated that in 2 months, Su Luo was to battle them on Shillong Island, 500 miles off Huanglong Island. Each side would field 3,000 people, and a world alliance composed of over 300 countries would oversee and broadcast the event. Seeing the challenge letter, Su Luo felt a chill down his spine. The Black Hand Gang had deep roots in America, with a history spanning 100 years, while his own Yaoshan Gang had only been established for less than a year. This was like a tiger bullying a kitten. Worse still, the World Convention stipulated that if the two sides were of comparable size, refusing the challenge would result in the forced dissolution of the gang. Even Zhao Jiuxiao and Old Master Long couldn't prevent it. "Damn it, do they think I'm made of clay?" Su Luo cursed inwardly, but carefully put away the challenge letter. Although the Black Hand Gang was formidable, a battle with 3,000 people was not necessarily a losing fight. 2 months of preparation could significantly increase their chances of victory. 3 days flew by. Su Luo immediately summoned Wang Mang and instructed the gang members to go out and gather herbs and level up. "Boss, is the Black Soul sect issue resolved?" Wang Mang asked, full of confusion. "It's resolved. They shouldn't bother us anymore," Su Luo replied calmly, though he couldn't help but feel uneasy inside. Despite trusting Zhao Jiuxiao, he still worried that it might be a rumor spread by someone. Seeing this, Wang Mang asked no further questions and went to make arrangements. Following Su Luo's instructions, the Yaoshan Gang dispatched 1,000 members, divided into 100 teams, setting out from the 4 directions of Yen capital to minimize the risk of being wiped out. Su Luo stood at the city gate, watching the teams depart. Wang Mang stood beside him, feeling guilty for taking 3 whole hours to gather 1,000 people. The psychological pressure from the Black Soul sect had been immense. Those who were chosen either claimed to have stomachaches or dizziness, finding any excuse to avoid going. This was in stark contrast to the gang's former glory, when it only took 10 minutes to mobilize. "Boss, I'm sorry. It's my fault for poor management," Wang Mang said, looking distressed. Seeing Su Luo remain silent, he felt even more oppressed. "You can beat me, scold me, or even kill me. With all that's happened, I deserve to die for my failure." Su Luo glanced at Wang Mang and then laughed. "This has nothing to do with you. It's all the Black Soul sect's fault." He didn't elaborate on the Black Soul sect but instead gave a direct order: confiscate all pets and equipment distributed by the gang from those who bailed today, and blacklist them permanently. "Yes." Wang Mang, feeling relieved, immediately went to carry out the task he'd long wanted to do. Those who could fail at any moment were useless and could cause unnecessary losses. By evening, all the Yaoshan gang members returned safely. Su Luo, riding a fire phoenix, met them at the 4 city gates and instructed Wang Mang to remember these people, promising to prioritize their training in the future. Hearing this, the 1,000 members who had ventured out smiled, feeling valued by the gang. Back at Qinglong Courtyard, Su Luo carefully closed the door, locked the room, and drew the curtains before entering the divine medicine realm. He held 60 large space stones, enough to expand the realm by more than half. At that moment, the necromancer was leisurely sitting on a bone throne, with a servant on the left holding grapes and a red-robed banshee on the right feeding it watermelon. Each time it finished a piece of fruit, the necromancer would summon a skeleton blacksmith. Ignoring the necromancer, Su Luo directly threw 50 large space stones into the air. Instantly, the sky filled with dark clouds and lightning. As the space stones dispersed and were absorbed, the entire space darkened, and a thick fog enveloped everything, obscuring all vision. Whoa, Master, how many space stones did you use? The necromancer exclaimed, rushing to Su Luo. 60 large space stones, Su Luo replied. Whoa! The necromancer shouted repeatedly, enjoying the changes in the space. 10 minutes later, the expansion was complete. As the realm's spirit, the necromancer clearly felt all the changes. Whoa! Master, the number of or veins has increased by at least 80. Plus, we can now spawn a large number of level 70 and some level 80 beasts. Forging equipment won't be a problem anymore. Rest assured, any project can be completed without pressure. The necromancer's ghostly eyes flickered with excitement, almost jumping up. All right, start mass forging equipment. The more, the better. Sets are especially important. Is there such a huge demand? The necromancer looked thoughtful, seemingly calculating how to achieve the highest efficiency. The Black Hand Gang's members are around level 80 or 90, and they can easily muster 3,000 people. To defeat them, we need to be thoroughly prepared. Su Luo exited the divine medicine realm and began meticulous planning for the upcoming battle. Half an hour later, Su Luo had 3 strategies in hand to increase their chances of victory. The first was to heavily train the guild members' pets, turning the 3,000 pets into additional combat power. The second was to collect materials to forge legendary sets of equipment, each of which would be as powerful as an epic item. The third was to raise funds to allow guild members to level up in dungeons, which is the fastest way for ordinary players to level up. The next day, just as Su Luo was about to start implementing these plans, Yi Lingyue, Zhou Taisheng, and Zhou Lan knocked on the courtyard door. The 3 had just returned from the awards ceremony, rushing back. As soon as Zhou Taisheng entered the courtyard, he asked worriedly, Luo, I just heard about the trouble with the guild. Is everything resolved? Yi Lingyue and Zhou Lan also looked guilty for not being present as main members. Su Luo smiled and reassured them. It's all taken care of. He turned and went inside, pulling out a piece of paper. The Black Hand Gang from the United States has challenged us. We'll be busy for a while. He placed the plan on the stone table for the 3 to review. Yi Lingyue and Zhou Lan took on the task of tallying resources. After some calculations, Yi Lingyue provided accurate data. Su Luo, our Yao Shan guild currently has about 800 million in funds available. That much? Su Luo was slightly surprised, while Zhou Taisheng chuckled. With that much money, we can significantly boost our strength. Yi Lingyue explained, it may seem like a lot, but it's actually quite limited. If we average it out for 3,000 members dungeon running, each person can only run about 6 times. Most members are around level 50 or 60. To level up to 90 or 100, they need to run dungeons hundreds of times. Zhou Taisheng's expression froze, and he looked at Su Luo. Luo, what should we do? I'll think of something. Su Luo returned to his room, lying on the bed, worrying about the funds. Meanwhile, Yi Lingyue and the others began selecting personnel and signing contracts. Within half a day, news of the Black Hand Gang's challenge to the Yao Shan Guild spread throughout Yindu. Internal strife began to surface within the guild, with some members even considering quitting. Su Luo knew very well that this was a scheme by the United States and Japan to weaken the Yao Shan Guild. Students at Yindu University were also buzzing with discussions, most believing that the Yao Shan Guild was doomed. Major families in Yindu were weighing whether to continue their cooperation with the guild. The guild's reputation plummeted, and ordinary people began to doubt Su Luo's ability to overcome this crisis. Yi Lingyue, Zhou Lan, and Zhou Taisheng sat in a cafe, looking worried. Wang Mang brought the latest list of members leaving the guild, and the situation was growing more severe. Suddenly, Yi Lingyue said, I'll go talk to my father. She then left the cafe, leaving everyone else exchanging glances, knowing that although the Yi family in Yindu was powerful, it seemed unlikely they could help the guild through this crisis. The next day at noon, Su Luo sat alone on the edge of the sports field, enduring the cold stares of his classmates. He had come up with a perfect plan, planning the nearly 1,000 pathways in the 36 cities of the Northern Desert War Zone to constantly farm monsters 247, which was both fast and cost-effective. At that moment, Zhou Taisheng came running, out of breath. Luo, stop worrying. We have hope. Many major families from Yindu and Longdu have decided to support us. They are currently in the largest meeting room in the academy, and a nationwide funding ceremony is about to be broadcast live. Su Luo was puzzled, but was pulled by Zhou Taisheng towards the meeting room. Inside, representatives from various parties and reporters were already prepared. As Su Luo entered, everyone looked at him kindly. With the host's signal, the live broadcast began. A beautiful female host approached Su Luo. Hello, Mr. Su Luo. We are here at the invitation of the Longton Group to interview you and broadcast the sponsorship process from companies and enterprises nationwide. Is that all right with you? Understanding the situation, Su Luo nodded in agreement. Although leveling up no longer required dungeon runs, additional sponsorship was always welcome. Yindu Tonghui Real Estate has sponsored 18 million in cash. Yindu Kongyao Pharmaceutical Factory has donated 10,000 bottles of large stamina recovery potions. In the conference room, the big screen continuously displayed the sponsorships from various major forces. Standing at the front, Su Luo scanned each message with a mix of gratitude and excitement. The Yindu Yi family's 50 million in cash and 20 truckloads of medicinal materials, Longdu Skywalker's 20 million and 1,000 stamina recovery potions, Yindu Dragon Palace Dungeon Company's 10 million in cash and 2 months of free access, one hefty sponsorship after another. The scene was broadcast across the entire Dragon Nation through cameras. The public, seeing this, felt a renewed sense of hope. Su Luo alone couldn't take on the Black Hand Gang, but with the support of these major forces, the tide had turned. A spontaneous wave of donations surged across the Dragon Nation. Ordinary citizens generously contributed, some donating a few bucks, others 10 or 20. Within just an hour, the call to support the Medicine God Gang swept the nation. I'm a truck driver and I'm willing to transport goods for the Medicine God Gang for free. I have some muscle in Yindu. I can help with moving anytime. My family is poor, but I still want to donate 100 bucks to the Medicine God Gang. Such heartfelt messages flooded the internet. Su Luo was deeply moved by this sincere support. Meanwhile, the 3,000 elite members of the Medicine God Gang had already gathered. They had witnessed everything online, and determination and readiness to sacrifice were written all over their faces. In Yindu Square, the 3,000 members stood in neat rows, the atmosphere heavy and solemn. Among them were middle-aged individuals and young university students, but at this moment, the same determined light shone in everyone's eyes. The onlookers around them cast encouraging glances. Several dungeon entrepreneurs crowded around Su Luo, eager to offer venue support. However, Su Luo smiled and politely declined their offers. Thank you all for your support. I have decided to lead everyone to the Northern Desert War Zone. While upgrading, we'll also defend our country, giving the zone's defenders a chance to rest. As he spoke, Su Luo took out a red badge symbolizing his status as a war general and solemnly pinned it to his chest. Seeing this badge, everyone present was taken aback. The status of a war general indicated extraordinary strength and significant contributions to the nation. Su Luo had quietly risen to such a high rank, earning deep respect. Wu Yong couldn't help but laugh heartily. Good lad. I was thinking of pulling some strings for you, but I almost forgot you have this status. Upon learning of Su Luo's decision, everyone at the scene smiled approvingly. Although the war zone was more dangerous than the dungeons, the endless stream of beasts provided substantial experience for job changers, making it the best place to enhance their strength. With special authorization from Elder Long, Su Luo gained the freedom to maneuver within the Northern Desert War Zone. This was undoubtedly a form of promotion for the Medicine God Gang. Soon, dozens of buses arrived at the gates of Yindu University, ready to transport the Medicine God Gang members. The teleportation array had also received instructions from Elder Long to prioritize the Medicine God Gang. Zhao Jiuxiao even sent a senior array master to assist with the teleportation. In just half a day, the 3,000 members successfully arrived at the 36 cities of the Northern Desert. As the last to depart, Su Luo stood at the teleportation array entrance. Yi Lingyue, Zhou Lan, Zhou Taisheng, and Wang Meng bid him farewell reluctantly. Jiang Xinghe and others from the Alchemist Association also came to the scene. Though they needed to stay in Yindu for logistic support, they expressed their support. Yi Lingyue handed Su Luo a report with a concerned expression. We have over 10 billion in cash now, and we can purchase all the medicinal materials and equipment we need. No need to buy equipment, Su Luo said confidently. He'll take care of it. You just focus on the medicinal materials. Jiang Xinghe immediately assured. President Su, rest assured, they'll make sure the entire Alchemist Association runs at full capacity. After giving his instructions, Su Luo resolutely stepped into the teleportation array. Longdu, as the war zone's capital, welcomed 500 members of the Medicine God Gang. Long Xiaohui, Zhao Xiaoyuan, Zhang Tianyi, and other old acquaintances were there to greet him at the teleportation array entrance. As Su Luo appeared, everyone looked at him with eager anticipation. Brother Su, I'm also a member of the Medicine God Gang. I want to join this guild war. Zhao Xiaoyuan was the first to declare. I'm in too. Zhang Tianyi and Wang Lei echoed. Long Xiaohui smiled awkwardly. Count me in as well. The old man insisted I come along. Feeling the concern and support from his friends, Su Luo felt an unprecedented warmth. He rarely showed emotion, but now his face was touched. All right, since you're all participating, our victory is guaranteed to be 100. Yes, we will win. Crush the Black Hand Gang. Let's go level up first. The shouts and cheers of the crowd rose and fell, their fighting spirits soaring. Though the 36 cities were far apart, Su Luo's Azure Dragon Mount could cover the entire distance in just an hour. At this moment, all the paths for hunting beasts had been cleared for the elite members of the Yaoshan Guild. giving them the opportunity to train. These 3,000 carefully selected individuals were the best of the best. Their levels varied greatly, with the lowest being over level 50 and the highest, Shanzhua, reaching an impressive level 70. To ensure potential, Shanzhua had excluded anyone over 40 years old. The higher level members were immediately sent into the paths to fight, while the lower level ones were assigned to various dungeons to level up. After making all the arrangements, Su Luo left a large number of spirit spring pills for those with pets before heading to the cavern's secret realm. Among these 3,000 people, only about 100 had pets, and their pets' levels were generally low. Su Luo planned to try his luck in the cavern's secret realm, hoping to find the space where he had discovered Xuanwu. With the deterrent power of his battle general medal, Su Luo received the highest level of welcome from the guards upon arriving at the entrance of the cavern's secret realm. General Su, the secret realm has been cleared. You can enter now, the guard reported respectfully. Thank you, Su Luo replied with a smile, then stepped into the cavern's secret realm without hesitation. The entrance still looked like an ordinary, dim cave, but as he ventured deeper, the environment gradually opened up. Natural dark red gemstones embedded in the stone walls provided faint illumination in the dark space. After walking a while, Su Luo summoned his fire phoenix. Its feathers emitted dark golden flames, instantly lighting up the entire cave with blazing light. Master, what brings you here? The fire phoenix asked, immediately recognizing the cavern's secret realm. Try to sense if the space where Xuanwu's divine essence was sealed still exists, Su Luo instructed. I can't sense it, but it's worth a try. The fire phoenix chirped, then shrank in size and flew deeper into the cave. Along the way, it incinerated all the blocking beasts with its samadhi true fire, turning them into roasted meat. Su Luo chose to walk, opening his attribute panel as he proceeded. His level had reached an astounding 107, and his basic attacks could deal nearly 100,000 damage. With Xuanwu's support, his defense was over 860,000. In a place like the cavern's secret realm, he could fight without his pet and still remain unscathed. The fire phoenix had already cleared the beasts in the passage, so Su Luo only needed to quicken his pace. Soon, he arrived at the edge of a lava pool. The dark red lava was unusually thick, bubbling with intense heat and making hissing sounds. Even standing at the edge, Su Luo could feel the scorching heat. While waiting for the fire phoenix to search, Su Luo used his mind to enter the divine medicine world. Inside, the number of skeleton servants had reached tens of thousands. They were busy everywhere, some planting herbs, some mining, and some transporting materials, handling all kinds of physical labor. The clanging of mining echoed through the surrounding mountains, occasionally accompanied by the sounds of explosions, as if a battle was taking place. Curious, Su Luo approached and couldn't help but laugh. The miners were all level 60 skeleton warriors, wielding excellent grade mining picks. In front of these powerful skeleton warriors, the hard rocks were like tofu. Some even used skills to blast the rock walls, speeding up the excavation. Master, you're here? Sensing Su Luo's presence, the necromancer eagerly appeared before him. How's the mining going? Su Luo asked. Not bad. We extract several hundred tons a day. I can increase the number, but I'm worried it might get boring once we've mined everything. The necromancer replied with an awkward smile. Su Luo nodded in understanding. Although the minerals could regenerate, it was a slow process. Mining everything at once could lead to a resource shortage. Seeing that the necromancer understood the importance of resource management, Su Luo felt confident in entrusting it with the task of preparing equipment. 3,000 sets of legendary equipment. Can you manage that in 2 months? Su Luo asked directly. Master, crafting equipment, like refining medicine, has a success rate. How about 3 months? The necromancer cautiously negotiated. Su Luo pondered for a moment. Considering his upcoming trip to Shillong Island, 2 months seemed a bit tight. But he maintained a stern expression and said, 1.5 months. Are you kidding me? How can the more we discuss the timeline, the shorter it gets? As soon as Su Luo finished speaking, the necromancer reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, hurriedly replying. Fearing another round of haggling, it quickly assured, this time, there will be no issues. 1.5 months will be more than enough. Not only will the equipment be ready, but the spirit spring pills will also be developed simultaneously. Within 5 days, there will be enough for at least 3,000 beasts. Rest assured, master, I will give it my all. With that, the necromancer, tears streaming down its face, shakily took out a pile of mental recovery potions with its bony claws. Taking a deep breath, it commenced a frenzied summoning ritual. Skeleton warriors, skeleton servants, skeleton alchemists, skeleton blacksmith skeletons of various professions continuously emerged from the void. To meet the tight deadline for the pills and equipment, it had no choice but to drastically increase the number of skeletons. As it summoned, the necromancer couldn't help but grumble, damn it, after this job, I'm going to lose even more weight. Hearing this, Su Luo rolled his eyes. You're already nothing but bones. How can you get any thinner? With that, he quietly exited the realm of divine medicine. Opening his eyes, Su Luo noticed that the fire phoenix had returned. It stood at the edge of the magma pool, looking somewhat disheartened. What's wrong? Su Luo asked, puzzled. Upon hearing his question, the fire phoenix looked like it was about to cry. Master, I just managed to open the portal, and then it ended up like this? Realizing what had happened, Su Luo's face filled with embarrassment. So, I missed the portal, he said, rubbing his hands awkwardly. It wasn't on purpose. The fire phoenix let out a deep sigh, its voice filled with resignation. I'll try again. This time, master, please pay attention and don't get distracted. With that, it dove back into the magma pool. As the fire phoenix submerged, the entire pool began to bubble and churn. Su Luo watched the surface intently, summoning the three-legged golden crow. He was ready. The moment the portal appeared, he would ride the golden crow straight through it. Master, get ready. The fire phoenix's call rang out, its body enveloped in flames as it shot out of the magma pool. Behind it, streams of magma began to float, gradually forming a scorching and massive portal frame. As the frame solidified, a shimmering red curtain appeared in its center. Passing through the curtain of light, the surroundings suddenly turned dark. Su Luo glanced back and saw the red glow that had appeared out of nowhere slowly dissipating, as if being corroded by space. Beneath his feet stretched a vast forest, with a small hill standing on its outskirts, the very place where the Vajra ape had guarded the Xuanwu divine core. Su Luo lamented that the Vajra ape couldn't speak, as it would have made an excellent guide. He sighed softly, leaping onto the back of the fire phoenix while retracting the three-legged golden crow. The fire phoenix, his formidable companion at level 126, was wreathed in flames that left a long, fiery trail in the void. If Su Luo weren't its master, anyone else approaching would likely be reduced to ashes. They soared through the void, their eyes constantly scanning below. 5 minutes passed, and the fire phoenix's massive form had covered hundreds of miles, yet they saw no significant beasts. The few they did spot were low-level creatures around level 20-30, which scrambled into the depths of the forest upon sensing the fire phoenix's presence. This left Su Luo quite dissatisfied. He had come to capture pets, and these low-level beasts were of no use. As he pondered, the fire phoenix suddenly spoke. Master, there's a decent beast over there. With that, it accelerated towards a cave. The fire phoenix hovered above the cave entrance, but there was no movement inside. Perhaps its high level had frightened the beast within. Su Luo calmly asked, can you level this hill? Master, I need just a minute. The fire phoenix replied confidently, unleashing a massive fireball at the hill. With a boom, the fireball exploded like dynamite, creating a large crater. To conserve its energy, the fire phoenix refrained from using its most powerful skills, instead continuously spewing fireballs at the hill. Taking this opportunity, Su Luo sat on the fire phoenix's back and carefully reviewed its attributes. Fire phoenix, level 126, SS grade pet. Divine core, Zhuke not obtained. Attack, 328,000 defense, 180,000 spirit, 210,000 constitution, 410,000. Passive, Phoenix rebirth. Skills, Samadhi true fire, fire phoenix dive, fire phoenix incineration, fireball technique, and over 20 other fire skills. Su Luo nodded in approval. In terms of job class, the fire phoenix's spirit value made it the epitome of a mage among beasts. In no time, the massive hill was reduced to flat ground, leaving only a large hole. Inside was a winged lizard-like beast, bearing its fangs and claws. Its body was dark red, resembling an ancient dinosaur, with white-hot steam puffing from its nostrils, giving it a formidable appearance. Su Luo quickly scanned the beast's attributes. Shadow lizard, level 98, S-grade pet. Attack, 188,000 defense, 96,000 spirit, 16,500 constitution, 210,000. Skills, red rock claw, fire breath, body slam. Description, a powerful creature from the west, a rare balance of physical and magical prowess. Seeing the beast's stats, a hint of joy flashed in Su Luo's eyes. Though slightly inferior to a few divine beasts, it would be an excellent addition for his guild members. Capture it, Su Luo thought excitedly. The fire phoenix immediately understood, launching a fireball at the shadow lizard, while activating its fire phoenix dive skill. Sensing the deadly threat, the shadow lizard let out a spine-chilling screech and spewed a stream of white flames. The two flames collided, erupting into a sea of fire. When the flames subsided, the shadow lizard was nowhere to be seen. Master, this one's slippery. I'll go catch it. The fire phoenix scoffed, chasing after the fleeing shadow lizard. At that moment, Su Luo felt a stir from the white tiger in his pet space, as if it wanted to make an appearance. He immediately summoned the white tiger, its snow-white figure materializing in an instant. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Suluo's eyes as he asked, "Master, are you planning to tame another pet?" The white tiger proudly lifted its head and boasted, "Heh, my judgment claw skill can deal any amount of damage I want. Even if the enemy has only 100 health left, I can precisely leave them with just one drop." Hearing this, Suluo felt a surge of joy. This skill was perfect for taming pets, allowing him to bring targets to the brink of death without killing them. He immediately commanded, "Go and bring that lizard down to low health." The white tiger responded confidently, "With its speed, I can catch it in the blink of an eye." Before the words had fully left its mouth, it vanished into thin air, leaving only a faint afterimage behind. In an instant, a chilling scream echoed from deep within the forest. The fire phoenix darted towards the sound, with Suluo following closely behind. When they arrived, they saw the shadow lizard writhing in pain on the ground. A quick glance at its health bar made Suluo's scalp tingle with shock. Its original 188,000 health points had dwindled to a mere 188. White Tiger's skill is terrifyingly precise. Suluo marveled to himself, also feeling relieved. Now I don't have to worry about accidentally killing exotic beasts. Without giving the shadow lizard a chance to catch its breath, Suluo immediately used his taming skill. The system promptly notified him, "Congratulations! You have successfully tamed the shadow lizard." With the system's announcement, the shadow lizard's injuries healed instantly. It shakily got back on its feet and hid behind Suluo, its terrified eyes never leaving the white tiger, as if fearing it might strike again. Suluo's heart swelled with joy. It seems this area indeed has high-level exotic beasts. With the shadow lizard as living proof, he felt reassured. At this point, Suluo had over 300 pets waiting in his pet space. Decisively, he released them all and commanded, "Spread out from here in all directions. Go and find exotic beasts level 80 and above." Following his orders, the swarm of pets surged outwards like a tide, beginning a new round of the search mission. On the bustling streets of Yindu, pedestrians hurried by with anxious expressions. 2 hours ago, a video from America spread like wildfire across Longwo's internet, causing unprecedented shockwaves. In the video, 5,000 members of the Black Hand Gang showcased their terrifying power. Most of them had reached level 100, and could easily defeat beasts of levels 150 to 160 within a minute. The video was like a bombshell, causing an uproar in Longwa. Major families and corporations urgently convened meetings, and the air was thick with tension and unease. One of Longwo's most powerful guilds, the Medicine God Guild, seemed woefully inadequate compared to the Black Hand Gang. Even the historically significant Axe Gang admitted they were no match for the Black Hand Gang, further exacerbating the Medicine God Guild's dire situation. At Jiangxing No. 1 High School, students gathered, whispering about the shocking video. "Will Su Luo be in danger? He's the pride of our school. Who spread this video?" The discussions were filled with worry and anger. Some revealed that several executives in Jiangxing had been executed over the incident, a piece of news that sparked a wave of satisfaction among the students. Zhou Zhe and other mentors stood in the central plaza, their brows furrowed. Despite the grim circumstances, Zhou Zhe firmly announced that the fundraising event would continue. He led by example, placing a thick envelope containing 2 months' salary into the donation box, inspiring other teachers and students to follow suit. "Never give up until the end." This slogan echoed throughout the campus, as everyone cheered for Su Luo, who was far away. Meanwhile, in the central square of Longdu, Long Xiaohui, Zhao Xiaoyuan, and others stared intently at the large screen showing the Black Hand Gang's propaganda video, their faces growing darker. Long Sihai, furious, roared for an investigation into the video's source. At that moment, Zhao Jiuxiao suddenly appeared, holding a horribly tortured corpse. Zhao Yutian, a high-ranking official from the Internet Bureau, dressed in a golden robe, with the faint shadow of a golden dragon behind him, Zhao Jiuxiao exuded an aura of divine authority. He announced that Zhao Yutian had colluded with foreign enemies and spread the video to disrupt military morale, thus deserving execution by law. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden guillotine appeared out of thin air, swiftly decapitating Zhao Yutian. This scene was broadcast live across the nation, sparking a massive crackdown in Longhua. Simultaneously, in the war zone tunnels, 3,000 disciples of the Medicine God Guild were training tirelessly. Their backpacks were filled with potions, and they fought continuously without rest. Weaker members took specialized vehicles to urban dungeons for training. The factories of the Alchemist Association operated around the clock, with once elegant alchemists now working overtime to produce potions. Various transportation vehicles traveled day and night across the country, delivering urgently needed supplies. The entire Longhua operated like a massive machine, running at full speed for the imminent special battle. Meanwhile, in a secret realm, Su Luo sat alone on a rock, resting. Through a communication stone, he learned about the changes outside, feeling a mix of emotions. This battle has to be a resounding success. From high-ranking leaders like Zhao Zhouxiao and Long Zhantian to elementary school students on the streets, the entire nation of Longhua is rallying behind the Yaoxing gang. The donation drive is in full swing, and the public's enthusiasm is palpable, like a warm current flowing into Su Luo's heart, helping her to calm down. Determination gleamed in Su Luo's eyes as she made a promise to herself, not only to win but to utterly crush the Heisho gang. She quickly revised her strategic plan, deciding to focus on boosting their strength over the next 2 months. The 3,000 disciples of the Yaoxing gang, through rigorous training, could reach around level 110, barely enough to hold their own against the Heisho gang. But Su Luo's ambitions went beyond that. She aimed to equip each disciple with a pet of the same level, significantly increasing their chances of victory. To further enhance their combat power, Su Luo planned to have the necromancers amass a large number of skeleton warriors. She believed that with this undead army, they would surely overpower the Heisho gang. With this in mind, Su Luo immediately entered the divine medicine realm. The sight before her was satisfying. 8,000 skeleton alchemists busily at work, 5,000 skeleton blacksmiths hammering away in the forges, and the entire space buzzing with a tense but orderly atmosphere. In a corner, a necromancer sat slumped on the ground, looking utterly exhausted. Upon seeing Su Luo, it immediately let out a wail, "Master, there's not a drop left." Su Luo paid no mind to this and instead inquired about the progress on equipment and elixirs. Learning that 3,000 sets of equipment would be finished in a month and a half, and that 70,000 spirit spring pills had been stockpiled, with more still being produced, she nodded in satisfaction. Then, Su Luo commanded, "From now on, keep summoning skeleton warriors. How many can you summon in 2 months?" The necromancer was initially taken aback, but quickly understood and jumped to its feet, saying with determination, "Master, I'm actually quite powerful. There's no need to summon so many skeleton warriors." Su Luo was brimming with confidence. She believed that the Heisho gang would surely send their elites and, confident in their victory, wouldn't relocate their resources beforehand. This meant they would be carrying a lot of valuable assets. Upon hearing the possibility of acquiring hundreds of space stones, the necromancer became incredibly excited and assured her, "Master, don't worry. I can summon tens of thousands of skeletons in a day. In 2 months, I can summon at least 3.6 million troops." Su Luo stood on a hill, overlooking the vast marshland below. His pets were scurrying about, herding various exotic beasts towards this location. Despite their different species, the beasts managed to coexist peacefully for the moment, crowding together as they slowly approached the marsh. Seeing this scene, Su Luo felt a surge of joy. With his innate ability as the beast master, he could gain defensive boost from the Xuanwu even if it was miles away. Coupled with his own formidable strength, he no longer needed the Xuanwu's close protection. All around him, dazzling lights from various skills flickered in every direction. Though Su Luo remained still, he could experience everything through his telepathic connection with his pets. His numerous pets were unleashing their abilities, either scaring or driving the wild beasts towards the marshland. "Master, that's about all of them," the white tiger reported proudly as it dashed up to Su Luo. The scene was filled with creatures flying in the sky, running on the ground, and even some originally aquatic beasts that had adapted to land. High-level aquatic beasts also managed to thrive on land. Su Luo nodded in satisfaction and quickly took inventory, including the 6 flying birds being driven by the fire phoenix and the 3-legged golden crow in the sky. There were a total of 2,380 exotic beasts above level 80. To equip the 3,000 members of the medicine god sect with pets, they still needed 500 to 600 more, accounting for those who already had pets. Capturing them one by one was too inefficient. Su Luo fell into deep thought. Sensing her master's dilemma, the fire phoenix landed beside him and suggested, "Master, we can intimidate them and offer incentives. That should solve a lot of problems." Currently, pets like the vermilion bird and azure dragon were all over level 120, which was highly intimidating to beasts in the 80-90 level range. If that wasn't enough, the zombie pig king and the mighty gorilla could step in. After all, the actions of the wind wolf king and the spotted hyena king had proven that these beasts were intelligent. "All right, translate that for them," Su Luo instructed. "Master, how should I translate it?" Submit to me and prosper. Resist and perish?" Su Luo said awkwardly. The azure dragon immediately raised a claw. "Master, that's so domineering." Without hesitation, the fire phoenix emitted a series of chirps towards the beasts in the marsh. After the translation, the previously restless beasts suddenly quieted down, all eyes fixed on Su Luo. At that moment, a large but gaunt rat emerged, squeaking. "Master, it says it is willing to submit," the fire phoenix pointed out. Su Luo looked in surprise at the enormous rat he had never seen before and immediately checked its attributes. Cave Rat King, level 86, A-class exotic beast. Attack, 128,000. Defense, 56,000. Spirit, 34,000. Constitution, 185,000. Passive, Wind Listener. Skills, King's Claw, Earth-Splitting Claw, Plague Summon. Description: a highly evolved rat with strong survival and theft abilities. Wind Listener can detect any movement within 100 meters. King's Claw uses its life force to form 4 claws, attacking the enemy 12 times with each strike, causing 200 damage. Earth-Splitting Claw uses King's Claw to dig traps for escape or to trap enemies. Plague Summon summons a swarm of rats to attack the enemy or cover its retreat. If you're willing to submit, then don't resist, Su Luo said calmly. The Fire Phoenix quickly translated, and the Cave Rat King seemed to understand, nodding immediately. Tame Beast. Su Luo cast his skill, and the Cave Rat King was enveloped in a white glow. Congratulations, you've successfully tamed the Cave Rat King. With the successful taming, the Cave Rat King's life and death were now in Su Luo's hands. Relief flashed in its eyes, as it had a hard time surviving in this space, often going hungry for days. Now, with a master, at least it could have a full belly. Since you've joined me, consider this your food, Su Luo said, tossing a handful of Spirit Spring pills from his backpack onto the ground, signaling the Cave Rat King to enjoy. Seeing this, the Cave Rat King was almost moved to tears. It squeaked repeatedly and rushed to Su Luo, starting to enjoy the Spirit Spring pills. The aroma of the pills filled the air, and just the smell made the surrounding beasts drool. Seeing the Cave Rat King's blissful expression, many other beasts were tempted to submit. Suddenly, a filthy wild boar squeezed in, grunting. Master, it says it is also willing to submit, the Fire Phoenix said in a strange tone. Su Luo frowned. This wild boar was only level 36, yet it wanted to join. However, its appearance provided an opportunity to set an example. Kill it, Su Luo ordered the white tiger with a blank expression, and had the Fire Phoenix translate. Our master only needs the elites here. The rest are not needed. Hearing this, the high-level beasts raised their heads proudly, their gazes towards Su Luo becoming more friendly. Dozens of beasts immediately roared and stepped forward, indicating their willingness to submit. With the leaders setting the example, other beasts began to follow suit. Seeing this, Su Luo beamed. Now he just needed to continuously cast the Tame Beast skill. Congratulations, you've successfully tamed the Phantom Demon Wolf. Congratulations, you've successfully tamed the Demon Hunter Stump. Congratulations, you've successfully tamed the Black Wolf. The notifications kept coming, and the number of pets in Su Luo's pet space increased rapidly. Most of the exotic beasts willingly submitted, and the few that resisted were easily subdued. Master, is that enough? The Fire Phoenix asked curiously after seeing Su Luo tame over 2,000 exotic beasts in one go. Not yet. We still need 500 to 600 more, but there are plenty of beasts above level 70 in this space, Su Luo replied, immediately sending his pets out again to tame several hundred more beasts above level 70. From the moment he entered the cave's secret realm, it took Su Luo only 3 days to tame 3,000 exotic beasts. At the exit of the cave's secret realm, Su Luo walked out briskly. The guards immediately approached him with expressions of reverence. A military Humvee was parked steadily by the roadside, its engine humming softly as if awaiting the arrival of an honored guest. Su Luo settled into the car, the leather seat making a faint creak. The driver cautiously turned around and asked, General Su, where to now? Head to the war zone first, Su Luo replied calmly. The Humvee roared to life, its tires crunching over gravel as it quickly disappeared into the winding mountain road of the secret realm. Half an hour later, the vehicle came to a steady stop on the road outside the war zone's passage. At the fork in the road, a makeshift canopy of camouflage fabric stood out conspicuously. The cold winter wind howled, causing everyone to huddle up against the chill. Long Xiaohui and Zhao Xiaoyuan were playing cards around a burning barrel. Seeing Su Luo get out of the car, they immediately dropped their cards and hurried over. You're back? They said in unison. Yes, I'm back, Su Luo nodded with a smile. The three of them found seats with a practiced ease. The wind swept through, and the firewood in the barrel crackled, mingling with the distant roars of the exotic beasts from the passage, creating an eerie atmosphere. Su Luo turned to Long Xiaohui, curiosity evident in his expression. How's it going? A trace of worry flashed across Long Xiaohui's face. It's not looking great. The impact of that video from the Black Hand Gang still lingers. Even though we've reorganized, the guys seem to have lost hope. Su Luo maintained his smile, gesturing for him to continue. But everyone is still training hard, Long Xiaohui added. In just a few days, almost everyone has leveled up 3 times. That's good, Su Luo nodded in satisfaction. At this rate, we should be able to catch up with the Black Hand Gang soon. He was already calculating in his mind. With the addition of pets and the Necromancer's skeleton army, dealing with the Black Hand Gang would be a breeze. By evening, the entire war zone was brightly lit. 3,000 disciples of the Yaoshan Gang stood in neat rows, with the lowest level being 83 and the highest reaching 98. Everyone looked at Suluo with curiosity, not understanding the purpose of this gathering. Suluo stood before them, occasionally glancing at the time on his phone. Suddenly, a patch of empty ground lit up with a white glow, gradually forming a pentagram-shaped teleportation array. 3 people emerged from the teleportation array. Zhao Jiuxiao, the leader of Longhua, Long Zhantian, and a bald, corpulent man who resembled Maitreya Buddha. Their arrival caused little stir among the Yaoshan gang members, most of whom still had vacant, listless expressions, as if they had already lost hope for the impending clash with the Black Hand gang. Seeing the apathetic faces, Suluo felt a pang in his heart. He turned to Zhao Jiuxiao and respectfully clasped his fists. "Senior Zhao, can we begin?" Zhao Jiuxiao nodded. "Let's start." He took out a black stone from his robe and, together with Long Zhantian and the bald man, unleashed their power. Instantly, a dark energy barrier isolated the area from the outside world. "Hurry up, we can't hold this for long," Zhao Jiuxiao urged, his face wearing a fawning smile. Without hesitation, Suluo summoned 300 exotic beasts from his pet space. These beasts, ranging from level 72 to 96, were massive, instantly making the scene chaotic and crowded. Everyone stared in shock at the sudden appearance of the beast army. Even Zhao Jiuxiao and his companions showed expressions of astonishment. The bald man couldn't help but mutter, "This is spectacular. If this kid could get me a level 140 or 50 pet, I'd serve him loyally." Zhao Jiuxiao and Long Zhantian's faces darkened at his words. The 3,000 disciples of the medicine god sect gazed at the strange beasts before them, their eyes gradually lighting up with excitement. They couldn't help but recall the time when Su Luo had distributed rare beasts at the gates of Yen capital. This scene felt familiar, sparking anticipation in their hearts. Could it be that the leader is going to hand out pets again tonight? However, the 300 beasts in front of them were clearly not enough for everyone. Even so, this wouldn't significantly shift the odds in their favor against the Black Hand gang. Though there were faint smiles on their faces, unease still lingered in their hearts. At that moment, Su Luo stepped onto a large barrel and spoke loudly, "Brothers, you've worked hard during this time." Perceiving their thoughts keenly, he quickly added, "These 300 beasts are just an appetizer. Now, please come forward in order to receive your pets. Every one of you here tonight will get a pet of at least level 70. As soon as Su Luo finished speaking, the crowd erupted with the sound of quickened breaths. Some were flushed with excitement, others had tears welling up in their eyes, and a few were so overwhelmed with joy that they wept. Su Luo stood to the side, calmly directing the distribution process, personally handing a pet to each person who approached. Once the initial 300 beasts were handed out, Su Luo released another 300 pets. This sight completely dispelled any doubts among the crowd. Everyone would get their own pet tonight. In an instant, everyone's eyes shone with exhilaration. To them, despite the varying levels of pets, these new allies would at least boost their chances against the Black Hand gang to 80. Seeing the rekindled hope in their eyes, Su Luo let out a quiet sigh of relief. However, this was far from the end. After everyone had completed their pet contracts, Su Luo spoke again. "In addition to the pets, I will also give each of you 1,000 Lingquan pills. These pills are to be used solely for leveling up your pets." The crowd fell into a stunned silence. Even Zhao Jiuxiao and the others widened their eyes, staring at Su Luo in disbelief. They knew all too well the value of Lingquan pills. 1,000 per person meant a total of 3 million pills. Such generosity was akin to the wealth of a nation. In that moment, everyone shared the same thought. Wealth comparable to a nation is nothing in front of him. After distributing the pets, Su Luo unabashedly took out a massive pile of Lingquan pills from his magical storage. The mountain of pills towered over him, numbering at least in the hundreds of thousands. The enticing aroma of the Lingquan pills was irresistible, tempting not only the exotic beasts, but also the humans present. Everyone stared in astonishment at this mountain of master-level pills, their minds racing to calculate its value. Such a vast quantity of Lingquan pills was something even the Long Kingdom's Alchemist Association would struggle to produce at once. Su Luo's grand gesture left everyone guessing about his true capabilities. Zhao Jiuxiao shook his head in disbelief, deeply shocked. The value of these pills was comparable to half a national treasury. If Su Luo's words were true, and each person received 1,000 pills, the total value might exceed the entire treasury of the Long Kingdom. No matter how powerful the Black Hand gang was, they were dwarfed by Su Luo's prowess. Su Luo began distributing the pills with precision, his advanced skills allowing him to count flawlessly. With a wave of his hand, 1,000 pills were accurately divided. "Thank you, leader." The first disciple of the medicine god gang bowed respectfully before stepping back. Then the second, the third. When all the pills were distributed, and Su Luo retrieved a second pile, Long Zhantian and the others realized the gravity of the situation. They exchanged glances, silently wondering, could this guy really produce 3 million Lingquan pills? Watching Su Luo give them out without hesitation, they began to understand this young man's background was anything but ordinary. Thank you, leader. From now on, my life belongs to you. The last disciple received his share, and a large pile still remained on the ground. Su Luo collected the remaining pills and immediately organized the group for training. In their spare time, they were to use the pills to feed their pets. Soon, the agonized roars of exotic beasts echoed outside the passage, and the warriors, empowered by their pets, fought with even greater ferocity. After everyone had left, Zhao Juxiao smiled and said, General Su, your generosity is truly impressive. Long Zhantian and the bald, chubby man also stared at Su Luo, curious about the origin of these pills. Even the Alchemist Association would find it hard to gather so many Lingquan pills in 3 to 5 years. Su Luo gave a mysterious smile and cupped his hands. These pills are no ordinary items. They have quite the backstory. With that, he left gracefully, leaving the 3 men deep in thought. Long Zhantian and the bald man turned to Zhao Juxiao, who rolled his eyes. Why are you looking at me? General Su is a pillar of the Long Kingdom. Even if he kept the source of the pills a secret, I'd be willing to pay out of my own pocket. With that, he teleported away. Long Zhantian and the bald man exchanged smiles and went their separate ways. Half a month later, the exotic beasts outside the Mo Bay war zone were almost entirely slaughtered by the medicine god gang disciples. The beasts inside and outside the passage were sparse, and it would take at least half a month for their numbers to recover. Su Luo and Long Zhantian stood on the watchtower, watching the remaining beasts being cleared out, their hearts growing heavy. What should we do? Long Zhantian asked with a smile in his eyes. The beasts in the war zone are almost wiped out. Should we ask old Zhao to bleed a little and let everyone enter the dungeons? How long can the treasury support this? Su Luo inquired. Long Zhantian blushed. At most, enough for each person to level up 3 times. That broke? Su Luo awkwardly rubbed his hands, pondering a solution. Previously, many dungeon companies had offered to open their dungeons for free to the medicine god gang. But since the Black Hand Gang's propaganda video, many had started to play deaf. Now, Su Luo had a new idea. Senior Long, I have a good plan. Su Luo said confidently. What plan? Discuss with Senior Zhao and invite all the dungeon enterprise leaders from across the Long Kingdom to the war zone. I'll prove something to them. Su Luo's eyes sparkled with confidence. Upon hearing those words, Long Zhantian's face took on a peculiar expression. He squinted his eyes, his lips curling into a faintly mocking smile as he said, We might be broke, but we don't resort to bandit tactics. Long Zhantian's expression gradually relaxed into a meaningful smile. He continued, You'll understand when the time comes. All right, given all you've done, I'll bend the rules for you just this once. With that, Long Zhantian, still smiling, slowly walked away from the battlefield. As the guardian of Long Country, the Long family's influence was formidable. A single command from Long Zhantian would ensure those businessmen showed up obediently. Su Luo felt a surge of joy. As long as those people attended, he was confident he could secure their votes. More importantly, this battle wasn't just about him. Long Country had invested significant resources. At such a critical juncture, making the wrong alliance could have dire consequences. The next evening, representatives from major corporations involved in the Long Country Elite Dungeon project gathered. 13 affluent and influential figures convened, each with a look of caution and curiosity in their eyes. With Long Zhantian's approval, Su Luo led them to the open area of the battlefield passage. The 3,000 disciples of the Medicine God sect were already assembled, ready for action. However, the business magnates showed little surprise at the sight of the Medicine God sect's lineup. Some even had a hint of disdain in their eyes. To them, the disciples of the Medicine God sect were at least 10 levels below the Black Hand Gang in terms of strength, and the chances of victory seemed slim. Su Luo noticed their reactions, but remained calm and composed. He simply waved his hand lightly towards the Medicine God sect disciples and said in a deep voice, Begin. With Su Luo's command, the area erupted in activity. Thudding sounds filled the air as various massive beasts appeared before everyone's eyes. These creatures were arranged in neat formations, clearly well-trained. How is this possible? The business magnates exclaimed in disbelief, their eyes widening at the sight of such a large number of pets. At that moment, Long Zhantian quietly arrived at the scene as well. He and Su Luo shared the same objective, carefully observing the reactions of these people. The difference was that while Su Luo could only watch and wait, Long Zhantian wouldn't hesitate to take action if he noticed anything amiss. At this moment, the people present were all top players from the Dragon Nation's elite dungeons. Their status and influence were far beyond those of the minor dungeon companies that had been around recently. Su Luo knew very well that to quickly boost the levels of the Yaoshan gang members, he needed the support of these influential figures. It was no secret that the number of beasts in the war zone was dwindling. The astute business magnates didn't need any explanation. The scene before them made today's purpose clear. Among the 13 people present, Most were visibly shocked upon seeing the beasts. However, two of them had particularly unnatural expressions, keeping their heads down and pretending to be clueless, as if they were displeased with the rise of the Yaoxing gang. Su Luo remained silent while Long Zhantian observed everyone with a smile. The room fell into a heavy silence, and the atmosphere became tense. The business magnates understood that this was a crucial moment to decide where their allegiance lay, given Su Luo's status in the Dragon Nation. Suddenly, a corpulent man with gold-rimmed glasses broke the silence. General Su, you are indeed impressive. Our brothers need to level up quickly, so all the dungeons under Tianlong Enterprises will be open to them for free. My Lantian Enterprises dungeons will also be available for free. Another person quickly followed. And my Bani Dungeon Company will also provide free access for the Yaoxing gang. One by one, the others voiced their support, and soon all 13 agreed to offer their dungeons for free to help the Yaoxing gang level up. Having secured their support, Su Luo knew it was time to respond. He cupped his hands and addressed the group. I am deeply grateful for the support of all the esteemed seniors here today. I will remember this kindness and repay it tenfold in the future. At that moment, Long Zhantian slowly raised his hand, his expression stern as he scanned the crowd. Wait a moment. Su Luo understood what was happening but feigned confusion. The business magnates also looked puzzled, wondering why Long Zhantian, despite their generous offers, seemed dissatisfied. Long Zhantian pointed at two people in the crowd. Bingfeng and Wu Jin, you two should continue your normal operations. Let them suffer the losses. These two were the ones who had looked uneasy earlier. Su Luo suspected they had ulterior motives, but it wasn't the time to delve into that. With Long Zhantian's temperament, they were bound to face consequences soon. Long Sheng, our Bingfeng Enterprises sincerely wants to support the Yaoxing gang brothers. Yes, Long Sheng, please give us a chance to show our sincerity. The two named individuals turned pale and began to sweat profusely. The others, sensing the tension, subtly distanced themselves from the pair. Long Zhantian waved them off without a change in his expression. You can leave now. With that, he turned and walked towards a chair at the back. The isolated pair panicked and pleaded with Su Luo. General Su, please give us a chance. We genuinely hope for your victory. Their words elicited stifled laughter from the other dungeon leaders. Everyone knew Long Sheng had seen through their act, and their pleas only made things worse. Su Luo shook his head regretfully. Sorry, I have to follow Elder Long's orders as well. Inwardly, he felt triumphant. Long Zhantian was indeed swift in exacting retribution. Those disloyal to the Dragon Nation would likely face dire consequences tonight. After the meeting, members of the Yaoxing gang began heading to various dungeon sites across major cities that very afternoon. Su Luo personally saw off each group. As he was sending off the last group, a small, young man suddenly approached him. Leader, I have something to tell you. What is it? Su Luo asked, surprised at this excellent prospect, who was only at level 96. Yesterday, while I was killing beasts about a kilometer outside the city, I saw a small red plant, the young man explained. It looked ordinary but could release flames. A tiny spark could create a large area of indiscriminate fire. Su Luo's interest was piqued, and after asking for more details, he felt a surge of excitement. He had previously instructed the gang members to report any unusual plants to him directly. Based on the description, he was certain the plant was special, though he would need to investigate it personally to determine its true value. Once everyone had boarded the vehicles, Long Zhantian also left. The war zone became desolate, leaving only the guards on duty. Su Luo leapt over the city wall, heading straight to the location reported by the young man. With a major battle looming, he couldn't afford to miss any opportunity to grow stronger. Outside the city, the area was barren, with no sign of beasts. The urgency of the previous beast encirclement was gone. Su Luo walked slowly through the desert, his eyes on the distant black glow, which seemed both close and infinitely far away. What lay beyond the desert? Su Luo was puzzled but determined to find out. After about 10 minutes of walking, the environment changed from desert to rocks. After half an hour of searching, Su Luo finally found his target in a crevice atop a large rock. Starfire grass, level 65 mythical plant life, 68,000 defense, 85,000 attack, 380,000 awakening time. Infinite burning duration, 15 seconds. Description: a very timid plant that releases small sparks. When these sparks hit a target, they cause widespread damage. A single spark can ignite a prairie fire. Seeing the attributes of the starfire grass, Su Luo's interest grew. While its individual attack power might not rival that of the sword chi grass, it was an excellent ally for area attacks. A spark can start a prairie fire. This looks promising. Su Luo muttered, stepping forward to test its attack. At that moment, the starfire grass, sensing something approaching, shrunk to the size of a soybean. A tiny spark, smaller than a sesame seed, floated from its leaf. The spark was almost invisible in the surrounding environment, detectable only by someone of Su Luo's level. Pop! The spark exploded 3 meters from Su Luo, and flames rapidly spread, enveloping him in a sea of fire. 1. 1. A series of damage numbers appeared on Su Luo, but with the added defense of the Xuanwu, the Starfire Grass's attack couldn't penetrate his defenses. This thing is amazing, Su Luo exclaimed, eyes gleaming with excitement as he walked straight towards the Starfire Grass. Despite its high damage, he could completely ignore it. Crack. The roots detached from the soil, and Su Luo uprooted the Starfire Grass entirely, taming the spirit. Su Luo held the Starfire Grass in his hand, feeling its faint struggles. Despite the roaring flames around them, they couldn't penetrate Su Luo's defenses. He kept using his taming skill, but failed repeatedly, with the system's notification sound ringing incessantly. Su Luo felt helpless. The Starfire Grass was as fragile as a soybean and could easily be crushed if he wasn't careful. He decided to try again, expressionless, as he pinched the Starfire Grass and activated his taming skill once more. However, the taming still failed. Frustrated, Su Luo lightly squeezed the Starfire Grass, and suddenly, a string of numbers appeared. 1680. Just as he was contemplating whether to continue trying, a necromancer emerged from the divine herb realm, weakly reminding him, Master, actually taming plants is simple. Just put it into the divine soil, and it will enter its growth phase, guaranteeing 100 taming success. Surprised by this method, Su Luo immediately entered the divine herb realm. As soon as he did, the Starfire Grass seemed to sense something and stopped struggling. Standing by the divine soil, Su Luo gently tossed the Starfire Grass into it. The grass turned into a red light and quickly burrowed into the soil. In the blink of an eye, a red sprout broke through the ground, rapidly growing to half a meter tall, with lush leaves covered in dark red veins. Su Luo attempted the taming skill again, and this time, it finally succeeded. The system notification sounded, and Su Luo breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, 4 types of plants were growing in the divine soil. The highest level underworld moonflower and sword cheegrass, followed by the spiky cannonball plant, and finally, the newly tamed level 65 Starfire Grass. Compared to the other 3, the Starfire Grass was tiny, like a soybean next to watermelons. Su Luo decided to focus on nurturing these 4 plants. He assigned his 6 pets Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, Fire Phoenix, 3-legged Golden Crow, and the Necromancer to consume Spirit Spring Pills and prioritized allocating experience points to the Starfire Grass. He planned to use the Starfire Grass for large-scale depletion in his upcoming battle against the Black Hand Gang, followed by the Necromancer's Skeleton Warriors for a swarm tactic. In the Divine Herb realm, Skeleton Warriors densely filled every corner, creating an intimidating black mass. Su Luo randomly checked the Skeleton Warriors' attributes and discovered they possessed unique skill combinations: Vicious Battle, Wraith Slash, and Explosion. The Explosion skill, in particular, could deal 200 true damage to surrounding enemies upon death, ignoring defenses. This realization thrilled Su Luo, as he understood the massive destruction these Skeleton Warriors could cause when used in large numbers. Standing by the divine soil, Su Luo watched the rapid growth of the Starfire Grass. With the combined effects of the divine soil and the pet's experience points, the Starfire Grass's level increased at an astounding rate, gaining 3 levels in under a minute. After observing for a while, Su Luo turned and headed towards the blacksmith shop. Rows of blacksmith shops were neatly arranged like a factory assembly line, with the clanging of hammers echoing all around. The Divine Herb realm housed at least 100 master-level skeleton blacksmiths, far exceeding the scale of the Dragon Nation's Blacksmith Association. Fields, mines, lumberyards, and quarries all operated in an orderly manner. These tireless, rest-free skeleton workers were the ideal labor force. Seeing the Divine Herb realm develop into a small city, Su Luo couldn't help but feel a sense of pride swelling in his heart. Thanks to capturing the Necromancer back then, this guy might not be great in combat, but he's top-notch when it comes to logistics. Su Luo stood at the edge of the Divine Herb realm, satisfied as he reviewed the results before him. A dense array of data floated in front of his eyes, with each number representing a victory. He mused to himself that such achievements could easily crush some small nations in the world. I need to get more spatial stones if I get the chance, Su Luo muttered to himself, a hint of ambition flashing in his eyes. He took one last look at the Divine Herb realm, then decisively turned and left. In the blink of an eye, Su Luo found himself in the central square of Yindu. He stood there quietly, his sharp gaze scanning the street vendors who were career changers. Most of these people were members of the Medicine God Gang, and their busy figures brought vitality to the street. Without the interference of the Black Soul Gate, the Medicine God Gang had resumed normal operations. Other old-established gangs in Yindu wisely chose to step aside, and for a while, no one dared to provoke the Medicine God Gang. Watching all this, Su Luo felt an inexplicable sense of emptiness. Just then, a crystalline snowflake descended from the sky, gently landing on his shoulder. Then came a second, A third, it's snowing, someone on the street exclaimed. Su Luo looked up to see endless snowflakes falling from the sky. Pedestrians on the street tightened their clothing and quickened their pace to head home. It's snowing. The new year is coming, Su Luo murmured to himself, his eyes becoming somewhat vacant. He pulled out his phone to check the calendar and found that the spring festival was only 3 days away. A wave of melancholy surged in his heart. Where is home? The old house had been demolished, and apart from a small courtyard in Qinglong Academy, he had nowhere to go. Chief Su, the new year is coming, and you're still wandering the streets? A familiar female voice called from behind. Su Luo didn't respond, still staring intently at the falling snowflakes. Chief Su? What are you thinking about? The voice asked again. This time, Su Luo turned around, his face instantly lighting up with surprise. Sister? You're back. Su Bingxue wore an open black trench coat, paired with slim black pants and ankle boots, creating a look that was both sharp and stylish. Her usually cold face was now adorned with a rare smile. Despite being in her early 20s, she exuded a mature and steady demeanor. Her call caught the attention of those around her, and the disciples of the medicine god sect, who were busy with their stalls nearby, immediately gathered around, smiling ingratiatingly and greeting Su Luo. Hello, leader. Leader, when did you get back? Everyone greeted warmly. When their eyes shifted to Su Bingxue, they all showed respectful expressions. The siblings indeed bore some resemblance to each other, especially when standing side by side, making the similarity even more evident. No one dared to speak rashly. Su Luo smiled and waved his hand, saying, Go on with your business. I'm just looking around. Once the crowd dispersed, he strolled down the street with his sister, chatting as they walked. When the conversation turned to their house in Jiangsheng, Su Bingxue fell silent. For the siblings who relied on each other, that house was the last legacy left by their parents, holding countless memories. Even buying a 1,000-square-meter luxury villa now couldn't replace that emotional connection. Xiao Luo, let's go back and take a look, Su Bingxue said with a sigh, pulling Su Luo towards the teleportation array. Su Luo naturally didn't object, knowing that his sister hadn't been back for over 3 years. Even if the house was gone, they should still visit their parents' graves. After returning to Jiangsheng, the siblings first bought offerings to pay respects at their parents' tomb, then took a taxi to their old neighborhood. Getting out of the car, they stood in place, stunned by the sight before them. Didn't you say it was forcibly demolished? Su Bingxue finally spoke, looking at Su Luo with a questioning gaze. Big sis, I have no idea what's going on either. Su Luo shrugged, looking innocent. Entering the neighborhood, they saw the familiar security guard, Grandpa Zhang, though his hair had turned much whiter. Su Luo leaned against the window of the guard booth and asked the old man, who was listening to the radio, Grandpa Zhang, what's going on here? Grandpa Zhang squinted and exclaimed, Is that you, Xiao Luo? Xiao Shui. Grandpa Zhang, please tell me what's happening. I'm about to lose my mind, Su Luo urged. Grandpa Zhang explained that it was thanks to the siblings that the neighborhood was restored. It turned out that the people who had demolished the area were from Haiyang Real Estate, but for some reason, they later spent a fortune to restore it. Su Luo was puzzled, thinking this was absurd. Su Bingxue glanced thoughtfully at Grandpa Zhang, who was on the phone, but said nothing more. With the keys given by Grandpa Zhang, the siblings went up to the 3rd floor and opened the door. Su Luo was speechless. This wasn't just a reconstruction. It was their original home. Even the half bowl of instant noodles on the table looked exactly the same as before. Is someone still living here? Su Bingxue asked, puzzled, looking at the instant noodles on the coffee table. I don't know. Maybe they wanted to give us a home that looked just like before, Su Luo said, looking around the familiar setup, including the old TV they had used for decades. If they went through the trouble of tearing it down, couldn't they have replaced it with something new? At that moment, there was a knock at the door. While Su Bingxue tidied up inside, Su Luo went to answer. Outside stood a woman in a black business suit, black stockings, and high heels, holding a suitcase. Mr. Su, I'm here on behalf of Haiyang Real Estate to wish you a happy new year. The woman introduced herself as Feng Jiaojiao. No need for New Year wishes. I'm just glad you didn't add soup to this instant noodle, Su Luo said, exasperated, holding up the noodles and not inviting her in. Feng Jiaojiao explained that the previous Haiyang Real Estate was run by Feng Haiyang and his father, both of whom had passed away. The new Haiyang Real Estate hoped to win Su's favor. She smiled sweetly, holding up the suitcase, exuding a mature woman's charm. No need to stay. The place is quite a mess, Su Luo said, stepping back just enough to place the suitcase inside. Seeing this, Feng Jiaojiao's smile grew brighter, and she left after placing the suitcase. After a quick cleanup, the house looked brand new. As night fell, the cold winds outside contrasted sharply with the warmth inside. The fire roared, food smelled delicious, and the TV played cheerful entertainment shows. The siblings sat on the sofa, chatting about the ups and downs of the past years. Su Luo sneaked a glance at his sister's status panel, feeling a shiver in his heart but maintaining a calm exterior. Su Bingshue's stats were impressive. Name: Su Bingshue. Class: Phantom Assassin. Level: 148. Attack: 296,000. Spirit: 92,000. Defense: 18,000. Constitution: 360,000. Equipment: Unseen. Pet: None. Skills: Unseen. Su Luo wasn't concerned about attack power. He was more curious about how his sister had leveled up so quickly to reach level 150. What are you looking at? Su Bingshue turned her head, smiling teasingly. Big sis, you're almost level 150. Su Luo exclaimed. And you're level 110, Su Bingshue countered. I have my own little secrets, Su Bingshue said seriously. No matter what, we're siblings by blood. When the world calms down, I'll tell you my secret. Su Luo nodded. After a while, Su Bingshue seemed to remember something and asked, did you see any black objects while you were in the northern desert war zone? Yes, I did, Su Luo replied. Su Bingshue took out a piece of paper from her backpack, which depicted an altar-like structure. This is it. There are said to be 8 great altars in the world, which can spawn beasts in various materials. What you saw was the Dragon Nation's holy altar. She continued, the Dragon Nation has a large population and relies on this altar to sustain its job changers. The beautiful nation is so powerful because they like to seize other people's altars. Now, they're eyeing our Dragon Nation's altar, and the Black Hand Gang's challenge to you is just a trigger. Hearing this, Su Luo was struck by lightning. An altar? This was never mentioned in school, not even by Old Man Wu and Yindu. So, when facing the Black Hand Gang, you must not hold back. Su Bingshue said sternly. Big sis, aren't you worried I might lose? Su Luo asked. Would you do something without confidence? I know exactly what you're like. Su Bingshue rolled her eyes at Su Luo's innocent expression. 2 months flew by in the blink of an eye. At the Huanglong Island port, 3,000 disciples of the Yaoshan clan stood in neat rows, their shadows stretching long under the sunlight. Each face was filled with anticipation and excitement. In just 2 short months, they had reached around level 110, and more importantly, their temperament and skills had undergone a profound transformation. The dock was bustling with people. Besides Long Zhantian, Zhao Jiuxiao, and others, there were also numerous TV news anchors. They held microphones and aimed their cameras at the departing group, ready to capture this historic moment. A female reporter stepped forward, holding the microphone out to Su Luo. Her voice carried a hint of nervousness as she asked, General Su, what are your chances of success on this mission to Shalong Island? Su Luo's lips curved into a faint smile. 100%, he replied confidently. These 4 simple words exploded like a bombshell, causing a stir among the crowd. Zhao Jiuxiao and the others broke into a cold sweat, a trace of worry flashing in their eyes. The TV stations were broadcasting live. Such a bold statement might be too much. The female reporter was momentarily stunned, but quickly forced a smile to smooth things over. General Su, your fearless spirit alone is enough to intimidate the Black Hand clan. As soon as she finished speaking, a hint of regret flashed in her eyes, realizing her comment might not have been perfect. Just as the atmosphere was about to become awkward, Su Luo decisively took the microphone, his confident smile unwavering. Actually, it's not just my words. Our strength truly backs it up. The female reporter looked even more embarrassed, unsure of how to respond. Long Zhantian and Zhao Jiuxiao exchanged helpless smiles. But Su Luo didn't stop. He continued, in fact, I have a secret weapon I haven't revealed yet. Since today is our departure day, I might as well disclose it. With that, Su Luo moved to an open area and began taking out disposable storage bags from the divine medicine realm. Each bag looked light, but landed with a heavy thud. Soon, a pile of storage bags was stacked in front of him. Curious onlookers moved closer, only to find each bag labeled Mage, Archer, Knight. Amid the puzzled gazes, Su Luo opened a bag labeled Knight. From it, he took out a complete set of equipment gleaming with golden light. Armor, gauntlets, greaves, shield, and axe, all legendary items. The crowd fell silent. Even the seasoned reporters were speechless, their eyes fixed on Su Luo, waiting for an explanation. These bags contain legendary gear sets. Su Luo announced proudly. All legendary gear sets. His words struck like thunder, stunning everyone present. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, gathering 300 legendary sets was impossible, yet Su Luo had produced 3,000 sets at once. It was an unprecedented feat. In a corner, Su Bingshue watched her brother, a look of shock in her eyes. She suddenly realized she could no longer understand the once ordinary brother she knew. Before anyone could recover from the shock, Su Luo began issuing commands. Everyone, listen up. 10 people at a time, come forward to receive your gear. Choose the bag corresponding to your profession. The disciples of the Yaoshan clan immediately sprang into action, orderly stepping forward to claim their bags. Soon, all 3,000 disciples had their respective gear. Under the live broadcast cameras, Su Luo ordered them to open their bags and equip themselves on the spot. As each legendary piece was donned, the entire dock was bathed in a golden light so dazzling it was hard to keep one's eyes open. As they gradually opened the bags, the photographer's face instantly turned beet red, and he hastily paused the recording. He turned to Zhao Shang and Long Shang, looking puzzled and troubled. "Do we still air this?" he asked. The reason became apparent quickly. Each bag was filled with dazzling, golden gear, each set exuding a powerful aura. The scene was so overwhelming that even the seasoned photographer didn't know how to handle it. Zhao Jiuxiao, however, waved his hand boldly. "Air it. Let the citizens of Long Country see how formidable we are this time." He was so excited he could burst, thinking to himself, "With so much divine gear appearing in Long Country, our international standing will surely soar." 3,000 people quickly donned their gear, and the entire dock was instantly bathed in a blinding golden light, more dazzling than the midday sun. Everyone present felt their scalps tingle and their hearts race. Such a luxurious lineup was truly unprecedented. Su Luo looked at the shocked expressions on everyone's faces with satisfaction. He believed that everyone watching the live broadcast across Long Country would be deeply impressed by this scene. But he felt it wasn't enough, so he loudly commanded, "Everyone, summon your pets. Show our supporters what we've got." Yes, the 3,000 people responded in unison, their faces flushed with excitement, some even moved to tears. Boom. As the summoning spells were chanted, countless powerful auras descended upon the dock. The already opulent lineup, now bolstered by the presence of pets, became nearly invincible. Each of these pets was a level 100 powerhouse, and combined with the divine gear and the strong, job-changed individuals, they formed an unbeatable team. With the appearance of the pets, the fighting spirit of the 3,000 disciples from the Yaoshan sect reached its peak. Only then did a genuinely satisfied smile appear on Su Luo's face. He immediately ordered, "Everyone, hide your attributes, gear, and pets. Only summon your pets if absolutely necessary." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone concealed their levels, attributes, and gear effects. The pets were also put away, making them look no different from ordinary job changers. But everyone present guessed Su Luo's intention. This was a classic case of hiding one's strength to catch the enemy off guard. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Luo led the 3,000 disciples of the Medicine God Gang onto the colossal ship named the Huanglong. This ship was even larger than the ones he had previously sunk, resembling a moving steel fortress. It was equipped with 12 large-caliber cannons, stable as a rock even amidst stormy seas. As their escort, Long Zhantian boarded the ship fully armed. With a long blast of its horn, the Huanglong slowly departed the dock and headed into the vast ocean. The 1,000-kilometer journey to Shillong Island was expected to take around 6 hours. Everyone returned to their cabins to rest, except for Su Luo, who stood alone on the bow, feeling uneasy. It was Su Luo's first time on a ship, and he felt both excited and anxious. Occasionally, fish would leap out of the blue sea, adding a touch of liveliness. Suddenly, a massive fish with horns on its head swam against the current towards the Huanglong. Stone-crushing giant demon, level 48. Attack, 88,000 defense, 46,000 spirit, 8,500 constitution, 163,000. Skills, ram, waterjet, waterbind. Description: the tyrant of shallow waters, beware of its horns. Su Luo finally understood the source of his unease. Clearly, this journey would be fraught with challenges, and it would take considerable skill to reach their destination safely. Just then, a streak of white sword energy shot past Su Luo, instantly turning the stone-crushing giant demon into a cloud of blood mist. Long Zhantian had appeared on the deck, holding a dark golden battle sword, exuding a powerful aura. "There are plenty of sea beasts out here. We need to stay vigilant against their attacks until we reach our destination," Long Zhantian said calmly, his sword still in hand. Su Luo nodded in agreement and began to closely observe the sea creatures. To his surprise, most of the marine life had attribute panels. "Senior Long, you can rest. I'll handle these small matters," Su Luo said with a smile. Long Zhantian shook his head. "I'd like to rest, but these sea beasts are aggressive. If we don't deal with them with decisive force, they'll only cause more trouble. Besides, there's a massive one at least level 150 following us. It seems ready to make a move." As he spoke, Long Zhantian wiped his sword and turned to face the stern. Su Luo quickly followed. A water curtain had risen behind the ship, giving off an oppressive feeling despite no visible creature. "That's a water spirit. You might need to step in," Long Zhantian said solemnly, walking toward the stern. Su Luo immediately took out a palm-sized flower pot from his backpack and planted the sword chi grass from the divine medicine realm. This was the result of his month-long research. By planting the sword chi grass in the pot, He could unleash its leaves with undiminished power in a miniaturized form. Suddenly, the water curtain began to churn violently, splashing water onto the deck. Su Luo could finally make out a transparent entity within the water curtain staring at the ship. Ocean Spirit Demon, level 158. Attack, 390,000 defense, 128,000 spirit, 180,000 constitution, 420,000. Passive, merge with water. Skills, water dragon technique, siren song, sea god spear. Description: the darling of the sea, a natural underwater hunter, will attack anything that piques its interest. Water dragon technique: condense water into a dragon to attack enemies, dealing 380 damage and freezing the target. Siren song: deals 300 damage and paralyzes enemies for 3 seconds, can summon nearby sea beasts to assist in battle. Sea god spear: throws the sea god spear, dealing 500 damage with an additional 10 execution effect based on the target's health. Su Luo was secretly shocked. This creature was even more formidable than the Vajra demon ape and the zombie pig king. No wonder it was called the darling of the sea. As Su Luo stood in a daze, the entity within the water curtain seemed to prepare its skills. 8 water pillars rose around the Huanglong, gradually forming into massive dragons over 20 meters long. If it gets hit, the Huanglong will definitely sink. Long Zhantian roared furiously, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. His body suddenly swelled, muscles bulging, making him appear a size larger. The battle sword in his hand began to emit a faint glow, with golden energy coursing along its blade. Without hesitation, Long Zhantian swung his sword, unleashing 8 golden sword beams that shot towards the water dragons like meteors. As the sword beams collided with the water dragons, the dragons instantly turned into steam and dissipated, and the energy of the sword beams was exhausted in that strike. At that moment, the water curtain vanished, revealing a peculiar creature. It had a human-like figure, but its skin was a mix of blue and white, with blue eyes that gleamed eerily. Its sharp, long ears highlighted its non-human nature. This creature, caught between human and beast, glared at Long Zhantian with a fierce look, emitting sharp notes from its mouth alternating between a shout and a chant. This was its skill, the song of the fish demon. If you seek death, then taste my swords of the 8 desolations. Long Zhantian's face darkened as the light from his battle sword flared up, shining like the midday sun. The sword energy extended continuously, transforming into a web of sword beams. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed a barrage of sword energy that seemed to engulf the entire sky. Facing such a ferocious assault, the fish demon had to stop its song and hurriedly dodge. Seizing the opportunity, Long Zhantian shouted to Su Luo, "Now, strike." At the same time, he used his skill to firmly control the ocean spirit demon. Hearing the command, Su Luo immediately acted, manipulating the sword grass to form a streamlined sword energy dragon about a meter long, aiming it at the ocean spirit demon. Seeing this small-scale attack and considering Su Luo's low level, a hint of contempt flashed in the ocean spirit demon's eyes, as if mocking the insignificant threat. However, Su Luo remained expressionless, silently speeding up the sword energy dragon. In his mind he thought, mock all you want. This sword energy dragon can take down even the tough-skinned zombie boar king. What makes you, a fragile fish demon, think you can underestimate it? Kid, can you handle this? Long Zhantian and the fish demon watched Su Luo's summoned sword dragon with doubt in their eyes. The dragon looked small and cute, seemingly incapable of threatening the powerful ocean spirit demon. Su Luo smiled faintly and pointed. The sword dragon roared out, charging straight at the ocean spirit demon. Boom! Explosions echoed through the void, and the ocean spirit demon's body was instantly riddled with holes. Damage numbers appeared like a torrential downpour. 12,600, 12,800, 8,500. In the blink of an eye, the ocean spirit demon was on the verge of death, teetering on the brink. Impressive move. Long Zhantian gave a thumbs up, full of admiration. He then assumed a stance, ready to unleash his ultimate technique, Heavenly Sword Strike. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered over the sea, creating a heavy atmosphere. The battle sword in Long Zhantian's hand emitted a dazzling golden light, piercing the sky with an awe-inspiring aura. Wait, Senior Long. Su Luo urgently called out, a trace of reluctance in his eyes. If that sword fell, the ocean spirit demon would be obliterated. What's the matter? Long Zhantian looked at Su Luo in confusion, his eyes questioning. Is this kid getting soft-hearted now? Su Luo explained, Senior Long, such a high-level beast is rare and it's proficient in water. I want to give it a try. Long Zhantian suddenly understood and slapped his forehead. I almost forgot. You're a beast tamer. Don't worry, Senior Long. I'll give it my all. Su Luo said confidently and immediately used his signature skill spirit taming. However, 2 consecutive flashes indicated failure. Su Luo remained undeterred. He still had a trump card up his sleeve. White Tiger, leave it with a drop of blood. Su Luo commanded boldly, summoning the divine beast White Tiger. It had a bloodlocking skill, perfect for this situation. The White Tiger's eyes gleamed with excitement as it clawed at the ocean spirit demon. With a swish, its paw sank into flesh. The already dying ocean spirit demon was now at death's door. Long Zhantian was stunned. Your pet isn't ordinary. It seems to have a divine essence, doesn't it? He knew Su Luo had received the Azure Dragon's divine essence from the National Treasury, but he hadn't expected the White Tiger to have one too. He couldn't help but marvel. Divine essences were scarce in the Dragon Kingdom's treasury, and Su Luo had at least 2. If this kid grows up, his combat power will be unparalleled. Long Zhantian thought to himself. Meanwhile, Su Luo activated the spirit-taming skill again on the ocean spirit demon. Golden light enveloped it, and the sea instantly calmed. The system notification sounded. Congratulations, you have successfully tamed the ocean spirit demon. The demon's wounds healed instantly, and it stood on the deck, looking at Su Luo in confusion, still not understanding how the seemingly ordinary sword dragon could cause such tremendous damage. Long Zhantian, rubbing his hands together, grinned. Kid, I helped you tame a good one today. His tone hinted at expecting a reward. Su Luo smiled knowingly. Rest assured, Senior Long, if you ever find a beast you like, he'll help you tame it. You're a smart kid. Long Zhantian nodded in satisfaction. Su Luo immediately commanded the ocean spirit demon to dive into the water and head towards Huanglong Island. This mission was crucial. If the Americans landed first, they might set up an ambush. Seeing Su Luo's meticulous planning, Long Zhantian's eyes showed a satisfied smile. The Dragon Kingdom has a worthy successor. At this moment, the deck of the Huanglong was crowded. The commotion from the battle had attracted everyone's attention. They had all witnessed Su Luo taming the powerful fish demon, and their respect for him grew. The stronger Su Luo was, the higher and further he could lead them. Senior Long, now that we have the fish demon clearing the way, you can notify the bridge to proceed at full speed, Su Luo suggested. All right, get ready. Long Zhantian nodded and headed towards the bridge. Su Luo stood quietly at the bow, gazing into the distance, meticulously planning every step of the journey. Meanwhile, his numerous pets were frantically devouring spirit spring pills in the divine medicine realm. Several plants gained experience and leveled up rapidly. Nethermoon flower, sword chi grass, thorn cannon, and starfire grass all were nearly level 120 or higher. The Nethermoon flower was far ahead, reaching level 150. At this level, its speed had greatly increased, able to bind any target in an instant. Sword chi grass could attack both groups and individuals, and starfire grass also had group attack capabilities. Su Luo's strength was growing at an astonishing rate. With the addition of the 3 million skeleton warriors hoarded by the necromancer, Su Luo's confidence surged. Even without mobilizing the disciples of the medicine god sect, he felt assured of annihilating the enemy. This thought significantly lightened his previously heavy heart. Su Luo lingered at the ship's bow for a moment before summoning the Azure Dragon once again. This divine beast had mastered the art of invisibility to perfection, capable of evading detection whether soaring through the skies or lurking underwater. Su Luo meticulously arranged his defenses. The ocean spirit monsters were to lie in wait below the water's surface, while the Azure Dragon was assigned to invisibly patrol the skies, ensuring the safety of the Golden Dragon ship. Only after completing these arrangements did Su Luo feel absolutely secure. He then turned and returned to his room. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoed in Su Luo's mind. Master, they have landed on the island. It was the voice of an ocean spirit monster, yet it sounded exactly like a young human girl. This startled Su Luo, leading him to wonder if he had perhaps tamed a mermaid. The ocean spirit monster fell silent after delivering this message, seemingly harboring some resentment towards Su Luo. Su Luo paid it no mind, as the Azure Dragon soon followed with its own report. Master, there are many people on the island. How many? Su Luo inquired. Besides the 3,000 members of the Black Hand Gang, there are at least 2,000 others carrying strange devices, most of whom are over level 100, the Azure Dragon reported in detail. Hearing this, Su Luo's heart sank. It wasn't the fear of being unable to win that troubled him, but his disappointment in the other nations. Guild challenges between nations were supposed to be fair and just, with each nation sending 1 or 2 strong individuals to oversee the event. But the arrival of so many people clearly indicated ulterior motives. Master, what should we do? The Azure Dragon asked worriedly. Su Luo responded calmly. No rush. If they all side with the Black Hand Gang, we'll just kill them all if necessary. The Golden Dragon roared across the sea, leaving a trail of towering waves in its wake. The outline of Shenlong Island gradually became clearer, entering everyone's view. Su Luo stood on the deck, his gaze piercing, fixed on the distant, growing black dot. Surrounding him were Long Zhantian and numerous disciples from the medicine god sect, their faces etched with tension. Senior Long, what should we do? One disciple asked quietly. Long Zhantian's face showed a hint of difficulty. Sigh, I don't know what to do either. Originally, he thought this decisive battle would be a straightforward matter of landing, fighting, winning, and then returning triumphant. But reality seldom follows plans. Upon learning that there were over 5,000 people on the island, Long Zhantian hesitated. If those so-called impartial mediators were in league with the Black Hand Gang, landing on the island would put the Dragon Kingdom side in danger. Su Luo suddenly spoke, his tone eerily calm. Why not just kill them all? Long Zhantian's eyes widened. You want to kill them all? He frowned, scolding, don't brag. Those people are not weak. They are formidable. Su Luo remained unfazed. Landing is disadvantageous for us. If we don't land, what's your plan? Kill them, Su Luo replied nonchalantly. Long Zhantian's face darkened, but he knew Su Luo wasn't one to speak lightly. For a moment, he began to waver. How about I go scout the situation? If it's safe, I'll signal the golden dragon to land. Long Zhantian suggested as he gripped the sword at his waist, exuding a sharp aura. Su Luo pondered for a moment, and then summoned a necromancer and a Xuanwu. Take these two with you. Even if negotiations fail, you can retreat safely. Long Zhantian glanced at the two level 120 pets with disdain. You're underestimating me. Despite his words, he let the two pets shrink to palm size and perch on his shoulders. I'll go scout. With that, Long Zhantian leaped into the air, heading towards Shenlong Island. Su Luo stood at the bow, closely monitoring the situation. As the golden dragon approached, Long Zhantian signaled it was safe. Land. Su Luo commanded. The golden dragon docked, and 3,000 disciples from the medicine god sect disembarked in an orderly fashion. Shenlong Island was a massive circular platform, about a kilometer in diameter. The Black Hand Gang had already formed their ranks on the opposite side, dressed uniformly in black with smirks on their faces, as if victory was assured. Leading them was a burly man with dark skin, two blue daggers at his waist. Su Luo instantly recognized him as a high-level assassin. In the center of the island stood around 2,000 spectators, holding cameras, their attire indicating they were from various specific countries. Clearly, only a few nations had sent representatives as mediators today. Long Zhantian looked anxious. That's the situation. We'll follow the procedure. I'll be on standby. He eyed the mediators warily, knowing at least 5 of them were level 150 experts. Don't worry, senior, Su Luo nodded, though he sighed inwardly. This formal setting irked him. What if those mediators suddenly attacked? Should he release the skeleton army from the medicine realm? The current situation made him feel somewhat restrained. The burly, dark-skinned man stepped forward. Are you Su Luo, the leader of the medicine god sect of the Dragon Kingdom? He was Greta, the leader of the Black Hand Gang. Seeing Su Luo's youthful, pale face, disdain flashed in his eyes. A sickly guy like you. I could kill 3 of you with one stab. Su Luo ignored him, turning his attention to the mediators. He already had a plan. Once the battle began, release the zombie pig king to infect the Black Hand Gang. If the mediators favored the Black Hand Gang, he'd unleash the skeleton army from the medicine realm and fight without restraint. At this moment, an elderly man in a golden robe stepped forward. His aura was like an impenetrable wall, indicating he was at least level 150. The elder glanced at Su Luo and began to announce the rules. We will be broadcasting live. Your battle will be transmitted simultaneously to the beautiful country and the Dragon Kingdom. Apart from members of the 2 factions, no one else is allowed to participate. As he spoke, the elder gave Long Zhantian a meaningful look. All right, time is limited. You can start any time. As these words were spoken, the atmosphere became tense. Countless camera flashes began to flicker, and live broadcast cameras captured every detail. Su Luo, as a beast master, was already strategizing in his mind. Since I'm a beast master, summoning my pets shouldn't be a problem, right? He mused, and then decisively summoned 2 powerful pets, Xuanwu and the zombie pig king. Xuanwu was renowned for its incredible defense. Even if it were to fall in battle, it would revive after 24 hours. The zombie pig king, on the other hand, had a unique infection ability. Once it infiltrated the Black Hand Gang, it could release zombie gas to infect a large number of enemies. Go! Destroy them! Su Luo commanded. Immediately, Xuanwu leaped off Long Zhantian's shoulder, roaring thunderously upon sensing its master's order. In an instant, its body expanded to over 10 meters tall, transforming into a colossal beast. At the same time, the zombie pig king also swelled, its size rivaling that of Xuanwu. The 2 gigantic creatures began to charge towards the Black Hand Gang, their heavy steps causing the entire Shenlong Island to tremble, as if 2 moving mountains were approaching. Jellyite's face turned pale as he witnessed this, while Su Luo smiled, calmly observing his opponent's reaction. We've killed hundreds of such beasts before. Just 2 more. Jellyite sneered, quickly organizing his men to form a battle line. Knights and warriors rushed to the front, while archers and mages began to gather their energy, preparing to unleash their skills. The skills of those above level 100 were immensely powerful, especially their single-target attacks, which were particularly devastating. In an instant, hundreds of powerful skills rained down on Xuanwu. 1. 1850. 260. Seeing the bizarre damage numbers popping up on the screen, the members of the Black Hand Gang and the referees were stunned. They murmured in disbelief. What kind of pet is this? How can its defense be so high? Not only were they shocked, but even Su Luo and Long Zhantian wore expressions of astonishment, thinking, how can their attack power be so low? The zombie pig king emitted green gas all over its body, running behind Xuanwu with a grotesque huffing and puffing. Xuanwu, like a moving shield, absorbed all the damage ahead, emerging nearly unscathed. As the two beasts loomed larger in sight, Gret felt a wave of dizziness and nearly lost his mind. Xuanwu's defense was despairingly formidable. The attacks from over 1,000 ranged fighters felt like mere scratches, causing only 10 to 20,000 points of damage per second. The beast's speed was astonishing, able to breach the crowd within 10 seconds. Alarm bells rang in Gret's mind. There was no stopping them. Just as Xuanwu was about to charge into the Black Hand Gang's ranks with the zombie pig king, an elderly man with white hair in the center suddenly spoke. However, without their master's command, Xuanwu continued its relentless charge. Seeing this, the white-haired elder snorted coldly and waved his hand towards Xuanwu. Instantly, the entire island shook violently, and a massive stone wall materialized in front of Xuanwu. Boom! Xuanwu crashed heavily into the wall, sprawling on the ground. The zombie pig king following closely behind also collided headfirst, ending up in a pathetic state. Long Zhantian glared coldly at the white-haired elder, fury blazing in his eyes. White demon elder, what do you mean by this? We agreed no one else would interfere. So what's this about? The white-haired elder remained calm, his tone even. These two pets are too high-level. They are not allowed to participate. Hearing this, Su Luo's blood boiled with rage, almost fainting from the elder's shamelessness. He immediately retorted, that dark mage on the other side isn't low-level either. Shouldn't he be banned from using his invisibility? The white-haired elder's icy gaze swept over Su Luo, a hint of menace in his eyes. Kid, you have no right to speak here. Su Luo, unafraid, returned the look with one of defiance, as if staring down a dead man. The atmosphere grew tense, brimming with hostility. Other officials also looked oddly at Su Luo and Long Zhantian. The cameramen wisely shifted their lenses to avoid unnecessary trouble. Meanwhile, viewers in Long Country watching the live broadcast erupted in outrage. These bastards talk about fairness. What a joke. Su Bangzhu is right. If we can't use high-level pets, then the Black Hand Gang's mage shouldn't use skills either. Screw them. That old bastard is shameless. What's the point of this broadcast? Damn it. Not only are they not showing the scene, but it looks like they've also shut down the stream. At Huanglong Island's port, Zhao Jiuxiao, Su Bingxue, and others gathered at the dock, their faces dark as they stared at the blacked-out broadcast screen. Zhao Jiuxiao cursed angrily. Damn Black Hand Gang. They've colluded with those neutral parties. He then turned his gaze to the people beside him. In addition to Su Bingxue and the bald fat man from earlier, an elderly man in gray and a middle-aged man dressed as a celestial master stood by Zhao Jiuxiao. Seeing Zhao Jiuxiao's anger, the two men smiled wryly. Suppressing his fury, Zhao Jiuxiao asked, Su Luo is the future hope of Long Country. What are you all thinking? Fight. The bald fat man spat out a single word, and the elderly man in gray and the celestial master both nodded in agreement. Su Bingxue bowed to the seniors, her eyes filled with icy resolve. Seniors, I want to go too. She wished she could personally cut down those shameless old men. At that moment, several more figures appeared out of thin air at the dock. They arrived without any aid. Su Bingxue was shocked to see that, besides a few old figures, 6 of Long Country's strongest 18 warriors had arrived at once. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the others, Zhao Jiuxiao could no longer contain his rage. He snorted coldly. We've been too low-key these years. If it weren't for the urgency, I'd bring all our firepower and wipe them out. The bald fat man still wore a smile, but excitement gleamed in his eyes. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Move out. Long Zhantian ordered, and over 10 people boarded a large helicopter. They would reach the battlefield in no more than 10 minutes. On Shenlong Island, Long Zhantian wore a grim expression, and Su Luo pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Just moments ago, the so-called officials had thrown all the live broadcast equipment into the sea. Everyone around them looked hostile, clearly targeting the Medicine God Gang. Drawing his sword, Long Zhantian coldly questioned, do you truly intend to make an enemy of Long Country? Apart from the Black Hand Gang, over 2,000 people behind the white-haired elder drew their weapons, their cold glares piercing through. Then, 3 more elders in different attire stepped forward with imposing auras. The situation became instantly volatile, on the brink of explosion. The 3 of them were all over level 150, and along with the white-haired elder, there were 4 top-tier experts targeting the Yaoxing gang. The Black Hand gang and their allies numbered over 2,000, all around level 120. Such a lineup was enough to sweep through 80% of the world's nations. A blonde, blue-eyed elderly man spoke in broken Chinese. "Old dragon, hand over your altar to us. Do you really think the Black Hand gang respects the Yaoxing gang? This is just a ploy to deplete your strength. Without you as the protector, the power of the Dragon Nation will be significantly weakened." In the enemy camp, the eyes of 4 ancient beings gleamed with mockery. One of them turned his gaze to Su Luo. "Last time, you killed one of our strongmen from the beautiful country. This time, killing you will settle the score." Before the words even finished, they began advancing towards the members of the Yaoxing gang. The Black Hand gang members swarmed in from behind. "Su Luo, retreat immediately. Their target is me." Long Zhantian's chest heaved with rage, but Su Luo patted his shoulder, his expression calm. "Don't be angry, old man. Everything is under control." Then, Su Luo ordered the members of the Yaoxing gang, "Everyone, retreat at full speed and board the Golden Dragon." He then commanded Xuanwu and the Zombie Pig King to activate their skills. Just 2 mere beasts, how much trouble can they cause?" The white-haired elder sneered, drawing a dark red long knife and slashing at Xuanwu. The other 3 top-tier experts also made their moves, attacking Xuanwu and the Zombie Pig King. As for the 3,000 disciples of the Yaoxing gang, the enemy showed no intention of stopping them. Clearly, their main goal today was to kill Long Zhantian and Su Luo. Seeing this, a smile played on Su Luo's lips. This was exactly what he wanted. Once the members of the Yaoxing gang were safely evacuated, he could fight with full force. "Su Luo, you need to leave immediately." Long Zhantian's eyes flashed with urgency, his voice carrying an undeniable command. Seeing that Su Luo still had no intention of retreating, he intensified his tone. "You are the future hope of the Dragon Kingdom. No matter who dies, you must survive. Go now." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Zhantian was about to raise his hand to unleash a skill, but Su Luo stopped him. "Don't worry, Elder Long, I have a plan," Su Luo said, his voice steady and resolute. At that critical moment, the members of the Medicine God Gang quickly boarded the Golden Dragon, and the ship began to distance itself from Shenlong Island. Thanks to Xuanwu's thick skin and continuous defensive skills, he managed to delay their enemies, even against the combined attacks of those over level 150, without being easily defeated. Meanwhile, the Zombie Pig King incessantly released toxic gas. Although the gas wasn't lethal, it severely restricted the movements of many Black Hand gang members. Only after the Golden Dragon had sailed dozens of miles away did Xuanwu turn into a streak of white light, entering a death state. With Xuanwu no longer holding them back, the Zombie Pig King was instantly slashed into a corpse by 2 swift sword strikes. A white-haired elder sneered at Long Zhantian. "Old dragon, it's your turn now." He exchanged a glance with the other 3, and they all began to unleash their skills simultaneously. "Elder Long, don't confront them, Hedon. Leave the rest to me." Su Luo said earnestly to Long Zhantian and started summoning his pets. In an instant, a necromancer appeared in midair, followed by a fire phoenix, a 3-legged golden crow, a green dragon, and a white tiger. "Charge, my minions!" The necromancer shouted excitedly after receiving the attack command, and opened a portal to the divine medicine realm. A 20-meter-wide black hole appeared in the void, and countless tall, dark energy-emitting skeleton warriors began pouring out. Although these skeleton warriors were only around level 70, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, Shenlong Island was swarming with skeleton warriors, resembling an army of ants. "Damn it, what are these things?" A blonde, blue-eyed elder showed a look of displeasure and swung his battle sword, instantly slashing down a large number of skeleton warriors. However, as the skeleton warriors died, the entire island suddenly erupted with violent explosions. 4,680. 6,850. The explosion's aftermath dealt significant damage to some of the job changers. Even more despairingly, new skeleton warriors immediately appeared from behind, continuing their relentless assault. Witnessing this, everyone on Shenlong Island was stunned. Not only did these skeletons explode, but their damage was also extraordinarily high. Several strong individuals instantly focused their attention on Su Luo. "Kid, you were prepared for this?" Su Luo remained unfazed, instead showing a mysterious smile. "Surprised? The real show is just beginning." He glanced at the necromancer, who understood immediately and expanded the portal. In no time, more skeleton warriors surged out like a tidal wave, piling up into a small hill on the island. Shenlong Island was nearly covered with skeleton warriors, and even the four formidable elders couldn't eliminate them all at once. Worse still, others could be killed by the explosion's aftermath at any moment. Amidst the chaos, a cameraman suddenly set up his live streaming equipment, aiming the lens at Sua Luo and Long Zhantian. The footage captured them attacking public officials, and such edited clips would undoubtedly make the Dragon Kingdom many enemies. Sua Luo's expression turned icy as he silently took out sword chi grass and starfire grass. In this situation, he had no intention of leaving any survivors. Long Zhantian, already seething with rage, immediately targeted the level 120 cameraman. Still talking sense at a time like this? Screw you. Long Zhantian roared, unleashing a powerful sword strike that instantly cleaved the cameraman and his equipment in half. The battle on the scene intensified, with everyone plunged into a chaotic melee. Only the four most powerful elders remained calm, considering this level of combat a minor skirmish. Take out the leader first. The four exchanged a knowing look, preparing to jointly kill Sua Luo. Among them were a swordsman, a knight, and two mages. To ensure a fatal strike, they all used their most powerful skills. In an instant, the sky above Shenlong Island was filled with strange phenomena, the clouds roiling like molten lava. Seeing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Sua Luo's eyes. Four people teaming up and using their ultimate moves to kill me? They must think highly of me. Despite this, Sua Luo remained calm. He thought to himself that at worst, he could hide in the divine medicine realm, but Elder Long would likely suffer. To ensure that Old Master Long doesn't suffer any losses, Su Luo once again manipulated the sword chi grass, which had limited vitality left. The sword chi grass began spinning rapidly on the ground, emitting a buzzing sound. Countless leaves detached from the main stem, transforming into sharp sword energy. Although some sword energy had been consumed while subduing the ocean spirit demon earlier, the remaining 3/4 were still sufficient for a battle. Su Luo calculated silently, knowing he still had other cards up his sleeve. Suddenly, the water level around them surged, and several water columns shot towards the four of them with a piercing sound. The ocean spirit demon had made its move, summoning a large number of minions to assist. Numerous water screens rose around the island, containing various deep-sea beasts, each unleashing their own skills. At the same time, the three-legged golden crow, azure dragon, fire phoenix, and undead sorcerer were also unwilling to be outdone, releasing their strongest attacks. Seeing that Su Luo was ready for a hard fight, a flash of excitement crossed Old Master Long's eyes. He then activated his most powerful skill, Skyward Sword. In an instant, dazzling skills clashed violently in the void, causing a fierce storm on Shenlong Island. The shockwaves from the explosions and collisions whipped up hurricanes, sharp enough to cut skin. Countless skeletal warriors became cannon fodder in this earth-shattering battle, exploding with the force of powerful bombs. The members of the Black Hand were the first to bear the brunt. Their levels were not high enough to withstand the residual effects of various skills and the explosions of the skeletal warriors. After a fierce exchange, both sides were evenly matched, but the Black Hand had lost nearly 500 elite members. Gret's face turned ashen, his lips purple with anger as he saw how formidable Su Luo was. What had seemed like a guaranteed victory had cost him 500 meticulously trained elites. Scared? This is just the beginning. Su Luo sneered, immediately starting to manipulate the mythical plant Starfire Grass, which had reached level 130, preparing to launch the next wave of attacks. When Su Luo pulled out a tiny red plant, about the size of a thumb, everyone present froze for a moment in unison. What is that? Someone couldn't help but ask, their voice tinged with curiosity and caution. No one answered, but Su Luo quickly provided a shocking response through his actions. He blew gently on the plant, and with a soft poof, a small dark red spark appeared on the Starfire Grass. Although the spark was as tiny as a sesame seed, it began to drift slowly towards the members of the Black Hand gang in an incredible manner. Then, with another poof, a second spark emerged. A third, a fourth followed. Until then, someone finally reacted, realizing that this was no ordinary trick. Stop him now! A voice urgently shouted. Such a trivial trick. It's nothing to worry about, scoffed an old man with white hair, who then waved his hand at the sparks. Instantly, a fierce wind blew, scattering the sparks, but the red glow only became brighter. Interesting. A look of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Chanting an incantation, a giant water dragon suddenly materialized in the air. Roar! The water dragon's roar reverberated through the void, and countless droplets of water surged towards the sparks. Su, what on earth is that? Long Zhantian, standing nearby, looked bewildered as he stared at Su Luo. Don't worry, Elder Long. It's all under control, Su Luo said with a grin. He then blew on the Starfire Grass again. Instantly, more sparks scattered like raindrops, 30 in total, all drifting towards the Black Hand gang and the people behind the white-haired elder. As the water droplets enveloped the sparks, something unexpected happened. Instead of extinguishing, the sparks turned into steam and continued to drift unhurriedly towards the crowd. The white-haired elder snorted and grabbed at one of the sparks with his hand. The giant water dragon lunged at the spark, but with a poof, the 10-meter-long dragon evaporated into steam. This scene finally made everyone realize the gravity of the situation, and their eyes filled with shock and fear. What is this thing? It looks formidable. Should we have the knights intercept it? How much damage could such a small thing cause? Voices of concern and disdain mingled as some people worried while others remained skeptical. Seeing that no one was dodging, Su Luo's face lit up with a confident smile. Underestimating these tiny sparks? A single spark can start a prairie fire, Su Luo murmured softly. As all the sparks floated above the crowd, the temperature on the island suddenly soared. The sparks began to emit a continuous red glow and started to expand. Dodge. Finally, a strong individual realized the danger and immediately ordered a retreat. While they might not fear the attack, others were not so fortunate. If the Black Hand Gang and the officials were wiped out, the plan against the Dragon Nation would suffer a significant setback. The moment the order was given, boom, 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 38 sparks exploded simultaneously, creating a deafening roar. Instantly, the entire Shenlong Island was engulfed in intense heat, with countless flames appearing out of nowhere, enveloping most of the people. Holding the starfire grass, Su Luo formed a 2-meter-wide shield around himself and Long Zhantian, protecting them. Others weren't so lucky and were caught in the indiscriminate flames. 12,680, 13,500, 89,000. Huge damage numbers popped up everywhere, turning Shenlong Island into a scene of devastation. What the hell is this thing? Damn it. What connection does Su Luo have with Sakura Island? Shit, even the skeletons are burning. Get out of the way. Only people from Sakura Island can control plants. What's going on? If I make it out alive, I won't let Sakura Island off the hook. Chaos and screams filled Shenlong Island, accompanied by the continuous explosions of countless skeletal warriors. The island turned into a living hell. Brat, you're courting death. The white-haired elder's chest heaved with anger as he saw the scene. He immediately swung his sword at Su Luo, a cold gleam slashing through the air, aiming for Su Luo's head. Old white demon, your opponent is me. Long Zhantian, already boiling with excitement, found his target. He blocked the sword slash and immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the white-haired elder. Meanwhile, Su Luo wasn't idle. He took out the ghost moonflower and the spiked cannon from his pet space. Surrounded by his pets Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, White Tiger, Necromancer, and Fire Phoenix launched a relentless attack on the Black Hand Gang members. In no time, except for the 4 strongest individuals, the Black Hand Gang and others were mowed down like weeds. Shenlong Island descended into utter chaos and terror. Holy smokes! Qinglong exclaimed, his once shiny green scales now charred and blackened in several places. He fought his way back through the crowd, frustration evident in his eyes, and stopped beside Su Luo. Su Luo awkwardly scratched his nose and explained, you guys should stay back for a bit. Once the fire's done, you can jump in and finish them off. He wasn't sure how to explain the indiscriminate nature of the starfire grass's attack. Fine, I'm not going back out there. Qinglong grumbled, downing several stamina recovery potions in one go. He stood guard next to Su Luo, clearly displeased. On the battlefield, Long Zhantian and the ocean spirit beast were being besieged by 4 powerful opponents. The disparity in strength was evident as the two were steadily pushed back. Long Zhantian's clothes were in tatters, and the ocean spirit beast was visibly weakened, with most of its summoned allies now reduced to grilled seafood. Suddenly, a white-haired elder slashed at Long Zhantian with a burst of sword energy, striking his arm. A spray of blood erupted, and Long Zhantian's face turned pale as a deep, bone-revealing wound appeared on his shoulder. Hang in there, old Long, I'm coming. At the critical moment, Su Luo finally completed planting the nether moonflower and the thornball cannon. The nether moonflower burst from the ground like a revived giant serpent, shooting straight into the sky. The thornball cannon swelled to several times its original size, relentlessly firing at the 4 enemies. Master, is it our turn now? The necromancer asked excitedly. White Tiger licked its paws, eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty anticipation. Seeing the opportunity, Su Luo didn't hesitate to give the order. Go, take down that white-haired old man. At Su Luo's command, his army of pets surged forward like a tide. The necromancer, White Tiger, Azure Dragon, Fire Phoenix, and 3-legged Golden Crow all charged at the white-haired elder with blinding speed. Meanwhile, the spike cannon fired wildly, launching countless spiked balls to disrupt the remaining 3 formidable opponents. The ocean spirit demon seemed to sense the urgency and immediately used its interference skills. The massive underworld moonflower transformed into a whip, lashing down like divine retribution. The four strong opponents had to dodge frantically, fearing the terrifying whip. In an instant, the white-haired elder was successfully isolated. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he sneered, "Do you think these cheap tricks can challenge me?" Even before he finished speaking, his eyes turned pure white, emitting a bizarre glow. "Taste my ultimate move, sword severing the 9 provinces." Suddenly, a fierce wind swept across Shenlong Island, and the clouds spun like an underwater vortex. Several pets were knocked off balance, struggling to stand. Su Luo's heart sank. He knew his opponent was a level 150 powerhouse, and if they couldn't withstand this attack, they might lose their chance to turn the tide. At that moment, the white tiger turned its head, eyes gleaming with excitement. "Master, let me handle this." As the most attack-oriented among the 4 divine beasts, such a scene ignited its intense battle lust. The necromancer followed closely, transforming into a 50-meter skeletal monster, covered in heavy armor. "Master, if the white tiger can't hold out, I definitely can. Trust me." The azure dragon, not to be outdone, let out a thunderous roar and transformed into a 100-meter-long dragon, soaring and spiraling through the void. Seeing this, a warm feeling surged in Su Luo's heart. As a beast master for so long, this was the first time he truly entrusted his life to his pets. At this moment, Elder Long was continually recovering, while the ocean spirit demon was battling 3 opponents. Su Luo knew he couldn't delay any longer. He needed to end this quickly. With a carefree smile, he placed his hand on the divine medicine orb on his chest, ready to hide inside if things went south. 300 kilometers away, in a helicopter, Zhao Zhouxiao and his team observed the strange phenomenon over Shenlong Island through the window. Seeing the clouds spin into a vortex, Zhao's face changed drastically. "Damn it! The White Demon Elder is in action too. Elder Long and little friend Su are in grave danger." The bald, chubby man looked sorrowful, occasionally glancing at Su Bingxue, fearing her reaction. However, Su Bingxue remained unusually calm, her tone laced with killing intent. "If Su Luo dies, I ask you all to expel me from Dragon Country." An elder dressed like a Taoist helplessly asked, "What do you plan to do?" "I'll infiltrate the beautiful country and fight until the sky darkens and the sun and moon lose their light," Su Bingxue declared resolutely. Her words brought a brief silence inside the helicopter. Suddenly, Zhao Zhuxiao pointed towards the sky over Shenlong Island and exclaimed, "Look at that! It doesn't seem like a skill from a job changer. Could it be one of Su Luo's pets? They might not be at a disadvantage after all." Everyone immediately crowded the window, staring intently in the direction of Shenlong Island. In the sky, the clouds swirled, slowly forming a giant sword. Above the clouds, an ethereal tiger lunged at the sword, locked in a fierce battle. On Shenlong Island, Su Luo controlled the underworld Moonflower to chase a strong opponent from the beautiful country while closely monitoring the battle between the white tiger and the white-haired elder. Although the white tiger maintained its usual size, its fur bristled like steel needles, emanating a metallic aura. Despite the elder's higher level, he could only fight the white tiger to a standstill. The azure dragon growled, "Master, I'm going too." It then turned into a blur, charging at the white-haired elder. Taking down this elder could instantly turn the tide. The dragon's body glowed with a shimmering blue light, its combat power soaring. Seeing this, a tinge of sorrow flashed in the fire phoenix's eyes. Su Luo noticed something was off and asked, "What's wrong?" "They're burning their life force using divine power to fight. They might be weak for a long time after this," the fire phoenix explained. Su Luo frowned and asked, "Is there a way to fix it?" "There is, but their levels might drop by half." Hearing this, Su Luo sighed in relief. Dropping levels was no big deal. His pets lacked many things, but experience points weren't one of them. They could regain their levels in no time. With the azure dragon joining the battle, the white-haired elder was immediately pushed into a corner. The white tiger slashed his chest, leaving a bloody gash. 128,500. The massive damage number floated up, instantly reducing the elder's health by a third. "Help me!" the white-haired elder shouted. Su Luo sneered, "How can they help you when they can't even help themselves?" He then controlled the underworld Moonflower to wrap around one of the enemies and slam him into the ground. The 4 strong opponents were instantly tied down, with 2 of them entangled by Long Zhantian and the ocean spirit demon. Under the combined assault of the white tiger and azure dragon, the white-haired elder was torn to pieces in the blink of an eye. Seizing the opportunity, Su Luo controlled the underworld Moonflower to deliver the bound enemy to his 2 pets. The man screamed in terror, "Kid, I'm a certified official. If you kill me, the Golden Tower Country won't spare Dragon Country." Su Luo glanced at him coldly and said, "Do you think saying that now will help?" He then turned his attention to Long Zhantian and the ocean spirit demon. The strong opponent from Golden Tower Country was quickly torn to shreds by the white tiger and azure dragon. Finally, The ever-confident Greta couldn't bear it any longer. He jumped into the sea from behind a large rock, but was soon caught by a giant crab. As his head emerged from the water, he saw a man more terrifying than death. Su Luo stood on the shore, eyes filled with a cold smile. Respected leader Greta, why are you taking a swim? Please, don't kill me. The Black Hand Gang will never oppose you again. You have to believe me. Gret's voice trembled with fear, his eyes wide with terror. Su Luo's expression was cold and merciless, appearing like a demon in Gret's eyes. A mocking smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. What makes you think I'd be afraid of your Black Hand Gang? In his panic, Gret blurted out, as long as you don't kill me, the beautiful country will never oppose you either. The beautiful country? Su Luo sneered, pointing behind him. Take a look back there. Gret followed Su Luo's gesture and turned pale. On the battlefield, only one of the 4 powerful warriors was still struggling, while the other 3 lay dead in pools of blood. Yuming Lanuewa, Xitiu Paotong, Haiyang Lingyao, and Long Zhantian were teaming up against the last opponent, and it looked like the battle would be over in less than 5 minutes. Gret was utterly panicked, his lips trembling but unable to utter a single word. Su Luo glanced at him indifferently and then ordered, 3-legged golden crow, fire phoenix, send him to his death. With a blood-curdling scream, Gret's life came to an abrupt end. 3 minutes later, the last enemy warrior also fell. The entire Shenlong Island fell into a deathly silence. White Tiger, Azure Dragon, and the Necromancer automatically retreated into the pet space, entering a weakened state. This condition was harder to recover from than death, taking anywhere from 6 months to several years. Su Luo knew that besides natural recovery, the only solution was to use the Light God's purification elixir. But he didn't have any on hand, and would have to wait until he returned to Longhua to gather the ingredients and rebrew it. Su Kid, well done. Long Zhantian, covered in blood, had a ghastly wound on his forehead oozing blood, but he didn't seem to care. Instead, he excitedly patted Su Luo on the shoulder. I didn't think we'd be the last ones standing. Killing 4 of their top warriors, you'll definitely be a hero when we return to Longhua. Su Luo looked at Long Zhantian's injuries with concern, relaxing only when he saw they weren't life-threatening. You played a big part too, old man. Long Zhantian laughed heartily and then collapsed onto a stone slab, lying down to rest. This battle had severely drained his strength, and he needed a good rest. In the distance, the warships began to approach the island slowly as the battle had ended. Su Luo didn't idle. He immediately released hundreds of skeleton servants from the divine medicine realm to help clean up the battlefield. Scattered on the ground were numerous pieces of equipment, treasures, and elixirs, remnants of the beautiful country's elite transfigurers, all of great value. But Su Luo had only one target: the spatial stones. By the time the members of the Divine Medicine Guild landed on the island, Su Luo had already collected all the spatial stones scattered across Shenlong Island. He had gathered 43 large spatial stones, 162 medium ones, and over 500 small ones. Although spatial stones had no substantial use, they could be used to expand dungeons, making them essential for transfigurers. This battle's gains left Su Luo satisfied, and more importantly, they had crippled the Black Hand Gang and other nations' elite forces. The sound of helicopter rotors echoed from the sea. Long Zhantian looked up warily, confirming that the helicopter was coming from Longhua before lying back down, deliberately showing a pained expression. Su Luo sat on a large rock, directing the Divine Medicine Guild disciples to continue cleaning up the battlefield. On the helicopter, Zhao Jiuxiao and the others widened their eyes at the scene on Shenlong Island. Had the battle really ended? Questions filled everyone's minds. The most shocking sight was that all 3,000 members of the Divine Medicine Guild were unharmed, except for the severely injured Long Zhantian. Even Su Luo's hair remained perfectly styled. How is this possible? Zhao Jiuxiao was stunned. The others' gazes locked onto the 4 most powerful corpses. Even in death, their formidable aura was intimidating. Everyone knew that the old dragon couldn't possibly have fought 4 against 1. What had happened? The chubby bald man trembled with disbelief, while Su Bingxue remained silent, simply watching Su Luo, who was counting spatial stones with a greedy look on his face, from the helicopter. As soon as the helicopter landed, everyone rushed to Long Zhantian and Su Luo. Zhao Jiuxiao eagerly asked, Old Dragon, what happened here? Tell us how you won. A crowd excitedly gathered around Long Zhantian, while Su Luo was tightly embraced by Su Bingxue. The others wisely chose not to disturb the reunited siblings. Su Luo, if you make me worry like this again, I'll personally beat you to death. Su Bingxue's voice was filled with reproach, and her eyes were bloodshot. She held Su Luo tightly, as if trying to pour all her fear and anxiety into that embrace. The surrounding crowd gradually quieted down, their gazes focused on the siblings. Su Bingxue noticed the attention and blushed, quickly letting go of Su Luo. General Su, tell us what really happened. Zhao Jiuxiao and the other strong warriors from Dragon Nation looked at Su Luo with anticipation. They had just interrogated Long Zhantian, who had only given a vague answer. I just kept fighting, and they eventually died. Su Luo scratched his head and gave a shy smile. Honestly, I'm not quite sure how we won either. Maybe they were in poor condition, and Long Laoi was just too powerful. He modestly attributed some of the credit to Long Zhantian. Hearing this, everyone rolled their eyes but didn't press further. Moments later, warships began to appear on the horizon. The main forces of Dragon Nation had finally arrived. The ships were packed with Dragon Nation soldiers, along with some TV crew members. With the arrival of the main forces, the live broadcast quickly resumed. Cameras focused on the victors on Shenlong Island, providing a live report to the entire nation about the battle's outcome, reassuring the public. Meanwhile, Zhao Jiuxiao started organizing people to count the enemy corpses. In this high-level battle, even the lowest participants were above level 100. For Dragon Nation, it was a glorious victory. For the Empire, it was a devastating loss. Each corpse represented significant merits and spoils of war. Half an hour later, the counting was complete. There were 6,350 enemy corpses between levels 100 and 130. Additionally, there were 4 bodies of powerful warriors. Their deaths, extremely gruesome, some were reduced to a pile of mush, while others had only parts of their bodies intact. Witnessing the bloody scene on Shenlong Island, Su Luo felt a slight tremor in his heart. The shock didn't come from the battlefield's brutality, but from a reflection on his own strength. He thought to himself, if I had been even slightly careless today, it could have been the enemy standing here counting our bodies. Upon returning to Huanglong Island, Su Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was Dragon Nation's territory, guarded by numerous powerful figures, making it impossible for other nations to seek revenge. In a spacious conference room, Zhao Jiuxiao, Long Zhantian, and other top officials of Dragon Nation, along with the 18 warlords, gathered. Around a massive conference table, 20 to 30 people sat with serious expressions, discussing the impact of the recent Shenlong Island battle. We killed 4 of their top fighters outright. Won't they retaliate together? Long Zhantian, though excited, furrowed his brows. He didn't fear a single nation, but a coalition would be a different story. The room fell silent. Everyone exchanged glances, but remained quiet. Finally, Su Bingxue broke the silence. I don't think they'll make a fuss. After all, they were the ones who broke the rules first. If this gets out, their credibility on the international stage will be ruined. Zhao Jiuxiao nodded slightly, and others seemed to ponder her words. Despite their concerns, they quickly reached a consensus. Guests are treated with fine wine. Invaders meet the hunter's rifle. After the meeting, all the warlords came forward to shake hands and chat with Su Luo. From Huanglong Island to Shenlong Island, Su Luo had slain numerous top fighters as a warlord. Though not the strongest, his achievements nearly placed him at the top of the 18 warlords. Everyone treated the young warlord with respect, without a hint of disdain. Just when they thought the matter was settled, within 3 hours, various inside stories about the battle between the Medicine God Gang and the Black Hand Gang swept the globe. Online rumors ranged from Black Hand Gang colluded with officials to attack Medicine God Gang, but got annihilated, to Medicine God Gang's overwhelming strength decimated Shenlong Island, and Dragon Nation's unstoppable rise. Su Luo was bewildered by these reports. Dragon Nation had classified the incident as top secret, and all participants were sworn to silence. It seemed likely that external forces had deliberately leaked the information. The day the news broke, international attitudes towards Dragon Nation suddenly became tense. As for their true intentions, Su Luo didn't know and didn't care to find out. He was focused on finding a way to restore his pets and improve his strength. By evening, Su Luo stood by the hotel's floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the setting sun. He had already instructed Zhou Taixing and others to gather materials for the Light God's purification potion, and was also considering the Phoenix's method of rebirth. This method could restore his pets from weakness to health, but their levels might drop by at least 20. 4 pets above level 100, 20 levels meant at least a month of rigorous training. Just then, the phone in his room rang. The front desk informed him that someone wanted to see him. Su Luo went to the lobby and found a middle-aged man sitting on the sofa. The man wore a black coat, a hat covering most of his face, and had a scruffy beard, exuding an aura of strength. Who are you? Su Luo asked with a frown. Chun Lao Lei, leader of the Axe Gang. The man replied with a grin, offering Su Luo a cigarette. Su Luo declined, but the man insisted. He reluctantly took a puff and immediately started coughing. Just get to the point. I really don't smoke, Su Luo said, trying to suppress his discomfort. Chun Lao Lei laughed heartily, staring intently at Su Luo. After a while, he pulled out a golden token from his coat. And this is? Su Luo asked, frowning slightly. This is the only dragon token in Dragon Nation. Holding it allows you to command any gang in Dragon Nation to do anything, Chun Lao Lei explained, his eyes gleaming with a mysterious light. Old Sean simply said a few words and then got up to leave. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back and threw the remaining half-pack of cigarettes on the table. A man looks cooler when he smokes, he said half-jokingly. Look at you. Anyone would think you're a college student. Su Luo secretly thought to himself, I am a college student, thank you very much. But he just smiled politely and watched as Old Chen left. Back in his room, Su Luo's phone rang. It was Zhou Taishan calling. Zhou informed him that it was nearly impossible to gather the necessary ingredients for 3 bright gods' purification potions within the Dragon Kingdom. Hearing this, Su Luo frowned, realizing he would have to resort to the second plan. He immediately entered the realm of divine medicine and summoned the Fire Phoenix. As soon as the Fire Phoenix appeared, the surrounding air seemed to heat up. Master, are you sure you want to use the Nirvana technique? The Fire Phoenix asked cautiously. Su Luo nodded firmly. It's our only option now. Gathering the ingredients would take at least a month. It's better to restore the 3 pets that are as weak as if they were dead. With the decision made, Su Luo forcibly summoned the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Necromancer from the pet space. They were all currently small enough to fit in the palm of a hand, lying in a deep sleep and looking lifeless. Once everything was ready, the Fire Phoenix began to perform its skill. Phoenix Nirvana, it called out, its voice filled with power. This skill could be used not only on itself, but also on others. The Fire Phoenix flapped its wings and soared into the sky. With a loud and clear cry, countless dark red flames erupted in the void. Soon, the 3 pets were enveloped in the flames, forming large fire cocoons. As time passed, an increasingly strong life force emanated from within the cocoons. 3 hours later, the flames were gradually absorbed, and the 3 pets reappeared in the open air. I'm back, the Necromancer shouted excitedly upon waking, immediately taking to the sky and flying around, as if showing off its restored vitality. At the same time, the Azure Dragon and White Tiger also awoke, their eyes glowing with excitement as they stared at Su Luo. Master, give us the Spirit Spring pills so we can regain our levels, the Azure Dragon said impatiently. Hearing the mention of Spirit Spring pills, the Necromancer, who had been flying around, quickly came over and excitedly said, I'll have my skeleton minions feed them to me non-stop. 247. Su Luo looked at his 3 energetic pets and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Despite the difficulties, seeing them so full of life made it all worthwhile. Although the levels of the Necromancer, the Azure Dragon, and the White Tiger had all dropped by 20, seeing them so lively made Su Luo happy. He secretly rejoiced, thinking, it's just a few Spirit Spring pills, I have plenty of them. The best part is that the Necromancer handled all the refining, so I didn't have to put much effort into it. Now, it's just a matter of time before they recover. After swiftly arranging everything, Su Luo set off towards Yendu. Before leaving, he left all the hundreds of space stones he had collected this time in the divine medicine realm, entrusting them to the Necromancer for use. Meanwhile, in a highly concealed chamber in Longdu, the atmosphere was tense. Under dim lighting, Zhao Jiuxiao, Long Zhantian, and several other elders sat in various corners. Each of these individuals was a formidable warrior of at least level 150. Their eyes were all fixed on a transparent glass box in the center of the room. Inside the box floated a piece of paper, next to which lay a war letter, signed with 3 characters Sakura Island. Despite the oppressive atmosphere in the chamber, everyone was struggling to suppress their laughter. Finally, Long Zhantian couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out, damn it, after all these years, those bastards from Sakura Island have finally declared war on us. This time, I'm going to skin them alive. A middle-aged man who looked like a Taoist spoke with a compassionate expression. I normally refrain from killing, but this time will be an exception. You guys are celebrating too early, Zhao Jiuxiao said, scanning the room with a stern look. Sakura Island wouldn't have the guts to do this on their own. There must be others behind them. As he spoke, he pointed to a large screen beside him, which immediately displayed a world map. The maps of the USA, Golden Tower Nation, and Eagle Nation were marked in red, while several other countries closely allied with these 3 were marked in light red. Sakura Island is just a smokescreen. We don't know how many forces are really behind this, Zhao Jiuxiao said, his gaze heavy with worry as he stared at the map. The bald, chubby man, however, chuckled and said, Our Dragon Nation's hidden strength isn't low either. We might not have anything to fear. His face showed no sign of fear. At this moment, the scene shifted to the Azure Dragon courtyard. As soon as Su Luo pushed open the courtyard gate, he saw an old man in a purple robe sitting inside, smiling at him. Su Luo wondered if he had come to the wrong place, but when he recognized the man, his face immediately showed a look of exasperation. Senior Zhao, could you at least give me a heads-up before you come? You nearly scared me to death, Su Luo said, patting his chest and closing the door behind him. He then sat down at the stone table, waiting for Zhao Jiuxiao to speak. He knew that the old man wouldn't come without a reason. There must be something he wanted Su Luo to do. I have a great opportunity for you. Interested? Zhao Jiuxiao asked, a mysterious smile on his face. No, Su Luo replied bluntly. Ahem. It's a huge opportunity. Zhao Jiuxiao quickly added. Su Luo remained silent, simply staring at him. Hee, I'm not lying. This time, it's really big. Zhao Jiuxiao lowered his voice and said, Sakura Island has declared war on us. This isn't some petty guild dispute. This is a national war, involving the life and death of an entire nation. If you help us take down Sakura Island, you can have half of their national treasury, and you get first pick. How about it? Half of the national treasury? Su Luo's interest was piqued immediately. More importantly, the vermilion bird's divine essence was in Sakura Island's possession. If he could raid their treasury, he would likely obtain it. Then, he would have all 4 divine beasts. After pondering for a moment, Su Luo seriously asked, What do you need me to do? Your medicine god guild is quite powerful now, and your personal strength is formidable too. We want you to infiltrate Sakura Island and launch a surprise attack, Zhao Jiuxiao said. Su Luo's enthusiasm immediately waned. Infiltrate Sakura Island for a surprise attack? That was like looking for death in a latrine with a lantern. I know what you're worried about, Zhao Jiuxiao said with a mysterious smile, then clapped his hands. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the courtyard, identical to Su Luo in height, weight, and appearance. This Su Luo was eyeing the real Su Luo warily. After a moment, he cupped his hands and said, I am Su Luo. Greetings, Senior Zhao and General Su. Su Luo was bewildered, his face full of confusion. How did someone identical to him suddenly appear? What was going on? Zhao Jiuxiao explained. The Chidori secret realm near Sakura Island is about to open. This realm is highly beneficial for knights looking to transition to a higher class, and knights from all over the world will be heading there. So, we've decided to have you pose as a knight heading to the Chidori secret realm and find a way to infiltrate Sakura Island. Meanwhile, this imposter will act as your stand-in in Yindu during this period. And then what? Murder, arson, and destruction? Su Luo asked with a frown, his eyes filled with confusion. Zhao Jiuxiao smiled faintly, leaned closer to Su Luo's ear, and whispered, Then you don't have to do anything. Just cooperate with us from the inside. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Jiuxiao led the disguised Su Luo away. The real Su Luo returned to his room, lay down on the bed, and stared blankly at the ceiling, his thoughts wandering. Zhao Jiuxiao's plan was simple. Have Su Luo infiltrate Sakura Island through the Thousand Birds secret realm, wait for the right moment to coordinate from within, and eventually wipe out the entire island. The plan sounded good, but to Su Luo, it seemed a bit too slow. He calculated silently. In about a month, his pets would likely reach around level 130. Coupled with the powerful pets he had already tamed, such as the ocean spirit beast and the zombie pig king, he was confident he could forcibly seize the vermilion bird's divine core from Sakura Island. Why wait for coordination? Su Luo thought to himself but then sighed, fine, it's better to stay low-key and work with them. Having made his decision, Su Luo closed his eyes, and his consciousness instantly entered the divine medicine realm. Upon re-entering the divine medicine realm, Su Luo was surprised to find it completely transformed. The space had expanded by more than half, now comparable in size to 2 Yindu cities, even rivaling the territory of some small to medium-sized countries. Looking around, Su Luo saw his pet's necromancer, azure dragon, and white tigerling on the ground in peculiar positions, their mouths wide open as skeleton servants fed them spirit pills. Not wanting to disturb their training, Su Luo turned his attention to his other pets. Among them, Xuanwu had the highest level, having reached an astonishing level 132. Driven by curiosity, Su Luo opened Xuanwu's attribute panel. Xuanwu. Level. 132. Grade. SSS. Attack. 370,000. Defense. 680,000. Spirit. 250,000. Constitution. 1,080,000. Skills. Passive skill. Endless Guard. Description. Xuanwu, the sole existence in the world, possesses incredible defense. Do not provoke it. Endless Guard. Shares defense and health with its master. Seeing the description of Endless Guard, Su Luo's breath quickened. This skill was simply extraordinary. He could hardly believe that such immense defensive capability could be shared with him, significantly enhancing his survivability in battle. The current defense power of the Xuanwu has reached an astonishing 680,000, and its physique has surpassed 1,000,000. Standing in front of the mirror, Su Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. He gently touched his chest, feeling the immense power shared with the Xuanwu. A bold idea flashed through his mind. If he and the Xuanwu took turns tanking damage, wouldn't it be like having 2 Xuanwus? A smile crept up Su Luo's face. With such incredible defense, almost no one could break through. Coupled with 1,000,000 health points, who could pose a threat to him? His fingers lightly caressed the blue stone in his pocket. a divine teleportation stone given by Zhao Jiuxiao. With just a thought, he could instantly return, even from the distant Sakura Island. This thing seems unnecessary now, Su Luo murmured to himself. Maybe I should give it to my sister for her safety. Having made up his mind, Su Luo quickly took out the communication stone given by his sister, Su Bingxue. As he infused it with power, the stone glowed white. I'm busy right now, what's up? Su Bingxue's voice came through, accompanied by the roars of wild beasts. Sis, I have a great treasure that I don't need. Do you want it? Su Luo said excitedly, fiddling with the blue stone. What is it? Su Bingxue asked, puzzled. A teleportation stone from Senior Zhao. I don't really need it, but you might find it useful. After a moment of silence, Su Bingxue's tone turned strange. You know every warrior has one of those, right? Su Luo's face fell. So Zhao Jiuxiao had given out multiple stones? What's wrong? Su Bingxue asked when Su Luo remained silent for a while. Nothing. You go ahead and stay busy, sis. After ending the call, Su Luo put the teleportation stone back in his bag with a gloomy look and sat down at the stone table. He had thought it was a rare item, only to find out everyone had one. The old fox is always cleverer, Su Luo sighed. After a long while, Su Luo finally went back to his room and lay down. If it were anyone else, he would have given up by now. But Zhao Jiuxiao was different. This matter was of great importance. Ultimately, he could get half of Sakura Island's treasury and the Vermilion Bird's divine essence. That was the biggest reward of this trip. Adjusting his mindset, Su Luo soon fell into a deep sleep. By the time he woke up, it was already noon the next day. After a quick wash, Su Luo left Qinglong Academy and headed to the cafe near the academy's gate to meet Zhou Taixing and Wang Mang. In the cafe, Zhou Taixing and Wang Mang were idly playing on their phones, surrounded by empty coffee cups. As soon as Su Luo appeared, Zhou Taixing immediately complained, Luo, you said 9 o'clock, and now it's almost 12. I accidentally overslept, Su Luo said awkwardly, scratching his nose as he sat down and picked up the menu. What are you guys drinking? No more drinks, Zhou Taixing said in agony. We've each had at least 8 cups waiting for you these 3 hours. After some small talk, Su Luo got down to business. I might have to leave the Dragon Kingdom for a while. He shared his plan to go to the Chidori secret realm and his arrangements for a substitute. Although Zhao Jiuxiao was a national leader, Su Luo didn't want to bet everything on his character. Informing Zhou Taixing and Wang Mang would at least ensure the normal operation of the Medicine God Gang in his absence. Concern filled Zhou Taixing's eyes. Luo, you're so strong now. Why go to Sakura Island? Can't we just develop a bit more and then crush them? There's no time, Su Luo explained. If we don't act soon, others will move against us. You must keep this matter confidential until I return. Zhou Taixing hesitated, then suddenly pulled out a piece of white paper from his backpack and clumsily drew a large yellow dog. Although the drawing was crude, neither Su Luo nor Wang Mang said a word, waiting to see what he was up to. Luoga, let's use this as our token. Otherwise, how will I know it's really you and not a puppet when you come back? Zhou Taixing said, tearing the piece of paper in his hands into 2 halves. He scrutinized the jagged edges, ensuring they were unique like puzzle pieces that only fit together one way. Nodding in satisfaction, Zhou Taixing handed 1 half to Su Luo and carefully kept the other. Clapping his hands, he added with a reassuring tone, Don't worry, everything will be fine. Su Luo took the paper with a look of disdain, giving Zhou Taixing a glance that seemed to say, what a childish idea. Nevertheless, he tucked the half paper into his backpack with reluctant yet cautious movements. With the main issue settled, Wang Mang took over the conversation, reporting on the recent developments of the Yaoxin gang. There was a hint of pride in his voice. The 3,000 disciples who participated in the Shenlong Island battle have now become the backbone of our gang. In terms of levels and combat power, they're among the top. Almost everyone has received some kind of promotion. Su Luo listened without much expression. He waved his hand dismissively. You guys handle these things. I'm not really into this kind of stuff. Clearly, he had little interest in the gang's management. After a bit more small talk, Su Luo got up and left the cafe. He knew that a long period of preparation awaited him. According to Zhao Jiuxiao, Su Luo needed to acquire a knight's outfit. As for skills, Su Luo thought to himself, if he had to make a move, he would eliminate everyone to ensure his fake knight identity remained hidden. However, Su Luo was never one for meticulous planning. He summoned a skeleton warrior from the divine medicine realm, figuring the skills of a skeleton warrior were probably similar to those of a knight. With the defensive skills of Xuanwu, he should be able to pass off as an average knight. The attributes of the skeleton warrior appeared before Su Luo. Level 70. Attack 188,000. Defense 120,000. Spirit 22,000. Constitution 285,000. The skills were also displayed. 1. Blood Battle. In combat, slows the enemy by 40, gains 40 lifesteal and attack speed, consumes 50 spirit points per second. 2. Spectral Slash. sacrifice his own life to deliver a powerful slash. The more life sacrificed, the higher the damage, swapping health bars with the target. 3. Explosion. Upon death, deals 200 true damage to enemies within a 5-meter radius. After some thought, Su Luo decided to learn Blood Battle and Spectral Slash. As for Explosion, he decisively abandoned it after all. Who would want a skill that required their own death to activate? After mastering 2 new skills, Su Luo quickly opened his attribute panel. His eyes swiftly scanned through the various stats on the panel. Name, Su Luo. Profession, Spirit Master. Level, 118. Attack, 135,000. Spirit, 65,000. Defense, 680,000. Constitution, 1,080,000. The equipment list shimmered with the names of powerful gear. Blacklight Warsword, Yellow Dragon Helmet, Yellow Dragon Chestplate, Yellow Dragon Gauntlets. The pet section was equally impressive. Fire Phoenix, Lord of the Underworld, Xuanwu. In the skills list, alongside familiar abilities like Beast Taming and True Samadhi Fire, 2 newly acquired skills stood out. Blood Battle. In combat, slows the enemy by 40, grants self 40 life steal and attack speed, consumes 50 spirit points per second. Evil Spirit Slash. Overdraws own life to deliver a powerful slash. The more life overdrawn, the higher the slash damage, and swaps health bars with the target. A smile unconsciously crept onto Su Luo's lips. During this period, his pets had been continuously consuming beast spirit pills, causing his level to skyrocket to 118. The shared defense and constitution from Xuanwu made his overall defense nearly impenetrable, even to experts above level 150. These 2 new skills are tailor-made for me, Su Luo thought excitedly. Blood Battle not only slows enemies but also boosts his attack speed, making his regular attacks relentless. And Evil Spirit Slash, which increases damage by overdrawing life, was his trump card. Su Luo quickly calculated, if I overdraw 500,000 life points, I could kill even top-tier experts with a single strike. Filled with excitement, Su Luo sprang into action. He strode towards the blacksmith shop, summoning a dozen master blacksmiths. Since he was going to disguise himself as a knight to enter the Thousand Birds' secret realm, suitable equipment was essential. I need a perfect set of knight gear, Su Luo told the blacksmiths. The only requirement is that the attack power must be maximized. Other attributes don't matter. As long as the attack power is strong enough, no monster can break through my defense. The sound of hammering soon filled the blacksmith shop. Just then, the necromancer floated over to Su Luo, his mouth stuffed with spirit spring pills, mumbling, Master, why are you forging knight gear? Of course, it has its purpose. Su Luo smiled mysteriously, urging his pets to level up quickly, then decisively left the divine medicine realm. As a person who valued his life, Su Luo decided to make ample preparations. After leaving the divine medicine realm, he headed straight to the Alchemist Association headquarters. In the office of the Alchemist Association, Vice President Jiang Xinghe was leisurely sipping tea. Although his rank had dropped, he still held the real power and lived comfortably. Seeing Su Luo appear at the door, Jiang Xinghe immediately stood up, his face beaming with a smile. President Su, you're here. Su Luo nodded in acknowledgement, directly taking a seat in the office chair, and got straight to the point. How are things going lately? Reporting to the president, everything is normal, Jiang Xinghe replied respectfully. And the profits? Su Luo asked, staring directly into Jiang Xinghe's eyes, his tone filled with skepticism. Feeling the intensity of Su Luo's gaze, Jiang Xinghe panicked internally and quickly said, the association's recent earnings are excellent, averaging about 1.3 billion per month. Su Luo nodded impassively, but inside he was astounded. 1.3 billion. That's over 10 billion a year. Alchemists make that much money? However, money wasn't Su Luo's main objective this time. He continued, how many large stamina recovery potions and spirit recovery potions are in the warehouse now? Jiang Xinghe promptly reported, currently, there are over 30,000 large stamina recovery potions and more than 50,000 spirit recovery potions in the warehouse. Give me 10,000 of each. I need to take them with me, Su Luo ordered decisively. Jiang Xinghe secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking Su Luo was here to cause trouble, but it turned out he was just here for supplies. He quickly responded, yes, President. How soon do you need them? Right now, the sooner the better. I'll arrange it immediately. Please make yourself comfortable, Jiang Xinghe said, pouring Su Luo a pot of tea before hurrying off to the warehouse. Under Su Luo's influence, both the Medicine God Gang and the Alchemist Association thrived. The Alchemist Association expanded rapidly, with its membership soaring from over 3,000 to more than 10,000. However, most of these new members joined because of Su Luo's illustrious reputation. After all, Su Luo was not only a beast tamer but also a renowned god-level alchemist. For these alchemists, even a brief lesson from Su Luo could benefit them for a lifetime. When the news spread that Su Luo had arrived at the association, numerous alchemists immediately flocked to surround Vice President Jiang Xinghe. They pleaded with him earnestly. Vice President, you must find a way to get the president to teach us something. Yes, President Su is as elusive as a dragon. It's a rare opportunity to see him. Getting guidance from President Su would make our lives worthwhile. Jiang Xinghe was overwhelmed by their enthusiasm but dared not agree lightly. He knew Su Luo's personality well, was known for being tough and reticent. No matter how much they pleaded, Jiang Xinghe didn't dare to promise anything rashly. At that moment, Su Luo stood by the window in his office, taking in the scene below. The voices of the crowd reached his ears clearly. Hearing their desire for him to impart his alchemical knowledge, Su Luo couldn't help but think, they really have come to the right person with this request. In truth, Su Luo's alchemical prowess relied entirely on a passive skill god-level alchemy. Teaching others how to refine medicine was something he was not particularly skilled at. An idea struck him. Rather than teaching them himself, why not let the skeleton alchemist of the divine medicine realm give it a try? With this thought, Su Luo immediately summoned the necromancer and instructed, see if you can get the skeleton alchemist to write some insights or experiences. The necromancer was momentarily puzzled, a flicker of confusion flashing in its skeletal eye sockets. Master, aren't you the god-level alchemist? But soon, it understood Su Luo's intention, and a gleam of wisdom shone in its eye sockets. I see. You must think the alchemists at the association are too low-level to warrant your personal attention. 10 minutes later, Su Luo had a book wrapped in parchment in his hands, the Advanced Alchemist's Handbook. This book meticulously documented insights from novice to saint-level alchemists, narrated by the skeleton alchemist and penned by the necromancer. The text was clear and easy to understand. Soon, Jiang Xinghe arrived, panting heavily, carrying a large black bag. President, the 10,000 bottles of large stamina recovery potions and mental recovery potions are all here. He respectfully placed the bag aside and stood waiting for instructions. Jiang Xinghe's eyes were drawn to the book on the table. Noticing his curiosity, Su Luo said, take a look and see if this book can help our alchemists. He pushed the handbook towards him. Jiang Xinghe eagerly began flipping through the pages, his eyes widening with each turn. His expression shifted from calm to astonished, finally brimming with excitement. It even includes methods for advancing to saint-level alchemists, he exclaimed, trembling with uncontrollable excitement. I finally got a chance to reach the saint level in my lifetime. Su Luo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If even Jiang Xinghe praised it so highly, this handbook would undoubtedly benefit ordinary alchemists greatly. Make copies of this book as soon as possible and ensure everyone in the Alchemist Association has one, he instructed calmly, then picked up the black bag and prepared to leave. Jiang Xinghe stopped him, looking conflicted. President, this handbook is priceless, even beyond monetary value. Are you sure we should mass produce it? No worries, I have something even better, Su Luo replied with a meaningful smile, then left, leaving Jiang Xinghe with a mysterious impression. After leaving the Alchemist Association, Su Luo headed straight to a nearby supermarket. Being his first time traveling far, he felt a bit anxious. To ensure everything went smoothly, he prepared a tent, food, drinking water, and even several boxes of matches. With everything ready, Su Luo used the teleportation array to head to Huanglong Island to meet Zhao Jiuxiao. The entire island was on high alert, and countless watchful eyes scanned Su Luo the moment he stepped in. They saluted expressionlessly before returning to their vigilance. Su Luo rode a white tiger swiftly towards the guards' meeting hall. Inside were only Zhao Jiuxiao, Long Zhantian, and Su Bingxue. Zhao Jiuxiao personally poured tea for Su Luo and got straight to the point. This mission to the Thousand Birds secret realm must be kept confidential and is extremely dangerous. If you encounter any danger, break the teleportation stone immediately. The mission can fail, but Long Nation cannot lose you. Long Zhantian patted Su Luo on the shoulder and grinned. Su, do well. Once we take down Sakura Nation, this old man's position will be yours. Hearing this, Su Luo was secretly astonished. The Guardian also has another impressive title, War God of the Nation. Su Luo knew in his heart that this mission was fraught with danger, and he was the only one in the entire Dragon Country who could take it on. Completing the mission would qualify him to succeed Elder Long. This sudden leap in status left Su Luo momentarily dizzy. Xiao Luo, you can do it, Su Bingxue said with a cheerful smile, pumping her fist in encouragement. Seeing his sister's warm smile filled Su Luo with boundless motivation. Don't worry, sis. I will return safely, Su Luo promised with determination. After the meeting, Zhao Jiuxiao smiled and said to Su Luo, 30 li south of Huanglong Island, there's a large speedboat fully fueled and waiting. If you can slip away under our noses, the plan officially begins. Long Zhantian also gave Su Luo a meaningful look, clearly a test of his abilities. If Su Luo could pass this challenge, navigating the Qianbird's secret realm or Sakura Island would likely be a breeze. Su Luo shrugged, glanced around and said, all right, I'm going to the restroom. The restroom was open, without a door, and the windows in the meeting room were unlocked. Su Luo quietly calculated that with Azure Dragon's abilities, slipping away unnoticed shouldn't be a problem. As Su Luo entered the restroom, Long Zhantian quickly placed a clock on the table. To make things easier for Su Luo, he even opened the meeting room door and all the windows. After doing so, he turned eagerly to Su Bingxue. Bingxue, do you think Su Luo can pull it off? He's already gone, Su Bingxue said flatly, looking at the most inconspicuous window in the corner of the meeting room before leaving directly. Impossible. I've been watching the restroom door the whole time. Long Zhantian exclaimed in disbelief, while Zhao Jiuxiao rushed into the restroom. That kid. He even managed to fool us. Zhao Jiuxiao exclaimed, his tone a mix of shock and admiration. 30 miles off the coast of Huanglong Island, a large speedboat was hidden among a cluster of rocks. Su Luo stood on the deck, his brow furrowed and his heart filled with anxiety. He stared at the control panel, bristling with instruments and screens, and cursed under his breath. I have no idea how to drive this thing. To Su Luo, the high-tech speedboat was like a complex puzzle. If it were manual, he might have been able to figure it out, but the sophisticated instruments left him at a loss. Frustrated, he ruffled his hair and paced back and forth on the deck. After a few minutes, he decisively pulled out a map. From his current location to the Chimbered Secret Realm, it was about 2,300 kilometers. His eyes lit up as he realized that even without the speedboat, riding the Qinglong would get him there faster. Forget it. Su Luo kicked the deck in frustration and summoned the Qinglong. Meanwhile, from a distant high-rise, Long Zhantian and Zhao Jiuxiao were closely observing Su Luo's every move through binoculars. When they saw him leaving on the Qinglong, they exchanged puzzled looks. Why isn't he using the speedboat? Long Zhantian frowned. The speedboat would better conceal his identity. Riding a pet dragon makes him a sitting duck. They watched until Su Luo's figure disappeared into the horizon before lowering their binoculars, still baffled. Sitting in his office chair, Zhao Jiuxiao rubbed his ears, which felt hot. Why do I feel like my ears are burning? Is Su Luo cursing us? Long Zhantian nodded in agreement. My ears are burning too. He paused, then a thought struck him. Maybe he doesn't know how to drive the speedboat? Zhao Jiuxiao slapped his forehead in realization. Of course. We overlooked that he's not a trained guardian, but just a university student from Yindu University. How would a university student know how to drive a speedboat, let alone a combat-ready one used by guardians? By evening, Su Luo was riding the Qinglong, enjoying the warmth of the setting sun. Despite concealing its aura and size, he could still clearly see everything on the sea. The scattered islands, the passing merchant ships, and the bustling fishing boats. He had only covered about a third of his journey. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Su Luo landed on a small island to rest for the night. According to his plan, he needed 3 days to reach his destination. Arriving too quickly might arouse suspicion. The island was small and lacked any shelter. Su Luo used some grass to make a simple bed and summoned the white tiger to patrol the area. This powerful guardian was more effective than any alarm system, capable of handling even high-level beasts with ease. Instantly, Su Luo felt much safer. The night breeze was not particularly cold, but Su Luo still lit a campfire. In the firelight, he summoned the necromancer. Master, here it is. The necromancer proudly presented a set of dark armor etched with flaming patterns. The Soulburn set. Looks cool, right? Su Luo examined the flashy armor on the ground and couldn't help but frown. Such conspicuous gear would likely attract unwanted attention. Despite his reservations, he curiously checked the equipment's attributes. The Soulburn helmet, armor, sword, shield, gauntlets, leggings, and boots, all 7 pieces had remarkably similar attributes. Each piece offered legendary night defense, added 500 attack points, required a level of 15,000 to use, and boasted a powerful skill that increased attack speed and damage by 10 per hit for 10 seconds, stacking up to 300. In total, the set added 105,000 attack points, while the negligible 500 defense points per piece were almost laughable. Master, satisfied? The necromancer couldn't resist seeking praise as Su Luo remained silent. Su Luo nodded. Satisfied, sure, but these skeleton blacksmiths are something else. Not a single point in defense or health. After his remark, Su Luo donned the Soulburn set. The armor fit snugly, and the sword felt light and agile in his hand. He swung it experimentally at a nearby rock. Boom! With a dull thud, a deep crack appeared in the rock. Su Luo estimated that with the set's attack boost combined with his own power, he could deal around 230,000 damage. A bit more effort might even split the island in two. Feels great. Savoring the surge of power within him, Su Luo nodded in satisfaction. With everything ready, Su Luo lay down on his makeshift grass bed and began contemplating the challenges ahead. Everyone else is taking boats. If I fly directly, it'll be too obvious. So, I need to get near the Qianbird's secret realm quickly and then find a boat. After some deep thought, Su Luo had a rough plan in mind. As dawn broke the next day, a green dragon soared into the sky, departing from the small island. At the same time, Suluo summoned an ocean spirit beast to follow in the water. This mission was critical. If their identity were exposed, they must eliminate any witnesses swiftly. Only the dead can keep secrets. The dragon moved at incredible speed, reaching a small island near the Thousand Birds' secret realm by noon. Suluo chose to land there and wait for an opportunity. Suddenly, a specially modified speedboat raced across the sea, bearing the distinctive emblem of the Dragon Kingdom. A flash of confusion crossed Suluo's eyes as he saw a middle-aged man with a portly figure and a handlebar mustache standing on the boat. The man glanced at Suluo indifferently before speeding off towards the Thousand Birds archipelago. Suluo was secretly relieved to be wearing the disguise mask given by Zhao Zhouxiao, making even Su Bingxue unable to recognize him. After the middle-aged man left, Suluo leisurely took out a fishing rod and began catching large crabs. To enjoy a hot meal, he summoned a level 40 fire element beast. As time passed, more boats sailed by, most giving Suluo only a cursory glance before moving on. By evening, the sea remained calm. Suluo sat by the campfire, quietly enjoying king crab, with a glowing fire crystal beast as his new companion. Suddenly, a speedboat stopped at the edge of the island, and two men, each over level 120, jumped ashore. They stared intently at Suluo, and one of them drew a long knife. "Friend, is your fire crystal beast for sale?" Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Suluo's face lit up with enthusiasm as he responded warmly, "Yes, it's for sale." Finally, he had met the right people. "Hey friend, how much are you asking for this fire crystal beast?" Suluo asked enthusiastically, completely unaware of the impending danger. The smiles on the faces of the two strangers grew wider as they moved forward, their hands subtly reaching for the swords at their waists. Suluo keenly noticed their accents and understood. "Americans?" His smile grew even brighter as he softly said, $100 will do. $100 is too much. How about one? One of them suddenly drew his sword and slashed at Suluo. At the same time, the other swung an axe aiming directly at Suluo's lower body. "That's aiming to end my lineage." Suluo's eyes twitched as he quickly retreated a few steps. In an instant, a giant water bubble enveloped him. Immediately after, a fierce wind arose on the island, and seawater began to pour in from all directions. The two men's faces changed drastically as they realized the situation was dire. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the sky as a sea spirit beast leapt out of the water. Simultaneously, Suluo summoned a white tiger. Only then did the two strangers realize that the seemingly harmless man before them was a formidable opponent. "Friend, there's no need for violence. Let's resolve this peacefully," one of them hurriedly said. Suluo stared at them coldly and ordered, "Kill them." The level 118 white tiger and level 156 sea spirit beast joined forces, making it impossible even for knights to withstand. In the blink of an eye, the two men were torn to pieces. "Master, it's done," the white tiger said with a human-like expression, beginning to clean the blood off its fur. The sea spirit beast cast a quiet glance at Suluo before diving back into the water. Suluo didn't mind the sea spirit beast's attitude. He believed that once it tasted the benefits of the spirit spring pill, it would naturally understand the advantages of following him. He quickly cleaned up the scene, removed the markings on the yacht, and learned some basic driving skills. The next day, a fierce wind blew across the sea. Suluo, steering the borrowed speedboat, navigated clumsily towards the Thousand Birds' secret realm. 2 hours later, a cluster of islands resembling a seabird habitat appeared on the horizon. Numerous islands shrouded in mist indicated that the secret realm was about to open. Various speedboats filled the waters between the islands, and thousands of knights, mostly level 100 and above, stood on the islands. "Hey friend, come over here." A middle-aged man with a mustache, a short ponytail, and a katana at his waist called out to Suluo. "Sakura Island people?" "Thanks," Suluo agreed after a brief thought. This suited him well, making it easier to infiltrate Sakura Island later. "Friend, when the secret realm opens, we can team up. I only want a plant inside. You can have all the night souls we find," the middle-aged man proposed. "Let's split it evenly," Suluo replied with a faint smile, secretly assessing the man. After reaching an agreement, they quietly waited for the secret realm to open. Suluo knew little about night souls, only that they were consumables that could permanently increase a knight's health. Although he, a fake knight, might not need them, collecting some wouldn't hurt. Standing on the island, Ichiro Kawamoto occasionally glanced at the other islands. Knights from Sakura Island were scattered everywhere, seemingly recruiting people from other countries as teammates. Suluo observed all this and remained vigilant. Why are they recruiting teammates? It can't be for anything good, Suluo thought, but he wasn't worried. If it was just for night souls, he could compromise a bit. But if the Sakura Island people went too far, he wouldn't hesitate to unleash carnage. With the Vidra ape, zombie pig king, and sea spirit beast, all above level 150, even if everyone present joined forces, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Su Luo's lips, and he even began to look forward to whatever plot Sakura Island was hatching. An hour later, the surrounding mist thickened visibly. The secret realm of the Thousand Birds is about to open, and the air is instantly filled with a palpable tension. Everyone is on high alert, their eyes warily scanning their surroundings. Entering the secret realm is inherently dangerous, and the people around them pose an additional threat. The fiercer the competition, the stronger the urge to eliminate opponents, with each person secretly calculating how to stand out. Su Luo feigned nervousness as he took out his Soulfire shield and Soulfire sword from his backpack. He gripped his weapons tightly, adopting a defensive stance while covertly observing every move around him. Kawamoto Ichiro noticed Su Luo's nervousness and spoke amicably. "Friend, there's no need to be so tense. If you're worried, we can team up." Team members' attacks are immune to each other, but it does reveal each other's true information. Su Luo shook his head without hesitation, maintaining his vigilant posture. A flicker of surprise crossed Kawamoto Ichiro's eyes before he turned his gaze towards the center of the Thousand Birds archipelago. Despite the dense mist, the purple glow emanating from the center was still clearly visible. People began moving towards the light in unison. The distances between the islands were short, easy enough to leap across without needing boats. The crowd surged towards the source of the light, indicating that the secret realm was about to open. "The entrance to the secret realm has appeared. We should get moving," Kawamoto Ichiro reminded, drawing his katana and charging ahead without hesitation. As a samurai from Sakura Island, even knights seldom use shields. Su Luo exaggeratedly hefted his long sword and shield, following closely behind Kawamoto Ichiro. They quickly reached the large central island, where a massive purple portal stood. Everyone rushed towards the portal, afraid of falling behind. At this crucial moment, no one dared to attack others recklessly. Any unnecessary action could result in losing the advantage. Since no one else was making a move, Su Luo naturally remained cautious as well. He watched as Kawamoto Ichiro's figure disappeared into the light curtain, then swiftly followed, stepping into the unknown realm. Upon entering the secret realm of Thousand Birds, Su Luo was utterly stunned. The realm was actually underwater. As he looked around, he noticed that he and the others were enveloped in a layer of purple light, which allowed them to breathe and move freely underwater. The surroundings were breathtaking. Vibrant coral forests, rugged reefs, and several mysterious sunken ships resting quietly on the ocean floor. Various fish and shrimp swam past them, and if it weren't for the protective purple light, they might have swum right into their mouths. Cautiously, Su Luo took a few steps forward, feeling the soft sand beneath his feet. Apart from the slightly dim lighting, moving around was no different than on land. Just as he was getting used to this unusual environment, Kawamoto Ichiro approached him. "Friend, I'm planning to head east. Want to join me?" Kawamoto Ichiro invited once more. Su Luo nodded in agreement. "Sure, let's go together." The two of them proceeded eastward. Along the way, they encountered many aquatic creatures, most of which were low level. Interestingly, the fish and shrimp at levels 50 to 60 would flee in panic at the sight of humans, as if they instinctively knew that staying meant death. After about 10 minutes of walking, Kawamoto Ichiro's eyes lit up. He pointed to a glowing purple object at the base of a coral. "I can't believe we found a soul stone so quickly," he exclaimed excitedly, then swiftly stepped forward and used his katana to extract a walnut-sized, translucent purple stone. "The soul stone contains the soul of a knight," Kawamoto Ichiro explained, tossing the stone to Su Luo. "You can have it. I just need your help to tame a plant later." Controlling plants is a unique tradition on Sakura Island. With that, he continued to move forward, navigating the underwater environment with ease, barely needing to check the map. Su Luo followed closely, keeping an eye out for more soul stones. Since he was here, he didn't want to leave empty-handed. He aimed to collect as many soul stones as possible. True to his word, Kawamoto Ichiro handed over every soul stone they found to Su Luo. Before long, they arrived at an underwater canyon. In the center of the canyon, a towering, multicolored coral caught their attention. Even more astonishing were the countless thumb-sized, translucent purple flowers blooming on it. Su Luo immediately recognized the coral and was momentarily shocked. This was the South Sea seven-colored coral, and the flowers blooming on it were the South Sea divine flowers, essential ingredients for crafting divine beast pills. Even if not used for alchemy, feeding pets with these flowers could significantly boost their levels. As Kawamoto Ichiro examined the attributes of the South Sea seven-colored coral, Su Luo quickly followed suit. South Sea seven-colored coral, level 130 divine flower plant life, 1 million defense, 450,000 attack, 250,000 awakening time, 30 minutes recovery time, 24 hours. Ability: spikes. Description: can create its own realm, producing countless sharp coral spikes to attack enemies. It is also a rare and valuable medicinal material. Realizing the value of the coral, Su Luo knew he had to claim it. Owning the seven-colored coral meant having a continuous supply of South Sea divine flowers, which would allow him to produce a large number of divine beast pills. One divine beast pill could grant a pet 100,000 experience points, doubling their efficiency. Moreover, many divine-level potions required these flowers. At that moment, more figures appeared at the edge of the canyon. They were all from Sakura Island, and their eyes gleamed with fervor as they looked at the South Sea seven-colored coral. Kawamoto Ichiro, do you really think the two of you can take this seven-colored coral? One of them sneered, clearly recognizing him. Su Luo remained silent, quietly observing the situation. Kawamoto Ichiro merely glanced at the speaker without responding. By now, at least 150 people had gathered around the canyon, all from Sakura Island. Su Luo finally understood why he had seen so many Sakura Island people forming alliances earlier. It was all for this South Sea seven-colored coral. Friend, Kawamoto Ichiro turned to Su Luo with a sincere expression. We'll make our move last. If you help me seize this plant, I'll get you at least 5,000 soul stones. Despite Kawamoto Ichiro's efforts to conceal it, the ambition in his eyes betrayed him. Su Luo knew that if he trusted him blindly, not only would the seven-colored coral likely be taken by Kawamoto Ichiro, but the promised soul stones would probably never materialize. After all, Kawamoto Ichiro was also a knight, and if he were truly trustworthy, he wouldn't be without teammates. Although filled with suspicion, Su Luo smiled and agreed outwardly. The atmosphere on-site grew tense, and everyone held their breath, not daring to make the first move. In such a situation, whoever acted first would become a target, facing not only the coral's attacks but also potential ambushes from others. Everyone was waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The secret realm of Thousand Birds is only open for 2 days, so time is of the essence. The tension at the canyon's edge was growing palpable. Just 10 minutes had passed when a burly knight from Sakura Island lost his patience. With a command, he led over 10 people charging towards the canyon center, simultaneously throwing a smoke bomb. The water was instantly filled with smoke, and seeing this, the others quickly took action. Mud and silt mixed with the smoke, churning the clear water into a murky mess. Su Luo and Kawamoto Ichiro stood silently above the canyon, each deep in their thoughts. Su Luo was calculating the best moment to capture the seven-colored coral of the South Seas, while Kawamoto Ichiro was searching for the perfect opportunity to eliminate all his rivals. Su Luo had a plan. To make his move when everyone else was exhausted from fighting, ensuring that both the soul stone and the coral would be his. Although the seven-colored coral of the South Seas is an aquatic plant, it would be just as effective if placed in sacred soil. This treasure was his for the taking. In the canyon center, the battle was fierce. The combatants launched indiscriminate attacks, and with the coral's counterattacks, only about 10 people remained in the blink of an eye. Kawamoto Ichiro continued to stand at the edge, showing no intention of joining the fray. Seeing him unmoved, Su Luo also held back. By now, only 3 groups were left in the fight, all elite warriors from Sakura Island. The outsiders who had been called in had all perished in the depths. The water reeked of blood, the stench almost overwhelming. At that moment, the seven-colored coral of the South Seas exhausted its awakening time, and the surrounding coral spikes gradually disappeared. Anyone who knew how to tame plants could now attempt to capture this now defenseless coral. Su Luo knew the critical moment had arrived. Suddenly, Kawamoto Ichiro pulled a black spike from his backpack and, with lightning speed, pierced Su Luo's burning soul armor. You've been controlled by a soul-binding spell. Only the light god's purification potion can free you. My apologies, friend, Kawamoto Ichiro said, showing a hint of regret on his face as he pulled out a small dark red flag, clearly intending to use Su Luo as a disposable pawn. No need to apologize. Su Luo replied coldly, quickly retrieving a bottle of the light god's purification potion from his backpack and downing it in one gulp. Seeing the divine purification elixir in Su Luo's hand, Kawamoto Ichiro was stunned, his eyes wide and mouth slightly agape, staring in disbelief at the small vial. This is a divine-level elixir. Kawamoto Ichiro stammered, his voice filled with shock and longing. It's been over 100 years since a divine-level alchemist appeared. There are fewer than 3 bottles in the entire world, and I actually stumbled upon one. He suddenly looked up, his eyes sharp as he stared at Su Luo. How could you possibly have this? The surrounding people were also visibly moved, their gazes fixed on the elixir in Su Luo's hand. The air was thick with tension and curiosity. Su Luo smiled faintly, his tone as calm as discussing the weather. I happen to have one. With that, he stepped aside and took out the burning soul shield and burning soul blade from his backpack. Su Luo's movements were unhurried, but a hint of vigilance flashed in his eyes. That soul control technique this guy used is quite sinister, Su Luo thought to himself. It not only directly controls the job changer, but can also turn them into a human bomb. The higher the job changer's level, the greater the explosion damage. It was only then that Su Luo realized. So they wanted to use me as a bomb. How vicious. Su Luo smiled slightly, his eyes suddenly turning sharp. Mr. Kawamoto, you made the first move, so I won't hold back. Without hesitation, he activated his skill Evil Spirit Slash. This strike would cost Su Luo 500,000 health points. Combined with his existing attack damage, it totaled 700,000. The two were not far apart, and Evil Spirit Slash had a tracking effect, leaving Kawamoto Ichiro no choice but to face it head-on. Do you really think you have me cornered? Kawamoto Ichiro sneered, quickly drawing his katana to counter Su Luo's blade. As a level 128 expert, he was confident he could block Su Luo's attack at level 120. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as Kawamoto Ichiro's katana shattered. His pupils contracted sharply, and he hurriedly reached for a stamina recovery potion in his backpack. But it was too late. Su Luo's blade had already struck him heavily. 465,000. A massive damage number appeared above Kawamoto Ichiro's head. Before he could react, he collapsed into a pool of blood, dropping various items. The scene shocked everyone present. They all recognized Kawamoto Ichiro and knew that Su Luo's level wasn't particularly high. Everyone had assumed Su Luo would be defeated, but Kawamoto Ichiro was killed in a single strike. The crowd instinctively took a few steps back, warily eyeing Su Luo, their hearts filled with fear. What kind of knight is this? He killed someone with one strike, someone whispered in shock. Even an assassin of the same level couldn't instantly kill a knight job changer. Su Luo scanned the crowd with an expressionless face while taking out a few large stamina recovery potions from his backpack and gulping them down. Anyone else want to try? He asked calmly. Friend, you win. We're leaving. The crowd, unsure of Su Luo's true strength, quickly turned to flee. However, Su Luo was not done. He summoned the ocean spirit beast and coldly ordered, kill them. Leave no survivors. The ocean spirit beast's blue eyes first calmly observed the colorful corals at the bottom of the canyon before turning its gaze to the fleeing people. It flicked its tail lightly and instantly appeared behind them. It's a level 150 beast. No, it's a pet. His pet. A pet of such high level. Could he be Su Luo from Long Country? Within moments, the crowd deduced Su Luo's identity, but the ocean spirit beast gave them no chance. Under the pressure of its high level, the level 120,130 knights were no match, especially in the water, where the ocean spirit beast reigned supreme. The ocean spirit beast unleashed its full power, eliminating everyone in just a few breaths. In no time, Su Luo was the only living person left in the canyon. Despite this, Su Luo did not immediately head deeper into the canyon. He ordered the ocean spirit beast to gather its minions to stand guard nearby and collect the dropped items. Anyone approaching was to be killed on sight. After arranging everything, he rode his white tiger swiftly towards the South Sea colorful coral. As a summoned creature, the white tiger was enveloped in a purple glow that repelled water. The colorful coral was still massive, covered in spikes and white flowers. Without hesitation, Su Luo used his skill spirit taming. Congratulations, you have successfully tamed the South Sea colorful coral. Hearing the notification in his mind, Su Luo was secretly surprised. Succeeded on the first try? But he didn't slow down, immediately manipulating the coral to shrink in size and then bringing it into the divine medicine realm. In the divine soil, several plants were already growing. The nether moonflower, sword chi grass, starfire grass, and spiky cannonball. They were all growing continuously. 5 empty divine soil spots remained. Without hesitation, Su Luo placed the South Sea colorful coral in one of the divine soil spots. As soon as the coral's roots touched the divine soil, it began to expand rapidly, its body growing as if to reclaim its majestic form from the seabed. In the blink of an eye, the vibrant coral grew like a towering tree, swiftly reaching a height of 20 meters. If it weren't for the unique spatial properties of the divine soil, the entire mountain might have been engulfed by this extraordinary coral. The flowers on the coral swayed gently in the breeze, releasing a faint, pleasant fragrance that could instantly invigorate anyone who inhaled it. Su Luo stood aside, observing this astonishing scene with satisfaction for quite some time. He was secretly delighted, knowing this was a bountiful harvest. Finally, with a joyful heart, he left the realm of divine medicine and returned to the canyon. By then, the ocean spirit had already organized all the spoils. The haul was impressive. 3 complete sets of legendary knight armor, over 100 pieces of miscellaneous equipment, more than 200 space stones, and a mountain of various potions and sundries. The most surprising find was the soul stones, over 6,000 of them. Considering these were collected from just over 100 individuals, the bounty was quite substantial. Filled with joy, Su Luo stored all the items and left the canyon, heading in another direction. He thought to himself, while others stockpile food, I stockpile weapons. Others are my granaries. Next, instead of searching for more soul stones, Su Luo meticulously arranged them within a few dozen meters around him. He buried dozens of soul stones at intervals, then had the ocean spirit leave some fish to guard them. After repeating this process at more than 10 locations, he finally stopped. Seeing Su Luo's smug expression, as if waiting for someone to take the bait, the ocean spirit couldn't help but speak up. Its voice sounded like a little girl, sweet yet slightly annoyed. "Master, you're a bad person?" Su Luo rolled his eyes and dismissively replied. "How am I a bad person?" He already had a detailed plan in mind. If others came to dig up the soul stones and left after getting their fill, he wouldn't stop them. But if anyone showed too much interest in him, then their soul stones would become his. Su Luo chuckled to himself, already envisioning the forthcoming harvest. Su Luo casually found a soft patch of sand and laid down without a care. The fine, gentle sand of the seabed lightly enveloped his body. He squinted his eyes, thinking leisurely, the fish will come to me eventually. Why bother exhausting myself digging for soul stones everywhere? Not far away, a sea spirit creature was curled up quietly in a crevice, its large eyes filled with frustration as it stared at Su Luo, much like a bullied little girl. Noticing its gaze, Su Luo chuckled and said, "Don't look at me like that. When we get out of here, I'll give you plenty of these delicious things." As he spoke, he took out a sparkling spirit spring pill from his backpack and gently swirled it in the seawater. In an instant, the rich aroma of the pill spread through the water. Fish and shrimp from all around seemed to be summoned, swimming closer to investigate. Seeing this, Su Luo quickly put the pill away, thinking, if this keeps up, I'll be swarmed by these small fish. The sea spirit creature's eyes sparkled with desire as it smelled the pill's fragrance. "You better not trick me," it said eagerly, immediately putting on a gluttonous expression. Su Luo laughed. "Who's tricking you? You can ask the other pets if I've ever lied." "Then I want 100, the sea spirit creature said excitedly. "Can you ask for more?" Su Luo replied, exasperated. "How about 500? It asked. Shaking his head helplessly, Su Luo was about to say something when the sea spirit creature suddenly became alert. It swiftly created a water bubble around Su Luo and sped away with him along the seabed. "Is someone coming?" Su Luo asked. "Yes," the sea spirit creature answered curtly. With confirmation, Su Luo couldn't help but feel a thrill of excitement, though he maintained a calm exterior, secretly rehearsing the upcoming scene. Moments later, they arrived at their destination. The sea spirit creature vanished silently, leaving Su Luo standing alone beneath a cluster of colorful corals. Not far ahead, two people were digging vigorously right where Su Luo had hidden the soul stones earlier. "Time to get to work," Su Luo thought gleefully, feigning a casual passerby demeanor. He exaggeratedly dug out a soul stone from the ground and shouted, "Wow, there are so many soul stones here." The sea spirit creature, watching from afar, couldn't help but roll its eyes. It knew its master was up to no good, but his acting was just too over the top. That shout would have alerted every creature within hundreds of meters, not just the two diggers. The two diggers looked up, staring at Su Luo as if he were an idiot. "Kid, get lost. We found these soul stones first," one of them barked. Su Luo innocently argued, "These soul stones aren't even dug up yet. Anyone can dig them up. Why should they belong only to you?" He made his eyes look clear and bright, like a naive, fresh graduate. The two knights exchanged a glance and drew their weapons. One of them threatened, "If you don't leave, don't blame us for what happens next." "Are you really going to kill me?" Su Luo asked, pretending to be frightened. "Do you think we're joking?" The other knight replied with a cold laugh. As they slowly advanced, Su Luo drew his soul-burned sword. He knew that in this situation, outright killing them would be meaningless. Only by making a big commotion could he attract more people. With everyone's personal information hidden, no one could gauge the other's strength. But with the two-known advantage, the knights felt somewhat confident. Seeing Su Luo's decent gear only solidified their murderous intent. "Kid, don't be so stubborn in your next life," one of them shouted, raising his shield, his body glowing with white light as he charged at Su Luo. The other followed closely, lifting his battle axe. It was clearly a combined attack. Unfazed, Su Luo activated his Blood War skill. With the Xuanwu's enhancement, he had an astonishing 1 million health and 6 to 700,000 defense. Even basic attacks could wear down his opponents. "I'll fight you to the end," Su Luo shouted, charging with his sword. To make it more convincing, he even raised his shield. Bang! They collided fiercely, and Su Luo was knocked back a few meters. 1. The minimal damage indicated that their attacks barely scratched his defense. Seeing the high damage numbers pop up on Su Luo, the two knights were stunned. "What's going on? We didn't break through his defense." They exchanged bewildered looks but remained convinced that this guy, who was knocked back, couldn't be that strong. One of them raised his axe, snarling, "Kid, I don't believe we can't kill you." Bang! The axe struck heavily, but Su Luo raised his shield in defense. This time, he was prepared and only staggered back a few steps, unharmed otherwise. The noise of the battle grew louder, audible from a considerable distance. Fish and other sea creatures began to flee the area rapidly. Su Luo raised his sword again, snarling, "I'll fight you to the end." Bang bang bang. The fierce battle noises continued, with the knights unleashing skill after skill, yet failing to breach Su Luo's defense. On the other hand, Su Luo had even discarded his shield, using both hands to swing his sword at them. 26,800, 19,000, 25,600. Each strike produced a series of high damage numbers. By the end, the two knights were completely dumbfounded. "We didn't even hurt you, but you aimed every strike at our flesh? This is so unfair." A knight roared in anger, sweat and blood mixing as they dripped down his face. His companion panted heavily, fear flickering in his eyes. "There's definitely something weird about this guy. Retreat." Seeing the two turn to flee, Su Luo's face showed a hint of regretful smile. He murmured to himself, "I haven't had enough fun yet." Su Luo had no intention of pursuing them. Instead, he turned his gaze to the distant ocean spirit beast that was eyeing him with disdain. He raised an eyebrow slightly and made a subtle gesture. The ocean spirit beast immediately understood, nodded lightly, and vanished from sight in an instant. Splash! The sound of intense water flow suddenly erupted, and a blue figure appeared like lightning in front of the fleeing pair. Slash! Slash! The claws easily pierced through the knight's armor. The two were already half dead from Su Luo's attacks, and now, targeted by the ocean spirit beast, they were killed almost instantly. As the two fell, a pile of soul stones, scattered equipment, and other miscellaneous items burst out onto the ground. Su Luo, quick-eyed and quick-handed, gathered the equipment and items into his divine medicine realm before starting to count the soul stones. After a careful count, Su Luo was delighted to find that the two had collected a total of 1,800 soul stones. He thought to himself, "If I had to find them myself, I wouldn't have gathered this many even if the secret realm ended tomorrow." Just as Su Luo was grinning foolishly while holding the soul stones, the ocean spirit beast suddenly spoke up alertly, "Master, someone else is coming." A flash of excitement crossed Su Luo's eyes. More people, the better. He quickly stored the soul stones and rushed toward the new target's location. Throughout the rest of the day, Su Luo and the ocean spirit beast worked seamlessly together, ambushing others entering the secret realm. The routine was always the same. Su Luo inflicted heavy damage, and the ocean spirit beast finished them off. As Su Luo counted his gains again, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, so many soul stones." The ocean spirit beast also showed a satisfied expression. After a day of ambushes, Su Luo had collected nearly 20,000 soul stones. Although the Thousand Birds secret realm wasn't large, at least half of those who entered had fallen to Su Luo. It wasn't until the next day that Su Luo left the secret realm space, feeling completely satisfied. However, when he saw the sparse figures on the islands, he was stunned. He couldn't help but ask himself, "Did I overdo it?" At that moment, a familiar voice called out. It was the fat middle-aged man Su Luo had met while waiting for a boat on the island earlier. He greeted warmly, "Friend, which country are you from?" Su Luo turned around, looking at the stranger who had suddenly started a conversation, unsure how to respond. "Trying to double-cross me?" Su Luo felt a surge of caution, his eyes scanning the surroundings sharply. Despite a natural affinity for his compatriots from the Dragon Kingdom, he knew well that people's intentions could be unpredictable in a foreign land. "I'm from a place not far from the Dragon Kingdom," Su Luo said calmly, his gaze fixed on the chubby man in front of him, wary of any sudden moves. In such an environment, it wasn't uncommon for people to kill and rob for soul stones. The middle-aged man scrutinized Su Luo thoughtfully for a moment before turning and jumping onto a speedboat, speeding away. Only then did Su Luo notice that the island, which was once crowded with thousands, now had fewer than 100 people remaining. He clicked his tongue in surprise, thinking about the astonishing elimination rate of this secret realm. With the departure of the leader, the others also began to leave. Su Luo observed carefully and saw that most people chose to return the way they came. After weighing his options, he decided to first take the speedboat away and then find a hidden spot to ride his Qinglong into Sakura Island to avoid suspicion. The next morning, Su Luo had changed into local attire and stood on a street corner in a small town on Sakura Island, munching on a freshly bought meat bun. Thanks to his fluent English, he had no trouble getting around. After sitting down in an izakaya, Su Luo opened a newly purchased book to learn about Sakura Island's culture. He was surprised to read that everyone on Sakura Island could control plants as pets. Even more exciting, most of Sakura Island's dungeons were plant-themed, similar to the mythical beast dungeons in the Dragon Kingdom. Su Luo immediately started searching for suitable dungeons, planning to make a significant profit. Just then, A young man with red hair and a sharp face approached him with broken English. "Hey, friend. First time in Blue Sea City?" Su Luo nodded. The red-haired youth's face lit up with enthusiasm as he began to peddle various services. Su Luo politely declined and expressed his interest in seeing Sakura Island's powerful plants. The red-haired youth's eyes gleamed, and he eagerly promised to show Su Luo the most formidable plants. Without hesitation, Su Luo pulled out 3 wads of large-denomination Sakura bills, causing the youth's eyes to widen. They set off immediately. While following quietly, Su Luo remained vigilant. They traveled through a teleportation array and finally arrived at a crowded observation deck by noon. The red-haired youth pointed to a distant, smoke-spewing mountain peak, where a massive cherry blossom tree stood out strikingly on the mountainside. It was in full bloom, with pink blossoms covering half the mountainside, creating a breathtaking scene. There lay the Duplex Mountains, and at its peak stood a massive cherry blossom tree, the mightiest plant on Cherry Blossom Island. It was rumored to be of mythical status. Red Hair pointed towards the distant peaks with a tone of reverence. Su Luo squinted his eyes. Though the distance made it hard to discern the tree's details, its colossal size confirmed Red Hair's words. "No one has been able to tame it so far," Red Hair added before rambling on about other matters and then leaving. A mythical plant, yet untamed? Su Luo's gaze was drawn once more to the giant tree. An inexplicable urge surged within him, wanted to claim that tree for himself. The Dragon Kingdom and Cherry Blossom Island had deep-seated enmity and would inevitably clash. Taking the tree wouldn't bring any guilt. With that thought, Su Luo's heart burned with excitement. By evening, Su Luo checked into a hotel. He used a communication stone to contact Zhao Jiuxiao and learned that it would take at least another half-month for him to arrive, which made Su Luo somewhat impatient. The next day, to kill time, he visited the largest and most advanced dungeon shop on Cherry Blossom Island. The highest level dungeon goes up to 120, the shopkeeper explained. Su Luo paid the fee and was instantly transported into the dungeon world. It was pitch black around him. Beneath his feet was a stone-paved path, with occasional weeds sprouting from the cracks. The winding, narrow trail snaked along the mountain, evoking a horror movie atmosphere. Ahead, a procession carrying a palanquin approached slowly, as if performing some kind of ritual. As soon as Su Luo's gaze landed on them, their attribute panels appeared. Wandering Soul Palanquin Bearer. Level 100. Attack 176,000. Defense 85,000. Spirit 26,000. Constitution 286,000. Skills: Soul Reaping Slash, Bewitch, Haunting Spirit. Su Luo immediately became vigilant. These bearers were mere underlings. The true boss must be the one inside the palanquin. More unsettling was that the surrounding vines and weeds were writhing as if alive. Su Luo gripped his weapon tightly, ready to face any potential danger. As the wedding procession drew nearer, the unique sounds of singing and musical instruments reached Su Luo's ears. He stood quietly, feeling incredibly conflicted. He debated whether to join the fray personally. Although it wouldn't be life-threatening, it would significantly reduce efficiency and might even be futile. Summoning his pets seemed risky, fearing the administrators might notice, as no one knew if they could see what was happening inside the instance. After much deliberation, Su Luo decided to summon the necromancer. This guy didn't look much like a pet, and even if discovered, it wouldn't necessarily expose his identity. "Master, got another job for me?" The necromancer asked eagerly, glancing at Su Luo and then at the approaching procession. "Go ahead, but remember, don't go too hard, or you'll risk exposing us," Su Luo instructed briefly before grabbing his soulburn blade and charging in. "Understood." The necromancer nodded enthusiastically, lifting his massive scythe and flying forward. While sprinting, Su Luo glanced at the detailed information of the sedan carriers. Spectral sedan carriers, level 100. Attack 176,000. Defense 85,000. Spirit 26,000. Constitution 286,000. Skills: Soul Reaping Slash, Mind Bewilderment, Relentless Pursuit. Soul Reaping Slash delivers 3 consecutive slashes to the target, each dealing 300 damage, plus an additional 200 true damage. Mind Bewilderment releases a powerful gas, throwing the target into the sedan, dealing 1,000 damage every 0.5 seconds. Relentless Pursuit increases speed by 300 and damage by 300 when chasing an enemy. Description: whatever you do, don't let them throw you into the sedan. Seeing the skill descriptions, Su Luo was secretly shocked. These guys weren't a wedding procession. They were here to kidnap people. At that moment, the necromancer's scythe sliced through the air, landing heavily on one of the carriers. 136,500. The high damage number floated up, and the necromancer grumbled. "These guys aren't high level, but their defense is pretty tough. Or maybe your attack power is just too low." Su Luo retorted, giving him a sidelong glance. This guy was too arrogant. using only basic attacks. As they spoke, Su Luo also delivered a heavy slash to one of the carriers. Master, then I won't hold back. The necromancer howled, his scythe enveloped in black mist, flashing like a blade of tetanus among the carriers. 356,000. 345,000. As he began to exert his full power, high damage numbers popped up from the carriers, nearly all of them being one-hit kills. Su Luo, wielding his soulburn blade, also slashed through the horde, albeit at a slightly slower pace. He ignored the various attack methods of the carriers, taking about 3 to 4 seconds to deal with one. Congratulations, you have killed a spectral sedan carrier. Experience points, 13,600. Your pet has killed a spectral sedan carrier. Feedback experience points, 13,600. Your pet has killed a spectral sedan carrier. The frequent alerts sounded, filling Su Luo with a sense of satisfaction. Only grinding monsters could give such a tangible sense of progress. As countless spectral sedan carriers fell, Su Luo's experience bar began to grow slowly. He hadn't been grinding much lately, and combined with the experience feedback from his pet's spirit spring pills, his level had remained at 128. When only 2 carriers were left, the level up notification sounded. Congratulations, you have reached level 129. Please keep up the good work. Level 129 already? Su Luo was slightly stunned. It had been less than a year since his job change, and he had reached such heights. He knew that at least 90 levels were from the experience feedback of his Beastmaster talent. He had rarely leveled up on his own. Many people spent their whole lives without reaching such heights, yet he was nearing level 130 in less than a year. The gap between him and ancient figures like Zhao Jiuxiao and Elder Long was shrinking. At this rate, he might end up being dissected for research. At least the Black Soul sect was quite mysterious and powerful. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Luo sighed and said, "It looks like I'll have to keep my level strictly confidential from now on. Apart from Su Bingxue, everyone else must be kept in the dark." Just then, the necromancer had finished off the last spectral sedan carrier. The large sedan chairs they carried slowly disappeared, and the corpses on the ground began to dissolve, leaving only a few pieces of equipment behind. There were 3 pieces of equipment in total on the ground. Su Luo stood before a treacherous meadow, gripping 3 newly acquired pieces of gear. The ghost dagger shimmered with a legendary glow, its sharp blade seemingly capable of slicing through the air effortlessly. In contrast, the ghost armor and helmet appeared much duller. He carefully examined the attributes of these items. The ghost dagger, being a legendary piece, offered incredible bonuses: 2,000 speed, 30 critical hit rate, and 15 usage level. Most astonishingly, it allowed each normal attack to inflict 5 times the critical damage. However, the dagger had its limitations. It couldn't be used in conjunction with other equipment. Though the ghost armor was of a lower grade, it was still formidable. It provided 8,000 constitution and 15,000 usage level bonuses. More importantly, each normal attack received would increase its defense by 10, up to a maximum of 200. Su Luo sighed, realizing that while these items had their unique strengths, their effectiveness was limited when used individually. In high-level battles, players generally favored practical skills over normal attacks. Unless he could assemble a complete Ghost Assassin set, the true power of these items would remain untapped. Despite this, Su Luo decided to store the 3 pieces in the Divine Medicine realm. Compared to the limited space of a class-specific backpack, the Divine Medicine realm offered much more room. At that moment, the necromancer pointed ahead, interrupting Su Luo's thoughts. "Master, those creatures up ahead seem to be plants. Why not let the Fire Phoenix and others give it a try?" Following the necromancer's direction, Su Luo saw a seemingly ordinary meadow littered with various skeletal remains. The grass there had attributes and was called Entangling Star Grass. The attributes of the Entangling Star Grass were intimidating: level 100 attack, 120,000 defense, 80,000 constitution, and 450,000 skills. They had 3 powerful abilities: Chain Entangle, Virulent Poison, and Starbind. Chain Entangle allowed the Entangling Stargrass within a 5-meter radius to attack the target until it died. Virulent Poison released toxic gas within a 10-meter range, causing 150 points of continuous damage per second for 24 hours. The most terrifying was the Starbind skill, which simultaneously inflicted both soul and physical entanglement on the enemy while releasing virulent poison until the target was completely destroyed. Faced with such formidable foes, Su Luo fell into deep thought, pondering how to navigate this perilous meadow. The Sakura Island dungeon is quite intriguing. Su Luo marveled at the skill description of the twining star grass. Even a team of ordinary players would find it hard to deal with such a group attacking plant. Unlike beasts, these plants exhibit remarkable uniformity, launching synchronized attacks that are hard to fend off. "Master, you really need to burn these things. My scythe is not meant for cutting grass," the necromancer grumbled, clearly reluctant to deal with the plants. After a brief consideration, Soluo decided to use the starfire grass. He had only used it once before on Shenlong Island, and all witnesses had been silenced back then. Using it now would not reveal his identity, and the starfire grass was discreet enough. The starfire grass, resembling an ordinary bean sprout, lay quietly in the mini flower pot in Soluo's hand. A tiny spark emerged from it, slowly drifting towards the field of twining star grass. Soon, 3 more sparks followed, all heading towards the target. Soluo focused intently on controlling the sparks, his eyes fixed on the field of twining star grass. The plants seemed to sense the impending danger and began to sway violently, growing over a meter tall in the blink of an eye. Boom, 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 boom. The 4 sparks exploded in succession, unleashing a raging inferno across the field. 12,600, 15,800, 13,500. Countless damage numbers erupted densely from the grassland. The twining star grass thrashed wildly, entangling in the air but unable to find a target to attack. System notifications followed. Congratulations! You have successfully killed twining stargrass, gaining 8,600 experience points. Congratulations! You have successfully killed twining stargrass. As the fire spread, large swaths of twining stargrass turned to ash. In no time, the entire field was bare, leaving only a layer of blackened remains. Congratulations! You have discovered twining stargrass seeds. Soluo's eyes fell on a few inconspicuous seeds on the ground, and the system immediately provided detailed information. Twining stargrass seed, after planting, just fertilize it to ensure continuous growth, thereby increasing its level. Plant upgrades do not require experience points and can be cultivated slowly. This discovery surprised Soluo. It turned out that plants didn't need experience points to level up, which explained why most job changers on Sakura Island were skilled at controlling plants. Beast tamers worldwide were cursed, and their beast levels were a significant drawback. In contrast, controlling plants had no such concern, making it the secret weapon for job changers on Sakura Island. If I bring this back to the medicine god sect, we could cultivate a group of powerful job changers. Soluo thought to himself. Since twining star grass drop seeds, could tamed plants also produce seeds? With this question in mind, Soluo tried giving various commands to the starfire grass. Produce seeds, bear fruit, split roots. After testing all possible plant propagation methods, a small green sprout finally appeared in the pot. The system notification sounded. Congratulations! Your plant has successfully propagated a seed. Plants can only propagate once a month, and the propagated seed has a 50 chance of downgrading in quality. Soluo immediately turned his attention to the newly grown starfire grass. Starfire grass, level 0. Legendary attack, 0 defense, 0 constitution, 5. Description: a timid plant that emits a small spark, causing large-scale damage upon hitting the target. A single spark can ignite a prairie fire. Looking at the newly sprouted green plant, Soluo was thrilled. It could indeed split. And the system's earlier hint suggested that other plants like sword cheegrass and nether moonflower could also propagate seeds. Master, why are you grinning like that? Seeing Soluo's cheerful expression, the necromancer approached him. Your eyes are burning me. Soluo glared at the necromancer, rubbed his scorched cheeks, and then looked ahead. Following the mountain path, they saw numerous large trees patrolling back and forth. These weren't like the toxic tree stumps. They were actual trees. Each massive trunk was covered in thorns, moving like security guards patrolling the road. Soluo couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. The Sakura Island dungeon was indeed peculiar, but the thought of seeds dropping from these plants reignited his excitement. The starfire grass's unlimited awakening time made it the perfect tool for clearing this dungeon. Soluo led the necromancer forward, and the thorn-covered trees immediately halted, their countless sharp wooden spikes all aiming at them. Soluo's gaze swept over the thorny divine trees before him, and their attributes instantly surfaced in his mind. These level 115 elite plants boasted astonishing attack and defense capabilities, with a constitution reaching 140,000 and skill points totaling an impressive 600,000. They wielded 3 powerful skills: Spike Shot, Root Entangle, and Leaf Veil. Spike Shot allowed countless spikes from the trunk and branches to launch a collective assault on enemies, dealing base damage plus an additional 180. Root Entangle created a hazardous area within a 20-meter radius. Leaf Veil not only obscured the target's vision with flying leaves, but also triggered spike attacks simultaneously, inflicting 300 damage. These spike-covered plants not only had formidable defenses, but also displayed unexpected intelligence. Facing the vigilant thorny divine trees, Soluo casually uttered a command and released 6 sparks towards them. He knew that relying solely on the damage from starfire grass would be insufficient to defeat these formidable opponents. Soluo couldn't help but glance at the figure leisurely sitting on a rock, playing with crickets beside him. You should join the fight. If you prefer to watch, then go back to the sacred herb realm, he said, casting a slightly angry look at the necromancer. As the Lord of the Skeletons, this guy was not living up to his role as a battle pet and lacked any sense of responsibility. Don't worry, master. I'll join the fight this time, the necromancer grumbled, muttering under his breath. Chopping trees is at least better than mowing grass and losing dignity. Suddenly, several explosions rang out, and a sea of flames spread instantly among the thorny divine trees. The air distorted from the high temperature, and waves of scorching heat rose continuously. The trees seemed almost alive, emitting eerie wails filled with pain and anger. Without warning, countless spikes of various sizes shot through the air, forming an all-encompassing attack net that enveloped Suluo and the necromancer. Seeing this, Suluo was stunned. The reaction of these trees far exceeded his expectations. They actively attacked their targets, proving far more formidable than the starfire grass. Master, I'm going in, the necromancer roared, his body enveloped in black mist as he transformed into a towering skeleton warrior over 10 meters tall, ready to confront the oncoming thorny divine trees. Snap! Snap! The necromancer swung his sharp scythe effortlessly, as if slicing through vegetables. With each swing, numerous branches fell to the ground. The thorn god tree seemed to have found its target, instantly launching countless sharp spikes at the necromancer. However, as an undead creature impervious to pain, even though its skeletal body was riddled with spikes, it remained unaffected. In the sea of flames, the thorn god trees twisted and struggled, their leaves detaching from the trunks and wrapping around Suluo and the necromancer. Suluo was enveloped into a ball, his face puzzled. Is this what they mean by not seeing the forest for the trees? I think I've misunderstood the phrase. Suddenly, numerous sharp wooden spikes pierced through the leaves, attacking from all directions. Damage numbers kept appearing on Suluo's body. 58, 63, 125. Despite the ferocity, with Suluo's current stamina and defense, he could stand there all day without a problem. In another leaf ball, the necromancer shouted anxiously, Master, think of something quickly. I can't hold on much longer. If we don't deal with them soon, I'll have to use my ultimate move. As a support pet, it was indeed a challenge for it to handle a knight's duties. After a moment's thought, Suluo decided to recall the necromancer into the divine medicine realm. The only sound left was the relentless shooting of wooden spikes, and the leaves became riddled with holes. Without defense, Suluo picked up the starfire grass again. Moments later, the surroundings were once again engulfed in flames. Suluo endured the indiscriminate attacks from the starfire grass and the thorn god tree's wooden spikes, his health bar dropping visibly. In the divine medicine realm, Xuanwu was happily munching on a spirit spring pill when it suddenly felt its health plummet. It was dismayed. What is the master doing? Even with shared defense and stamina, he can't just ignore defense entirely. In the dungeon, the sea of flames continued to intensify, the sound of burning ever present. Gradually, one of the thorn god trees was entirely consumed by fire, turning to ashes. System notifications began to ring out. Congratulations! You have successfully killed a thorn god tree. Experience 12,500. Congratulations! You have successfully killed a thorn god tree. Experience 12,000. After all the thorn god trees were dead, the ground was charred black, with tiny green sprouts barely visible amidst the ashes. Congratulations! You have obtained thorn god tree seeds. The system notification chimed, and a smile spread across Suluo's face. He collected 8 thorn god tree seeds, thinking these would greatly enhance the strength of the medicine god clan. Looking ahead, he saw a dense array of high-level plants. Suluo's heart raced with excitement. Since I've come all the way to Sakura Island, I must gather as many good things as possible. He entered the divine medicine realm and replicated the skills of the 3-legged golden crow and the fire phoenix. With his tough physique, fire-based skills, and the starfire grass, Suluo bulldozed through various plant groups like a tank, reaping a bountiful harvest. Meanwhile, in the office of the company's headquarters, a group of people gathered around a display, staring at the data in shock. No one has managed to clear 20 waves of monsters in this dungeon for a long time. What team is this? In Blue Sea City, there are fewer than 3 teams capable of such a feat, and they're all at the Sakura Island headquarters for training. If he can clear this dungeon, he might help us tackle the Blackfish dungeon. That's a level 130 dungeon, and most teams can't handle it. Let's keep watching. He's already reached the 38th wave of monsters, with only 2 waves left. The group continued their animated discussion around the display, while in the dungeon, Suluo was happily collecting seeds. He had just incinerated a large patch of giant carnivorous plants, gaining not only experience but also a plethora of seeds. In the Dragon Kingdom, these seeds were more coveted than equipment and could fetch astronomical prices if sold to noble disciples. Half an hour later, The entire flora within the dungeon was wiped out by Su Luo. Suddenly, a beam of light illuminated the void, enveloping him. With his vast experience, Su Luo knew this was the sign that the dungeon had been cleared. Meanwhile, at the dungeon's exit, a crowd had gathered, packed tightly together, all eager to catch a glimpse of the mysterious team that had conquered the level 120 dungeon. The air was filled with excited whispers. "They're coming out! They're coming out!" Someone shouted impatiently. "Stop talking. Let's see for ourselves." As the teleportation light slowly faded, the crowd held their breath in anticipation. However, only a young man with delicate features appeared before them. The scene fell into a stunned silence, and everyone was left speechless. Someone murmured softly, "He cleared the entire dungeon alone. Just how high is his level?" Amidst the shock, the residents of Blue Sea City were both curious and in awe. For a small city on Sakura Island, the sudden appearance of such a mysterious and powerful individual was truly thrilling. In the crowd, two middle-aged men with glasses quietly observed Su Luo. They quickly realized that Su Luo was not a local, but didn't mind. After all, the customs of different regions on Sakura Island varied greatly. What puzzled them was that, despite their own strength at level 130, they couldn't discern the young man's level. One of them whispered, "Could his level be far above ours?" The other shook his head. "He's too young, that's unlikely. I think he must have some equipment that hides his level." They soon reached a consensus. "Never mind. As long as he can help us clear the Blackfish dungeon, it'll solve our big problem." The two men then squeezed their way to the front and greeted Su Luo enthusiastically. "Hello, sir." Su Luo responded in fluent American English, "Hello." Hearing the familiar accent, a flicker of joy flashed in the eyes of the two men. Though Su Luo's appearance didn't quite match that of an American, they preferred to believe he was from the United States. This unexpected discovery filled them with excitement, as if they had found the solution to their problem. As Su Luo was about to leave the dungeon entrance, two bespectacled men hurriedly caught up with him, panting. "Sir, do you hate the people of Longwa?" they asked. This sudden question made Su Luo raise an eyebrow. One of the men lowered his voice mysteriously and said, "If you help us, your reward will be leverage against Longwa. Even if they want to come after you, they'll have to think twice." A flicker of interest passed through Su Luo's eyes as he asked, "What do you mean?" The two men exchanged a smug glance before explaining, "You know about the four divine beasts of Longwa, right? We have the Suzaku divine core in our possession. If you help us clear the dungeon, the Suzaku divine core will be yours. But you must promise our emperor that you will never hand it over to Longwa." Internally shocked, Su Luo couldn't believe that the Suzaku divine core he had always dreamed of was being offered to him. However, he continued to feign hesitation and said, "Divine cores are rare, but they don't have much use for ordinary people. How about we add $30 million? The two men quickly sweetened the deal. Su Luo nodded in agreement, his heart secretly rejoicing. They then headed toward the entrance of the Blackfish dungeon. Along the way, Su Luo skillfully extracted information about the dungeon, confirming that no one could monitor the internal situation, which put his mind at ease. Upon reaching the entrance, the two men handed over the reward in advance to show their sincerity. They believed that even if Su Luo died in the dungeon, they could easily retrieve the items. With the Suzaku divine core and the money in hand, Su Luo entered the dungeon without hesitation. The crowd behind him started to murmur, questioning whether he would succeed. Once inside, Su Luo found the environment dimly lit, with low-level wolves wandering around. This was far less dangerous than what had been described. As he pondered this discrepancy, a line of text suddenly appeared before his eyes. "Congratulations, Challenger, for entering the Blackfish dungeon. You must complete it within 10 hours, or you will fail the challenge." Su Luo stared at the simple and baffling prompt in front of him, muttering a curse under his breath. Complete it within 10 hours? They didn't even explain how to clear it. Frustrated, he turned around, his eyes scanning the wandering beasts around him and then gazing into the distance. The entire world was shrouded in a stifling atmosphere, with nothing but packs of wolves in sight. In an instant, Su Luo felt like he had been tricked. This dungeon was probably still in the experimental phase, and any misstep could cost him his life. But before taking action, he had one important thing to do. Su Luo decisively summoned the Fire Phoenix and retrieved a small wooden box from his backpack. Inside the box lay a red, flickering crystal, with a tiny flame gently burning within. The Fire Phoenix's eyes widened in shock upon seeing it. "Master, is this the Vermilion Bird's godhood?" The Fire Phoenix's voice trembled, almost unable to contain its excitement. "The Phoenix clan is already powerful, but merging with the Vermilion Bird's godhood would elevate our strength to a whole new level. The Vermilion Bird is one of the four divine beasts, a unique existence." Su Luo tossed the godhood to the Fire Phoenix for verification. After confirming it, he immediately sent the Fire Phoenix to merge with it in the divine medicine realm. A flash of joy crossed his eyes. She had now collected the godhoods of all 4 divine beasts. In an unknown fight, he was invincible. With a bit more development, becoming the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom was within reach. After ensuring the godhood was genuine, Su Luo sprang into action. He rode the Azure Dragon, soaring through the void for an entire hour before returning to his original spot. The dungeon space was vast, but aside from dozens of wild wolves, there were no other creatures, not even any unusual plants. It seems I have to deal with these wolves first. Su Luo sized up one of the wolves, quickly analyzing it in his mind. Gale Blue Wolf, level 50, excellent grade. Attack 42,000, defense 24,000, spirit 11,500, constitution 86,000. Skills, pounce, wolf walk, soul-biting fong. For the current Su Luo, beasts of this level were as harmless as chicks. Moreover, no one in the dungeon could spy on his combat methods, so this time he decided not to hold back. Azure Dragon, take them out. At his command, the Azure Dragon charged into the wolf pack. With its overwhelming level advantage, the Azure Dragon hardly needed any skills to crush these blue wolves. As the Azure Dragon struck, experience points kept flowing in. But to Su Luo, this amount of experience was insignificant, even less than what his pets gained from consuming Spirit Spring pills. If not for the need to clear the dungeon, he wouldn't have bothered with such low-level beasts. Once all the Gale Blue Wolves were cleared, a new prompt appeared. The next wave of creatures will arrive on the battlefield in 10 seconds. Please prepare yourself, challenger. Su Luo's eyes lit up as he finally understood the dungeon's conditions. His heart burned with anticipation, eager for stronger opponents, hoping to face beasts above level 150 to further enhance his strength. Suddenly, countless lights lit up in the void, revealing meteorites upon closer inspection. These meteorites cleverly avoided Su Luo, crashing into the ground around him. With thunderous roars, the meteorites shattered, revealing the mysterious entities within. The sound of cracking filled the air, signaling the start of a new challenge. The first meteorite that hit the ground shattered quickly, revealing a layer of dark skin covered in wriggling green spots. As all the fragments fell away, a 3-meter-long creature, resembling a giant caterpillar, appeared before Su Luo. His eyes widened in shock. It was the first time he had ever seen such a bizarre creature. People on Sakura Island sure know how to play around. Even the beasts in their dungeons are unheard of, Su Luo remarked, then began to carefully examine the attributes of these giant bugs. Exotic Demon Worm, level 60 legendary. Attack, 84,000. Defense, 65,000. Spirit, 23,500. Constitution, 245,000. Skills, Corrosive Slime, Death Clone, Insect Summoning Array. Description: an extremely troublesome creature, do not provoke it lightly. Corrosive Slime sprays misty slime that corrodes all life forms, dealing 300 continuous damage until the target dies. Death Clone: upon death, the demon worm explodes, creating more demon worms to attack the enemy. Insect Summoning Array: upon death, the demon worm transforms into a summoning array, continuously summoning endless demon worms for 3 hours. Su Luo's eyes widened even further, feeling completely numb. This isn't just a beast. It's practically cheating, he thought to himself. Not only can it clone itself upon death, but it can also summon an endless supply of demon worms. How is anyone supposed to kill it? Despite this, Su Luo did not lose hope. What might be a nightmare for ordinary players was something he was confident he could handle. He quickly summoned his army of pets: the 3-legged golden crow, white tiger, starfire grass, black tortoise, azure dragon, zombie pig king, Vajra demon ape, nearly all of them, except for the nether moonflower and sword chi grass. Considering the 10-hour clearance limit and the unknown difficulty, going all out was a wise choice. At this moment, releasing the zombie pig king was undoubtedly the best strategy. It could infect enemies, turning them into zombies that would fight on his side. The more demon worms there were, the more zombies he would have. Although individual zombie damage was negligible, their strength lay in numbers. Let's do this, Su Luo silently commanded. The zombie pig king, its eyes turning red, roared and charged forward. Boom! In an instant, the ground shook, and countless demon worms were shattered into pieces. At the same time, a large amount of green gas emanated from the zombie pig king, spreading out in all directions. The zombie gas spread across the battlefield like a thick fog. The outer realm demon insect seemed unaware of the concept of retreat, relentlessly pursuing the zombie pig king. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed as the first demon insect fell. Pet detected killing a zombie demon insect, gained 1850 XP, the system notification chimed. The fallen insect's body instantly split open, releasing countless tiny bugs. A green circle appeared beneath the corpse, evidently some sort of teleportation array. Within seconds, these small bugs swelled to 2 meters in length and rejoined the fray. Their stats were identical to the original demon insects. Su Luo had an epiphany, finally understanding why no one had been able to pass this stage. Even a team at level 120 would struggle against the endless waves of insects, consuming vast amounts of potions. Surviving one wave only meant facing an even tougher one next. Whether failure led to teleportation out or death, only those who experienced it firsthand would know. Damn those people from Sakura Island, trying to screw me over. Su Luo cursed under his breath. He realized this dungeon was nothing but a gladiatorial arena. Either you walked out alive or died trying. On the battlefield, the zombie gas from the Pig King continued to spread, while the outer realm demon insects kept splitting to form teleportation arrays. The scene was chaotic and murky. As time passed, the number of infected zombie demon insects surged. After the first wave of outer realm demon insects was annihilated, the system alert sounded again. Next wave of creatures arriving in 10 seconds. Challengers, please prepare. What the hell? The zombie demon insects aren't even all dead yet. Su Luo exclaimed, looking around in bewilderment, trying to anticipate the next wave of enemies. His pets, however, seemed unfazed, as if saying, just a bunch of mid-level beasts, nothing to worry about. Boom. Countless lights appeared in the void, resembling a meteor shower. The extravagant entrance of the beasts left Su Luo speechless, but he quickly concluded that this dungeon was far from normal. Being in a foreign land, he had to be extra cautious. The second wave consisted of 136 level 70 jungle tigers. Despite their higher levels, they were easier for the zombie Pig King to handle than the demon insects. In less than a minute, all the jungle tigers were wiped out. Pet detected killing a jungle tiger, gained 2,560 XP. Pet detected killing, gained 2,400 XP. Pet detected killing an outer realm demon insect, gained 1566 XP. Amid the flurry of experience notifications, the dungeon issued another warning. Next wave of creatures arriving in 10 seconds. Challengers, please prepare. Su Luo couldn't be bothered to look at the sky anymore. He found a large rock to sit on. Since the meteors couldn't harm him, he might as well let his pets handle everything and enjoy an easy victory. 2 hours later, the arriving beasts had reached around level 110. After continuous battles, many of his pets' mental energy was nearly depleted, forcing Su Luo to take out a large amount of mental recovery potions from his backpack for them. At that moment, Su Luo sensed movement in his communication stone. He immediately took it out and activated it. Zhao Jiuxiao had given it to him before his departure, and now Zhao Jiuxiao was contacting him, confirming Su Luo's suspicions. Su Luo, is this a good time? Zhao Jiuxiao's serious voice came through the stone. Yes, it is. We plan to act in 3 days. You need to meet us in Tokyo, the capital of Sakura Island, and work with us from the inside. Remember to stay safe, and if necessary, use the teleportation divine stone. Just as the words left his mouth, the head of a raging demon ape crashed next to Su Luo, kicking up a cloud of dust. Su Luo waved the dust away and asked, what exactly should I do? What's going on over there? I'm farming a dungeon. You really are a restless guy. Zhao Jiuxiao sighed, then continued, first, fighter jets will bomb the area in waves. Then, our Dragon Nation's job changers will enter. Your task is to create as much chaos and obstruction as possible. By the way, can we involve the 3,000 members of the Medicine God Gang in this operation? Sure. It's a rare chance for real combat. They could use the practice. After the conversation ended, Su Luo anxiously put the communication stone back in his backpack. At this point, the Xuanwu in battle had swelled to 30 meters tall, radiating blue light and standing like a mountain beside Su Luo. From a distance, Su Luo appeared to be sitting right under Xuanwu's belly. If it weren't for this, the aftermath of the battle would have left him in a sorry state. Su Luo stood calmly under the protection of Xuanwu's massive body, observing the fierce battle around him without a scratch. Seeing that his master was safe, Xuanwu asked, Master, how many of these beasts are left? Su Luo shook his head and replied nonchalantly, I don't know. He then rested his hand on his leg, propping his chin up, and watched the battle scene around him with a bored expression. In the sky, Baihu, the necromancer, Qinglong, and the three-legged golden crow were all displaying their unique skills. The colorful flashes of their abilities lit up the sky like a grand fireworks display. Su Luo sat at the edge of the battlefield, using Xuanwu's body to shield himself from the scattering shockwaves. It wasn't that he couldn't handle the attacks himself, but he didn't want his clothes to get damaged. Time flew by, and 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The battle had reached its halfway point. Although the number of beasts was decreasing, the remaining ones were increasingly powerful. Over 40 Cloud Shadow Divine Monkeys, each at level 130, were locked in fierce combat with Su Luo's pets. Su Luo looked at these Cloud Shadow Divine Monkeys with a hint of regret on his face. He thought to himself that if these beasts were of a higher level, they might be worth taming. But at level 130, they were too weak to warrant his attention. As the last cloud shadow divine monkey fell, the void suddenly became silent. Sulyuo waited for a moment before rising from Xuanwu's protection and gazing up at the hazy void above. His pets took the opportunity to gulp down stamina and spirit recovery potions to replenish their energy. Sulyuo looked around in confusion and muttered to himself, "Did we clear it? Clearing it would be great. I'm exhausted," the necromancer grumbled, kicking aside a large scythe with a look of frustration. Its robe was tattered, and it was covered in the blood of various beasts. As a support pet, it rarely experienced such intense battles. Just then, a crisp crack sound suddenly echoed. All the pets immediately became alert, and Sulyuo quickly scanned the surroundings. "Master, it's below." Baihu suddenly raised a paw and slammed it down on the ground. Boom! The ground in front of the beasts suddenly caved in, forming a massive fissure. As the fissure widened, a massive chasm emerged. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from within the abyss, deafening and hair-raising. Though the source seemed distant, its sheer power was enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. The necromancer trembled uncontrollably. Despite being an undead creature, it feared death the most. "Master, this monster is too powerful. We should retreat," it suggested in a quivering voice. Sulyuo shot at a glance. "Retreat? After fighting for so long, we've been waiting for this moment." Despite his words, he cautiously stepped back a few paces. After all, pets could be revived, but if he got killed, it would be game over. At that moment, Sulyuo sensed some activity in the divine medicine realm. It was likely that the fire phoenix had completed its fusion. Excited by the thought of the vermilion bird's emergence, he immediately focused his consciousness into the divine medicine realm. Inside the realm, a massive red egg stood on a clearing. The ground beneath it was scorched red, almost turning to magma. The surrounding earth cracked, and the space distorted, with the average temperature soaring to around 60 degrees Celsius. The medicinal plants in the fields were wilting. If this continued, they would all dry up and turn into traditional Chinese medicine. Suddenly, a slight movement came from the red egg. Crack, crack, crack. The eggshell shattered, and a dark red bird with golden hues emerged. "Chirp!" It called out to Sulyuo, then spread its wings and soared into the sky. The temperature in the space began to gradually drop. Sulyuo stood still, carefully examining the vermilion bird's attribute panel. Vermilion bird, level 139, divine pet. Attack, 680,000. Defense, 280,000. Spirit, 360,000. Constitution, 865,000. Skills. Passive skill, Nirvana. Nirvana. The vermilion bird can protect its master and use the phoenix Nirvana once on the master, only once. Seeing the description of the Nirvana skill, Sulyuo was so moved that he almost shed tears. If only he could have more pets like this. Meanwhile, the vermilion bird was still soaring in the void, relishing the joy of its rebirth. Its feathers emitted a faint golden glow, distorting the space and dispersing clouds, leaving a long trail of flames. "Master, I feel stronger," the vermilion bird exclaimed excitedly to Sulyuo. Although Sulyuo was also pleased, there was still a significant problem to address. He told the vermilion bird, "Now that you've fused, adjust your mindset quickly. We might have a big problem on our hands." With that, he exited the divine medicine realm and summoned the vermilion bird. As soon as the vermilion bird appeared, the withered grass on the ground instantly turned to ash, and the ground cracked with numerous fissures. The fur on the King Kong gorilla and zombie pig king charred immediately. Other pets, like the necromancer, white tiger, and black tortoise, looked at the vermilion bird with strange expressions. Being divine beasts, they naturally recognized the fire phoenix fused with the vermilion bird's essence. Feeling everyone's odd gazes, the fire phoenix awkwardly scratched the ground with its claws. Sorry about that, just fused with the essence and lost control." At that moment, another roar echoed from the abyss, louder and closer than before, as if the monster was about to break free. The deafening noise immediately put all the pets on high alert. "Master, what is this monster? It seems incredibly strong," the white tiger remarked in surprise. Being the most perceptive of the four sacred beasts, it could clearly sense the overwhelming killing intent from the approaching monster in the chasm. "This is my first time encountering this situation too. Everyone, stay on high alert," Sulyuo sighed, feeling a bit frustrated. The closer they got to the end, the more he felt tricked by those two bespectacled men. They seemed polite, but were actually deceitful. They had assured him of victory, but it was all a ruse to send him to his death. Roar! With a deafening roar, a violent wind suddenly whipped up. The already gloomy sky grew darker, with countless clouds twisting in the void. Suddenly, Sulyuo felt a shadow cast over him, and a black silhouette shot out from the abyss straight into the sky. "Master, be careful. It's incredibly strong." The black tortoise immediately shielded Sulyuo, its body expanding as it entered combat mode. The white tiger, azure dragon, and vermilion bird also let out low growls, enlarging their forms to the maximum. Su Luo, puzzled, peeked out from behind to get a look. One glance left him stunned. A black, giant serpent was flying in the sky. It had horns on its head and 4 pairs of sharp wings on its back. It was at least 100 meters long, dwarfing any of Su Luo's pets in size and aura. Curious, Su Luo examined the serpent's attribute panel. 8-winged serpent, level 175 legendary beast. Attack, 856,000. Defense, 640,000. Spirit, 400,000. Constitution, 1,550,000. Skills, Silver Moon Slash, 8 Flash God Hunt, Serpent's Kiss. Passive skill, Soul Devour. Current count, 12. Silver Moon Slash. The tail lashes out like a crescent blade, instantly striking targets in its path, dealing 250 damage with no cooldown. 8 Flash God Hunt. Teleports to 8 different locations, each strike dealing 150 damage and restoring 20 health. Serpent's Kiss. Instantly appears before the target, dealing 150 damage. If the enemy is killed, the skill can be used again. Soul Devour. Devours a similar creature, permanently adding 10,000 points of rapid damage. Seeing the 8-winged serpent's attributes, Su Luo's face darkened. This was a level 175 legendary beast. Not even the entire Sakura Island could probably tame it. This dungeon was a total trap. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Su Luo was caught in a dilemma. Fight to the death or crush the divine teleportation stone. The 8-winged serpent darted through the clouds, its sharp eyes scanning the ground for targets. When it found only low-level beasts, a flash of disdain appeared in its gaze. With a vicious flick of its tail, a crescent-shaped white light shot out, heading straight for the white tiger. On the ground, the white tiger had already sensed the impending danger, its fur standing on end. As the serpent's tail flicked, the tiger leaped away. Boom! A deafening crash followed as a deep, 5 to 6 meter long chasm split open where the tiger had stood. Had it been hit, the tiger would have been eviscerated on the spot. Su Luo watched the serpent's brazen display, feeling both powerless and unwilling to give up. Gritting his teeth, he muttered under his breath, "Damn it, let's give it a shot." He quickly took out the Yuming Lanyu flower, sword chi grass, starfire grass, and the balloon cannon. At the same time, he summoned his 3 highest level pets, the zombie pig king, the Vajra demon ape, and the ocean spirit. He positioned them to buy some time. Su Luo knew that his only chance was to successfully bind the 8-winged serpent with the Yuming Lanyu flower. Otherwise, facing such a powerful and fast opponent, he would have no choice but to use the teleportation stone to escape. The zombie pig king was the first to attack, spewing a cloud of zombie gas as it rushed towards the clouds. The Vajra demon ape followed closely behind, hurling a massive boulder into the sky with a sonic boom. The ocean spirit's blue eyes turned pitch black as it unleashed a series of sharp notes. Its interference skill, Siren's Song. Seeing the oncoming attacks, the serpent's eyes filled with even more contempt. With a casual flick of its tail, it vanished, effortlessly evading all the attacks. At that moment, the Yuming Lanyu flower began to expand, its 300-meter-long vines breaking through the ground, dwarfing the serpent. But Su Luo didn't command it to attack just yet. This was his only chance to turn the tide, and he couldn't afford any mistakes. Su Luo ordered the 4 divine beasts beside him. "You go too. Keep it occupied and give me a chance to control it." Taking a deep breath, he began to manipulate the sword chi grass, forming a dragon of sword energy. As the orthodox guardian of the East, the azure dragon harbored intense hostility towards the disrespectful serpent. With a roar, it grew to match the serpent's size and charged into the clouds, unleashing its golden scale shuttle skill. Meanwhile, the white tiger, black tortoise, vermilion bird, 3-legged golden crow, and the necromancer all took to the skies. The entire area was engulfed in a fierce windstorm, with 200-pound boulders rolling uncontrollably. Su Luo stood firm, his feet anchored in the dirt, maneuvering the Yuming Lanyu flower to find an opening. Provoked by the low-level beasts, a red glint appeared in the serpent's eyes as it was utterly enraged. It vanished instantly, reappearing in front of the azure dragon, its tail whipping out fiercely. Its 8-flash God Slayer skill, 246,000. With just one hit, nearly 2/3 of the azure dragon's health was gone. In a battle of this level, healing potions were meaningless. Every second could determine life or death. The azure dragon retreated in pain, and the black tortoise moved to protect it. Just as the black tortoise reached its position, the serpent's second flash attack followed. "Master, the time is now," the 3-legged golden crow shouted to Su Luo, simultaneously casting its Sea of Fire Imprisonment skill. Su Luo immediately directed the Yuming Lanyu flower to surge towards the serpent's position in the clouds. Boom! The black tortoise took the serpent's attack heeding, merely staggering as its health dropped by 160,000, but remained largely unaffected. The serpent's eyes flashed with contempt as it prepared for a third flash, only to find itself trapped in a sea of fire. Endless ice seal. The black tortoise roared, casting its control skill on the serpent. At the same time, the white tiger lunged forward, clamping down on the serpent's tail, immobilizing it. This is the chance. Su Luo's eyes narrowed as the ghostly moonflower coiled around the massive body of the eight-winged serpent like a serpent itself. The vines extended and wrapped layer upon layer, ensnaring the formidable foe. What are you waiting for? Control it now. Su Luo urgently shouted at the ocean spirit demon. Although regular control skills had little effect on the eight-winged serpent, the ocean spirit demon was nearly as powerful, and its siren song might just do the trick. The ocean spirit demon cast a resentful glance at Su Luo, seemingly complaining about his impatience. Then, it took a deep breath and unleashed the siren song towards the eight-winged serpent. Strange sound waves rippled through the air, striking the serpent's nerves directly. Got it. Feeling the serpent's struggle weaken, Su Luo immediately commanded the ghostly moonflower to drag it to the ground. The Vajra ape and the zombie boar king were already waiting there eagerly, unable to fight effectively in midair. They needed the battle to be on the ground to unleash their full power. The ghostly moonflower locked onto the eight-winged serpent like an iron clamp, unmoved by its attacks. Only now did fear appear in the serpent's eyes as it was tightly bound. It frantically unleashed its skills, but the invincible ghostly moonflower intercepted them all. When it tried to use its tail for a final move, it realized even its tail was firmly controlled, its entire body wrapped like a giant ball of yarn. Thud, thud, thud. As soon as the eight-winged serpent hit the ground, the Vajra ape eagerly rushed forward, pounding its head relentlessly. The zombie boar king wasn't far behind, furiously attacking with its sharp tusks. Don't rush. Everyone gets a turn. The necromancer commanded from the sidelines. Spread out the battle line. Don't hog all the action. In an instant, the battlefield lit up with a kaleidoscope of skill effects. The white tiger and the Vajra ape continued their relentless assault, joined by other summoned beasts. Despite the eight-winged serpent's incredible defense and vast health, it quickly fell into a near-death state under the intense barrage. Everyone hold up. Let the white tiger lock its health, Su Luo ordered, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he looked at the nearly defeated serpent. He was already calculating how to utilize this powerful new ally. If he could tame this colossal creature, then Sakura Island would be nothing more than a trivial obstacle, easily toppled by him alone. On the ground, the eight-winged serpent was tightly bound by the Yuming Lan Yuehua, leaving only a bloodied head exposed. Scales were scattered everywhere, and its bloodshot eyes stared intently at Su Luo as it struggled to speak. I am the guardian beast of Sakura Island. Anyone from Sakura Island who dares to challenge me meets a terrible fate. Do you really intend to kill me? Su Luo gazed at the serpent with a blank expression and calmly replied, I'm not going to kill you, just tame you. At that moment, the white tiger raised its massive paw. With a swift motion and a sharp sound, its claws struck down mercilessly, causing the serpent to pass out immediately. Seizing the opportunity, Su Luo quickly activated his skill spirit taming. A system notification sounded, congratulations, you have successfully tamed the legendary beast, the eight-winged serpent. The serpent's body transformed into countless white light particles and slowly disappeared. Simultaneously, a powerful eight-winged serpent appeared in Su Luo's pet space. Suddenly, the entire environment underwent a dramatic change. The once stormy sky cleared up, and the ground was covered with grass, flowers, and trees. Groups of high-level beasts roamed the area, indicating that the Black Fish Dungeon was now functioning normally. Seeing this, Su Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief. A white light flashed, accompanied by a system message, congratulations to the fortunate challenger for successfully completing the challenge. Su Luo was then teleported out of the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, Matsuyama Ichigo and Matsuyama Nigo were stunned to see that someone had cleared the Black Fish Dungeon. They had initially thought this young foreigner was just somewhat skilled, but they didn't expect him to succeed. Matsuyama Nigo, with a reluctant expression, whispered to his brother, Brother, the divine essence of Dragon Country is the only one in the world. Are you really going to let him take it? Matsuyama Ichigo pondered for a moment before replying. His ability to clear the Black Fish Dungeon shows he's not to be underestimated. The divine essence is rare, but offending such a powerful individual is not wise either. I've already informed Oda from the Thousand Blades gang. Do you think we can handle him with their help? After a brief discussion, they decided to observe him for a while. If it was confirmed that he was alone on Sakura Island, they would make their move. Just then, a white light appeared at the dungeon's exit. The Matsuyama brothers smiled and approached the teleportation array. As Su Luo emerged, their smiles grew even wider. Matsuyama Ichigo warmly said, Congratulations, Mr. Tom, for being the first to clear the Blackfish dungeon. We've reserved a full fish banquet at the floating island hotel to celebrate. Su Luo felt uncomfortable with their enthusiasm. He gave them a brief look and declined in Mandarin. No need. I have my own matters to attend to. Matsuyama Ichigo maintained his smile and respectfully said, since Mr. Tom is busy, we won't hold you up. They escorted Su Luo out of the dungeon company before dropping their smiles. Once outside, Su Luo felt a surge of joy. Helping them clear the dungeon had been a double win. He obtained the Vermilion Bird's divine essence and tamed a level 175 eight-winged serpent. Such a fierce pet was a rare find in any dungeon. With the eight-winged serpent, Su Luo was confident he could take on all of Sakura Island by himself. After wandering the streets for a bit, Su Luo used a teleportation array to travel to Kyoto. In 3 days, Dragon Country would make its move. If he could secure the Sakura Divine Tree before they arrived, it would be his personal loot and not subject to division. Once they arrived, his spoils would be taken. The Sakura Tree was not far from Kyoto, and Su Luo had a clear goal, to uproot it. With the eight-winged serpent, he was now strong enough to overpower multiple level 150 fighters. Even openly seizing the tree was within the realm of possibility. By the time Su Luo arrived in Kyoto, it was evening. He found a hotel to stay in and used a communication stone to report to Zhao Jiuxiao. What's up, Xiao Su? Zhao Jiuxiao's weary voice came through the activated stone. Feeling a bit awkward, Su Luo asked, Senior Zhao, is everything set up? All set. We'll make our move at 8 p.m. the day after tomorrow to bring Sakura Island under Dragon Country's control. Can I move 2 hours ahead of schedule? I have some matters to settle. After a brief silence, Zhao Jiuxiao's tone turned curious. You want to loot more treasures before we arrive, don't you? No problem. As long as you ensure your safety, you can keep whatever you take. Thank you, Senior Zhao, Su Luo said gratefully. After receiving Zhao Jiuxiao's approval, Su Luo finally felt relieved. Reporting such significant matters is crucial to avoid any mistakes and the associated responsibility. He glanced around, taking in the luxurious decor of the high-end hotel. Carefully placing the communication stone into his backpack, Su Luo rested briefly on the soft bed before getting up and heading to the bathroom. As the warm water cascaded over Su Luo's body, the door suddenly opened. A sweet female voice called out, Good evening, sir. Would you like assistance with your bath? Clearly, this was a special service provided by the upscale hotel. Su Luo quickly responded, No, thank you. You can leave. All right, sir. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to call the hotel front desk, the woman said before closing the door. After leaving the room, the woman walked straight to the hotel lobby. Matsuyama Ichigo and Matsuyama Nigo had been waiting for a while. Seeing her approach, their faces lit up with anticipation. So, how did it go? They asked eagerly. He's alone in the room. There's no one else, the woman replied succinctly. Matsuyama Ichigo's eyes filled with doubt. He's a level 130 knight. What special abilities could he have to clear the Blackfish dungeon? Even level 140 teams have failed before. This guy must be something else. Matsuyama Nigo, however, was unconvinced and scoffed. What's so special about that? He probably found some exploit in the dungeon, which is why he got through it. We'll keep a close watch on him. Once he leaves the hotel, no secret will remain hidden. While the two were plotting, Su Luo had quietly entered the divine medicine realm. The eight-winged serpent had transformed into a tumtor-long snake and was glaring at Su Luo with defiance. Despite being tamed and unable to betray or harm its master, as a high-level mythical beast, it still retained its pride. Su Luo was accustomed to such behavior from mythical beasts. He immediately instructed his skeletal servants to bring tens of thousands of spirit spring pills, piling them up like a small mountain on the ground. Upon seeing the mountains of Lingquan pills, a flicker of shock crossed the eyes of the eight-winged serpent. Despite its pride keeping its head held high, its unyielding spirit had started to waver. Su Luo keenly noticed the serpent's stubbornness and immediately ordered all his pets to start consuming the pills. Boost your strength quickly, or you'll be left behind, Su Luo commanded, signaling his skeletal servants to continue transporting the pills. Soon, countless Lingquan pills were piled into dozens of small hills, with at least hundreds of thousands on display. Su Luo was confident that the eight-winged serpent would eventually submit. After all, he was the highest-ranked beast tamer in the current world, and Lingquan pills were rare elixirs that only high-level beast tamers could concoct. As the pets began to consume the Lingquan pills, system notifications kept ringing. Detected pet consuming Lingquan pill. Experience feedback, 10,000. Detected pet consuming Lingquan pill. Experience feedback, 10,000. Satisfied, Su Luo found a clean patch of grass to sit on. There were still 2 days before the people from the Dragon Nation would arrive, so he was in no rush. As a high-level exotic beast, the eight-winged serpent clearly sensed the medicinal aroma of the Lingquan pills and the rapid strength increase of the other pets. Its stomach growled embarrassingly, drawing the attention of the other pets. The serpent lowered its head, seemingly wishing to disappear into the ground. Noticing this, Su Luo instructed, "Give our new friend a pile as well." The skeletal servants immediately began transporting the Lingquan pills to the serpent. It glanced at Su Luo, and the hostility in its eyes significantly diminished. Seeing that the moment was right, Su Luo casually remarked, "I'm about to phase out these pills. Once I'm done with this batch, I'll start crafting even higher grade ones." The other pets were instantly excited, expressing their gratitude. The eight-winged serpent, on the other hand, looked puzzled but continued to deftly flick the pills into its mouth with its tail, marveling at their taste while being baffled by the other pet's insatiability. With the pet's experience feedback, Su Luo's level quickly broke through. The system notification rang out. "Congratulations! You've reached level 131. Keep up the good work. Reminder, you can undergo your third job change at level 150. Su Luo felt a surge of joy. This leveling speed was far beyond normal. He opened his attribute panel to meticulously check his stats. With the shared defense and constitution from Xuanwu, Su Luo's defense was nearing 1,000,000, and his constitution was over 1.46 million. "People used to mock me for being a beast tamer, but they have no idea how great it feels," Su Luo mused, smiling as he looked around at his pets. Though the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and Xuanwu had shrunk in size, their auras remained extraordinary. Other pets like the zombie pig king, ironclad demon ape, and ocean spirit beast each had their unique traits. Su Luo felt like an unbeatable force, almost to the point of boredom. He sighed and headed towards the blacksmith shop. Remembering the assassin equipment he had asked the necromancer to prepare, Su Luo planned to get some top-tier gear and pets for his sister. The sound of intense forging echoed from the blacksmith shop. Su Luo went straight to the central warehouse, where various legendary sets were displayed. Finally, he noticed a particular set that seemed to blend into the space around it. The necromancer suddenly appeared, proudly introducing, "This is the phantom set designed for your sister." It drew two dark daggers from its shoulder bones. "These are called Black Romance. Fitting name, right?" With that, the necromancer casually sliced through an iron rack with ease. Satisfied, Su Luo packed the phantom set and Black Romance into his bag, intending to give them to his sister as soon as he saw her. He also learned about a time-space spirit cat in the cherry blossom tree that could increase speed, which he planned to gift to his sister to greatly enhance her combat abilities. After a night of rest, Soluo finished his breakfast and immediately dove back into the realm of divine medicine. Time was tight. Only one day remained, and he had to quickly prepare the ingredients for the divine beast pill. The seven-colored coral from the South Sea was already in hand, and the other herbs were entrusted to the necromancer. Soluo thought, the sooner the herbs are planted, the sooner they can be harvested. In the realm of divine medicine, numerous pets continued to diligently consume spirit spring pills. Overnight, Soluo's level skyrocketed by 3, reaching level 134. Even the necromancer, who had the lowest level, broke through to level 138, and the other pets saw significant level increases as well. The once hostile eight-winged serpent was now preoccupied with devouring pills, its eyes void of any animosity. Seeing this, Soluo felt reassured. These non-human pets were his most loyal companions and his greatest support. They shared both honor and shame, life and death. After surveying the surroundings, Soluo called the necromancer over. "Master, what are your orders?" The necromancer quickly ran up to Soluo, grinning as it spoke. Soluo pulled out a piece of paper densely packed with names of herbs from his pocket and handed it to the necromancer. "See if you can get these seeds." The list contained over 1,000 herbs needed to craft the divine beast pill. As a Godder pill, a single divine beast pill could increase experience points by 200,000. Currently, there were no Godder alchemists among the skeletal alchemists, so even with the ingredients, Soluo would have to craft it himself. However, it was always good to be prepared. The necromancer took the list, glanced at it, and the blue ghost fire in its eyes flickered intensely with excitement. "Master, is this the formula for the divine beast pill?" "Just see if you can get the herbs first," Soluo replied, rolling his eyes. This guy always liked to ask irrelevant questions. "Though rare, the herbs are not impossible to find," the necromancer said, pointing to a white bone palace not far away. "My treasure vault has all sorts of good stuff." It then gestured for Soluo to follow. Walking through the realm of divine medicine, which was filled with farmland and various buildings, the necromancer's bone palace stood out starkly. The eerie white bones exuded a sinister aura, enough to make an ordinary person's legs go weak. Soluo couldn't help but think that if he hadn't subdued the necromancer, this guy might have secretly grown stronger, potentially becoming as powerful as the eight-winged serpent in a few centuries. Entering the palace, the inside was a pristine white floor, with hallways extending in all directions, more majestic than an emperor's palace. The necromancer personally led the way to the storeroom. Opening the storeroom door revealed various colored bones and stones. Though they seemed worthless, the necromancer excitedly introduced them. Master, these bones are treasures. This is a fragment of a seven-colored dragon skull. With enough pieces, I can resurrect the seven-colored dragon. This is a bone from the azure dragon of the West Sea. As it rambled on about the uses of the bones, Suluo tuned out, his eyes locking onto a large shelf. The shelf was neatly lined with boxes of seeds, each labeled with the seed's name. Master, these are the seeds. We've collected over 2,300 varieties. Not bad, right? The necromancer proudly patted its head. Seeing so many seeds, Suluo was also taken aback. Even a national treasury couldn't produce so many types of herb seeds. Not bad, Suluo said, patting the necromancer's shoulder in satisfaction. Plant them according to the herb list. Also, increase the number of skeletal alchemists. The more there are, the higher the chance of producing a god-ear alchemist. Don't worry, master, leave it to me, the necromancer assured, patting its chest. It immediately summoned hundreds of skeletal servants to start transporting the herb seeds, while also remotely commanding other skeletal servants to harvest the mature herbs and make room. The realm of divine medicine was now vast enough to support the herb consumption of several large cities. But for now, everything here served only Suluo and his pets. Leaving the realm of divine medicine, Suluo found it was already afternoon. Golden sunlight streamed through the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm golden hue over the entire room. Suluo lay on the bed, his mind beginning to formulate a plan to rob the Sakura tree. This was the first time Suluo had planned a robbery since becoming a transcender, and his heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Robbery is indeed an exhilarating job, not something just anyone can do, Suluo muttered to himself. He got up, walked to the desk, and began meticulously simulating each step of the plan with pen and paper. It wasn't until evening that he put down the pen, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. With the eight-winged serpent, the diamond demon ape, the zombie pig king, and the ocean spirit beast at his command, Suluo's confidence surged like a tidal wave. These four formidable pets alone were enough to give Sakura Island a run for its money. Adding the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and other pets to his arsenal, he could almost crush the entire island. Suluo felt a secret thrill, thinking that taking the Sakura tree would be a piece of cake. Even if all the island's strongest fighters joined forces, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Buoyed by this boldness, Suluo hummed a tune as he lay on his bed and quickly fell asleep. 3 days flew by like the blink of an eye. On this day, Suluo got up early. After a simple breakfast, he left the hotel and headed straight for the Sakura tree located on the duplex mountain. Along the way, he was especially vigilant, constantly paying attention to his surroundings. After all, the Dragon Kingdom's forces were set to launch their attack that afternoon, and as an inside man, he had to closely monitor every move on Sakura Island, ready to report back at any moment to avoid unnecessary losses. However, Suluo was unaware that several spies were quietly following him. These individuals were disguised as ordinary passersby and didn't know each other, making it difficult to detect their true identities. At the same time, a Rolls-Royce was slowly cruising down the street. Inside the car, Matsuyama Niha sat in the back, his laptop screen continuously refreshing with real-time photos of Suluo. He thought confidently, "I've spent a fortune hiring 4 intelligence organizations to track you. You won't escape my grasp." Looking at the unsuspecting Suluo in the photos, a smug smile appeared on Matsuyama Niha's lips. The unique vermilion bird divine power of the Dragon Kingdom was worth over 5 billion on the international market. Such a treasure was something most people could only dream of seeing in their lifetime. The Matsuyama family had issued a death order. At all costs, they must reclaim the vermilion bird divine power. Just then, Matsuyama Niha's phone suddenly rang. He quickly answered, "Big brother, what's up? Is he still heading toward the duplex mountain?" Came the urgent question from the other end. "That's right," Matsuyama Niha replied disdainfully. "All Dragon Kingdom people are the same. They come to our Sakura Island all aiming for the Sakura tree on the duplex mountain." "Good. Keep following him closely. We've set up an ambush at the duplex mountain." "Don't worry," Matsuyama Niha assured confidently, "he's not going anywhere." On the winding paths of Fushur Mountain, tourists flowed continuously. At the foot of the mountain, visitors from around the world queued up to buy tickets, creating a lively scene. Hidden in the crowd, Suluo, with his identity concealed, posed as a regular tourist, bought a ticket, and leisurely passed through the turnstile to begin his ascent. As he walked, Suluo carefully observed Fushur Mountain. When he noticed a faint plume of black smoke rising from the summit, a bold idea flashed through his mind. If he could trigger an eruption of this active volcano, Sakura Island would plunge into chaos. In the ensuing turmoil, he could seize the opportunity to strike, significantly increasing his chances of success. This thought brought a bright smile to Suluo's face, as if he were merely enjoying the scenery. Just then, an elderly man patted him on the shoulder and asked, "Young man, where are you from?" "California, USA," Su Luo replied expressionlessly, his gaze betraying a hint of arrogance, perfectly embodying the stereotypical American. The old man pointed to the perennial pink cherry blossom trees on the mountain and remarked, "Ah, a distinguished guest from the U.S. Our Fuchsia Mountain and cherry blossom trees are quite something, aren't they? When we set out to conquer the Dragon Kingdom, we held our oath-taking ceremony under these cherry trees. Unfortunately, the Dragon Kingdom's population and number of job changers were too vast, and we failed." A trace of sadness flickered in the old man's eyes. Su Luo cast him a brief, indifferent glance and said nothing. The atrocities committed by Sakura Island during their invasion of the Dragon Kingdom had incited the anger of every Dragon Kingdom citizen. It took all of Su Luo's restraint not to act out. Seeing Su Luo's silence, the old man gave a self-deprecating laugh, but then grew excited again. "Even though we didn't succeed, we gained a wealth of valuable resources from the Dragon Kingdom. One day, my descendants will set foot on the Dragon Kingdom's soil again." The old man spoke with great pride, his eyes shining with determination. Su Luo smiled faintly and continued his ascent alone after parting ways with the old man. He chose to ignore the old man's arrogant remarks. Set foot on the Dragon Kingdom again? That was a fool's dream. In a few hours, Sakura Island would vanish from this world, its territory absorbed by the Dragon Kingdom. It was merely the consequence of their past crimes. The summit was not open to the public, filled with volcanic ash and thick smoke. Most tourists turned back halfway up. However, Su Luo, with a hiking stick in hand, continued his steady climb towards the top. He periodically checked the time. The Dragon Kingdom's people were expected to arrive by 8 p.m., and he needed to act by 5 p.m. at the earliest. It was now 4:20 p.m., just the right time to reach the summit. Suddenly, a voice called out to Su Luo, "Friend, wait for me. I want to see the cherry blossoms up close at the summit too." Turning around, he saw it was the boastful old man from earlier. The old man hadn't concealed his identity, revealing himself as a level 60 wood-type mage. Su Luo forced a smile and waited. He thought to himself, if this old man didn't know his place, he wouldn't hesitate to send him to meet his so-called emperor. Catching up, the old man panted, "Friend, are you heading to the summit too? The volcano had a minor eruption recently. The conditions might not be great." "No worries, I'm just curious to see what a volcano looks like." Su Luo grinned, a sudden idea forming in his mind. The fire phoenix had previously roamed freely in lava pools, and now, having merged with the vermilion bird's divine essence, triggering an eruption shouldn't be difficult. If necessary, it could even raise the entire mountain. With this thought, Su Luo couldn't help but smile, and he continued towards the summit with the old man. By this time, over 200 people had gathered at the summit, having arrived by helicopter. They stood still, each exuding a formidable presence. The lowest among them was at least level 120. Dressed in black knight suits, it was clear they were not only job changers, but also skilled in ninjutsu. Matsuyama Kazuyoshi sat leisurely on a chair, with a table in front of him holding half-eaten wine, steak, and snacks. However, the person he was waiting for had yet to arrive. Matsuyama Ichi lifted his wrist and glanced impatiently at his watch. "It's 4:50. Why aren't they here yet?" he grumbled. The suited man standing next to him immediately flashed a sycophantic smile and explained, "Please be patient, Matsuyama-san. My people just sent word that he's accompanying Tom up the mountain. They should be here within 10 minutes. "Fine." Matsuyama reluctantly agreed. "I'll wait 10 more minutes. If they're not here by then, have them taken out." With that, he heavily leaned back in his chair and looked up at the lush cherry blossom tree. This ancient tree, though robust, was in its twilight years and remained dormant, posing no active threat. Matsuyama thought to himself, burying him under this cherry blossom tree as a way to clear the Blackfish dungeon isn't too bad. Plus, the dungeon's activation will not only bring in more money, but also cultivate more strong fighters for Sakura Island. The thought brought a smug smile to his face. Suddenly, a concealed assassin appeared before Matsuyama and reported loudly, "They're here." Excitement flashed in Matsuyama's eyes. His nearby subordinates immediately began issuing orders, and the 200 people on site instantly went into stealth mode, readying their skills. The summit was a small platform, requiring a climb akin to ascending stairs. According to Matsuyama's instructions, the moment Tom showed himself, they were to launch an attack. At this moment, everyone held their breath, waiting for the target to appear. Meanwhile, on the mountain path, "Young man, thank you for chatting with an old guy like me, but it's time to move on now." The old man, who had been jovial all the way, suddenly said something cryptic. As soon as Su Luo stepped onto the summit, he felt unknown vines tightly wrap around his legs. Completely bewildered, he didn't have time to react before a barrage of lethal skills erupted from the void, all targeting him. Witnessing this astonishing scene, Su Luo was dumbfounded, with only one thought racing through his mind. What the hell is going on now? Boom. A barrage of skills suddenly descended upon Su Luo, catching him completely off guard. A series of staggering numbers appeared above his head. 6,366, 8,500, 10,600. Matsuyama Ichi emerged from the void, observing the smoke and ruins where Sulo stood, a smug smile spreading across his face. Ha ha ha, no matter how strong you are, you still can't survive a group attack. Matsuyama Ichi laughed heartily. People around him started to appear, some even speculating that Sulo had been obliterated by the onslaught. Matsuyama Ichi elegantly picked up a glass of red wine from the table, gently swirling it before taking a sip. As the dust settled, he looked up at the ruins. Impossible. Matsuyama Ichi's eyes widened in shock as he saw Sulo standing there, unharmed. The subordinates behind him were equally stunned. We can't let him live. Matsuyama Ichi's heart raced with alarm. Even a level 150 warrior couldn't withstand that attack. What is this guy? Everyone stared intently at Sulo, the silence almost palpable. Sulo brushed the dust off his clothes, coughing from the smoke. What are you guys up to? He asked, puzzled. Matsuyama Ichi immediately stood up, glaring menacingly at Sulo. Hand over the Vermilion Bird's divine core, kid. The divine core? Didn't you already give it to me? Sulo retorted. Something that valuable. No way I'm giving it back. Matsuyama Ichi sneered coldly and signaled his men to attack. In an instant, over 200 long-range attackers unleashed their skills. Powerful energy waves rippled across the mountaintop. In the pet space, Xuanwu suddenly felt a sharp pain, its health dropping by half in an instant. What's going on? Xuanwu was bewildered, wanting to tell Sulo that even though it had a lot of health, it could still die. If you all want to turn against me, I'll show my hand too. Sulo shrugged fearlessly and summoned the King Kong gorilla and the zombie pig king from his pet space. The appearance of the two towering, imposing beasts drew everyone's attention immediately. What are those? Are they monsters from TV? Beasts. Those are very powerful beasts. Must be some classed fighters battling on the mountaintop. Let's go check it out. No one on Sakura Island has beasts that strong. Some of the classed fighters used their abilities to fly towards the mountaintop, while the weaker ones rushed there on foot. Seeing Sulo summon two powerful beasts, Matsuyama Ichi frowned, his eyes filled with fear. He recalled the strong fighters from the United States, but had never heard of anyone possessing such mighty beasts. Suddenly, a thought struck him. You're Sulo from Dragon Kingdom? That's right, Sulo replied with a faint smile, then commanded the zombie pig king and King Kong gorilla to attack. The zombie pig king charged at Matsuyama Ichi and his men, while the King Kong gorilla leaped high into the air, landing with a powerful slam. At the same time, Matsuyama Ichi's men launched their skills, countless blades and arrows flying towards the two beasts. Seeing this, a look of disdain flashed in Sulo's eyes. Though they were elites, they were no match for the King Kong gorilla and zombie pig king. Hold them off. I'll send a message to Sakura Island's headquarters. Matsuyama Ichi shouted to his men as he prepared to retreat. At that moment, Sulo took out a starfire herb from his mystical herb realm. Bang! Countless tiny sparks flew from the herb, targeting the numerous classed fighters. In an instant, a sea of fire began to spread across the mountaintop. The King Kong gorilla then delivered a powerful punch towards Matsuyama Ichi. You think I'm easy to bully? Matsuyama Ichi's face darkened, and he roared. A pale yellow light enveloped him, and a shield and battle axe appeared in his hands, revealing him as a night-class fighter. Bang! The ground cracked under the force of the King Kong gorilla's punch, but Matsuyama Ichi had already dodged several meters away, running for his life. Kid, in less than 10 minutes, when Sakura Island's high-ups arrive, you're dead meat. Matsuyama Ichi shouted back at Sulo as he ran. Whether I die is uncertain, but you're definitely not making it out alive today. Sulo said coldly, his gaze fixed on Matsuyama Ichi's retreating figure. He then summoned the white tiger from his pet space. Roar! The white tiger, following Sulo's command, turned into a blur and chased after Matsuyama Ichi. In a flash, it clawed at his back, and the one-sided slaughter began. The scene turned chaotic. The zombie pig king's toxic gas, combined with its thick health bar and rampant charge, made it impossible for most humans to withstand the assault. With their leader fleeing, the minions saw no need to fight and scattered in panic. Sulo didn't pursue them but instead turned his attention to the mountain. A crowd of spectators, mostly low-level classed fighters, was rushing towards the mountaintop from all directions. Sulo glanced at them briefly, then noticed a signal flare rising in the distance. Clearly, Matsuyama Ichi had sent out a distress signal, and Sakura Island's stronger fighters would soon arrive. Looks like I need to hurry, Sulo thought, refocusing his attention on the cherry blossom tree. As Sulo's gaze fell upon the cherry blossom tree, an avalanche of information immediately unfolded before his eyes. This wasn't an ordinary cherry blossom tree. It was a level 160 mythical plant life form, the Sakura Divine Tree. It boasted an astonishing 1,680,000 defense and 850,000 attack power. Although it couldn't heal itself, it awakened at a rate of 88,000 per second. Even more shockingly, it possessed infinite skills and the passive ability Rage of 100 Blossoms. Su Luo's breath quickened involuntarily, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The Sakura Divine Tree could unleash Rage of 100 Blossoms when critically injured, creating a hurricane of petals to attack enemies. Moreover, it could provide continuous, unlimited healing to allies within a 50-meter radius, surpassing even the abilities of support class players. Just as Su Luo was lost in thought, the residents of Sakura Island swarmed towards him. Seeing his covetous gaze on the cherry blossom tree, they became immediately wary. One of the islanders shouted, "Hey, friend, the cherry blossom tree is our national treasure. Leave immediately. If you dare do anything rash, we won't let you off easily. The signal flare has already been sent. Leave now. Get off our Sakura Island." Despite the islanders' verbal assault, none dared to make a move. The imposing presence of the golden gorilla, zombie pig king, and white tiger standing by Su Luo's side was enough to deter them, even though Su Luo's level was hidden. Ignoring the islanders, Su Luo directly cast the Samadhi True Fire skill on the Sakura Divine Tree. However, the system notified him that the skill was ineffective. The tree was in a dormant state and immune to all attacks. The white tiger, displaying its wisdom, suggested, "Master, we need to find a way to wake it up first." Someone in the crowd mocked, "Ignorant dragon countryman, do you really think you can harm the divine tree?" Unfazed, Su Luo continued to stare at the tree trunk, and then used his spirit-taming skill. A white light burst forth from him, enveloping the entire Sakura Divine Tree. Spirit taming failed. The system notification sounded, but the tree began to shake violently. Countless cherry blossom petals fell from its branches, forming a small-scale whirlwind on the ground, the petals spinning like sharp blades in the wind. A smile tugged at the corner of Su Luo's mouth. Attacks couldn't wake it, but the taming skill could. Indeed, provoking it was the most effective method. Facing the incoming petal storm, Su Luo didn't back down. He summoned Xuanwu once again. With a thunderous crash, Xuanwu's massive form landed atop the mountain, kicking up a cloud of dust. The combination of the dust and the rage of 100 blossoms created a massive tornado, making the mountain peak resemble a volcanic eruption. Xuanwu curiously observed the approaching whirlwind, while Su Luo took a few steps back, scanning the area vigilantly to ensure there were no suspicious individuals before refocusing on the Sakura Divine Tree. As the whirlwind clashed with Xuanwu, a chorus of clinking sounds filled the air. Dense damage numbers erupted on Xuanwu's body, its health depleting visibly. Su Luo marveled at the power of the Sakura Divine Tree. Judging the time to be right, Su Luo retrieved a giant axe from his magical inventory, its handle as thick as an adult's waist. He commanded the golden gorilla to wield the axe and chop the tree, while directing the zombie pig king and white tiger to unleash their skills on the cherry blossom tree. Witnessing this, the residents of Sakura Island were furious but dared not act rashly. As the onslaught from the mythical beasts continued, the tree's health began to plummet rapidly. Su Luo watched intently, his plan already forming in his mind. Its auxiliary abilities are extraordinary, but that doesn't mean it's invincible. Su Luo kept using his spirit-taming skills, but he failed repeatedly. However, he wasn't worried, as the target's health bar was still substantial and had plenty of room to decrease. Just then, a piercing alarm sounded in the Sakura Island International Building. It was the first time in decades that the alarm had gone off, causing panic among the crowd as they rushed towards the international conference room. The crowd buzzed with speculation. What's the alarm for this time? I heard someone is after the cherry blossom tree. The cherry blossom tree? Even the island lord couldn't tame it. Who would dare to mess with it? Isn't that suicidal? Not sure. We'll find out soon enough. In the spacious international conference room, the current island lord of Sakura Island, Kawashima Kitoko, sat at the head of the table, visibly furious. Behind her stood several elderly men in black robes, all of whom were over level 150 in strength. Seated below were numerous experts at level 140. Once everyone was seated, Kawashima Kitoko opened a folder on the conference room's large screen. Inside was a short video uploaded by a bystander, showing a young man from the Dragon Kingdom at the summit of the mountain, directing his pets to attack the cherry blossom tree. This scene immediately enraged everyone present. To them, the cherry blossom tree held a status second only to the sacred emperor, and now someone dared to offend it. A middle-aged man suddenly stood up. He was a top-level expert at level 156, shaking with anger. Island Lord, let me take care of him. This kid is too audacious. Kawashima Kitoko, who looked to be in her 30s and still full of charm, calmly surveyed the room before speaking. This young man is Su Luo, a newly risen beast master genius from the Dragon Kingdom, with numerous top-tier beasts under his command. The middle-aged man, brimming with confidence, said, "Don't worry, Island Lord, I can kill him. Kawashima Kotoko shook her head gently, her tone firm. What I mean is, try to capture him alive and make him work for us. At this very moment, the port of Huanglong Island on the border of the Dragon Kingdom is bustling with activity. 8 colossal warships are neatly docked, with figures bustling about on the decks as numerous high-level long-range professionals board in an orderly manner. Not far away, at the Huanglong Island airbase, hundreds of fighter jets are lined up, with ground crew busily refueling them and loading missiles that gleam coldly in the sunlight under their wings. On the open ground beside the base, Zhao Jiuxiao stands motionless, his gaze sharp as a hawk. Before him, 1,000 people stand in neat formation, exuding an overwhelming aura. The 8 Grand Masters of the Dragon Kingdom, 18 battle generals, and 6 national defense teams are all present, forming an awe-inspiring force. Each of the 8 Grand Masters is a decorated warrior, all above level 150, radiating an oppressive presence. The 18 battle generals, though slightly less formidable, are still immensely powerful, with the weakest among them at level 130, making them renowned figures in the battlefield. Su Bingxue stands proudly at the forefront of the 18 battle generals. From a young age, she has always been competitive. Even as a distinguished battle general of the Dragon Kingdom, she maintains her rigorous training regimen, often grinding through missions tirelessly. Now at level 142, she stands out as one of the top generals. At this moment, Su Bingxue's gaze drifts towards Sakura Island, a hint of worry in her eyes. She has heard of Su Luo's plan to seize the cherry blossom tree of Sakura Island. Despite knowing Su Luo's extraordinary strength, she can't help but feel anxious about him facing the entire island's forces. Deep down, she even feels an urge to rush to Sakura Island to support him. Zhao Jiuxiao surveys the surroundings, pride evident in his eyes. Beside him, dozens of local TV reporters with cameras are broadcasting live. The operation to attack Sakura Island will be televised across the Dragon Kingdom, with the entire mission expected to take just one day. The Dragon Kingdom is fully prepared. Even if someone tried to take advantage of the situation, a single day wouldn't be enough. The Dragon Kingdom has changed significantly, and anyone daring to set foot on its territory would face a formidable retaliation. Looking at the well-prepared and formidable force, Zhao Jiuxiao's eyes redden slightly. He takes a deep breath and says in a firm voice, "Comrades, soldiers, today, we will settle the blood debts of history. In this exhilarating moment, I urge everyone not to underestimate the enemy. Give it your all and annihilate them completely. We will reclaim our lost artifacts and treasures with our own hands." Though not loud, Zhao Jiuxiao's words resonate powerfully, listing the crimes of Sakura Island. As he speaks, a golden cloud appears in the sky above the Dragon Kingdom, as if a divine commendation. "Everyone, get ready. We depart for Sakura Island in 10 minutes. Zhao Jiuxiao's final command ignites the crowd's fervor, eager to charge towards Sakura Island to avenge their nation. 10 minutes later, the 8 warships set off in a line, speeding towards Sakura Island, creating massive waves. In the sky, numerous helicopters and fighter jets escort them, their engines roaring deafeningly. On the decks, everyone's eyes are sharp, gazing into the distance with a cold, determined look. Meanwhile, atop the compound of Sakura Island, the cherry blossom tree's health bar is already halfway depleted, but Su Luo sits leisurely on a nearby rock, as if watching a show. His calm demeanor further enrages the onlookers, who can only hurl insults from a distance. This guy is a freak. He's caused so much trouble, and yet he remains so composed. Wait until our strong fighters from Sakura Island arrive. He'll regret it. Is he trying to capture the cherry blossom tree, or destroy it? So many powerful people have tried to capture it throughout history, but none have been as reckless as him. Ignoring the insults, Su Luo casually checks the time on his phone. It's already 7:10 p.m., with 50 minutes left until the Dragon Kingdom's forces arrive. He plans to capture the cherry blossom tree in the last 10 minutes to avoid prematurely escalating the conflict and bearing the brunt of the attack alone, which could impact others' involvement. After spending time in the battlefield, Su Luo has learned the personalities of many defenders. If there's a chance to earn merit, it shouldn't be monopolized, as it would cause dissatisfaction. Even though Su Luo is confident he can handle Sakura Island alone, he suppresses this urge. The battle for Sakura Island is not just about merit. It's about national vengeance, and it's best to let everyone vent their emotions together. At this moment, a piercing air raid siren echoes across Sakura Island. 3 figures appear in the sky, each shrouded in a cloud. Seeing this, the people of Sakura Island cheer in excitement. However, Su Luo looks on disdainfully, thinking, just level 150 professionals. What's there to be proud of? Su Luo showed no fear towards the 3 approaching figures. His gaze remained fixed on the cherry blossom tree in front of him, his hands moving without pause. Under his command, the golden gorilla and white tiger intensified their attacks, while the massive zombie boar king retreated to Su Luo's side, standing like a mountain of flesh to guard him. The three newcomers reached the top of the mountain but did not take immediate action. Their eyes scanned the golden gorilla, zombie boar king, and white tiger, their faces displaying a shared expression of shock. The strength of these beasts far exceeded their expectations, rendering their original plan impractical in an instant. Suluo, we know who you are now. Cease your actions and surrender immediately, one of them shouted, though there was an unmistakable tremor in his voice. Sensing the gravity of the situation, another quickly pulled out a communication device, fingers flying over the keys to send an urgent request for backup to headquarters. Suluo merely glanced at them briefly, offering no response. His attention remained on the cherry blossom tree, as if the arrival of these three was nothing more than a trivial distraction. The residents of Cherry Blossom Island began to stir. This guy is from Longwa, someone exclaimed. He dares to come to Cherry Blossom Island alone? He must have a death wish. The three great guardians of Cherry Blossom Island are here. Suluo is doomed. Another voice chimed in, full of schadenfreude. Guardians, kill him. We can't coexist with people from Longwa. A chorus of shouts erupted from the crowd. However, the three referred to as the guardians stood still, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. They exchanged worried glances, each calculating the situation internally. This was far beyond what they could handle easily. The strength of those three beasts alone was formidable, not to mention the rumored powerful plant Suluo could control. If they acted rashly, the three of them might end up falling here. At that moment, a sharp cry rang out from the crowd, Guardians, kill him. The cherry blossom sacred tree must not be desecrated. Silence. The oldest of the three guardians suddenly roared, his voice cutting through the noise. As the commotion died down, he turned his gaze to Suluo, his tone carrying a mix of probing and respect. Young Suluo, your talents are indeed extraordinary. Cherry Blossom Island bears you no ill will. The island master will soon arrive to negotiate with you personally. Having said this, the old guardian closed his eyes, assuming a stance that clearly indicated he would not make a move unless provoked. An eerie calm settled over the scene, with everyone waiting to see what would happen next. Three cowards. Suluo cast a cold glance at the three people in front of him, then turned to check the attribute panel of the cherry blossom tree. Cherry blossom divine tree, level 160 mythical plant life, 685,300 defense, 850,000 attack, no healing, 88,000 seconds awakening time, unlimited skills, 100 flowers fury passive talent. Suluo noticed that the original 1,600,000 HP had already been reduced by 1 million. It was now 7:30 p.m., and Suluo felt the time was ripe. The communication stone in his backpack occasionally made noise, indicating that reinforcements from Longwa were about to arrive. Just then, ripples appeared in the void, signaling the arrival of reinforcements from Sakura Island. In the blink of an eye, a faint gray mist spread across the peak of the mountain. As the mist dissipated, several figures appeared. Leading them was a beautiful yet slightly haggard woman, accompanied by 3 men and 2 elderly women. All of them were above level 150. Including the 3 who had arrived earlier, there were now 9 top-tier fighters, indicating that Sakura Island had mobilized all their elite forces. As soon as Kawashima Kitoko appeared, her gaze locked onto Suluo. After scrutinizing him for a while, she finally spoke. Suluo, if you are willing to submit to Sakura Island, you can have endless wealth and women. No thanks, I prefer Longwa, Suluo replied expressionlessly, casting her a brief glance before continuing to monitor the cherry blossom tree's HP bar. Failed to tame. Failed to tame. The system notifications of failed taming attempts kept ringing as Suluo continuously used his taming skills. Feeling unusually frustrated, he had to guard against attacks from Kawashima Kitoko and her group while keeping an eye on the cherry blossom tree and precisely timing the arrival of Longwa's reinforcements. This multitasking was exhausting him. If you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, then don't blame us for being rude. Kawashima Kitoko saw through Suluo's thoughts and immediately issued an order. The surrounding fighters sprang into action, forming a circle to surround Suluo. 2 of them pulled out vine-like plants to attack, while the others stood on guard. Suluo glanced at his phone one last time. 7:40 p.m. He calculated that even if the battle started early, he should be able to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Putting his phone away, he summoned his pets from his pet space. Fire Phoenix, 3-legged golden crow, azure dragon, undead sorcerer, and 8-winged serpent. The undead sorcerer was stationed in the city below the mountain, while the black tortoise stood silently in front of Suluo. The 8-winged serpent and other pets locked their targets on Kawashima Kitoko. Suluo had a plan. Take out the leader first. Once the battle started, the primary target would be Kawashima Kitoko. Seeing Suluo summon such a powerful array of pets, everyone present was stunned. The 8-winged serpent's level 178 alone was suffocating for Kawashima Kitoko. Combined with the other pets above level 150, if a fight broke out, Sakura Island's chances of winning were slim. Both sides found themselves in a stalemate, unable to advance or retreat. The two fighters who had prepared to attack hesitated. Striking meant immediate battle, while not striking meant watching the cherry blossom tree fall into enemy hands. After all, Su Luo's pets could be revived, but the people from Sakura Island were irreplaceable. An eerie silence enveloped the scene as both sides stood off, unwilling to make the first move. Why hesitate? Fight or retreat? Su Luo taunted, seeing their reluctance. At this moment, the cherry blossom tree's HP dropped to the last 10,000. Su Luo immediately summoned the white tiger to lock its HP. Island Master. He's trying to tame the cherry blossom tree. One of the Sakura Island fighters shouted in alarm. Kawashima Kotoko panicked and threatened Su Luo. If you dare tame the cherry blossom tree, Sakura Island will never rest until you are dead. Ignoring their threats, Su Luo walked straight to the cherry blossom tree. Tame it. As the taming skill activated, a white light separated from Su Luo and infused into the cherry blossom tree. Congratulations, you have successfully tamed the cherry blossom divine tree. In an instant, the cherry blossom tree was absorbed into Su Luo's inventory, and its HP was fully restored. Su Luo then planted it in the soil before him, and it rapidly grew into a towering 50-meter tree. Within its coverage area, all his pets glowed with a green light, indicating the tree's healing abilities. Even if they fought at full strength, they would now enjoy a recovery rate of 88,000 HP per second. For a high defense, high HP entity like the black tortoise, this was practically immortality. While Su Luo was filled with joy, the others' faces turned ashen. To tame the cherry blossom tree right in front of Kawashima Kotoko was a blatant provocation. Furious, the Sakura Island fighters turned pale with rage. Kawashima Kotoko felt a roaring in her head and a surge of anger from the depths of her heart. She could no longer contain herself and shouted, "Bastard! All Sakura Island fighters, listen up. Kill this Longwa scum at all costs." With the order given, the fighters launched their attacks, and countless high-level combatants swarmed toward the mountain peak. Su Luo had thoroughly enraged all of Sakura Island, and everyone was seeing red, eager for his blood. "I might just make it into the history books," Su Luo remarked calmly, facing the onslaught of enemies. He opened the portal to the divine medicine realm, releasing a horde of skeleton warriors that crashed down on the approaching Sakura Island fighters. Simultaneously, the eight-winged serpent moved. The vines aiming for Su Luo were shredded into pieces by its sweeping attacks. The white tiger, azure dragon, vermilion bird, and other pets also unleashed their powers, launching indiscriminate attacks on the fighters at the peak. Then, a massive explosion echoed. Suddenly, numerous helicopters and fighter jets appeared in the sky, with a barrage of missiles following. What's happening? Kawashima Kotoko's face turned white as she stared in disbelief at the approaching aircraft. It must be the Longwa forces. Someone muttered. Everyone, listen up. Kill Su Luo. The sudden appearance of fighter jets in the sky made Kawashima Kotoko realize the situation was dire. Her expression turned grim as she quickly pulled out a remote control from her backpack and pressed the button. An ear-piercing alarm echoed across Sakura Island. Level 1 self-defense alert. The Dragon Nation is attacking. Warriors, the time to defend our homeland has come. Fight for Sakura Island. Kawashima Kotoko shouted loudly. The island's residents sprang into action. Those with higher levels donned their gear, while those with lower levels grabbed weapons, ready to face the enemy at any moment. In the void, fighter jets swooped and dived, continuously dropping bombs on the crowd. Along the coastline, Dragon Nation warships launched a fierce assault on the Sakura Island fleet. The soldiers of the Dragon Nation, fearless and resolute, fired their blazing cannons, each shot capable of sinking an enemy ship. In just 3 minutes, the Sakura Island fleet was completely annihilated. Land. With Long Zhantian's command, several warships docked, and powerful combatants disembarked, forming neat formations as they advanced towards Mount Fushu. Senior Long, I want to check on Su Luo. Upon landing, Su Bingxue immediately found Long Zhantian, her eyes filled with pleading. Long Zhantian nodded reluctantly. Go ahead, but be careful. Send a signal flare if anything happens. Don't worry, Senior. We'll be fine, Su Bingxue said before entering stealth mode and sprinting towards Mount Fushu. After Su Bing left, Long Zhantian sternly ordered the combatants, listen up, everyone. We've set foot on Sakura Island. Kill them all and avenge our fallen. The soldiers' eyes turned red with fury as they shouted in unison, kill, kill, kill. They charged forward, with the 3,000 disciples of the Yaoshan sect summoning their pets and leading the attack, unstoppable in their path. On the defensive line of Sakura Island, the self-defense team members panicked at the sight of the aggressive Dragon Nation warriors. Captain, what do we do? They're here for revenge. They're all over level 100, and they have powerful pets. We can't beat them. Should we surrender? Seeing this, the self-defense captain immediately ordered, retreat. Await the island master's orders. The team quickly retreated towards Kyoto. Meanwhile, reports of fallen areas began pouring in from Mount Fushu in various regions, plunging the entire Sakura Island into panic. The 8 lords and 18 war generals of the Dragon Nation split into 4 groups, taking control of the coastal defense line within 5 minutes. At the peak of Mount Fushu, explosions echoed continuously. The 8-winged serpent fought 2 opponents simultaneously, while the zombie boar king, diamond ape, and ocean spirit each held off a strong enemy. With the addition of the 4 divine beasts, Su Luo single-handedly stalled the top forces of Sakura Island. Su Luo stood still, mockingly watching Kawashima Kotoko as she received one defeat report after another. In desperation, Kawashima Kotoko pleaded, "Su Luo, if you spare us, Sakura Island will pledge loyalty to you." "Sorry, I don't need that." Su Luo rejected the absurd request without emotion. At that moment, the 8-winged serpent, measuring 200 meters long, swooped in the air and whipped its tail, releasing a crescent-shaped beam. Bang! A top fighter from Sakura Island was instantly shredded to pieces. Kawashima Kotoko's face turned pale with despair in her eyes. With one fighter down, the remaining top fighters of Sakura Island found themselves at a disadvantage. Su Luo leisurely walked to a cherry blossom tree, ignoring the slaughter behind him. "Su Luo, are you alright?" A voice came from the void as Su Bingxue, clad in battle armor, appeared beside Su Luo. "Big sis, I'm fine," Su Luo replied with a smile, and the siblings hugged tightly. Noticing her sister's outdated equipment, Su Luo remembered the gear in the divine medicine realm and the space-time spirit cat on the cherry blossom tree. "Sis, let me show you something cool," he said, summoning the space-time spirit cat. The space-time spirit cat, the size of a regular cat, had a mixed-colored fur and looked adorably clumsy. Su Bingxue initially thought it was just an ordinary pet, but upon seeing its skill description, her eyes widened in shock. With this space-time spirit cat, she was confident she could take down any opponent of the same level in a single strike. Although she was tempted, Su Bingxue shook her head and declined her brother's offer. Su Luo noticed and smiled nonchalantly. "Sis, you should take this cat. I can already turn invisible, so I don't need it. Don't worry, I have other pets. This one is specially saved for you." A smile appeared on Su Bingxue's face as she began to submit a contract request. Meanwhile, Su Luo retrieved a set of shimmering phantom armor from his mystical realm. The moment she saw the phantom armor, a flicker of astonishment crossed Su Bingxue's eyes. She asked in surprise, "Xiao Luo, where did you get all these amazing items?" "Just take them, sis. I have plenty of good stuff. I can always get more for you later," Su Luo said confidently. Seeing her brother's determination, Su Bingxue no longer hesitated and immediately donned the phantom armor. With the addition of the phantom armor and the time-space spirit cat, she felt her strength had at least doubled. Su Bingxue gave Su Luo a mysterious smile. "Xiao Luo, do you want to see how much my attack power has increased?" Su Luo grinned and immediately checked his sister's status panel. Name, Su Bingxue. Class, Shadow Assassin. Level, 142. Attack, 330,000. Critical rate, 100. Max critical damage, 10x. Min critical damage, 2x. Spirit, 310,000. Defense, 285,000. Constitution, 580,000. Equipment, Phantom Dagger, Phantom Armor, Phantom Gauntlets. Pet, Time-Space Spirit Cat. Skills, Stealth, Deadly Strike. Flickering 7 kills, Phantom Step. After reviewing the status panel, Su Luo gave his sister a thumbs up. "Sis, your damage can easily one-shot top-tier enemies now." Su Bingxue smiled joyfully and gently patted her brother's head. "It's all thanks to your equipment boosts." While they were chatting, most of the strong enemies on Sakura Island had already been defeated. Only an old woman and Kawashima Kinoko were left standing, surrounded by Su Luo's pets like the 8-winged serpent and the white tiger, who had yet to make a move. This was Su Luo's deliberate arrangement. "Sis, want to give it a try?" Su Luo suggested. "Let's do it." Su Bingxue nodded, her smile fading and replaced by a cold demeanor. Her figure vanished instantly. "Watch out, Island Master!" the old woman shouted in panic, rushing to protect Kawashima Kinoko. But the short distance was nothing for Su Bingxue. Before the old woman's warning was finished, a dagger had already appeared behind Kawashima Kinoko. Not only Kawashima Kinoko but even Su Luo was stunned. The dagger hadn't just attacked. It had already completed its strike. As the dagger disappeared, a massive number appeared above Kawashima Kinoko. 826,500. Bang! A burst of white light enveloped Kawashima Kinoko, and she fell heavily to the ground. One-shot kill. Seeing this, the old woman's face changed drastically. She immediately activated a fire skill, covering herself in flames and forming a massive fire shield around her. Su Luo watched the old woman intently, afraid to miss the exciting moment. Just then, Su Bingshua's voice echoed from the void. Xiao Luo, watch closely. I'm about to make my move. Before she finished speaking, a dagger appeared out of nowhere behind the old woman, aiming straight for her head. Coward hiding in the shadows. The old woman felt the coldness behind her face turning pale. As she was about to cast a skill, the phantom dagger had already pierced her forehead. This kind of battle is too easy. Usually, I don't even bother. I let others practice. Su Bingxue reappeared, wiping her dagger with a white cloth that had appeared in her hand. Seeing his sister's prowess, Su Luo was secretly amazed. All right, let's head down the mountain. Senior Long and the others should be almost done by now. Su Bingxue sheathed her dagger and extended her hand to Su Luo. Let's go. Su Luo put away his pets and handed his hand to his sister, just like when they were kids, feeling a deep sense of security. The cherry blossoms, though beautiful, were now under Su Luo's control. The once pristine peak of the mountain had turned into ruins. As Su Luo looked back at the rising black smoke, he felt a sense of purpose and summoned the vermilion bird. Xiao Luo, what are you planning? Su Bingxue asked. Just setting off some fireworks. Su Luo smiled faintly as he continued to walk down the mountain, hand in hand with his sister, while the vermilion bird flew swiftly toward the volcano's mouth. When they reached the foot of the mountain, the ground began to shake violently. Long Zhantian and the other strong fighters gave the siblings odd looks. Long Zhantian frowned and chuckled. Did you guys blow up the mountain? Blowing up one mountain is nothing. If you're not satisfied, I can sink Sakura Island into the sea. Su Bingxue stood protectively in front of Su Luo, showing no signs of deference even in front of Long Zhantian and the 8 lords of Dragon Nation. You little girl, we're not blaming you. You're such a cold one. One of the lords laughed, and the others joined in. Everyone knew Su Bingshue's temperament. She was cold to everyone except Su Luo. She even argued with the nation's leader, Zhao Jiuxiao, when he told her not to act alone. Senior Long, if you want to sink Sakura Island, I can help. Su Luo smiled, summoning the ocean spirit beast. This water-type pet could destroy Sakura Island in no time. Forget it. We've avenged ourselves. Now it's time to merge this island with our Dragon Nation's map, Long Zhantian said. So, what do we do now? Go back? Someone asked. Long Zhantian burst into laughter and scolded everyone. Are you idiots? After all this effort, you can't think of anything else? Think of what? The treasury of Sakura Island, of course. Mentioning the treasury of Sakura Island instantly sparked everyone's interest. Su Luo couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at the thought of Zhao Jiuxiao's promise. Once they captured the treasury, Su Luo would get first pick. Given his significant contributions in this battle, it was only fair. At this moment, the streets of Kyoto were deserted, with all the residents of Sakura Island hiding in their homes, too afraid to come out. Some old soldiers, recalling their past invasions of the Dragon Kingdom, felt a pang of anxiety, fearing retribution. Long Zhantian walked down the street, cursing under his breath as he wiped his battle sword with a rag. These people are really cowards. I thought there would be a fierce battle, but we took it so easily, he muttered. A group of warriors followed behind him, and a bald, chubby man suddenly snorted. Don't you think it's strange how smoothly today went? Long Zhantian looked puzzled. What's strange about it? At that moment, a strong man Su Luo had met once before spoke up. Today's success is largely thanks to Su Luo. I bet he took care of all the strong fighters on Sakura Island. The area fell silent, save for the sound of footsteps. Some of the warriors who hadn't met Su Luo before glanced between him and Long Zhantian, trying to gauge the truth of the statement. Long Zhantian's eyes widened in realization. That's right. We didn't see any strong fighters today. He turned to Su Luo and asked, Su, did you take care of all the strong fighters on Sakura Island? Su Luo grinned, showing his white teeth. Most of them, yes. My sister helped take down a couple. The surrounding crowd's eyes widened in shock. They tried to check Su Luo's stats, but he had hidden his information. The man who looked like a Taoist elder, named Zhao Xinhe, sighed. Su Luo has only been awakened for less than a year, right? I've heard of General Su's reputation, but today's battle really opened my eyes. Having Su Luo is a blessing for the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone agreed, saying that when they claimed the Sakura Island treasury, Zhao Jiuxiao should give Su Luo a larger share. Su Luo responded to their goodwill, and he took the opportunity to learn that the man resembling Maitreya Buddha was named Wang Daxian. Su Luo respectfully addressed them as Senior Wang and Senior Zhao. At this point, the Dragon Kingdom's forces had taken control of Sakura Island, and they discovered the treasury was located in the basement of the Kyoto Conference Building. However, without the key, opening the treasury door was nearly impossible. The crowd stared at the heavy door, feeling frustrated. The door seemed fragile, but any attempt to force it open would either trigger the treasures to be transferred or destroyed. Without the key, there was nothing they could do. Wang Daxian frowned at Long Zhantian. What now? Long Zhantian cursed. Damn it, the people of Sakura Island are really something. Zhao Xinhe, the eldest among them, thought for a moment and proposed, I have an idea, but it might involve some bloodshed. He cast a meaningful glance towards the nearby residential area. A smile appeared on Long Zhantian's face. Old Zhao, you're thinking of using this self-inflicted injury trick again? Well, in this place, it might just work. Listening to the older men's conversation, Su Luo and the younger warriors were confused. They couldn't understand why such a tactic was necessary when they held the absolute advantage. Seeing their confusion, Long Zhantian chuckled. You don't get it, do you? Then he issued an order. Gather all the nearby residents. Immediately, countless Dragon Kingdom soldiers sprang into action, and the same order was relayed to warriors in other cities on Sakura Island. 2 hours later, nearly all the residents of Kyoto were gathered in an open area, surrounded by Dragon Kingdom soldiers. Anyone who resisted was swiftly dealt with. This scene repeated itself across various cities on Sakura Island. As the crowd gathered, Long Zhantian coldly announced to the people of Sakura Island, listen up, everyone. We are from Long Kingdom, and we don't want to kill innocent people. Hand over the key to the national treasury, and we'll spare your lives. Otherwise, we don't need the treasury. We'll just kill all of you. Before he finished speaking, Long Zhantian swung his sword, sending a sharp wave of energy that instantly cut down a dozen people in front of him. Blood splattered, limbs flew, and the gruesome scene made the surrounding people retreat in horror, their faces pale and bodies trembling. The entire place fell into a dead silence, filled with an atmosphere of fear and despair. Yet no one dared to speak. Long Zhantian sneered, a trace of cruelty in his eyes. It seems I need to give you a taste of what's to come. He turned to his subordinates, his voice icy as he gave the order. From now on, kill 10 people every minute in each city until they hand over the key. If no one hands it over in 10 minutes, kill them all. Su Luo and several young warriors exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, the boss is using a bitter trick on others, truly cunning and shrewd. Just as Long Zhantian finished giving his order, a trembling voice came from the crowd. Wait. A young girl, about 20 years old, pushed her way through the crowd, raising her hands with tears streaming down her face. She looked at the people of Long Kingdom with eyes full of hatred and despair. I know where the key is. Long Zhantian exchanged a look with his old comrades, then stared coldly at the girl, his voice sharp as a blade. Where is the key? The girl, trembling, pointed to the nearby conference building, on the rooftop, in the island master's office safe. Without a word, Long Zhantian placed his sword against her slender neck and coldly commanded, lead the way, showing no sign of mercy. Under the girl's lead, they quickly arrived at the island master's office. Long Zhantian personally opened the safe and indeed found the key to the national treasury. Task completed. He put the key away with a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. Boom. With a deafening roar, the doors of the Sakura Island treasury finally creaked open. Su Luo and the others held their breath, eagerly awaiting the sight of treasure. However, instead of gold and jewels, they were met with corridors leading in various directions. Above each corridor hung conspicuous signs: equipment, herbs, materials, potions. Long Zhantian acted decisively, immediately commanding several hall masters to lead their men into the different corridors. He initially intended to assign Su Luo to one of the passages, but noticed that the young man showed no interest in looting. As the others dispersed, Long Zhantian couldn't help but quietly scold. Are you crazy? This is a golden opportunity to get rich, take whatever you fancy. Seeing Su Luo's calm expression, Long Zhantian looked at him with a mix of frustration and disappointment. Su Luo, noticing this, gave a wry smile. Old Master Long, I appreciate your kindness. It's just that I don't feel like I lack anything right now. As soon as he spoke, he realized it might have come off as unintentionally bragging. Long Zhantian scrutinized Su Luo, his gaze falling on the young man's gear. After a moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. You're a beast tamer. Why are you wearing a knight's outfit? Oh, I remember now. The Chidori secret realm did require knight gear recently. But, were you wearing this at the top of Mount Fushir too? Quickly grasping a larger issue, Long Zhantian stared at Su Luo like he was looking at a monster. Even if a beast tamer isn't a primary combat role, they should at least use ranged spells to support their pets. Are you planning to fight Hedon? Suddenly, he realized, Su Luo was no ordinary person, and neither was Su Bingxue. The Su siblings were definitely not to be underestimated. Half an hour later, the soldiers returned, having finished their looting. At the entrance, Long Zhantian had set up a special device to scan everyone's backpacks, preventing any private hoarding. Once all the supplies were collected, the group slowly exited the treasury. Su Bingxue quietly approached Su Luo, lightly touching the back of his hand. I've got something good for you, she whispered, quickly slipping 2 smooth stones into his hand. These were 2 brand new, undetermined divine teleportation stones. Once activated and set with a secret method, they could teleport the user to any predetermined location. Divine teleportation stones were incredibly rare, with no country possessing more than 20 of them, highlighting their immense value. Su Luo looked at his sister in surprise. Sis, where did you get these? He recalled Long Zhantian's device at the entrance, which Su Bingxue had also passed through. Su Bingxue replied nonchalantly. Old Master Long turned a blind eye. But there wasn't much of value inside, so I just grabbed a few of these. A few? Su Luo's eyes widened briefly in surprise before he laughed. Sis, you're quite something yourself. Now I can relax. On the return ship, the atmosphere was much more cheerful. Su Luo stayed with the members of the Medicine God clan, while Su Bingxue stood alone, quietly gazing at the sea, lost in thought. On the deck, the triumphant soldiers sang and celebrated their victory. As for Sakura Island, Zhao Jiuxiao had already arranged for someone to take over. It would now be a part of the Dragon Kingdom. Back in the Dragon Kingdom, Su Luo spent a day with his sister before heading straight back to Yindu. Now a sophomore, he arrived just as many freshmen were reporting to the university. With a brief moment of nostalgia, he made his way directly to the Azure Dragon Court. In the courtyard, Wu Yong was pouring hot water into a teapot, as if he had anticipated Su Luo's return. Sitting beside him was Zhao Jiuxiao. At this moment, Zhao Jiuxiao's gaze towards Su Luo had completely changed, a smile on his face, devoid of any regal authority. I heard about the battle on Sakura Island, Zhao Jiuxiao said with a smile. You did a great job, single-handedly taking down 6 or 7 top-tier fighters. Hearing this, Wu Yong's hand slipped, and the teapot fell to the ground, splashing hot water on his foot, though he seemed not to notice. Single-handedly took down 6 or 7 top-tier fighters. Were they above level 150? Wu Yong's eyes widened as he glanced back and forth between Su Luo and Zhao Jiuxiao. Zhao Jiuxiao remained silent, his gaze also fixed on Su Luo. Master, Elder Zhao, I was just lucky, Su Luo said with an awkward smile, bowing to the 2 elders before taking a seat on a nearby stool. Neither elder spoke, but the astonished look in their eyes spoke volumes. Luck could kill top-tier powerhouses? And 6 or 7 of them at that? That's just talk to fool kids, Su Luo thought to himself, but his face betrayed nothing. He didn't want to reveal his strength, and the others wisely refrained from asking further. Wu Yong quickly pulled a brand new teapot from his backpack and skillfully began brewing tea. The fragrant aroma wafted through the air, bringing a touch of calm to the tense atmosphere. Zhao Jiuxiao, with a gratified smile, strode over to Su Luo and gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder. This operation has really shown us old folks what you're capable of, he exclaimed with admiration. With your achievements, you could be named a battle general. We'll hold a ceremony for you in a few days. A sharp crack broke the silence in the room. Wu Yong's teapot had once again met an unfortunate end, with shards and tea spilling everywhere. He stood there awkwardly, unsure of what to do. Su Luo blinked, momentarily in disbelief. But he quickly grasped Zhao Jiuxiao's intention. It was nothing more than an attempt to secure him with wealth and power, ensuring he stayed in Longhua. After all, the tempting offer from Sakura Island was still fresh in his mind. After weighing his options, Su Luo decided to go with the flow. I humbly accept, he said with a nod, aiming to ease Zhao Jiuxiao's concerns. After some casual conversation, Zhao Jiuxiao took his leave. Wu Yong, meanwhile, looked at Su Luo with an embarrassed smile. Xiao Luo, do you still have any spirit beast pills? He asked cautiously. I plan to tackle a dungeon and see if I can break through. When he mentioned breakthrough, a hint of melancholy flashed in Wu Yong's eyes. In the world of job changers, youth was the golden period for gaining strength. As one aged, the system's mechanism caused experience points to dwindle, sometimes disappearing altogether. This often left many older powerhouses stuck at their current level. Master, just enjoy your retirement. I'll handle everything, Su Luo gently reassured him. Despite his words, he didn't hesitate to pull out a bulging bag from his backpack. Inside were 10,000 spirit spring pills, each capable of granting a pet 10,000 experience points. You're too generous, Wu Yong said with an embarrassed laugh, patting his empty pockets. After a sheepish smile, he quickly took his leave. Wu Yong had already reached level 89, while his 3-legged golden crow was only at level 81. These spirit spring pills would undoubtedly give the golden crow a significant boost. The courtyard returned to its quiet state, and Su Luo wandered around for a while, lost in thought. Finally, he returned to his room and focused on his research on divine beast pills. This plan might just lead to an unexpected breakthrough. At this moment, the realm of divine medicine was indistinguishable from the real world. Under the blue sky and white clouds, amidst the green mountains and clear waters, the environment was perfect. Su Luo stood quietly by the river, carefully observing this world. Wherever he looked, numerous orderly canals extended like a spider web, channeling the clear river water into the medicinal fields, nourishing various herbs. All of this was the work of the necromancer. As the spirit of the realm of divine medicine, it effortlessly controlled every plant and tree here. Around the medicinal fields, skeletal servants bustled about, some carrying hoes, others water buckets, tirelessly working. Although their appearance initially seemed grotesque, Su Luo now felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if they were his own people. This world is getting more interesting, Su Luo muttered with a slight smile, and began walking towards the alchemy area. The alchemy area resembled a modern factory, with rooms neatly lined up. Each skeletal alchemist had their own space, with large storage cabinets outside filled with various herbs. Most alchemists were currently focused on crafting spirit spring pills, large stamina recovery potions, and large mental recovery potions. Each successful creation slightly increased their proficiency. Without any bottlenecks, as long as they made enough potions, these skeletal alchemists would eventually become divine-level alchemists. In a good mood, Su Luo entered an empty alchemy room. As soon as he stepped inside, the necromancer excitedly appeared, floating around him. "Master, are you going to start crafting the divine beast pills?" The necromancer eagerly asked. "Are all the herbs prepared?" Su Luo inquired while taking out the alchemy cauldron from his backpack. "The first batch of herbs is almost mature, but I can use my special powers to instantly ripen a few sets," the necromancer said, then floated out of the room, returning in less than a minute with a pile of fresh herbs. "Master, I've ripened 6 sets of herbs for you to try." Seeing the necromancer drooling with excitement, Su Luo chuckled inwardly, thinking it was more excited about the pills than he was. However, he didn't expose it, just rolling his eyes. Su Luo took out several prepared Southern Sea 7-colored coral flowers and began to perform divine-level alchemy. As he cast the spell, he entered a transcendent state, as if alchemy was his innate talent. In this state, Su Luo was the pinnacle of the alchemy world. Crafting a mere divine beast pill was no challenge. Extracting, drying, grinding. Each step flowed seamlessly. Thousands of herbs were quickly processed, followed by gradual integration. As time passed, the room filled with the aroma of medicine, nearly overwhelming the necromancer with desire. When the final Southern Sea 7-colored coral flower was added, the aroma in the room reached its peak. "This is torture," the necromancer cursed, rushing out to the fields to work until dusk. Finally, all the divine beast pills were complete. Su Luo wiped the sweat from his forehead, shaking the glass bottle in his hand. Inside were 7 thumb-sized, pale golden pills, each emitting a faint steam. The success rate is so low. No wonder they're divine-level pills, Su Luo thought with satisfaction. Though there weren't many, selling them could easily fetch $1 billion. Despite each pill only granting a pet 1.4 million experience points, their rarity made them invaluable. Sensing the tantalizing aroma dissipate, the necromancer excitedly flew to Su Luo, asking, "Master, did you succeed?" "Yes," Su Luo replied, rolling his eyes as he walked to the central clearing. The 8-winged serpent was still diligently consuming spirit spring pills, and the other pets were continuously gaining experience. Seeing Su Luo approach, they all looked at him expectantly. Even the fierce 8-winged serpent had a hopeful glint in its eyes. "These are the new divine beast pills I've crafted. Give them a try," Su Luo said, tossing a pill to each pet. "Master, what about me? Where's mine?" the necromancer demanded, hands on hips. The azure dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, vermilion bird, 3-legged golden crow, ocean spirit demon, and 8-winged serpent all had one, but not it. "There are only 7. You'll have to wait until next time," Su Luo said, swatting it away and waiting patiently. Soon, system notifications popped up. Pet consumed divine beast pill, gaining 200,000 experience points. Pet consumed. Congratulations, you've reached level 135. These notifications left Su Luo unfazed. Leveling up had become easy for him. However, he still checked his attribute panel, as he was now level 135, getting closer to 150. After the 3rd transformation, his combat power would be even more formidable. Name, Su Luo. Class, Spirit Master. Level, 135. Attack, 210,000. Mental, 220,000. Defense, 1,085,000. Constitution, 1,675,300. Equipment, Soulburn Sword, Soulburn Helmet, Soulburn Chestplate, Soulburn Gauntlets. Pets, Vermilion Bird, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, Lord of the Underworld. Skills, Phoenix Dive, Phoenix Flames, Samadhi True Fire, Universal Scorch. Status, Defense, Constitution, 88,000 second Constitution Recovery. Status Source, Black Tortoise, Sakura God Tree. Seeing the updated status panel, Su Luo was amazed. Sharing defense and constitution was one thing, but the Sakura God Tree's recovery of over 80,000 health per second was insane. If anyone else saw this, they'd be green with envy. The necromancer was still clamoring for its own divine beast pill, and Su Luo swatted it away again. This creature was all bones, and Su Luo felt like his hand might break. "Just make sure to get the herbs ready, and next time, I'll make enough for everyone," Su Luo said, leaving the realm of divine medicine. Bang, bang, bang. The moment Su Luo appeared in the room, there was a rapid knock on the door. He frowned and opened it to see a tall, dark-skinned young man standing outside. Su Luo was momentarily stunned and thought, isn't this Zhou Taixing? When did he become so polite? With a grim face, Su Luo turned and walked to the stone table in the courtyard. After sitting down, he smiled and said, what's going on? Knocking without saying a word, I thought you were here to collect a debt. Hee, brother Luo, Zhou Taixing grinned. I heard you were back recently. I need to go on a trip and want you to take over the gang. After saying this, he stood there silently. Su Luo's brows furrowed slightly, but he maintained his smile. He took out a half-torn piece of paper from his backpack and casually tossed it on the table. Zhou Taixing's eyes flashed with confusion when he saw the paper, but he still kept smiling at Su Luo. At this moment, Su Luo understood that this was likely a stand-in for Zhou Taixing. If the real Zhou Taixing were here, he would probably be using a magnifying glass to compare the paper's edges. But this Zhou Taixing seemed completely clueless about the paper. Silently retrieving the paper, Su Luo's smile grew even warmer. I get it. You're just trying to slack off, aren't you? Hee, brother Luo, I really have something to do. Zhou Taixing chuckled. All right, you go ahead. I'll handle the gang matters for now, Su Luo replied. Zhou Taixing grinned, turned, and left, not forgetting to close the door behind him. Seeing this, Su Luo was even more certain of his suspicion. He recalled that the stand-in had also been used during his trip to Sakura Island, but back then, he had strictly instructed the stand-in to stay at the Alchemist Guild and tell outsiders he was concocting medicine. Now that he was back, the stand-in had been called away by Zhao Jiuxiao. Su Luo rubbed his temples, looking troubled. Zhou Taixing was always mysterious. Could that chubby guy he met in the Thousand Birds secret realm have been him? But it's been so long. Even if he had disguised himself to participate, he should have returned home by now. Shaking off his chaotic thoughts, Su Luo took out his phone and messaged Wang Mang, Yingyue, and others, arranging to meet at the coffee shop near the school gate. When Su Luo arrived at the coffee shop, Wang Mang, Yingyue, and Zhou Lan were already there, waiting with their coffee. Seeing Su Luo, their faces lit up with excitement. Yingyue pouted. What's up with you? Last month was my birthday, and you insisted on staying in the alchemy room. You really broke my heart. Though her tone was reproachful, there was a hint of sadness in her eyes. Zhou Lan chimed in. Yeah, Su Luo, are we not your friends? As a woman, she keenly sensed Yingyue's emotional change. Su Luo smiled awkwardly, took a sip of coffee, and explained. Sorry, Yingyue, I wasn't in Yindu at that time. That's nonsense. You were clearly at the Alchemist Guild. Yingyue glared at him. That night, you said you were working on an important formula. I even asked for a birthday kiss, and you refused? She stared directly at Su Luo, no longer hiding her disappointment. Kiss where? Su Luo felt even more awkward. That was just a stand-in. If he dared to cross the line, not only would Su Luo not forgive him, but Zhao Jiuxiao would probably kill him several times over. We're friends, so where do you want to kiss? Seeing Su Luo's softened tone, Yingyue's face turned a little red. To ease the awkwardness, Su Luo suggested, how about this? They'll treat you all to dinner tonight, and we can catch up. This was the best compromise he could offer. Su Luo understood Yingyue's feelings, but wasn't ready for a relationship. To clear up the misunderstanding, Su Luo shared his undercover mission on Sakura Island. At the end, he looked at Zhou Lan and asked, where is that guy Zhou Taixing? Isn't he at school? Yingyue looked confused. He just told us he was leaving Yindu for a while and said you approved it. She turned to Zhou Lan in shock. Could this brother of yours be a stand-in too? All eyes turned to Zhou Lan. Her eyes flickered and finally, she admitted under pressure. My brother also went to the Thousand Birds secret realm around the same time as you. Why hasn't he come back yet? Su Luo was puzzled, now more convinced that the chubby guy he met in the realm was Zhou Taixing. Maybe he's still busy, Zhou Lan sighed. She didn't know much about her brother's affairs either. After a moment of silence, Su Luo led them to a restaurant for dinner. As they were about to leave, Yingyue said seriously, oh, I forgot to tell you something. Zhou Lan, standing beside her, also looked excited. What is it? Su Luo asked. There's a Luyun secret realm opening soon near Kunlun Mountain. It offers great experience boost for mages and support roles. Lan and I plan to check it out, Yingyue explained. Yeah, if we don't work hard, you'll leave us further behind, Zhou Lan added meaningfully. Don't worry, they'll always be the same me, Su Luo smiled. Just be sure to stay safe. By the time Su Luo returned to Qinglong Academy, the sky was beginning to darken. The school field was bustling with new students, and under the trees, couples were on dates. Su Luo observed the changes in the school as he quickly walked to his dormitory. Opening the courtyard door, Su Luo's face fell. The courtyard was brightly lit, and someone was leisurely playing Go at the stone table, clearly waiting for him. Senior Zhao, you could have just notified me by phone, Su Luo said helplessly, thinking. So the door and courtyard are just for show. You brat. You made this old man wait so long. Zhao Jiuxiao placed a go piece and asked excitedly, do you know how to play? Let's have a game. Since Senior Zhao invites, let's play. Su Luo agreed, inwardly sighing as he prepared for another sleepless night. During their game of chess, Su Luo and Zhao Jiuxiao occasionally chatted. The main gate of Qinglong Academy was wide open, and new students were steadily moving in. As people passed by, they noticed a senior playing chess with an elderly man. Most didn't pay them much attention. However, a sharp-eyed freshman suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, look, that senior looks like someone from the books." "Who does he look like?" someone nearby asked curiously. "The current ruler of our dragon kingdom, Zhao." "Zhao Senior," the freshman whispered. Another freshman scrutinized the scene and agreed. "You know, you're right. It really does look like him. I've heard that Senior Zhao sometimes comes to Yindu to discuss matters with the famous Senior Su. That young man must be Senior Su." "Probably. He looks so young." "What are you talking about? He's only supposed to be a sophomore after all." The newcomers passed by, glancing at Su Luo with admiration before reluctantly leaving. Notably, most of these freshmen were from combat-oriented professions, with not a single beast tamer among them. After all, not everyone could enter Qinglong Academy as a beast tamer. As time passed and night fell, Zhao Jiuxiao took a newspaper from his bag and placed it on the table. "What's this?" Su Luo asked, picking up the newspaper and reading it under the dim light of the courtyard. The newspaper reported that the beautiful nation had allied with 7 Western countries and planned to take down the Dragon Kingdom. According to their unreasonable logic, since the Dragon Kingdom had moved against Sakura Island, other nations had the right to retaliate. The news had already spread abroad, and they would soon launch an attack. 3 nations would lead the charge, with the beautiful nation and 4 other strong countries as backup. Zhao Jiuxiao's face showed signs of anxiety. He pressed his hands against the stone table and rubbed his temples, looking troubled. "What should we do?" Su Luo asked seriously, looking at Zhao Jiuxiao. Zhao Jiuxiao smiled bitterly and explained, "Right now, the people of the Dragon Kingdom are not united. None of the 8 palace masters are willing to lead the charge. They're old and just want to live peacefully until retirement. When it comes to real fighting, many of them will back down." As he spoke, Zhao Jiuxiao took a pot of tea from his bag and poured hot water into it. Soon, the courtyard was filled with the fragrance of tea, but he had no interest in drinking. Su Luo stared at the chessboard, his mind racing. He realized that Zhao Jiuxiao wouldn't tell him all this for no reason. He clearly hoped Su Luo could help solve the problem. "We can't just do nothing, right?" Su Luo frowned at Zhao Jiuxiao. "Exactly, we can't do nothing." Zhao Jiuxiao forced a smile and half-jokingly said, "You're now the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom, so I hope you can take on this responsibility." Su Luo raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised but quickly understanding. The older generation of professionals mostly capped at around level 150. Both their strength and morale had waned. In terms of combat power, no one could match him now. Thinking about the Dragon Kingdom, with its 8 palace masters and 18 great generals, having no one to shoulder this burden, Su Luo felt a surge of anger. He knew that showing weakness would invite trouble. If he didn't stand up now, it would be hard to stand up ever. With the crisis looming, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing, no matter how much he disliked trouble. After a moment of contemplation, Su Luo looked steadily at Zhao Jiuxiao and asked, "What should I do?" Zhao Jiuxiao explained, "A large-scale war requires a lot of preparation. The Western Alliance can't launch an attack immediately. We have enough time to prepare. In a few days, I'll find a suitable date to officially appoint you as the 9th Palace Master of the Dragon Kingdom. Then, you'll have authority and convenience second only to mine. As long as it's beneficial for the defense, you won't need to ask for my permission." After saying this, Zhao Jiuxiao got up and slowly walked out of the courtyard, leaving Su Luo standing there in a daze. Though it sounded like he would have great power, in reality, Zhao Jiuxiao also needed to consult the 8 palace masters for decisions. It wasn't a one-man show. "Well, we'll see when the time comes." Su Luo sighed, tidied up the table, locked the door, and went back to his room to rest. As night deepened and the moonlight shone like water, Su Luo lay in bed, unable to sleep. He turned on the light and took a form from his bag. It was densely filled with information. This was a list of skeleton alchemists of various levels in the realm of divine medicine. Currently, there were fewer than 10 saint-level alchemists among all skeleton alchemists, and not a single god-level alchemist. Even in the best-case scenario, it would take at least a month to produce a god-level skeleton alchemist. Moreover, the practitioners in the Alchemist Association had very low levels. If we want to improve everyone's overall combat capabilities, we absolutely can't keep up with the demand for potions. Su Luo rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Ever since Zhao Jiuxiao entrusted him with this important task, he had to shift his focus from just himself to the entire team's development. This responsibility weighed heavily on him. At the crack of dawn, Su Luo hurried to the headquarters of the Alchemist Association. Pushing open the door to the conference room, he saw Jiang Xinghe presiding over a management meeting. As soon as the elderly man saw Su Luo, he immediately paused his speech and trotted down from the podium to greet him. The president is here. Do you have any instructions? Jiang Xinghe beamed, his flattery evident. With Su Luo's rising fame in Longhua, the old man's respect for him had only grown. Among the people Su Luo knew, Jiang Xinghe was unmatched in his ability to curry favor. Su Luo didn't call out the old man's behavior but instead calmly asked, "What meeting are you having?" Jiang Xinghe quickly explained, "Yesterday afternoon, major enterprises and battle zones placed large orders with our factory. I'm trying to figure out how to fulfill these orders quickly." Su Luo nodded, signaling for him to continue the meeting, while he went straight to the president's office to wait. Half an hour later, Jiang Xinghe came in, panting, and immediately started making tea. The office looked brand new, and even the tea set was fresh out of the box. As Su Luo fiddled with a ballpoint pen, he looked directly at Jiang Xinghe and asked, "Have you heard about the Western organization forming an anti-dragon alliance?" "I've heard a bit," Jiang Xinghe replied cautiously, "but to avoid causing panic, not many people know about it." Su Luo pondered for a moment and then suddenly asked, "If I wanted to create an alchemist school, what do you think the chances of success would be?" Su Luo had been mulling over this idea for a long time. Potions were expensive and beyond the reach of ordinary people, causing many economically disadvantaged students to improve their skills slowly. To significantly enhance overall strength, he believed they had to start with potions. Su Luo was convinced that only by enabling more people to master alchemy could they truly boost overall combat capabilities. When Su Luo mentioned his plan to establish an alchemist association, Jiang Xinghe shuddered. He looked at Su Luo with a grave expression, hesitating to speak. "President, starting a school is a huge undertaking," Jiang Xinghe cautiously began. "Moreover, most of these opportunities are monopolized by influential figures." Seeing that Su Luo remained expressionless, Jiang Xinghe decided to be direct. "Apart from the 4 major academies in Longhua, the rest are mostly private institutions or founded by powerful individuals. Anyone else trying to start a school would be stepping on their toes. Even for you, I think the chances of success are slim." A subtle, meaningful smile appeared on Su Luo's face as he quietly observed Jiang Xinghe, making him increasingly uneasy. "How influential are these so-called big shots?" Su Luo asked softly. Jiang Xinghe swallowed hard and lowered his voice. "Some are warlords, which isn't too bad. But some are hall masters, and their power is beyond our reach. Hall masters have immense influence, enough to challenge even the national leaders. What if I told you I am about to become the 9th hall master of Longhua?" Su Luo's smile deepened. "Though the old hall masters are firmly established, they might still give me some leeway in such crucial matters. If they insist on obstructing me, I have alternative plans." Jiang Xinghe's expression froze, a mix of shock and joy crossing his face. "Then let me congratulate you in advance, Hallmaster Su," he said with a delighted grin. Sitting back in his chair, Su Luo took a sip of tea before focusing on Jiang Xinghe again. "Now, what do you think we need to prepare for opening an alchemist academy? We should have enough funds. The main issue is finding a suitable location. We can consult Mayor Yin or even the national leader directly." Jiang Xinghe's smile broadened. "If you ask, the location won't be a problem at all." "All right, I'll go see him now." Su Luo finished his tea in one gulp and stood up to leave. At the exit of the Longdu teleportation array, the guards immediately saluted as Su Luo appeared. "Greetings, General Su. Thank you for your hard work," Su Luo replied with a smile, following one of the guards to a waiting car. Once inside, the guard respectfully asked, "General Su, where to?" "I need to see Elder Zhao. The national leader's residence is very secretive. We don't know its exact location. Perhaps we should go to the Long family first? Elder Long can certainly help you find the national leader." "All right." The car quickly arrived at the luxurious Long family villa, halfway up the mountain. The entrance was heavily guarded, with layers of security surrounding the villa. "What's going on?" "General Su is in the car." "Let us through," the driver barked. "General Su?" The lead guard was taken aback, rushing to the car window. "General Su, could you wait for about half an hour? Elder Long has ordered that no one can enter the residence at this time." "What happened?" "Apparently, a mysterious person appeared a few nights ago, and Elder Long's illness flared up again. They're treating him now." "All right, you all keep up the good work. I'll wait here." Su Luo remained unfazed, his curiosity piqued. Half an hour later, the villa gates opened, and Elder Long, accompanied by several family members, personally came out to greet Su Luo. "My dear friend Su, I apologize for keeping you waiting." Elder Long warmly embraced Su Luo, leading him inside. "How's your health, Elder? Surviving a catastrophe brings good fortune. If it weren't for the potions you left, I might not have made it through last night." Long Zhantian grumbled. "Those bastards. I figured out they're from the Black Soul sect." After venting his anger, Long Zhantian calmed down and asked, "You wouldn't come all the way to Longdu without a reason. What's the matter?" "I need to see Elder Zhao." "Why do you want to see him?" "He just left this morning. I have something to discuss with him and would like your advice as well, Elder Long." Seeing Su Luo's humble demeanor, Long Zhantian immediately waved off the other family members. "All right, everyone leave us. I need to have a word with my young friend Su." The hall fell silent as Long Zhantian looked at Su Luo with a serious expression and asked in a deep voice, "What do you want to do?" Without hesitation, Su Luo replied, "I want to establish an academy for alchemists." Upon hearing this, Long Zhantian's expression turned peculiar, but his eyes gleamed with excitement. He stood up, walked briskly to a nearby table, and picked up the landline to make a call. The phone rang only twice before being hung up. Long Zhantian then began brewing tea, filling the air with a faint aroma. Moments later, a blinding white light filled the hall. Su Luo knew this meant that Old Master Long had directly notified Zhao Jiuxiao to come and discuss the matter in person. As the light faded, Zhao Jiuxiao appeared in the hall. He looked at Long Zhantian with a frustrated expression and complained, "Old Long, I just got back last night, and now you're calling me again?" However, his face lit up with joy when he saw Su Luo. "Xiao Luo, what brings you here?" Before Su Luo could respond, Long Zhantian explained, "He's here to discuss the creation of an academy for alchemists with you." Zhao Jiuxiao smiled awkwardly and took a seat next to Su Luo. Long Zhantian placed 3 steaming cups of tea on the table, signaling the start of their conversation. Curious, Zhao Jiuxiao asked Su Luo, "Xiao Luo, why did you suddenly think of starting a school?" Instead of answering directly, Su Luo posed a question, "Elder Zhao, Elder Long, why do you think we have so few geniuses in Longwood despite our large population?" The two elders exchanged a meaningful glance and fell silent. Su Luo continued, "It all comes down to resources. Many talented but poor individuals awaken to their primary combat professions, but most of them can only grind levels in the wild. It's inefficient and dangerous. On the other hand, the wealthy can afford to enter dungeons and have an ample supply of stamina and mental potions, creating a growing disparity." A look of guilt crossed Zhao Jiuxiao's face as he waved his hand dismissively. "Say no more. I can support you, but most of Longwa's funds are currently tied up in strategic resources, so money isn't an issue," Su Luo interrupted. "I just need Elder Zhao to help me plan out a few plots of land." "A few?" Zhao Jiuxiao and Long Zhantian exchanged surprised looks. "How many schools are you planning to establish?" "At least 4, Su Luo replied. "If it works well, we'll expand further." "Tell us your plan," the elders said, listening intently without interruption. Su Luo detailed his vision, establishing academies for alchemists, each paired with a corresponding alchemy factory. Students would not only attend classes but also intern at the factory, increasing potion production. This would lower potion prices and give more young people a chance to improve their skills. After hearing Su Luo's proposal, Long Zhantian's eyes shone with approval. Zhao Jiuxiao, intrigued, asked, "This method seems viable. Do you have any other ideas?" Su Luo pondered for a moment, then took out a dark red seed from his bag. "This is a specialty plant from Sakura Island, usable by beast tamers without level restrictions." He produced more types of plant seeds, totaling over 1,000 varieties. Zhao Jiuxiao and Long Zhantian examined the seeds closely, with Zhao Jiuxiao exclaiming, "So that's why that tiny island dares to challenge us. They have these? Do you have any other ideas or items?" Zhao Jiuxiao asked eagerly. Su Luo rolled his eyes and replied, "That's all. That's more than enough." Zhao Jiuxiao said excitedly, "I'll issue orders immediately. Someone will be here around the clock to follow your instructions." He then took out a dark red flag depicting a map of Longwa, including Sakura Island. "This is a divine level array flag. Only 3 exist in the world, and Longwa owns 2. This one is now yours." Su Luo examined the flag curiously, and Long Zhantian explained, "The array flag allows for 3 round trips per day, enabling free travel within Longwa's territory. I've only used it a few times in my life. You've done a great service, so this is your reward." Su Luo checked the flag's attributes. Divine level defense, 100,000 constitution, 100,000 teleportation uses. Usage level, 0. Effective range, can be stored in a backpack. Usage description. Created by a powerful divine level array master, it allows free teleportation within designated areas, consuming 10,000 mental points per use. While Su Luo felt pleased, his mood quickly became complicated as a familiar woman walked through the hall's entrance. The person who walked in was Feng Jiaojiao. Her high heels clicked against the floor as she confidently strode into the hall. Clad in a black business suit, her slender legs encased in sheer black stockings, and her long hair tied up high, she exuded an air of professionalism. Upon seeing her, the elderly Mr. Long immediately leaned over to Su Luo and whispered, "This young lady is the current head of Haiying Real Estate. She took over less than a year ago and has already tripled the company's size." Old Zhao sent her to work with you. It looks like Haiyang real estate is poised for great success. Feng Jiaojiao's gaze swept over Su Luo and Long Zhantian, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes before she quickly regained her composure. She greeted them with a smile. Feng Jiaojiao greets Long Sheng and General Su. Long Zhantian waved his hand and pointed to an empty seat, saying, "Find a place to sit." Given her current status, being allowed into the Long family residence was already an honor. She wasn't yet qualified to taste Long Zhantian's tea. Once seated, Feng Jiaojiao got straight to the point. "General Su, Mr. Zhao has asked me to assist you in establishing the academy." Her tone was concise and direct, indicating that they would be closely collaborating on this project. Su Luo frowned slightly and asked, "What did Mr. Zhao tell you?" Simultaneously, he discreetly assessed Feng Jiaojiao's level. As a water mage, her level was over 40, not the pinnacle but certainly formidable. Feng Jiaojiao replied, "All of Haiyang real estate's assets will fully support you, General Su. Mr. Zhao has already allocated a significant amount of funds. You just need to provide direction, and I'll handle the rest." Understanding dawned on Su Luo. Zhao Jiuxiao had evidently mobilized Haiyang real estate and Feng Jiaojiao's resources, appointing this capable woman as his assistant. A solid arrangement. Su Luo then shared his vision. Given the size and urban development of Longhua, for alchemist academies and their associated factories should be evenly distributed. This would ensure that alchemists across the nation could conveniently access the nearest academy, contributing to Longhua's potion reserves. Prepared, Feng Jiaojiao pulled a folder from her handbag and said, "Mr. Zhao has already discussed this with me. I have 3 proposed plans here." The 3 plans all included Yendu, with varying considerations for the other 3 cities, complete with detailed population statistics for each target city. She added, "Mr. Zhao also said that once the alchemist academies are operational, all alchemist students from universities across Longhua can transfer for free. Any obstruction will be considered treason." Hearing this, Su Luo's eyelid twitched. Clearly, Zhao Jiuxiao was fully backing this project. Long Zhantian, still smiling, seemed to fully support Zhao Jiuxiao's approach. After leaving the Long residence, Su Luo took Feng Jiaojiao directly back to Yendu. Feng Jiaojiao declared herself Su Luo's dedicated assistant, ready to execute any orders. Su Luo didn't respond to the slightly ambiguous undertone of her statement and casually chose one of the plans for her to start site planning. Su Luo outlined the basic requirements for the academy: teaching buildings, dormitories, office buildings, warehouses, and alchemy labs, all requiring significant resources. He emphasized that each school should accommodate at least 10,000 students. Considering Longhua's vast land and large population, these 4 schools were just a pilot. If successful, he would rapidly expand, ensuring every alchemist had ample potion resources. After Feng Jiaojiao left, Su Luo returned to the Azure Dragon Institute and entered the divine medicine realm. A wobbly necromancer approached Su Luo. Its once translucent white bones were now shriveled and dull, as if drained of energy. It weakly said, "Master, the first batch of divine beast pills materials have all matured. I'm completely out of energy." Su Luo asked, "How many can be produced?" The necromancer replied, "There are a total of over 86,000 sets. Additionally, there are now 9 saint-level skeleton alchemists, though none have reached the divine level yet. The materials are all stored in the warehouse. I need to rest." With that, it staggered towards the bone palace, leaving the other pets, who were enjoying spirit spring pills, exchanging knowing glances. Su Luo looked at the white tiger, puzzled. "Is it really that exhausted?" The white tiger responded with a peculiar tone. The red-clad female white recently broke through in strength. The necromancer's been holed up in the palace every day. Who knows what it's up to?" The other pet's eyes also conveyed a hint of embarrassment, clearly aware of the necromancer's activities, but reluctant to speak. Su Luo smirked, thinking the necromancer had quite diverse interests. He then headed to the alchemy workshop, deciding not to personally handle the vast amount of divine beast pill materials. Even if he worked himself to the bone, he couldn't produce much on his own. Suluo now only hopes to quickly produce a few god-level skeleton alchemists. His eyes are filled with anticipation, and in his mind, he already envisions these skeleton alchemists busily at work. Not only can they help him create elixirs, but they can also pass on valuable alchemy techniques to student alchemists. Although skeleton alchemists have no emotions, they possess unique insights into alchemy. Through the necromancer's translation, these insights are undoubtedly a great asset to human alchemists. The next morning, as soon as Suluo opened his sleepy eyes, his phone started vibrating wildly. When he picked it up, he saw a flood of unread messages on the screen. Familiar names like Zhou Taisheng, Yi Lingyue, and Long Xiaohui had all sent inquiries. "Suluo, is it true that you're starting a school? Why the sudden decision to create a school? Looking to make history? Even though you're an alchemist, you're primarily a beast tamer. Isn't this out of your field? When does it open? I want to recommend my cousin." Faced with the barrage of questions from his friends, Suluo didn't respond immediately. Instead, he curiously opened his browser. All major online forums were buzzing with news about the imminent establishment of the Alchemist Academy. The headlines boldly proclaimed, Alchemist Academy opens in 10 days, welcoming all alchemist transferees to enroll. The Academy's benefits were particularly eye-catching. 1. No tuition fees, meals included. 2. No age limit. All alchemists are treated equally. 3. Work-study program where students can earn stipends for the elixirs they produce. 4. No fixed academic years. Once you reach the master level, you can choose to graduate or continue your studies. This news caused an immediate uproar. Countless people declared that they would rush to enroll as soon as the academy opened. After all, the alchemist profession is costly and doesn't offer a particularly bright future. The birth of the Alchemist Academy is like a timely rain for many alchemist transferees. Seeing how things had progressed so significantly overnight, Suluo couldn't help but smile. He muttered to himself, this Feng Jiao, she's quite something. The news of the imminent establishment of the Alchemist Academy spread like wildfire across the Dragon Kingdom. Every corner of the city was plastered with the Academy's advertisements, on buses, subway station walls, bus stops, and even the exteriors of skyscrapers. This overwhelming promotional campaign reminded people of the grandeur of past real estate ads, but the Alchemist Academy's ads were even more aggressive and imposing. Even Suluo, while strolling down the street, couldn't help but be impressed by Feng Jiao's handiwork when he saw the ubiquitous advertisements. He thought to himself that this woman was truly overqualified for the real estate industry. If only he had discovered her marketing talent earlier and brought her into the Alchemist Association's factory, their wealth might have multiplied several times over. The advertising blitz had an immediate impact, causing quite a stir among the general public. Though the alchemist profession wasn't uncommon, the high costs of training had created an invisible barrier in the industry. For those from humble backgrounds, choosing to become an alchemist often meant a life of mediocrity. In the slums on the outskirts of Yen capital, a grimy girl was scavenging for valuable items in a pile of trash. When she saw news of the Alchemist Academy on a tattered newspaper, a spark of hope lit up her eyes. This girl, named May, came from a poor family. A year ago, she had switched to the alchemy profession but was kicked out by her family due to the high training costs. Since then, she had relied on scavenging to survive, with her meager savings often being taken by her father to support her brother. Upon seeing the news of the Alchemist Academy's free enrollment, May felt a glimmer of hope for changing her fate. She immediately pulled out her old phone and, with trembling fingers, logged onto the website to register. Just then, a middle-aged man, pinching his nose, approached. May, your brother just started his second year of college and needs a lot of money for potions. Hand over all the money you have, Zhang Dehai demanded, his face full of disgust as he reached out for her money. Dad, there's a newly established Alchemist Academy that's enrolling students for free. I want to give it a try, May said excitedly, showing him the phone screen with her successful registration. Without a word, Zhang Dehai slapped the phone out of her hand, breaking it into pieces. He glared at her and yelled, if you want to make money, then focus on making money. Stop daydreaming. Maybe when your brother becomes successful, he might allow you to come back home. Look at you, you stink. With that, he reluctantly reached into Ame's pocket, pulled out a wad of crumpled bills, and walked away. Ame's smile froze, tears welling up in her eyes. She looked down at the broken phone on the ground, touched her now empty pocket, and watched her father's departing figure with growing indifference. You gave birth to me, and now I've repaid you. If you ever dare take my things again, I swear I'll kill you. I'll kill your whole family. Ame shouted, laughing maniacally before clutching the newspaper and bursting into tears. At that moment, a little boy named Daniel, another scavenger from the area who had a loving grandfather, heard the commotion and came over. Seeing Ame crying, he asked with concern, Ame, what's wrong? Ame didn't respond, continuing to cry. Dania left a piece of candy and said, Ame, don't cry. I'll always call you sister from now on. I won't bully you anymore. Here's some candy. With that, he walked away. Wiping away her tears, Ame stood up. The registration site in the city was 60 miles away, but she was determined to go. Despite many low-tier alchemists being skeptical about the academy, the vast population of the Dragon Kingdom quickly filled the 10,000 slots at each school. Meanwhile, Su Luo was lounging on his sofa at home in Jiangcheng, watching TV and checking Feng Jiao's progress report on his phone. The report indicated that all enrollment slots at the Alchemist Academy were filled, and the locations and facilities for the 4 schools were ready. All the academy's instructors were members of the guild, and after a few more days of preparation, operations could begin. Su Luo felt very pleased with Feng Jiao's efficiency. At that moment, Su Bingxue walked over from the kitchen, carrying a fruit platter. Her eyes landed on Su Luo's face, and seeing the smile beaming on her brother's face, she immediately showed a teasing expression. Look at how happy you are. It's rare to see you this cheerful, Su Bingxue said, placing the fruit platter on the coffee table. Su Luo grinned widely, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The academy matters are finally getting sorted out. How can I not be happy? Su Bingxue raised an eyebrow, her tone carrying a hint of mockery. I bet it's not the academy you're happy about, but someone you've taken a liking to. Come on, sis, don't joke about that. Su Luo quickly waved his hand, a trace of embarrassment flashing across his face. But Su Bingxue was relentless. Xiao Feng is pretty good, capable, gentle, and considerate. If you fancy her, I certainly wouldn't mind. I'm still young. Su Luo tried to change the subject. You're about to be appointed as a palace master. How young can you be? Su Bingxue rolled her eyes at him, her tone filled with exasperation. Su Luo's face was full of awkwardness, and he stopped responding. He busied himself by eating the fruit, plunging the room into a brief silence, broken only by the sound of fruit being chewed. The past couple of days, he and his sister had returned to Jiangqing because they received news from Zhao Jiuxiao. The palace master appointment ceremony had to be held in their hometown, symbolizing glory and honor. Because of this, Su Luo and Su Bingxue had time to return home and enjoy this rare, slow-paced lifestyle. Early the next morning, the entrance of the entire neighborhood suddenly became lively. The crackling of firecrackers broke the morning tranquility, followed by a procession of guards wearing red flowers, beating drums and gongs as they entered the community. Unaware neighbors, still in their sleep, were jolted awake by the sudden commotion and groggily leaned on their windows to see what was happening. What's going on so early in the morning? A sleepy neighbor mumbled. If regular people set off firecrackers this early, they'd get cursed out. These folks are different, another neighbor commented. What's wrong with them setting off some firecrackers? Didn't you see the plaque they're carrying? It says, Ninth Palace Master on it. Palace Master. Whoa, the Ninth Palace Master, someone exclaimed. Is someone in our Dragon Kingdom being appointed as a new Palace Master? And it's someone from our neighborhood. Didn't Su Luo and his sister come back a couple of days ago? The crowd buzzed with chatter, but their footsteps were in unison as they rushed downstairs to see whether it was Su Bingxue or Su Luo being appointed as the Palace Master. After all, the Su siblings were no ordinary people. The atmosphere in the community instantly became lively, with everyone eagerly anticipating the revelation of the answer. In the crowd, Long Zhantian, holding an envelope and a light purple seal, curiously ascended the stairs to Su Luo's home. He marveled at the thought that two extraordinary individuals lived in this secluded neighborhood. As a person of high status, Long Zhantian hadn't personally climbed stairs in a long time, but he found joy in each step today. With every floor he ascended, his excitement grew, for he was here on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom to bestow a title upon Su Luo. When the guard knocked on the security door, Long Zhantian's heart raced. From the day he first met Su Luo, he was convinced that this young man was destined for greatness, and today was the proof. The iron door slowly opened, and the neighbor across the hall peeked through the peephole, too cautious to open their door. Su Luo, dressed in gray sportswear, stood calmly at the entrance to greet them. Long Zhantian gestured for silence and solemnly unfolded the decree, announcing, on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom, I officially declare, from today, Su Luo is appointed as the Ninth Lord, to protect the Dragon Kingdom and ensure peace in this realm. As soon as he finished speaking, a guard stepped forward and handed Su Luo the seal of the Lord. Su Luo bowed slightly, receiving the seal with both hands, his heart pounding with excitement. This seal not only symbolized his supreme status in the Dragon Kingdom, but also the immense responsibility he now bore. No matter what, this was the pinnacle of his life. I will not fail my mission. Su Luo responded loudly, his voice echoing throughout the neighborhood. Upon hearing that Su Luo had been appointed as a lord, the residents were overjoyed, some even fainting from excitement. Though they were not appointed lords themselves, living next to one was a source of great pride. Long Zhantian patted Su Luo on the shoulder. Congratulations, Su. Let's meet again when we have time. He then led his team away, having come specifically for the appointment and needing to report back. As Long Zhantian and his entourage reached the entrance of the community, they found it surrounded by a crowd. Everyone, please step aside, he said with a smile, and as if by magic, the crowd parted to make way. Once the group had left, someone in the crowd asked, who was that old man? He looked so familiar. Another guessed, that must have been our Dragon Kingdom's guardian, Old Dragon. This sparked a wave of exclamations. I can't believe I saw him in person. How lucky. That's nothing. I live in the same neighborhood as Lord Su, boasted a man, ready to bask in the admiration of the crowd. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. Hey, sell me your apartment. It's worth 50,000. I'll give you 100,000. I'll pay 200,000. I'll give you 1,000,000, and I can transfer the money right now. Inside the apartment, Su Luo sat on the sofa, playing with the purple seal, his excitement still palpable. Rising from a warrior to a lord, This honor would thrill anyone. Su Bingxue, sitting beside him, remarked, "Congratulations, Luo. If mom and dad were here, they would have fainted from excitement." She felt proud of her brother and relieved that she no longer had to worry about his future. Su Luo reassured her, "Sister, I'm sure it won't be long before you receive this medal too." "Well, if I get it, great. If not, that's fine too," Su Bingxue said with a smile, hugging Su Luo's head. "My brother has made it, and he doesn't need my protection anymore. Sister, from now on, I'll protect you," Su Luo said firmly. The news of Su Luo being appointed as a lord spread like wildfire across cities. Aspiring students of the Alchemist Academy were ecstatic. They had thought Su Luo was just a warrior starting an academy for profit. But now, as a lord, his commitment represented the credibility of the entire Dragon Kingdom, a promise that could not be broken. Meanwhile, in a village on the outskirts of Yanjing, Zhang Dehai's family was eating dinner while watching TV. The screen showed Su Luo being appointed as a lord, and Zhang Xiaosong's face lit up with a complex expression. "He's so young and already a lord. I will become a great knight and a lord one day," Zhang Xiaosong declared with determination. "Yes, my son is the best. You will definitely become a lord too." Zhang Dehai beamed with pride at his son's ambition. "Dad, my friend invited me to a dungeon run next month. It'll cost 6,000, Zhang Xiaosong suddenly said. 6,000? That's a lot. Zhang Dehai's face changed as he fished out his wallet, finding only 800. At that moment, the TV began airing the Alchemist Academy's enrollment advertisement. The family fell silent, watching the screen. The busy woman of the house suddenly spoke. "Didn't you say that Amei wanted to enroll in the Alchemist Academy? This academy allows students to work while studying and even earn money. Xiaosong's tuition will be covered." "Yes, yes." Zhang Dehai agreed immediately. "If she supports Xiaosong's education, she can call us parents. If not, I'll make her life difficult. She's just a girl. No matter how much she earns, it's for our Xiaosong." The woman sneered. Zhang Xiaosong said nothing, continuing to eat his meat. Meanwhile, the Alchemist Academy was already welcoming new students. Just 5 minutes before the registration deadline, Amei arrived at the Yinjing Alchemist Academy, panting. She wore an ill-fitting white hoodie, with mismatched shoes and pants. Seeing the well-dressed new students around her, she lowered her head. "Sorry, I'm late," Amei whispered. The people around her wrinkled their noses at her smell, but Feng Jiaojiao remained unfazed, holding the new student roster. After a moment, she asked, "Are you Amei? Let's get you a bath first, and then I'll take you to buy some new clothes." Hearing this, Amei, who had feared being turned away, lifted her head, hope shining in her eyes. After registering, Feng Jiaojiao unhesitatingly took Amei to her dormitory. She first led Amei to take a hot shower, washing away the fatigue of the long journey. Then, Feng Jiaojiao rummaged through her wardrobe and found a clean, well-fitting set of clothes for Amei to wear. Seeing her refreshed reflection in the mirror, Amei couldn't help but feel her eyes well up with tears. The two stepped out of the dormitory and headed straight to the mall. In the dazzling array of clothing stores, Feng Jiaojiao carefully picked out several new outfits for Amei. On the way back, Amei was already wearing a brand new outfit. She stared intently at Feng Jiaojiao's back, her eyes filled with gratitude and confusion. "Sister, why are you so good to me?" Amei finally couldn't hold back and asked, tears streaming down her face. It was the first time in her life she had worn new clothes. Feng Jiaojiao turned around and saw Amei's tear-streaked face, her own eyes turning red as well. She gently stroked Amei's hair and softly explained, "I see my past self in you. You must work hard from now on and strive not to disappoint me." "I will work hard." Amei nodded vigorously, then added, "And Su Dianzhu, he also played a big part in all of this. I know he is the hero I admire most in my life." Mentioning Su Luo, Amei's eyes shone with fervent hope. At that moment, Su Luo was in the realm of divine medicine. He stared excitedly at a skeleton alchemist radiating golden light, with even its bones glowing gold. Nearby, a necromancer was circling in the air with excitement. "A divine-level alchemist has finally been born," the necromancer exclaimed joyfully. "Master, does this mean we can now freely produce divine beast pills?" "Freely?" Su Luo rolled his eyes. "How many divine beast pills do you think one divine-level alchemist can make?" He carefully examined the skeleton alchemist's attribute panel. Skeleton alchemist. Level: divine. Attack: none. Defense: none. Constitution: 480,000. Skills: alchemy. Current capabilities: basic potions, intermediate potions, divine potions. Description: a skeleton alchemist from the underworld. Despite its frail appearance, as long as no accidents occur, it can become a divine-level skeleton alchemist. As long as nothing unexpected happens, it will indeed become a divine-level alchemist. Su Luo felt elated. There probably weren't many divine-level alchemists in the entire world. Certainly, there were none in the Dragon Kingdom, and other countries likely had very few, if any. And now, he had one in his possession, with more to come in the future. Perhaps the wheels of destiny are turning now, positioning the Dragon Kingdom to dominate the world. Su Luo thought to himself, then suggested, let's have it make some divine beast pills first and see the output. The necromancer immediately issued orders to the skeleton alchemist. The other skeleton alchemists were also kept busy as Su Luo commanded them to produce various potions to increase their proficiency. By the time he left the realm of divine medicine, it was already evening. After a simple dinner, Su Luo returned to his courtyard, ready to check the messages Feng Jiaojiao had sent him, when there was a sudden knock on the door. Frowning, Su Luo put away his phone and walked slowly to the door. To his surprise, standing outside was Wang Daxian, one of the 9 great temple masters of the Dragon Kingdom. Congratulations on being promoted to temple master. We're on equal footing now, Wang Daxian said with a smile, holding a small bundle wrapped in newspapers. Su Luo was momentarily stunned, then took the bundle and said politely, Senior Wang, you could have just called. No need to come in person. How else could I congratulate you properly? Wang Daxian pushed his way in, looked around the courtyard, and sat down on a stone bench. Su Luo bustled about, serving tea and washing 2 plates of fruit before sitting down himself. Xiao Su, I actually came to give you a heads up. Wang Daxian's expression turned serious as he grabbed a grape and popped it into his mouth. Your plan to start an alchemist academy has really upset Zhao Xinhe. Usually, when someone wants to start a school or a business, they inform the others internally. But you went ahead without saying anything, so it's not just Zhao Xinhe. Others are probably unhappy too. What are their objections? Su Luo looked puzzled. They think you broke the rules and disrespected them. Wang Daxian grinned, taking a bite of an apple. But I support you no matter what. Su Luo's face grew darker. Wang Daxian, with his smiling facade, was usually very shrewd and wouldn't say such things lightly. Did he come here? Perhaps just to deliver a message? Su Luo looked at Wang Daxian, his brows slightly furrowed. He spoke slowly. I've said what needed to be said. However, he paused, his tone carrying a hint of approval. I still think you've got potential. You could achieve great things in the future. Wang Daxian noticed Su Luo's increasingly grim expression and awkwardly scratched his head. He stood up to leave, but couldn't resist grabbing an apple. Well, I'll be going then. No need to see me out. Su Luo escorted him to the door and only closed it after watching Wang Daxian's figure disappear from sight. Returning to his room, his face turned dark and ominous. Those damn old geezers. Su Luo cursed inwardly. They play dead when there's trouble, but now that I'm doing well, they start pulling rank. To hell with them. He clenched his fists, feeling his anger about to explode. Su Luo even wished someone like Zhao Xinhe would confront him directly, giving him a legitimate reason to rid Longwar of this leech. But reality seldom matched his desires. These old foxes would never show their faces unless absolutely necessary. After stewing in frustration for a while, Su Luo finally calmed down and checked Feng Jiaojiao's report on his phone. The Yin Capital Alchemist Academy had officially launched, with all 10,000 registered alchemists in place. Mentors, medicinal materials, and teaching materials were all ready. Classes could start formally the next day. The progress of the other 3 schools was similar, and they would be ready within 3 days. Feng Jiaojiao had thoughtfully compiled the students' alchemy levels. Most were beginner alchemists, with only a few reaching intermediate levels. This indicated vast potential. With the best curriculum, environment, and mentors, numerous prodigies were bound to emerge within a month. Sitting on a stone bench, Su Luo suddenly remembered the gift Wang Daxian had brought. The small package wrapped in newspaper was quite heavy, at least 30 pounds. Given Wang Daxian's status, it was definitely something extraordinary. With a mix of excitement and anticipation, Su Luo carefully unwrapped the package. When he saw what was inside, he was stunned. A neat stack of gold bars lay before him. Indeed, it's no ordinary item, Su Luo muttered to himself, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. As dusk settled, Su Luo was preparing to sleep when the sudden sound of knocking at the courtyard gate startled him. He chose to feign sleep, closing his eyes and ignoring it. However, moments later, a rustling sound followed. Someone had climbed over the wall. Luo bro, are you asleep? A sleazy voice came from the window. Su Luo opened his eyes to find a round, chubby face pressed against the window pane, the nose squished into a pig-like snout. Despite his irritation, upon recognizing the visitor, Su Luo could only sigh in resignation. After all, this uninvited guest was Zhou Taishan. Luo bro, why aren't you saying anything? Zhou Taishan continued to babble. I was just delayed for a bit, and now you've got other buddies? As he spoke, the window began to fog up from his breath. Su Luo stared at him blankly for a long while before finally speaking with resignation. Couldn't you wait until tomorrow to talk about whatever it is? Did you really have to climb over the wall in the middle of the night? Hee hee, Zhou Taishan grinned. I checked and came only because you were in Qinglong Courtyard. If you weren't here, I wouldn't have come. Su Luo got up reluctantly, turned on the courtyard light, and sat on a stone bench. I've got something good for you. Zhou Taixing pulled a palm-sized golden egg from his backpack. Su Luo immediately sensed the life force within the egg, as if it were nurturing something. As his gaze fell upon the egg, a simple attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Thousand-star beast egg. Level, divine. Status, incubating. Description: a mythical beast that roams the cosmos, capable of sensing any treasure within a planet upon maturity. The only drawback is its long growth period. Su Luo raised an eyebrow and queried, "Where did you get this?" Zhou Taixing smiled smugly. "I picked it up on my way back from the Qian bird's secret realm. 30-something people were fighting over it, and I managed to snatch it. I was chased for nearly half a month afterward." He rolled up his sleeve to reveal scars that had barely healed. "So, you did go to the Qian bird's secret realm," Su Luo said, exasperated. He then pulled out a bag filled with soul stones, over 26,000 of them, and piled them up in the courtyard. Zhou Taixing was dumbfounded. "Damn, you're not human. I risked my life for just over 3,000 stones, and you've got a stockpile here." "It just took a bit of strategy. It wasn't easy either." Su Luo chuckled, recalling his glorious feats in the Qian bird's secret realm and worrying that he might get labeled as a trickster if word got out. "Luo bro, you're the best," Zhou Taixing said, moved. "I brought you this egg to congratulate you on becoming the hall master, and you give me a gift in return. I won't be polite then." Before he finished speaking, he turned into a blur, quickly collecting the soul stones. "I was planning to give them to you anyway. No need to rush," Su Luo said, rolling his eyes as he happily pocketed the thousand-star beast egg. To him, the soul stones were insignificant, but the egg's value was comparable to the 4 sacred beasts. Once it matured, no treasure in the world would remain hidden, like holding a treasure map. Even better, the egg had already started hatching, saving a lot of trouble. After Zhou Taixing left, Su Luo was too excited to sleep and entered the divine medicine realm, summoning all his pets. "Can any of you tell how long it will take for this egg to hatch?" Su Luo pointed at the thousand-star beast egg on the ground. The pets looked at each other, and the necromancer shrugged. "Master, I'm a guy. I've never laid an egg. You should ask the vermilion bird." "Little skeleton, you've become more insolent lately." "I'm just being honest. If that doesn't work, you could ask the 3-legged golden crow." "Chirp." The 3-legged golden crow let out an angry cry, and the necromancer's robe instantly burst into flames. It took quite a while for the numerous pets to finally settle down. Zhuke and the 3-legged golden crow examined the thousand-star beast egg closely, their eyes roaming over the eggshell, trying to catch any possible clues. Eventually, both mythical creatures shook their heads simultaneously, conveying their conclusion to Su Luo. "Master, this isn't a bird's egg. It should be a beast's egg. We can't determine the exact species," Zhuke said with a hint of puzzlement in its voice. "Do beasts even lay eggs?" Su Luo frowned, feeling a wave of confusion. He had intended to tame this mysterious life form immediately, but it was clear that the unhatched egg couldn't be directly tamed. Left with no other choice, Su Luo carefully stored the thousand-star beast egg away and then turned to his army of pets. "Come and eat the Lingquan pills," he commanded, opening up his storage space. The stash of Lingquan pills he had accumulated still numbered at least 300,000, more than enough to boost all of their levels by 1 or 2. Meanwhile, chaos was unfolding in a classroom at the Yin Capital Alchemist Academy. Jiang Xinghe was personally teaching the students the art of potion making. However, for this group of novices, success seemed a distant dream. Every few minutes, there was an explosion, followed by clouds of smoke. The entire alchemy room looked more like a battlefield, filled with smoke and various exclamations of failure. At that moment, a young voice pierced through the haze. "Teacher Jiang, I've finished my potion for today." Amei emerged from the billowing smoke, her face covered in soot but her eyes shining with excitement. She hurried to the podium and placed a bottle of medium-speed potion in front of Jiang Xinghe. Jiang Xinghe stared at the little girl in astonishment, asking incredulously, "You managed to make a medium-speed potion this quickly?" He immediately picked up the potion to examine it. Such potions typically required an advanced alchemist to create, and Amei had only been a novice alchemist yesterday. In just one day, she had advanced to an intermediate level and could now craft advanced potions? Her talent reminded him of Su Luo. Seeing her teacher remain silent for so long, Amei began to feel uneasy. She timidly asked, "Teacher, is something wrong? Did I do a bad job?" Having grown up amidst scoldings and blame, Amei was especially fearful of being rejected here. What worried her even more was the possibility of being expelled from the Alchemist Academy. She anxiously awaited Jiang Xinghe's response, dreading the possibility of hearing negative words. Watching the potion that Amei had concocted, Jiang Xinghe trembled with excitement. He held the bottle with both hands, his eyes shining with disbelief. As a pharmacist for decades, He had never seen anyone advance to a senior pharmacist in just a few days. Aside from Su Luo, Ame was undoubtedly the most talented pharmacist he had ever met. In that moment, Jiang Xinghe finally understood Su Luo's insistence on establishing the Pharmacist Association. He looked at Ame, his voice trembling with excitement. Ame, your potion is excellent. Forgive my outburst. Go stabilize it and continue making advanced potions. Tomorrow, I will take you to meet someone. After giving these instructions, Jiang Xinghe rushed to the warehouse, eager to personally select some potions to further test Ame. Faced with such a genius, he dared not teach her hastily and decided to seek Su Luo's advice first. The next morning, Jiang Xinghe took Ame to Yindu University. As the vice president of the Pharmacist Association, they were quickly admitted to the Qinglong Institute and soon found themselves at Su Luo's courtyard door. Senior Yi, someone is here to see you. An announcer called from outside. Come in, Su Luo replied. He was in his room, compiling the progress of the skeleton pharmacists, and looked up to see Jiang Xinghe leading a young woman inside. He frowned slightly. To him, this 19-year-old senior pharmacist seemed rather ordinary. Jiang Xinghe's face beamed with pride, and he couldn't wait to speak. President, I have something to report. Su Luo gestured for them to come in, while he scrutinized Ame again, curious about what the old man was up to. After closing the door, Jiang Xinghe excitedly announced, President, our Yindu Pharmacist Academy has a top-notch genius. That girl just now? Su Luo asked with interest. Yes. Jiang Xinghe nodded repeatedly. She advanced from a junior pharmacist to an intermediate one in just one day, and within 3 days, she became a senior pharmacist. Now she can consistently make advanced potions, and I estimate it won't be long before she becomes a master pharmacist. Su Luo's interest was piqued. He looked at Ame through the window again and asked, Is this true? Absolutely. Jiang Xinghe assured confidently. Su Luo nodded, secretly astonished. Such rapid growth surpassed the realm of genius and could be considered supernatural. Even skeleton pharmacists, who didn't need food or rest and only required proficiency to level up, couldn't match Ame's speed. He realized that with full support, Ame could very well become a god-level pharmacist in the future. Jiang Xinghe stood quietly across from Su Luo, closely watching his expression. He felt anxious, fearing that Su Luo might suppress this talent out of jealousy. After all, in this society, it's not uncommon to undermine those more capable to secure one's own position. Unexpectedly, Su Luo picked up a pen and paper, wrote a few lines, and then calmly said, Let's do this. Assign her a professional assistant to help gather various herbs, and grant her free access to all the books in the Pharmacist Association. Soon, I will share some insights from god-level pharmacists, and she will have priority access. After finishing, Su Luo handed the note to Jiang Xinghe and promptly ushered him out of the room. Jiang Xinghe stood there, wide-eyed and stunned as if struck by lightning. The president actually has insights from other god-level pharmacists, he muttered, almost losing consciousness from the shock. Mr. Jiang, are you all right? Ame awkwardly stepped forward to ask, while sneaking a peek through the door at Su Luo, who was writing at his desk. I'm fine. Jiang Xinghe snapped back to reality and stumbled out of the courtyard. Ame gently closed the door and followed him. Although she didn't get to speak with Su Luo, Ame was content to have seen her idol up close. After all, he was the president of the Pharmacist Association, the leader of the Apothecary Guild, and one of the 9 great lords of the Dragon Kingdom. However, just as they were about to leave the campus, 3 familiar figures blocked their path. Mom, didn't we take the wrong turn? How come we ran into her here? A young man asked in confusion. Never mind that, a middle-aged woman interrupted. That car looks expensive. Now that she's with this old man, she must have found a rich sponsor. Zhang Dehai and his family stood menacingly in front of Jiang Xinghe and Ame, their eyes glinting with malice. The moment she saw them, the smile on Ame's face froze, replaced by a complex mix of anger and indifference. Jiang Xinghe glanced curiously at Zhang Dehai's family and politely asked, Can I help you with something? Unexpectedly, a woman nearby suddenly lashed out, grabbing Jiang Xinghe's sleeve fiercely and shouting, Old man, you've been keeping my daughter, haven't you? Don't you recognize her mother-in-law? Today, you owe us 100,000, or you're not leaving. Jiang Xinghe was stunned, his mind racing. Keeping? Mother-in-law? He quickly realized that these were Ame's relatives, and there was a significant misunderstanding. At that moment, Zhang Xiaosong stepped forward, speaking in a low, threatening voice, You look like a university professor, right? Keeping a girl is disgraceful. I suggest you give us some money for a dowry. Just so you know, I go to school in Yindu. If you don't pay up, I can ruin your reputation with a few words. The family of 3 clung to Jiang Xinghe tightly, while Ame stood by, her face turning pale. She watched helplessly as her hard-earned new life was being destroyed by her family, even dragging her most respected mentor into a scandal. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, her complexion growing paler, and she seemed like a lifeless shell. Jiang Xinghe wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned to Ame, saying, Ame, explain to your parents. But when he looked at her, he saw she had already fainted. The sight made Jiang Xinghe's scalp tingle with fear. He hurriedly took out some medicine from his backpack to give to Ame, but Zhang Dehai blocked him with a fierce punch to the face, roaring, You old thing! What do you mean by staying silent? Do you think the Zhang family is easy to mess with? Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaosong had already taken out his phone, starting to call their relatives. The driver of a nearby Rolls-Royce, who initially thought it was just a misunderstanding, rushed out of the car upon seeing the altercation. Stop! The stern shout from an 80-level knight immediately intimidated Zhang Dehai and his family. However, the surrounding crowd started to gather, and the situation was escalating. Vice President, what should we do? The driver asked nervously. A chilling look flashed in Jiang Xinghe's eyes as he softly instructed. Secure the area and wait for Ame to wake up. As soon as he finished speaking, several cars arrived, and a group of high-level bodyguards emerged, quickly taking control of the scene. They all wore badges from the Alchemists Association, deterring anyone from making a move. When Ame finally woke up, Jiang Xinghe was drenched in sweat. He had even contacted Su Luo, given that Ame was no ordinary person, and he dared not make decisions on his own. After Su Luo arrived, Zhang Dehai's family became noticeably more subdued, but Zhang Dehai and his wife continued to harass Jiang Xinghe. Seeing this, Su Luo could only sit in the car, waiting for Ame to wake up and discuss how to handle the situation. Zhang Xiaosong, a freshman in Yindu, recognized Su Luo and regretted his actions. He quietly urged, Mom, let's drop this. Even if we don't get the money, we'll still be well off in the future. However, Zhang Dehai and his wife were oblivious, continuing to harass Jiang Xinghe and even starting to hurl insults at Su Luo in the car. Zhang Xiaosong, sweating profusely, whispered, Mom, stop it. He's the palace master. The woman became even more agitated, shouting, So what if he's the palace master? Does that give him the right to bully my daughter? Everyone, look. In broad daylight, someone's bullying an old lady in this big country. Is there no justice left? Although the area was secured, distant passers-by could still hear the commotion. Most, however, wisely kept their distance, not daring to look too closely. Half an hour later, a pale Ame finally woke up. Su Luo personally helped her out of the car and pointed to Zhang Dehai and his family, asking, Are these your relatives? Ame looked at them with a murderous glint in her eye and coldly replied, They used to be, but not anymore. If she were a combat specialist, she would have taken decisive action against her own family by now. Su Luo asked calmly, So, how do you plan to resolve this? Ame's eyes flickered with a hint of panic as she stepped back a few paces, lowering her head. Her sense of inferiority prevented her from standing alongside Su Luo, as if she felt unworthy. Seeing this, Su Luo softened his tone, Don't overthink it. With your talent in alchemy, you are destined to become a legendary figure in the alchemy community of Longhua. I will fully support you. He paused before continuing, Here's what we'll do. I'll assign you a bodyguard who will follow your every command. With that, Su Luo signaled to the highest-ranking bodyguard present and assigned him to Ame. Do whatever you need to do, he emphasized, his eyes hinting at a deeper meaning. In 10 minutes, meet us at the Alchemist Academy, Su Luo instructed calmly before heading towards the academy with his entourage. Zhang Dehai and the woman tried to cause a scene but were easily subdued by the bodyguards. As the convoy departed, only Ame, her bodyguard, and Zhang Dehai's family of 3 remained. The air was thick with tension, ready to erupt at any moment. Inside the car, Jiang Xinghe kept wiping his forehead with a handkerchief, his face flushed. I'm embarrassed, President Su. I never expected something like this to happen. Su Luo smiled indifferently, There's nothing to be ashamed of. The path of a genius is always fraught with challenges and oddities. As he spoke, he glanced at the rearview mirror, vaguely seeing a scuffle breaking out. He thought to himself, Ame's bodyguard is a level 90 berserker. There won't be any problems. Upon arriving at the Alchemist Academy, Su Luo got out and sat on a bench at the entrance, quietly observing the academy gates. Jiang Xinghe, with his guards on high alert, stood nearby. Seeing their nervousness, Su Luo couldn't help but chuckle, Send them back. No one would dare cause trouble while I'm here. Half an hour later, a black business car slowly approached. Ame emerged, pale-faced and covered in red stains, clearly having dealt with the trouble herself. Before Su Luo could rise, she knelt and kowtowed. From now on, President Su is my benefactor. I will repay your kindness for the rest of my life. Su Luo personally helped her up. All right, just focus on improving your alchemy skills from now on. He sighed inwardly. This girl has a remarkable spirit. Whether in alchemy or any other field, she will not be mediocre. After escorting Ame back to the academy, Su Luo followed Jiang Xinghe to inspect the surrounding areas, returning to Qinglong Institute by dusk. As soon as he entered, a necromancer eagerly rushed out from the divine medicine realm. Master, great news! Under my brilliant leadership, another divine-level alchemist has emerged among the skeleton alchemists. That is indeed great news. Su Luo's eyebrows raised in excitement as he hurried into the divine medicine realm. The alchemy room exuded an aura of mystery. As soon as Su Luo stepped into the realm of divine medicine, he noticed a faint golden glow emanating from two rooms in the distance. The sight filled him with excitement. The presence of two divine-level skeletal alchemists was invaluable, and if word got out, it would undoubtedly cause a huge stir. Master, with their help, we'll soon have even more divine-level alchemists. The necromancer eagerly planned for the future. Su Luo pondered whether the alchemical insights of these two skeletal alchemists were different. If they were the same, their help to human alchemists would be limited. But if they were different, each additional divine-level skeletal alchemist would enrich the alchemical knowledge available to humans. Have the newly advanced alchemist write down his techniques and then translate them into text, Su Luo instructed. Yes, master. I'll get right on it. The necromancer's bones cracked as he quickly ran towards one of the alchemy rooms. Su Luo then walked over to the sacred soil area. At this moment, the thorn cannon plant seemed quite ordinary. In contrast, pine plants like nether moonflower, cherry blossom tree, South Sea rainbow coral, and starfire grass were more eye-catching. Currently, there were 6 types of plants in the sacred soil, with 3 empty plots left. The cherry blossom tree was the highest level at 168, followed by the South Sea rainbow coral at 159, and the thorn cannon plant was the lowest at 108. Su Luo made a mental note to give the thorn cannon plant to Zhao Jiuxiao to bolster the national treasury. This low-level plant was taking up valuable space in the sacred soil and could be put to better use elsewhere. After making a round, Su Luo arrived at the storage warehouse next to the alchemy area. On the top shelf were 2 specially crafted boxes, one containing 183 divine beast pills and the other 26, both the results of the 2 divine-level skeletal alchemists. Su Luo quickly calculated 100 plus pills per day from 1 alchemist, over 1,000 pills a day from 10 alchemists. Each divine beast pill provided 200,000 experience points, and 180 pills equaled 36 million experience points. This meant that one divine-level skeletal alchemist could increase a pet's experience by 36 million points daily, enough to level up the 8-winged serpent by 45 levels. Moments later, the necromancer reappeared beside Su Luo like a ghost. Master, it's done. He handed over a stack of rough parchment filled with unique characters. Su Luo first checked the necromancer's attribute panel. Lord of the Underworld, level 146 divine deity, death deity. Attack, 388,000 defense, 464,000 spirit, 265,000 constitution, 850,000. Skills. Unknown divine beings have no skill concepts. Passive. Lord of the Undead subjects' abilities are 30 higher than humans. Seeing that the necromancer was nearing level 150, Su Luo was quite surprised. It had progressed rapidly from its initial low level to the current level 146. Su Luo carefully read the parchment and found that the 2 divine-level skeletal alchemists had different alchemical techniques, just as he had hoped. This provided human alchemists with 2 learning paths, with even more possibilities in the future. Alright, have everyone consume the remaining spirit spring pills. I'm heading out, Su Luo said as he left the realm of divine medicine. Outside, night had already fallen. Just as he was about to take a bath and go to bed, he noticed 2 figures sitting in the courtyard. Brother Luo, why do you keep diving into the dungeon space? Is there some secret hidden in there? Zhou Taixing asked with a grin. Beside him sat an elderly man in a gray robe, exuding an impressive aura and smiling warmly at Su Luo. Su Luo rolled his eyes, suppressing the urge to punch Zhou Taixing. If it weren't for the elder's presence, he might have made Zhou Taixing taste the consequences of trespassing. Master Su, you are indeed a remarkable person. I am Zhou Badong, the patriarch of the Zhou family. I have come to congratulate you on your promotion. The elder stood up and handed Su Luo a fist-sized parcel, similar to the gold bars given by Wang Daxian. Su Luo was a bit taken aback, wondering if all elderly people liked giving gold. Nonetheless, he accepted the parcel without showing any emotion. Thank you, Elder Zhou. My visit is to express the Zhou family's gratitude. Those soul stones greatly benefited this unworthy young man. From now on, Master Su will be an esteemed benefactor of the Zhou family. No matter what you need, the Zhou family will offer our full support. The elder spoke sincerely and firmly, clearly indicating the Zhou family's stance. Su Luo acknowledged and then checked Zhou Taixing's attributes. Name, Zhou Taixing. Profession, Holy Soul Knight. Level, 141. Attack, 250,000 spirit, 210,000 defense, 685,000 constitution, 1,165,300. Equipment. Pet. Ironhide Rhino. Skills. Not bad. Your level has increased quite a bit. Su Luo remarked in surprise, giving a thumbs up. After using a large number of soul stones, Zhou Tiexing's level had soared, almost catching up to him. Hehe, it's alright. You're at level 152 now. I'm still far behind. Zhou Taixing feigned modesty, but couldn't hide the smile on his face. After some small talk, Zhou Buodong's expression turned serious. Master Su, I've heard that the Northern Desert War Zone is facing a massive invasion of foreign tribes. What are your plans to address this? Since Su Luo began the grand establishment of the Alchemist Academy, his status in the Dragon Kingdom has been steadily rising. Whether it's defending against external threats or handling internal affairs, people regard him as their pillar. This power comes with immense responsibility, and Su Luo is well aware of it. When Zhou Buodong mentioned the news of an invasion by foreign tribes, Su Luo frowned and asked, "Foreign tribes? Is it the dragon-slaying alliance from the west?" Zhou Buodong's expression remained calm, but his eyes occasionally glanced at Su Luo, as if testing his reaction. Exactly. It said they have sent 10 top-tier warriors to gather intelligence. What are your plans, Master Su? Su Luo smiled wryly, then his tone turned stern. Senior Zhao entrusted me with this responsibility, so I will give it my all. If they dare to come, I'll make sure they don't leave. As he spoke, the temperature in the courtyard suddenly dropped. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhou Buodong's eyes, but he then burst into laughter. Master Su, you truly are extraordinary. The Zhou family of Kunlun is at your command. Su Luo responded with a calm smile. If Senior Zhou wishes to take action, I'm afraid there won't be a chance this time. But there surely will be in the future. This statement both accepted the offer and subtly indicated his capability to handle the situation alone. Hearing that Su Luo intended to act alone, Zhou Taixing couldn't sit still. He stood up and patted Su Luo's shoulder, reminding him, Brother Luo, we're talking about 10 top-tier warriors. Don't underestimate them. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Su Luo replied lightly. After Zhou Taixing and Zhou Buodong left, Su Luo sat alone in the courtyard, deep in thought. He wasn't worried about the dragon-slaying alliance's warriors. Rather, he was curious about Zhou Tiexing's identity. The strength of the Zhou family from Kunlun was formidable, comparable to the noble families of Yindu and Longdu. Recalling Zhou Tiexing's silly demeanor when he awakened his profession, which contrasted sharply with his noble status, Su Luo couldn't help but feel a bit disdainful. Compared to the refined demeanor of Zhou Buodong, Zhou Taixing seemed more like a rustic villager. Su Luo's thoughts soon drifted to the Northern Desert War Zone. He sat there until the moon was high in the sky before returning to his room. In the divine medicine realm, countless skeletal alchemists were tirelessly crafting potions. Numerous pets, having consumed the spirit spring pills, were leisurely basking in the sun. Su Luo didn't disturb them but instead checked their levels and abilities one by one. Among his 10 pets, 8-winged serpent, Xuanwu, vermilion bird, white tiger, azure dragon, and the 3-legged golden crow each was comparable to a top-tier warrior. Additionally, with the support of plants like the netherman flower, cherry blossom tree, sword chi grass, and starfire grass, Su Luo's strength was already unparalleled. Facing a mere 10 top-tier warriors, Su Luo's lips curled into a cold smile. Since they want to play, let's give them a good game. With that, he left the divine medicine realm. The next morning, Su Luo used an array flag to teleport directly to Longdu in the Northern Desert War Zone. By then, Longdu was in full alert. The streets almost deserted, with patrols everywhere. When Su Luo suddenly appeared, the guards immediately became vigilant. A patrol captain apologized. Master Su, sorry, but could you please show your identity token? Su Luo looked puzzled. What's an identity token? The captain explained. It's a stamp that represents your identity. Su Luo retrieved a faint purple stamp from his bag. The captain pressed his badge against the stamp, and purple light burst forth. The guards then respectfully saluted. Master Su, please forgive us. It's fine, you're just doing your duty. Can I go now? Su Luo asked. Where is Master Su headed? If you don't mind, we can escort you to avoid being frequently stopped along the way, the captain suggested. Su Luo gladly accepted the offer. With the escort, he quickly reached the inside of the border wall of Longdu. The wall was crowded with people, and even the elder Long himself was present, idly sipping tea under a canopy. Upon seeing Su Luo, Long Zhantian's face lit up with a smile. You finally made it, young man. For Long Zhantian, having Su Luo around made things much easier. He secretly felt relieved that such violent tasks could be handed over to the younger generation. Senior Long, what's the situation now? Su Luo stood on the city wall, his gaze sweeping over the land shrouded in dark clouds and mist. Apart from the roars of the beasts, an eerie silence surrounded them. Long Zhantian sighed and pointed towards the mist in the distance. I suspect they're hiding in that fog. The reason they haven't attacked yet is probably because they're looking for the perfect strategy. His face was full of worry. After a brief exchange, Su Luo officially took on the responsibilities of the Mo Bay War Zone. With the formation flag in hand, he could appear anywhere in the war zone at will. The current enemy position was in Longdu, making it fitting for him to guard this place. Outside the city walls, thick fog enveloped the land, making it hard to see through. Countless beasts surged towards the walls like a tide. The entire war zone was under lockdown, with guards on the walls using various instruments to monitor the fog's movements. Su Luo stood on the watchtower, quietly observing the changes in the fog. However, after 2 days, there was still no movement within the fog. Lord Su, why don't you take a break? A warrior climbed up the watchtower and earnestly suggested. Even though Su Luo was a top-tier fighter, staying up for 2 or 3 days straight was still exhausting. All right, you keep watch here. Inform me immediately if there's any movement, Su Luo instructed, about to leave. But then he stopped in his tracks. What's wrong, Lord Su? Do you think the fog might just be a ruse, and their real target isn't Longdu? This question made the warrior's face turn pale with shock. I can't make that call easily. Forget it, we'll find out soon enough. Su Luo immediately summoned Zhuke from his pet space and commanded it to fly towards the foggy area. With Zhu Chue's appearance, the surrounding temperature soared, dispersing much of the fog. Zhuke let out a piercing cry and unleashed a wave of flames towards the distant fog. Boom! The flames collided with the fog, causing continuous explosions. Zhuke quickly darted into the mist and soon returned with news. Master, there's no one inside. Su Luo was stunned, thinking they might have been tricked. Suddenly, a bright white light illuminated the ground below the watchtower, forming a pentagram. A figure emerged from the light. Su Luo, we've been deceived. Zhao Jiuxiao, drenched in sweat and red-faced, exclaimed. Their real target isn't Longdu. It's the Dragon Nation's sacred altar. The sacred altar was crucial to the future of millions of Dragon Nation's warriors. If anything went wrong, this mighty nation would fall into ruin. What should we do now? Su Luo asked, frowning. Zhao Jiuxiao, almost incoherent with anxiety, replied, their vanguard is targeting the sacred altar. The main force will reach Huanglong Island in 10 days, and that's when the real battle for the war zone will begin. The Mo Bay war zone was close to the sacred altar, and Huanglong Island was along the coast, making it convenient for the enemy to march. The Dragon Nation was now caught in a pincer attack. 10 days is enough time. If we head to the sacred altar now, we should be able to stop them. Su Luo's eyes gleamed with excitement, finally having an outlet for his pent-up frustration. But Zhao Jiuxiao's face turned ashen. There might be strong enemies lurking on Huanglong Island too. We're currently short on manpower and can't handle this. He suddenly seemed much older, speaking with a lack of confidence. The Dragon Nation only had 9 main lords. Even if they gathered all the hidden top-tier fighters, there wouldn't be more than 15. The enemy, however, had numerous strong fighters, and their army was on the way. Zhao Jiuxiao felt a wave of helplessness. Xiao Su, what do you think we should do? At this moment, Zhao Jiuxiao seemed drained of all energy. No matter what decision was made, it seemed like a heavy price would have to be paid. However, he underestimated Suluo's combat prowess. Suluo's lips curled into a confident smile. He spoke calmly, his voice carrying an undeniable conviction. I think this can be easily resolved. We need to reach the altar as fast as possible and then completely defeat them. Hearing this, Zhao Jiuxiao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Suluo. He emphasized, I know you're strong, but this time is different. There are 10 top-tier fighters, much tougher than those we faced on Sakura Island. Suluo's expression remained unchanged, his voice brimming with confidence. Don't worry, Senior Zhao. I can handle 10. Although his voice was not loud, Suluo's imposing presence at that moment left Zhao Jiuxiao momentarily stunned. He suddenly realized that he could no longer see through this young man in front of him. Seeing Suluo's confidence, Zhao Jiuxiao immediately nodded. All right, I'll use the secret technique. Meanwhile, in the desert 600 miles outside the northern border of Longhua, a massive object resembling a giant pickle jar, standing over 10 meters tall, loomed. It emitted a purple glow, radiating dark purple energy around it. Under this glow, numerous exotic beasts kept appearing: phantom demon wolves, reed rabbits, bloodthirsty demon boars, iron-skinned rhinos. These beasts seemed to be guided by some force, spreading out in all directions. On a nearby boulder stood a group of people exuding an aura of strength. A middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes spoke. So this is Longhua's altar? No wonder it's ranked 3rd among the top 10 altars. This man, named Jinglei, was the leader of the operation and a level 160 sacred flame mage. His eyes gleamed with greed, as if he could already see the glory awaiting him. Once we take this altar back, we'll achieve great merit, Jinglei said excitedly. However, a dark-skinned, curly-haired team member looked worried. Captain, moving something this big won't be easy. The others also looked puzzled. Although they were all top-tier fighters, transporting such a massive altar across the ocean seemed unrealistic. At that moment, Jinglei smiled mysteriously. I have a treasure that can contain the entire altar. Just as he finished speaking, a white light suddenly rose from the midst of the exotic beasts. All the team members curiously looked towards the source of the light, except Jinglei, who was bewildered. He muttered to himself in confusion, "Strange. I haven't taken out my treasure yet. Captain, what kind of treasure is this? It looks a bit like a teleportation array." Hearing this, Gene Jelly's anger flared up instantly. His eyes widened, his face turned red, and he looked like he was about to explode any second. "This is a teleportation array," he roared, his voice echoing in the empty space. The people around him exchanged glances, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. Just then, the teleportation array lit up brightly, and two figures appeared in the glowing light, one old and one young. The Alliance members were ready to strike with full force. However, when they saw only two people emerging from the array, they were taken aback. They had expected Long Kingdom to send a large force, not just two individuals. Gene Jelly's face twisted into a cold smile when he saw Zhao Jiuxiao. He signaled to his team members, who immediately understood. They jumped down from the boulders and quickly surrounded Zhao Jiuxiao and Su Luo. The surrounding beasts seemed to sense the danger and scattered, leaving an open battlefield. Gene Jelly surveyed the scene warily and said in a deep voice, "Lord Zhao, if you know what's good for you, I suggest you leave now, or we won't be so polite." Among the 10 or so people present, not one of them underestimated the situation. They believed that people from Long Kingdom were always cunning and wouldn't act rashly. Who knew what hidden tricks they had? Ignoring Gene Jelly's threat, Zhao Jiuxiao turned to Su Luo, frowning. "Su Luo, what do we do now?" He was unsure, fearing that if a fight broke out, the situation would spiral out of control. Su Luo smiled faintly and took a step forward, heading straight towards the members of the dragon-slaying alliance. Zhao Jiuxiao was stunned. What was this kid thinking? There were so many enemies, yet he showed no fear. Seeing this, Gene Jelly's face darkened instantly. He shouted, "Kill him first!" At that critical moment, a deafening roar erupted from the void. A massive beast covered in brown fur appeared out of nowhere. It was a King Kong ape, level 158. Then another loud crash followed as another gigantic beast descended, a zombie pig king, level 157. More pets continued to be released by Su Luo. A three-legged golden crow, a necromancer, a vermilion bird, a black tortoise, a white tiger, a blue dragon, an ocean spirit, and an eight-winged serpent, totaling 10 beasts. The highest level among them was the eight-winged serpent, nearing an astonishing level 180. Seeing this, Zhao Jiuxiao was both shocked and relieved. No wonder this kid was so confident. He had so many hidden cards. The members of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance finally understood Su Luo's identity. Gene Jelly frowned at Su Luo, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. "You must be Su Luo from Long Kingdom?" Especially when he saw the eight-winged serpent, he couldn't help but feel a pang of panic. Su Luo didn't respond, merely giving his pets the command to attack. The vermilion bird was the first to strike, spewing a stream of golden fire, samadhi true fire, incredibly powerful and fast, almost invisible. The previously confident Gene Jelly and his people turned pale and scattered in all directions. "Damn it! Fight them!" Gene Jelly cursed and immediately ordered an attack. He believed Su Luo was only strong because of his pets. If they could kill Su Luo, these pets would become masterless. Charge! Top-tier human combatants had almost all clawed their way up from mountains of corpses. Despite Su Luo's overwhelming advantage, they showed no fear and fought back even more fiercely. The eight-winged serpent, being ferocious by nature, targeted Gene Jelly directly. As a sacred fire mage, Gene Jelly was at a disadvantage in close combat. However, forming a formation would make them easy targets for the pets. Thus, the best strategy was unknown duels. But a mage dueling a beast usually meant only one thing: running for their life. As the fierce battle raged on, the ground began to shake slightly. The enormous altar standing in the middle also trembled. Su Luo leisurely took an apple from his backpack and started eating it. He hadn't eaten much in the past few days and was quite hungry. Watching his pets dominate the dragon-slaying alliance was quite satisfying. Zhao Jiuxiao, witnessing Su Luo's battle style for the first time, was utterly astonished. His jaw nearly dropped as he tried to take in the scene, his eyes darting around the battlefield. "Su Luo, should I go help?" Zhao Jiuxiao pointed at the three-legged golden crow in the sky, looking worried. "That golden crow seems to be struggling." The golden crow was up against a swordsman. Due to his innate talent and the swordsman's explosive power, the golden crow hadn't gained much advantage. Each clash made Zhao Jiuxiao's heart race, fearing that the pets might lose. Su Luo calmly replied, "It can handle it." Su Luo still had half an apple in his mouth, but his consciousness had already delved into the realm of divine medicine. With deft movements, he extracted the Yuming Lanyu flower and gently wrapped it around his wrist. Next, he brought out the sacred cherry blossom tree. Clang! With a thunderous crash, the massive body of the sacred cherry blossom tree landed on the ground. Even though it had shrunk considerably, it was still several times taller than an ordinary tree. As the tree took root, faint green light enveloped Suluo, Zhao Jiuxiao, and all their pets. 88,000. 88,000. The numbers kept flashing, showing that the sacred cherry blossom tree was restoring 88,000 health points per second, giving them an overwhelming advantage in the battle. The most noticeable beneficiaries were the resilient Xuanwu and the indomitable Vajra demon ape, who, already possessing abundant health, now seemed nearly invincible. Witnessing this scene, King Eli was filled with regret. Damn it! How does he have the sacred cherry blossom tree? He cursed. If I'd known, I would have hurried to move the sacred altar. Now, not only is our mission a failure, but our lives are also hanging by a thread. Realizing the dire situation, King Eli made a swift decision. Retreat, he shouted, quickly pulling a white stone from his bag and crushing it without hesitation. Crack! As the stone shattered, a thick black vine instantly wrapped around his body. The other members of the Dragon Slayer Alliance followed suit, crushing their teleportation stones, each becoming entwined in black vines. King Eli glared at Suluo with a vicious smile. You think you're tough now? Let's see if you can keep it up next time. A white glow began to emanate from his body, making him immune to any attacks and emboldening his threats. However, just when everyone thought they were about to teleport away, something unexpected happened. Buzz, a strange vibration echoed through the void, and the white light vanished as quickly as it had appeared. King Eli and his subordinates were left standing in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered and fearful glances. Why didn't the teleportation stones work? Fear and confusion mingled on their faces, their eyes filled with despair. What's going on? Seeing the teleportation stone lose its effect, the members of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance were dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. Gene Jelly's face turned ashen as he trembled with rage, shouting, Kid, what did you do? Su Luo watched the scene calmly, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. The power of the Yuming Lanue flower had increased significantly with its level. Not only did it retain its original binding ability, but it could now split like branches, capable of restraining up to 30 targets at once. The 10 people before him were a piece of cake for Su Luo. The once arrogant members of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance were now in disarray, most of them looking defeated. Some tried to use their teleportation items again, only to find that they could activate them but to no avail. The vines of the Yuming Lanue flower held them tightly, rendering any teleportation method useless. Beside them, Zhao Jiuxiao was stunned, muttering to himself, I think I understand why beast masters are cursed. His gaze at Su Luo was filled with curiosity. Su Luo asked calmly, Senior Zhao, what should we do with these people? Zhao Jiuxiao responded without hesitation, kill them. They're of no use to us. Unfazed, Su Luo immediately ordered his pets to unleash their most powerful skills. In an instant, the sky was filled with roaring winds, torrential rain, raging hurricanes, and flashing lightning. To the members of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance, it felt like the end of the world. Among the crowd, someone began to plead, Don't kill me. I'll serve you as a slave if you spare me. I'll help you fight against the Dragon-Slaying Alliance. However, some remained defiant, like Gene Jelly, gritting his teeth and saying, Cowards. Boom. Amidst the earth-shaking commotion, the vines of the Yuming Lanue flower were nearly shattered but quickly regenerated. As the smoke cleared, the ground was littered with dismembered limbs and charred corpses, some reduced to mere ashes by the flames. A deathly silence fell over the scene. Even the beasts born around the altar were so terrified that they fled towards the distant human cities. Curious, Su Luo examined the altar, puzzled. Is this the source of the endless beasts, allowing adventurers to level up in the wild? But how are the beasts inside the dungeons created? Noticing Su Luo's confusion, Zhao Jiuxiao patted his shoulder with a smile. Kid, I bet you're wondering where this thing came from, right? Su Luo nodded. Senior Zhao, where did this thing come from? Zhao Jiuxiao explained. We don't know its exact origin, but it has been a part of Longguo's history for a long time. Legend has it that ancient times saw a celestial event that brought down 10 meteors. Each meteor contained different things, and this altar was one of them. It continuously creates beasts that occupy territories and attack humans. Later, humans discovered they could level up by fighting these beasts, and it has continued ever since. Su Luo asked, then why not destroy these altars? Zhao Jiuxiao shook his head with a bitter smile. Destroy them? These altars are actually beneficial to us. The 10 meteors not only brought the altars but also released countless black gases into the earth, causing powerful beasts to appear randomly. Without the low-level beasts from the altars to help humans gain strength, humanity might have perished long ago. After hearing Zhao Jiuxiao's explanation, Su Luo finally understood. No wonder the Western nations banded together to seize Longguo's altars. They were essentially natural experience farms. The more altars a country had, the stronger its overall combat power. If Dragon Nation were to lose the sanctuary, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as the tension reached its peak, the dust on the ground slowly settled, revealing several items emitting a strange glow. The first thing that caught their eyes was a set of armor shimmering with a metallic sheen. Su Luo examined it closely and found that it was an epic warrior piece called Earthshatter Armor. Though its defensive capabilities had yet to be activated, it already provided an astonishing 98,000 constitution. Even more impressive was that it came with a level 150 skill. Once the user's health exceeded 100,000, they would gain an additional 1,000 damage for every 10,000 health points added. Next to the armor lay a sword radiating a dark glow. The Black Soul Battle Sword, this legendary weapon, not only offered a swordsman's 65,000 attack and 12,000 defense, but also came with a powerful level 150 skill. Each attack or skill use had a 45 chance to deal a critical hit. However, the most eye-catching item was a small, golden pouch. Su Luo immediately recognized it as the legendary Heaven-Swallowing Pouch. Although it appeared unremarkable on the outside, its internal space was astonishingly vast, capable of holding various special items. Even more magical, there was only one such pouch in the entire world, and after use, it would reappear in a random location globally within 24 hours. Among these rare items, there were also some precious potions scattered on the ground. But at that moment, Su Luo's full attention was on the golden pouch. He realized that this might be the container the enemy intended to use for the sanctuary. Beside him, the silent Zhao Jiuxiao also had his eyes fixed on the heaven-swallowing pouch. His gaze was filled with excitement, but when he looked at Su Luo, there was a hesitant expression on his face. Noticing Zhao Jiuxiao's unusual behavior, Su Luo curiously asked, "Senior Zhao, do you know how to use this pouch?" Zhao Jiuxiao nodded and explained, "This item is unique in the world. It first appeared in the Kingdom of Golden Towers 30 years ago. After decades of changing hands, who would have thought it would show up here today?" Su Luo pressed further, "So, Senior Zhao, how do you plan to use the heaven-swallowing pouch?" Hearing this question, Zhao Jiuxiao's face showed a hint of embarrassment. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "This victory is all thanks to you. It wouldn't be right for me to use this." Su Luo, however, didn't seem to mind. With a mysterious smile, he said, "Why wouldn't it be right? Doesn't Senior Zhao want to bring the sanctuary closer to Dragon Nation?" Zhao Jiuxiao was taken aback by this, but he quickly understood Su Luo's intention. Using the heaven-swallowing pouch to move the sanctuary within Dragon Nation's borders would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for the country. His eyes lit up with joy as he began to seriously consider this bold plan. Although the heavenly devouring pouch was rumored to be incredibly powerful, its ability to transport the sacred altar remained uncertain. The Dragon Kingdom had little knowledge about this mysterious item, which made Zhao Jiuxiao both excited and anxious. He feared that the pouch might not work, leaving him disappointed. Legend had it that the heavenly devouring pouch was a consumable item specifically designed to move the sacred altar. If it couldn't fulfill this purpose, it would be a great loss. After all, no one knew when or where the next heavenly devouring pouch would appear. As Zhao Jiuxiao struggled with his doubts, Su Luo had already efficiently cleared the battlefield, collecting all the equipment and items. Now, holding the heavenly devouring pouch, he curiously examined the massive altar before him. "Su Luo, are you really going to try it?" Zhao Jiuxiao asked, suddenly feeling old and less decisive compared to the young man before him. "Let's give it a shot." Su Luo nodded with a smile. "After all, we found this thing. If it doesn't work, it's like we never had it in the first place." Hearing this, Zhao Jiuxiao felt a wave of clarity wash over him, his face flushing with excitement. Yes, yes, let's try it." As time passed, the surrounding beasts began to howl again, spreading out like zombies. Many charged towards Su Luo and Zhao Jiuxiao, only to be killed in a single strike by Zhao Jiuxiao. As a berserker with a significant level advantage, he could easily handle these low-level beasts without even using a weapon. Su Luo approached the edge of the altar and pressed the heavenly devouring pouch against it. A system prompt immediately appeared. "You are about to use the heavenly devouring pouch, a consumable item that can only be used once. Do you want to proceed?" "Use it," Su Luo decided without hesitation. In an instant, the pouch emitted a blinding light. Even at level 152, Su Luo couldn't keep his eyes open. Zhao Jiuxiao, who wanted to observe closely, was also blinded by the golden light, his eyes watering. A strange hum echoed through the void. The golden light seemed to carry an intense heat, making Su Luo feel as fragile as a glass bottle about to melt. When the temperature returned to normal and the light dissipated, Su Luo cautiously opened his eyes. The surroundings had fallen into complete silence. The altar had vanished, and the beasts were nowhere to be seen, except for a few stragglers wandering in the distance. Su Luo looked at the heavenly devouring pouch again, noticing a change in its status. Heavenly devouring pouch, legendary status, activated, can store special items, with a vast internal space. Only one exists in the world, and each can only be used once. After use, a new heavenly devouring pouch will randomly appear somewhere in the world within 24 hours. Note: once activated, the pouch will automatically expire in 6 hours, releasing the stored items. Su Luo knew the pouch had worked. Transporting the sacred altar, what an incredible feat. He turned to Zhao Jiuxiao, who was still rubbing his eyes. Are you okay, Zhao? Su Luo asked with concern, thinking that he had some high-grade purification potions in his backpack if needed. I'm fine, Zhao Jiuxiao replied, instinctively looking at where the altar had once stood. Seeing nothing, he widened his eyes in shock. Did it work? It worked. Su Luo replied calmly. Where do you think we should place the altar, Zhao? Zhao Jiuxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. After a moment of thought, he said, let's place it in the northern desert. It's sparsely populated, making it an ideal spot. Let's head out then. We only have 6 hours, Su Luo said, tossing the pouch and signaling Zhao Jiuxiao to lead the way. Although he had formation flags, this was a lawless area, not part of the Dragon Kingdom's territory. Due to the altar, neighboring countries had agreed not to let anyone occupy this land. All right, let's go. Zhao Jiuxiao, his face glowing with enthusiasm, took out a purple formation flag from his backpack and began activating it. The purple formation flag was a rare consumable item, similar to a teleportation stone but much quicker. As the purple formation flag activated, Su Luo and Zhao Jiuxiao were instantly enveloped in light and vanished from the spot. The teleportation speed was indeed much faster than that of a teleportation stone. 1,400 miles away from the Dragon Kingdom, at the border of the Monkey Kingdom, the towering city walls stood tall. The Monkey Kingdom's ruler and the Cushion Kingdom's ruler stood side by side, their eyes sharp and fixed on the movements of the distant beasts. As neighbors sharing a border with the Dragon Kingdom, they were well aware of the current plight of the Dragon Kingdom. As the number of beasts began to noticeably decrease, an excited smile simultaneously appeared on both rulers' faces. The Monkey Kingdom ruler whispered, "It's working. The plan has finally succeeded." The Cushion Kingdom ruler echoed, "Indeed. Our country's resources are set to increase significantly." The Monkey Kingdom ruler continued, "Over the years, the Dragon Kingdom has monopolized a large amount of beast resources due to their proximity to the sanctuary. Now that the Dragon-slaying alliance has taken action, the sanctuary's location is bound to change." The Cushion Kingdom ruler added, "Although our two kingdoms may not get many beasts in the short term, it won't be long before our strength surpasses that of the Dragon Kingdom." As soon as these words were spoken, the two rulers exchanged a knowing glance, their faces reflecting a meaningful smile. Their unspoken next step was naturally to annex the Dragon Kingdom. The Monkey Kingdom ruler elaborated, "Although the birth of beasts is closely tied to the sanctuary, they can also appear in the wild. The larger the territory, the richer the resources. Herbs, secret realms, beasts, various stones, and wood materials will all increase significantly." At this moment, the Monkey Kingdom ruler's face was flushed with excitement. He declared boldly, "When Captain Jean and his team return, I will host a grand feast to celebrate and properly entertain them." Establishing a good relationship with Captain Jean now might give our two small kingdoms a chance to join the ranks of the great powers in the future. While the two rulers were brimming with excitement, Su Luo and Zhao Jiuxiao had quietly arrived in a vast desert within the Dragon Kingdom. In the center of the desert, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom had been waiting for some time. During their journey, Zhao Jiuxiao and Su Luo had reached a consensus. Setting up the sanctuary within the Dragon Kingdom was to maximize the beast resources. Moreover, the city walls at the northern desert border would act like an ironclad barrier, ensuring that not a single beast would escape beyond the Dragon Kingdom's borders. Old Zhao hurriedly gathered everyone in the wilderness, sparking a mix of curiosity and dissatisfaction. "Old Zhao, why did you drag us out here in such a rush? Stop beating around the bush and tell us what's going on." A group of people surrounded Zhao Jiuxiao, urging him. Zhao Jiuxiao merely smiled and remained silent. Seeing this, everyone turned their attention to Su Luo. "Xiao Su, tell us what's happening here." Among the crowd were Su Luo's old acquaintances Long Zhantian, Wang Daxian, Su Bing, and other palace leaders and elite warriors, all staring at him curiously. Finally, Zhao Jiuxiao spoke up. "Please don't trouble young Master Yi." His address caused a few people to react slightly, but they all stayed silent, listening intently. "Actually, young Master Su and I just defeated numerous top-tier warriors from the Western Dragon Slayer Alliance and brought back the Holy Altar." The crowd fell silent, eyes wide with shock. Even Su Bingxue looked at her brother in surprise. Zhao Jiuxiao continued, "From start to finish, I didn't lift a finger. Young Master Su handled it all by himself." Everyone was stunned, staring at Su Luo as if he were a monster. After a long pause, Zhao Jiuxiao pointed to a spot and indicated for Su Luo to release the Holy Altar. "Su Luo, place it here. If this succeeds, you'll be a national hero of Longhua." Zhao Jiuxiao said, his face beaming with pride. Su Luo nodded and smiled, taking out the heaven-devouring bag from his backpack. The top warriors of Longhua recognized the artifact immediately, sparking a buzz of conversation. Amid the excited chatter, Su Luo walked to the designated spot. A system prompt echoed in his mind, and he chose to release the altar without hesitation. The heaven-devouring bag emitted a blinding golden light. Zhao Jiuxiao and Su Luo closed their eyes, while the others squinted, trying to see what was happening. With the ground shaking, a massive altar, dozens of meters high, appeared. It glowed with a faint purple light that extended for hundreds of meters, with numerous mythical beasts being born and roaring within the light. It's done, Su Luo exclaimed, pumping his fist. Zhao Jiuxiao and the others stared at the altar in awe, momentarily speechless. Zhao Jiuxiao then declared Su Luo a national hero of Longhua, instructing everyone to remember this. Though some felt uneasy, none dared to voice their dissent. Zhao Jiuxiao began assigning tasks to manage the newly born mythical beasts, leaving only Su Luo and Su Bingxue without tasks. Su Luo asked if there was anything he could help with, to which Zhao Jiuxiao replied with a smile that Su Luo only needed to offer his wisdom at critical moments and told the siblings to rest. With that, Zhao Jiuxiao vanished, leaving the two of them staring at each other. Sis, do you know anything about this holy altar? Su Luo asked curiously. Su Bingxue smiled and replied, I don't know much either, but the beasts spawned by the holy altar are crucial for Longhua. You were lucky to get the heaven-devouring bag to transport the altar. This will likely earn you a place in history. After leaving the desert region, Su Luo and Su Bingxue headed straight to the Alchemist Academy in Yin City. Standing before the majestic gates of the academy, Su Bingxue curiously asked, Su Luo, why did you bring me here? I'm not an alchemist. Su Luo gave a mysterious smile and took his sister's hand, leading her towards the principal's office. Sis, I want to introduce you to a promising talent. She might be of great help to you in the future. As the president of the Alchemist Association and the principal of the 4 Alchemist Academies, Su Luo was very familiar with this place. Before they reached the office, Su Luo sensed that Jiang Xinghe was already inside with aim, waiting. As they pushed the door open, both of them stood up immediately, respectfully awaiting instructions. Su Luo glanced at aim and was secretly amazed this girl had improved her alchemy skills significantly in such a short time, exuding confidence all over. Su Bingxue stood in front of aim, her sharp gaze scanning her like a scanner. Your name is Aim? Under Su Bingxue's powerful presence, Aim lowered her head, her voice barely audible.
Yes.
Jiang Xinghe, witnessing this scene, couldn't hide the excitement on his face. He knew very well that Aim's talent in alchemy was extraordinary and that her future was bound to be bright. A hint of approval flashed in Su Bingxue's eyes, and she nodded slightly. Very good. With that, she sat down on a nearby chair and said no more. Su Luo looked at Aim, his tone gentle yet authoritative. Aim, from today onwards, you will be General Su's personal alchemist. Whatever resources or requirements you have, just ask, and we will do our best to provide. Aim was taken aback by his words and cautiously raised her head, her eyes lingering on Su Bingxue. Thank you, Master Su. Her voice was filled with undisguised joy and gratitude. Su Luo took a sip of tea, his gaze calm as he looked at Jiang Xinghe. He spoke slowly, with a hint of depth in his tone. Ame has great talent. I hope you will fully nurture her. When she becomes a high-level alchemist, it will be a significant achievement for you. Jiang Xinghe immediately bowed slightly, a flash of joy in his eyes. He respectfully replied, Lord Su and General Su, rest assured, I will do my utmost. Inside, he was ecstatic. Years of diligent work had finally brought him the chance for a great rise. Su Bingxue stayed for a moment longer before taking her leave. With Ame's matter settled, Su Luo gave a few simple instructions and then returned directly to Qinglong Academy. Just then, a message came from the necromancer. Several new divine-level skeleton alchemists had appeared in the divine medicine realm. The development of the divine medicine realm was experiencing a leap forward, with all levels of alchemists rapidly improving. Although it was unclear how many divine-level alchemists would ultimately emerge, Su Luo was certain there would be no shortage. In the divine medicine realm, the necromancer was flying excitedly through the air, humming, I am a little bird, flying around with no worries. Seeing this, Su Luo couldn't help but frown and cover his eyes. The Lord of the Underworld behaving so unseemly was truly hard to watch. Master, you're here. The necromancer rushed to Su Luo, like a child waiting for praise. Su Luo directly asked, how many divine-level alchemists have emerged recently? There are now 6 divine-level alchemists in the divine medicine realm. The skills of other alchemists are also steadily improving. A divine-level skeleton alchemist can produce about 180 divine beast pills a day, so 6 alchemists can produce 1,080 pills a day. As they become more proficient, the speed will increase further. Not bad, everyone has worked hard. Su Luo smiled and patted the necromancer's head, then began to inspect the divine medicine realm. Outside, there were fields of medicinal herbs and busy skeleton servants, creating a scene of harmony. The medicinal herbs grew vigorously, emitting a faint fragrance. The skeleton servants worked diligently in the fields, carefully tending to the herbs. Suddenly, Su Luo slapped his forehead. I almost forgot about the spoils from this period. He took out a pile of spatial stones from his backpack, 360 large ones, 682 medium ones, and over 1,800 small ones. Use them all. With a wave of his hand, the spatial stones were lifted by an invisible force, flying into the sky to merge with the space. The necromancer immediately rushed to Su Luo's side excitedly. Wow, Master, where did you get so many spatial stones? This is amazing. It will allow the divine medicine realm to expand by another half. Su Luo looked at him speechlessly and left the divine medicine realm. He was no longer surprised by such things. Back in the courtyard, Su Luo brewed a cup of light tea and leisurely sat on a stone bench, savoring it. At dusk, the sunset's afterglow bathed the courtyard in a golden hue, filling the air with a peaceful atmosphere. At that moment, an elderly man in a fiery red robe walked into the courtyard. A small, three-legged bird perched on his shoulder. Su Luo, you've been getting busier lately. It's hard to catch a glimpse of you around the academy. Wu Yong looked at Su Luo with a mix of fondness and helplessness. Master, please forgive me. I have indeed been quite busy recently. Su Luo smiled awkwardly, quickly brewing tea and serving snacks for Wu Yong. After sitting for a while, Wu Yong asked with a smile, what mission took you away this time, my disciple? I received an order from Elder Zhao to handle some matters. I heard that the Dragon Slayer Alliance is planning to target our sanctuary. You must be careful. Wu Yong spoke with concern, his smile as warm as a father's. Thank you, Master, for your concern, Su Luo responded with a nod, his expression calm but his eyes betraying a hint of confusion. The news about the Dragon Slayer Alliance's attack on the sacred altar seemed to be tightly controlled, known only to the highest levels of the Dragon Nation. How did Grandmaster Wu Yong find out? As Su Luo pondered, Wu Yong smiled and said, you seem overly confident, my disciple. I heard that the Dragon Slayer Alliance has dispatched 10 elite warriors. This battle will be incredibly tough. These words heightened Su Luo's vigilance. Although Wu Yong was his master, such confidential information seemed beyond his usual knowledge. Spies from various nations could be lurking around, watching the Dragon Nation intently. Su Luo furrowed his brows, struggling internally. He didn't want to believe that the kind-hearted Wu Yong could be a spy for an enemy nation, but his instincts urged him to probe further. Master, you may not be aware, Su Luo said, feigning distress. Elder Zhao has entrusted the entire matter to me, and the pressure is immense. With that, he discreetly observed Wu Yong's reaction. Wu Yong frowned inside. So, how do you plan to handle it? You are the strongest warrior in the Dragon Nation now. If even you are at a loss, our nation is in grave danger. Though Wu Yong's demeanor seemed normal, Su Luo couldn't shake the feeling that his words were insincere. Unable to confirm his suspicions, Su Luo replied simply, don't worry, Master. I have a plan. He then lowered his head to drink his tea, waiting for Wu Yong's response. Seeing Su Luo's troubled expression, Wu Yong grew more interested and pressed on. The enemy is formidable. How do you intend to counter them? As he spoke, a barely perceptible glint of satisfaction appeared in Wu Yong's eyes. Su Luo's heart sank, and he replied reluctantly, we'll take it one step at a time. He sighed deeply, feeling a wave of sorrow. The master he had always respected might indeed be a long-hidden enemy spy. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.